Chapter 1, Stop. This is not a game of Krypton Gold. Chapter 1 Stop. This is not a game of Krypton Gold. Everything has two sides. When the front side is finished, the back side begins. Do you know the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? In the dim consciousness, Xiaoyan heard such a sentence. Don't want to, get out. Asshole. Xiaoyan felt his eyes light up with a scream of arrogance. This is a space full of white, and opposite Xiaoyan, a little girl is looking at him with an angry face. At the same time, the little girl said coldly, Xiu Yan, male, 21 years old, died on June 13, 2017, the cause of death, the skull penetrated. Now, you have a chance of resurrection, would you like? Yet? Assassin's Creed. Xiu Yan looked at everything in the white surroundings with great interest. The little girl was taken aback for a moment. Hello. Are your cognitive abilities impaired now? After death, is the thing you care about game similarity? The skull is pierced, is there no obstacle? Go to hell. Dash dash, unhappy big sister finds stitches. Where is this place? Am I dead? Why am I still conscious? Brush. Xiaoyan sat up abruptly and reached out to touch his temple. The moment he touched his skin, Xiaoyan stayed for a while. The wound, is it gone? The wound on the temple that should have existed at this time, for some reason, disappeared. Isn't I dead? Impossible, in that state, unless the sniper wants to reverse the attack to prove that the earth is round, otherwise I have no reason to survive, so I say, here, yes, the world after death. Xiaoyan thought so, and had already observed the surrounding situation. When he got up from the ground, 4 more people stood up beside him one after another. And the 5 people, including themselves, are now in a confined space of about 20 square meters surrounded by a golden light curtain. As for what it looks like outside the golden light curtain, because of the dazzling golden light, it is impossible to see clearly. Among the 3 men, one is a muscular man in casual clothes with a small tattoo on his wrist. Since he woke up, he has stood silently and said nothing. He does not seem to be a character to provoke. Another man was dressed in sportswear, with greasy hair and eye feces on the corners of his eyes. His eyes were dodging, his body was slightly puffy, and his death rate was 90%. The last one is a Huang Majun, who is bluffing when he comes together. When he sees the muscular man, he immediately wilted. There are some wine stains on his clothes, there are some calluses on the outside of his thumb, and his index and middle fingers are slightly yellow. A gambler is infallible. Since the girl woke up, her eyes had been spinning back and forth on several people and men, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. All of them are useful. Xiu Yan whispered to himself. Suddenly. Damn! What is this place? Behind him, a hostile voice sounded. Xiu Yan looked back and found that it was Huang Majun. He held his head at this moment, and asked angrily that he passed the dead houseboy. The dead house brother didn't answer yet. A voice suddenly sounded. Here is heaven. A crisp voice suddenly sounded. At this time, a little boy was turning his back to the crowd when he spoke. This is a long and very cute little boy. He just listened to him and said, Next, I will explain it to everyone. Who the are you? Huang Majun didn't buy it at all. I can. I suggest you listen to him. Before Huang Majun's words were finished, the dead house he was holding in his hands suddenly said, 5 seconds ago, no, before his first sentence fell, no one is standing there. Boy! Huang Majun clenched his hands, are you kidding me? No, no. You should have discovered it yourself. The courage that the boy in the dead house had just gathered up suddenly wilted. I remember that the first thing you saw when you woke up. Good insight. The little boy smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Huang Majun was stunned for a moment, and his eyes began to flicker. Xiaoyan saw all this in his eyes, and at the same time thought in his heart, the conditions for the analysis of the situation are insufficient. It seems that something needs to be created. Thinking of this, Xiu Yan looked up at the little boy, and then suddenly turned his face to Huang Majun and said, "Don't be deceived. Look at the light around you, it's not difficult to create a sudden situation, you know, human eyes. The things that can be distinguished are limited, as long as he stands in the bright light, or there is a dark spot there, under this intensity of light, we can hardly find it. Have you seen the now you see me? This is magic, the methods used by teachers. You mean this guy is lying to me? Every magician needs a trust, right?" Xiu Yan said lightly. "I didn't," shouted the boy who was held in his hands. "Damn!" Huang Majun shook off the dead houseboy, and then walked to the little boy who suddenly appeared. "Little bastard, dare to play with me." However, looking at the guy who came by half a body taller than himself, the little boy didn't care. Instead, he said helplessly, "Why does this happen every time I teach new people? Long? Does anyone deserve to be scared if they are cute?" As he said, a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! The gunfire sounded. The cute boy already smiled and said, "I have to use this way every time." With that said, he turned his head to look at Xiu Yan. "Now, are you satisfied?" Xiu Yan shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and then walked to Huang Majun. At this time, the murderous nobleman was holding his shoulders and wailing on the ground. Xiu Yan stretched out his hand and took away Huang Majun's hand. He pressed his fingers on his wound, and a scream suddenly sounded. "The wound is real," Zaihuan said, "however, who knows if it is a bitter trick." Boom boom boom. "Oh fuck!" The Huang Majun already screamed, "Damn, I didn't say this. What the are you hitting me for? Believe it." The cute boy looked at Zaihuan. "It's pretty ruthless, but I believe it. I believe it. Little ancestor, I believe it." Huang Majun has already yelled, "This silly! If you are talking, jump him! Jump him! I believe it too." Xiu Yan immediately changed his words. WCNM. Huang Majun burst into tears. In that case, the little boy turned the gun in his hand, then raised one hand. A ray of light fell on that Huang Majun. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the wound on the yellow hair began to heal. Then the little boy's voice came, "Did you see the watch on your hand? Tap it and you will know where it is." Zaihuan clicked on the watch with his hand, and said, "Is the injury healed so soon? Really?" Bang! The cute boy raised the gun and shot again, but his face showed a trace of surprise. "Hey? You actually avoided it." I saw that Huang Majun was already pale, with a bullet hole between his legs. Huang Majun cried out cryingly, "I knew you were going to beat me again. Actually, you two are in the same group. You two must be in the same group. Forget it." Seeing a man with tears in his eyes, Xiu Yan shook his head and said, "I'm kidding." With that, the finger was already pressed on the watch. Suddenly, Zaihuan only felt a pain in his brain, and a string of memories had appeared in his mind. This is the Garden of Eden. A name full of hope. But in fact, this is hell. Here, all people are struggling to survive, participating in survival missions again and again. And they are called substitutes. Only those who are alive are qualified to survive here. Here, death is always the main theme, and whenever someone dies, a new person will appear here. However, although it is hell, the Garden of Eden still carries hope, called the hope of a new life. Here, it is divided into 5 areas of difficulty. The pantheon of N area, R area, S area, SR area, and SSR area. Every survival is an opportunity to strengthen yourself. As long as you are strong enough and enter the pantheon, you will be reborn and return to the world you once were. After completing each task, the Garden of Eden will give a score. 2 stars are qualified, and 5 stars are perfect. Every time they complete the task, they will have a period of rest. Of course, you can choose the 10 consecutive task mode. In this task mode, as long as you can survive, no matter what you behave like this, the Samsung evaluation is guaranteed. Random 5 stars. But as mentioned earlier, the premise is that you can survive. The adventurous world is those worlds that are well known, ranging from movies to animations, from animations to games. At the same time, there are also various ability levels, ranging from D level to S level. There are also format props and equipment, ranging from white to orange. The memory is probably like this. Zihuan, who understands this, has opened his eyes, and at the same time, he mumbles, "I don't know why, just listening to the broken name of the district has an unknown premonition." After repeatedly confirming the memory that suddenly appeared in his mind several times, Xiu Yan tilted his head and smashed his mouth. "How do you feel? Have you moved here? It seems that you all know it." The boy smiled. However, no one dared to interject when thinking of his previous method of drawing a gun and shooting without changing his face. "I'll say a few more words here. First, I am your instructor, and this is a newcomer task. It is not counted in the normal task statistics. Second, because of the instructors joining, the newcomer's task has been changed to a newcomer's guidance task, but I'm sorry, I can't provide you with any help. When the task starts, I will leave here to do my own thing. So, can you live? It's up to you to go down." Third, although I also want to get rewards for guiding tasks, from the perspective of this world, an 80% survival rate is probably impossible, so I simply changed to another method, such as this. As he said, the instructor waved his hand, and a table appeared out of thin air, full of Ling Lang's weapons. "Here are all kinds of equipment produced by the Garden of Eden, you can all use it, but..." The boy said, "It's a charge. Is it a survival point?" The otaku brother cautiously walked to the table, "But, according to memory, our current point is 0. I'm renting it here." The boy pointed to the table, "Everything here can be rented to you. You will have to go through a newbie task next. The newbie task has low risk and high rewards. So, remember to repay after you complete the task. That's it." "The price?" Xiu Yan said suddenly. 10 times the rental price," the boy replied. "Japan, the evil capitalism. Exploring newcomers is something that every surrogate will do." The boy smiled and didn't care. "At the same time, because you and I may not go on the same task line, I can't guarantee you will have a few alive. So, I belong to a venture capital. You can choose whether you need it or not. However, since it is a venture capital, you are naturally qualified. For example, you, and them." The boy pointed to Zion, the otaku brother, and the tattooed muscular man who has been silent. "Judging from the current situation, only you are qualified. I want this." The otaku brother has already picked up a pistol and a bullet box. "No problem, come and sign this contract." And the muscular man came over, silently picked up a handful of military stabs, and signed the contract with the little boy. Zihuan walked to the table. And after a few careful observations, he stopped his gaze on a small box. He reached out and picked it up, and suddenly a bunch of information poured into his mind. Name, unclassified weapon case. Grade, C. Effect, immediately obtain a weapon of level C or below. Value, 200 survival points. Introduction, Sao Nian, let's open a box. The golden legend is waiting for you. Hey! Zihuan's eyes lit up, "I want this." "Is this?" The boy frowned slightly, "Are you sure? Let me remind you that the weapon box is the most pitted thing. Don't look at the chance of getting a C-level weapon, but most of it is some garbage. Some people have drove out the bricks. That's it." Xiu Yan smiled, "I like opening boxes the most." "Okay." The boy said indifferently, sign the contract. Xiu Yan took the pen and signed the contract. Then, the contract was reduced to 3 points, soaring into the sky, disappearing, a watch that entered the boy, and a watch that drilled him. At the same time, a string of voices rang in his head. When the contract is successfully signed and the contract becomes effective, Eden will perform the contract terms on its own. For those with insufficient survival points, the supplementary price difference will be deducted, and the less supplement will not be refunded. God bless and don't retreat, Xiu Yan whispered to himself, that is to say, you almost need a 1,000 point prop, right? Tisk, it seems that you have to plan for exploitation. Just as Xiaoyan was speaking, a voice suddenly rang, I wanted to. Xiu Yan turned her head, and a girl had already stood before the table timidly, I'm willing to pay 15 times the interest, okay. The cute boy suddenly became embarrassed, sorry Miss Sister, although I know it's not good to say that, but, I don't think you can survive. 20 times, the girl gritted her teeth and said. The little boy shook his head, waved again, and put away the table of weapons. The girl turned pale suddenly. This time Xiaoyan saw clearly that her eyes had fallen on the tattooed man. Okay, the task has 30 seconds to start. The boy waved his hand to several people and said, after the task starts, the surrounding light curtain will disappear, and at the same time, the watch on your hand and the task reminder will appear in your brain. When the voice fell, a voice appeared in everyone's mind. The task is about to start in 10 seconds. Mission World, Lolita's Black Egg, please prepare for your substitute. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown was still going on. Xiu Yan didn't know what to think, and suddenly asked, by the way, instructor, what's your name? The little boy froze for a moment, then laughed, Swayan, begs you Shwet, the sound of the voice. P.S. I updated 10,000 words sincerely today. It's not that I don't want to update more. It should be clear that the beginning of this book is extremely bumpy and chasing the old book. There is really no manuscript. Chapter 2, 1/4 is stronger than 6/4. The second chapter is stronger than the 6/4. Time ends, mission begins. As the electronically synthesized sound rang in everyone's ears, the bright and blind light curtain around suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, everyone felt light under their feet, and a feeling of falling surrounded everyone. At this moment, everyone can see clearly that they are falling from the sky to the ground. But the strange thing was that there was no parachute on his body, but everyone kept falling at a gentle speed. At the same time, the electronically synthesized sound of the Garden of Eden sounded again. In 2020, human beings were defeated in the war against the viral parasites protrusions and were expelled to a narrow territory, surviving with fear and despair. Xiaoyan looked down at his feet and found that it was a huge city. Unlike the city he knew, there were a dozen huge black walls erected. Quest World Information Update, Loli's Black Egg. Mission World Difficulty, Novice Guidance Task. Mission World Mode, Survival Cooperation Mode. Main Mission 1, Destroy the first stage gastrointestinal creatures 0/10. Task Rewards, 500 Deposit Points. Mission Failed, Obliterate. Main Mission 2, Destroy the second stage gastrointestinal creatures 0/1. Successful Mission, 500 Survival Points. Mission Failure, No Punishment. Second Mission 1, Eliminate the 3-stage primitive gut creatures, each primitive gut creature will be rewarded with 1000 points. Mission Failure, No Punishment. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Name of Substitute, Xiu Yan. Health, 100/100. Physical Strength, 100/100. Strength, 6, Agility, 8, Constitution, 10, Defense, 3, Spirit, not activated. Has the body been digitized? Xiaoyan thought in his heart, but, what does the name of this mission-breaking world mean? As this series of reminders sounded in their heads, everyone also landed in a clearing. However, Zihuan found that several of them had fallen from the air, but none of the people around noticed them. It seems to be in a state of being ignored. Zihuan muttered to himself. After landing, Swayan stretched out his hand and smiled at several people, friendly reminder, don't trust the Garden of Eden. With that said, he has slowly left, good luck to you. The 5 Zihuan were standing on a square similar to that outside a shopping mall. Zihuan looked up and saw that he could understand all the Japanese on the shopping malls, but Zihuan knew that he could only ask for sack of beans or something in the authentic Japanese. Now, is the mission started? Although the little otaku said this timidly, Zihuan saw something called excitement in his eyes. Although I don't know what's going on here. The girl whispered, but, I think we should act together so that we have more chances to live, don't we? Yes. Huang Majun nodded again and again, it is safest to act together, before that. With that said, Huang Majun stepped to Zihuan's back, and a small fruit knife appeared in his hand and placed it on Zihuan's neck. Boy! Hand in your weapon box. The little otaku had a gun in his hand, and Huang Mao didn't dare to grab it. As for the muscular man, he didn't even think about it. In order to obtain a weapon, Zihuan became his first choice. Hehe, this is the beginning of infighting, right? Feeling the coolness on his neck, Zihuan didn't care. Don't talk nonsense to me. Huang Mao's face is grim, I have always done things with gratitude and grievances, but you were the one who pitted me first. He said, his hands were slightly hard, and Xiu Yan's neck suddenly leaked out. Blood. I tell you, I stabbed someone. Really? Xiu Yan's face was still calm, but a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. If it's just like this, it's not enough. What? Huang Mao was taken aback. The next moment, I saw Xiu Yan suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch Huang Majun's wrist. Huang Majun only felt his entire arm numb, and the dagger in his hand had fallen uncontrollably. As soon as Xiu Yan moved away, he grabbed Huang Majun's arm with both hands and threw it over his shoulders. Boom! Huang Mao's body slammed past without his control. At the same time, Xiu Yan picked up the dropped dagger and swung it down at Huang Majun. Brushing, the tip of the knife steadily stopped in front of his pupils. It's just stabbing someone, but it's not enough. With a smile on his face, Xiu Yan looked at the yellow hair lying on the ground. Obviously it is a smile from a handsome face, but in Huang Majun's eyes, this smile has a kind of silent fear. You killed someone. The muscular man who had been silent suddenly said, staring at Zihuan with straight eyes. Zihuan retracted the fruit knife and shrugged, more than one. I can see it. The muscular man finished, and he was silent again. That. The girl next to her was already a little pale. She just heard her say carefully, actually, it's all a misunderstanding, let's discuss how. Let's discuss it. Zihuan waved his hand, don't bring me, I won't participate in cooperation. Hey! The girl was stunned. In my opinion, the prerequisite for cooperation is trust. Xiu Yan's eyes dangled around the people at home, and shook his head. I'm sorry for the resentful rascal. This kind of cooperation will not do me any good. With that said, Zihuan no longer cared about the ugly expressions of these fellow Earth fellows, and walked toward the mall by himself. As he walked, Zihuan analyzed the current situation. First of all, the yellow hair attacked me, but did not hear any prompt from the system voice, that is to say, although it is a cooperative survival mode, we can attack each other. Then, starting from Huang Mao's hands, the people around him have already started to react. Therefore, the initial state of not being noticed will not last forever. Finally, the damage to the wall of this city that I didn't see from the air just now, that is to say, the current timeline should be before Hiriko's Shadow Scorpio summoned Scorpio. So, what I want to do now is to improve my combat effectiveness as much as possible. Although it looks good now, but... Zhihuan said, touching his chin, after all, it is a dark bullet. The alias is nothing. A good contractor cut corners to undertake the tragedy of the final brew of the Tofu Dregs project. This is a construction safety documentary, so... it doesn't seem to be causal, forget it, let it go. With that, Xiu Yan looked up at the surroundings, and then turned into a corner of the mall. First of all, confirm your physical condition. As he said, Xiu Yan picked up the fruit knife Huang Mao had just snatched from Huang Mao's hand, and stroked his left hand. Blood emerged, but Xiu Yan did not see the change in his health. The next moment, his fruit knife violently raised, and pierced his palm with a violent burst. HP 98/100. Palm penetration injuries reduce 2 points of health. Zhihuan didn't care about tearing off a cloth strip to wrap her palm. It seems that it is indeed digitized, so the current situation is that the palm may be infected. It causes inconvenience to move, but if it is a bit miserable, it should be easier to accomplish some things. Now you must first have a weapon. With that said, Xiu Yan took out the level-less weapon box he had just obtained from his pocket. Zhihuan stretched out his hand, the weapon box suddenly jumped, and then, the box broke with a crack, and a round watch appeared in Zhihuan's hand. The moment the watch appeared, it lit up with a green light, and then disappeared. And 3 AAA batteries appeared at the same time. Yes, at least the attributes of Ohuang have not changed. Looking at the watch in his hand, Xiu Yan had already laughed. At the same time, the attributes of this watch have appeared in Zhihuan's mind. Name, Electric Shock Launcher. Type, Consumption Shooting Class. Grade, Excellent Green. Attributes, Attack Power, 100 to 200, can be doubled for energy storage launch. Introduction, a self-defense weapon designed for ordinary people based on the ability of a girl who loves to wear safety pants living in a certain city. The method of use is simple. You only need to insert the special battery into the battery groove of the watch. The fired ammunition must be steel. Please cast real coins, fake coins will be confiscated. Xiu Yan stared at the thing in his hand blankly. My life value is only 100 now, so, is this kind of thing that can instantly help people really be invented for self-defense? Also, it must be real money. What is it? Can't game currency work? It is illegal to damage the national currency. As he said, Zhihuan touched his pocket, and a coin appeared in his hand. Fortunately, there is ammunition. It's just, why do you always feel that something is missing? Taking the coin back, Zhihuan looked at the 3 batteries. Name, Special Battery for Transmitter. Type, Consumables. Grade, Ordinary Whiteboard. Attribute, provides 2 energy supplies for the transmitter, and the energy storage can only be used once. Introduction, West Shen Battery. 1/4 is stronger than 6/4. That's right, this thing is the 6/4 mentioned earlier. Yes. Seeing the introduction of the battery, Zhihuan was expressionless. So, was this system a joke before? The introduction of the 2 items made Zhihuan extremely distrustful of this so-called survival world. But Zhihuan still took the transmitter with him, and then put 1 battery into the battery slot, and the other 2 in his trouser pocket. Preliminary preparations are almost complete. Xiu Yan walked out of the corner of the mall, and began to observe the mall. The following is to further understand the world and prepare for survival. Since we are here outside the mall, then... As Zhihuan said, he stretched out his hand to stop a girl who was walking by him, with a sunny smile on her face. Excuse me, is there any discount on bean sprouts in this mall? P.S. Ask for tickets, ask for collections, ask for rewards. P.S. Hey? When did I change from the 2K party to the 3K party? Chapter 3, Some People Should Be Punished. Chapter 3 Some People Should Be Punished. The girl who was stopped obviously shrank, but when she saw the smile on Xiaoyan's face, her guard was halfway down, and she said, "Well, turn left. I saw the bean sprouts when I was passing by. Discount." "Thank you." Xiaoyan waved to the girl with a smile. After getting the information, Xiaoyan walked in the direction the girl pointed, while thinking, "Well, although I speak Chinese and she speaks Japanese, we can communicate. This is also the convenience provided by the mission world." Xiaoyan doesn't have much information about this world, so the easiest way to survive is to find a native of the world to help him. The natives of this world are best not hostile. Obviously, some protagonists who call themselves partners of justice are good choices. Although in the Dark Bullet worldview, Rintaro Masaru's partner said this sentence by Yansu. But this does not deny the fact that the protagonist is a good guy. Speaking of which, think about a certain Fa, the guys who seem to be inspiring to be partners of justice are very sad, so it's best not to have the ideal of justice as a partner. At this time, Xiaoyan was standing in front of a floor plan of a shopping mall, looking at the intersections where vehicles can pass. In this kind of pedestrian street, there are not many places where cars can pass. At this moment, suddenly a riot sounded. I saw a dirty red-eyed little girl wearing an orange hat was flying around holding some cans. Behind him, 2 uncles and 2 policemen yelled, "Stop her!" The plot begins. According to the original plot, the little girl should have been caught by the police and then pulled down to a remote place, solved. It seems that it is indeed here. It's just that there is not enough time. Xiaoyan murmured, and let the little girl run past him on his side. He looked towards the place where the little girl was running, and found 2 figures he knew very well. Rentaro and Yansu. However, when he saw the protagonist duo, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes slightly, because at this time there were 4 people behind the protagonist duo. It is the substitute who entered this world with him. It seems that I wanted to be together. Xiaoyan smiled, it should be the information provided by the otaku, but if you want to have a good relationship with the protagonist so rashly in the past, you will have to suffer. It just so happened that 2 policemen ran past Xiaoyan at this time. Xiaoyan stretched his right foot forward slightly, and the fat policeman was staggered and he was about to fall. At this moment, Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and grabbed the fat policeman back. The fat policeman who was pulled back had a cold sweat on his face, and he looked at Xiaoyan and thanked you again and again, "Thank you so much." "It's okay." Xiaoyan smiled again, "It should be done. You should arrest someone first." After thanking the fat policeman again, he ran after the girl. And Xiaoyan looked at the policeman leaving, and turned around the car key that he had just retrieved from the policeman. Xiaoyan observed for a while, and then walked to the east. At this time, a police car was parked there. Behind him, a noisy voice has sounded. Although he could understand all of them, Xiaoyan obviously heard a few sentences in Chinese. "Sure enough, have you quarreled with the protagonist? So, it's hard for human beings to hear what?" Xiaoyan shook his head and said this sentence, and he had already walked to the police car. At this time, everyone his eyes were attracted by the noise in the middle. Xiaoyan opened the trunk with the car key, then left the key under the door, and got into the trunk by herself. He took out a towel from the trunk and put it in the card slot, so as to ensure that the trunk would not be closed. Soon, Xiaoyan heard the footsteps coming. "So here, it seems that I accidentally dropped it when I left the house just now." This is the voice of the fat policeman. "Damn, really bad luck, I almost lost the key, and I also encountered a few neuroses that helped these monsters." Then, the police car started. After bumps along the way, the police car stopped quickly. When the footsteps sounded, Xiaoyan had already got out of the trunk. "It's here." Looking at the dilapidated buildings around, Xiaoyan has confirmed the location. He ran into the building quickly and saw 2 policemen pushing the girl against the wall, and the chubby policeman had already taken out his pistol. Don't think deeply about this passage, it's just a literal meaning. Damn it! Xiu Yan cursed secretly, rushing forward fiercely. Boom! The gunfire sounded. The little girl with a red pupil shook her body, but found a bullet hitting her body and hitting the wall. She turned her head violently, and saw a young man throw the chubby policeman down at this moment, and at the same time, a strong light flashing electric current shot from his wrist and hit the ground. The thin policeman was touched by the electric current and fell to the ground in a convulsion. At the same time, the young man grasped a fist in his hand, spit out his index finger joint, and slammed the chubby policeman on the back of his neck. The fat policeman rolled his eyes and stopped struggling. The red pupil girl who saw this scene was stunned. She watched the young man get up and walk towards herself in a daze. When the boy squatted down and reached out to him, the girl shrank back abruptly, her eyes full of vigilance. Xiu Yan's hand froze in the air, then slowly put it down, and said softly, "It's okay, it's all over." Hearing these words, the vigilance in the girl's eyes finally found a little, only to listen to him timidly ask, "You, who are you? Who is it?" Zihuan frowned, and then stretched out. He tilted his head and said with evil interest, "A passing savior? What do you think of this name?" "What?" Just here, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. "Are you here?" Xiu Yan murmured. As soon as his voice fell, a vigilant voice suddenly sounded, "Who are you? Raise your hand." Zihuan also heard a quick gun-drawing sound. "Behind me," Xiu Yan said to the little girl, then raised his hands, stood up slowly, and said, "Hey, don't get excited, I'm just here to save people." With that, Zihuan slowly turned around and looked at the boy opposite to him, the protagonist of this anime, Rentaro. Save people? Rentaro didn't let go of his vigilance at all. He first looked at the little girl behind Zihuan, and then at the two policemen who fell to the ground. "Don't worry, I just passed out," Xiu Yan said quickly. "You can call an ambulance to save people now, or you can ignore them, they will wake up soon. Stand there and don't move." Rentaro pointed his gun at Zihuako. He had already moved quickly to the two policemen and checked their injuries. When they found that they had really just fainted, the vigilance in his eyes was finally released. "Down." He put away his pistol and looked at Zihuan suspiciously. "Are you a policeman?" "Not yet." Xiu Yan shrugged. "I have always wanted to be a policeman. But the assessment has never passed. After all, I am just an ordinary person with no ability." "It's a pity," Rentaro said. "You said you came to save someone." "Yes." Xiu Yan pointed to the bullet hole on the wall. "Look at this thing. If I come later, do you think the bullet hole will be in the wall or this innocent little girl?" Rentaro was silent. "You should be the policeman." Xiu Yan leaned aside. "In that case, can I trouble you to take this little girl to a safe place?" Rentaro looked at the little girl, then nodded, "Of course." Zihuan's initiative to make people let Rentaro completely let go of his vigilance, and he walked towards Zihuan with a smile on his face. "Thank you so much. My name is Rentaro Satomi, how about you?" "Xiu Yan." Hearing this name, Rentaro blinked. "Are you a foreigner?" "That's it." "Then you speak Japanese really well." "Well, your Chinese is not bad." "What?" "Don't mind, I'm talking nonsense." After the two chatted, Rentaro had already walked to the girl's side. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Little sister, will you go with me? I will take you to a safe place." However, the little girl with red eyes shrank back. He didn't stretch out his hand to Rentaro, but quickly ran behind Zihuan, looking at Rentaro with hostile eyes. Rentaro's hand froze in the air, and then he touched his nose embarrassedly. "She doesn't seem to trust me." Zihuan turned around and squatted down to look at the little girl. "Rentaro is a policeman, he will take you to a safe place. He didn't save me just now." The girl shook her head and said affirmatively, I don't believe him. Zaihuan turned his head in shock and looked at Rintaro incredulously, did you not save her just now? And Rintaro was already embarrassed at this time, special circumstances. Zaihuan shook his head, this movement was even more embarrassing in Rintaro's eyes. A sense of guilt filled his mind. Then, Xiuyan turned his head and the corners of his lips curled up, do you believe me? The girl was silent for a while, then nodded slightly. Zaihuan smiled and touched the girl's dirty hair, then stood up and looked at Rintaro, well, you have seen the situation, can this little girl leave it to me? Where are you going to take her? Rintaro frowned, if it's not a policeman. Send it back to where he lives. Zaihuan smiled, if I followed her, others would not say anything. Rintaro thought for a while, then nodded, it can only be done. This little girl should be in District 39. I know a place. Could you please send her there? Thank you so much. No, I should say thank you. Rintaro told Zaihuan a list of addresses in Los, and then looked at the two police officers lying on the ground with complicated eyes. If it is me, I suggest we leave now. Xiuyan said suddenly. What? Are you thinking about what they should do? Xiuyan said relievedly, don't worry, I just fainted. I will wake up in about an hour. This little girl is now their criminal. If the little girl is gone, if the two are here, there should be a lot of trouble, right? Rintaro thought about it slightly, then nodded, yes. Reaching unanimous approval, Zaihuan led the little girl and Rintaro out of the dilapidated house. At the exit, Rintaro sat on the little sheep he had just borrowed from passers-by and asked, do you need us to send you? Xiuyan patted the head of the timid girl behind him, and said regretfully, maybe, I can't accept your kindness anymore. Okay. Rintaro looked at the girl disappointedly, and then said sincerely, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. After speaking, Rintaro started the tram and left here. Seeing Rintaro's departure, Zaihuan took the little girl's hand and walked toward the house. Oh! The little girl asked timidly, why go back? Zaihuan lowered his head and looked at the little girl's red pupils seriously, some people should be punished. P.S. Well, is it very diligent today to update 7,000 words? Crying face. Chapter 4, Achievement Reached. Chapter 4 Achievement Reached. Leading the little girl into the room again, Xiuyan first took out the wallet from the two policemen, took out the cash inside and put it into his pocket. Then he reached out and touched the pockets of the two people. When he touched 200 yuan coins, Zaihuan smiled. How can I find the coin to feel like finding my father? At the same time, Zaihuan also picked up the fat policeman's gun and the magazines on the two policemen. The gun was loaded, and Xiuyan turned to look at the little girl, if I didn't show up, do you know what they would do to you? The girl was slightly dazed, her face already showing a color of fear, she gritted her teeth and nodded. In that case, Zaihuan knelt down and looked at the girl's eyes, judging from their way of doing things, it's definitely not the first time they have done this kind of thing. So, do you think they deserve to die? Not the first time. The girl slowly shook her head, and she resisted thinking about these things. Yes, do you still remember the sentence they said when they arrested you, I know everything you can do? This kind of lynching and punishing a cursed child is definitely not the first time. Zaihuan seriously looked at the girl's eyes, so, do you think they deserve to die? The girl was a little frightened for a while, I don't know. So, Tokyo area is indeed sick. Looking at the girl who is still kind even so, Zaihuan shook his head and sighed, turn fear and hatred into anger, and vent the anger to a group of innocent children. Even this group of children. The children have not done anything, even if they are just because of their tragic background and possible threats in the future. As he said, Zaihuan stood up, and looked down at the gun in his hand, if I used to kill for justice in my heart, because that was the only reason I chose to live. Then, now I am. I seem to have found the target again. The girl raised her head, her dirty face was full of question marks. Onizan, what are you talking about? Since you don't know, let me make the decision for you. Xiu Yan said, raising the pistol. Boom! Boom! 2 gunshots. Blood flows from the foreheads of 2 policemen. What? The girl screamed, then looked at Xiaoyan incredulously. Did you kill them? If you want to live in a sick world, you must learn to be cruel. Xiaoyan looked at the girl seriously. At least, it is cruel to those who are hostile to him, understand? But... The little girl shook her head, somewhat unacceptable. No but. Xiu Yan said to the girl with a strong attitude, if you want to live, remember my words. The girl was stunned, then nodded, I understand. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang in Xiaoyan's head. Successful awakening of talent ability. Innate ability, social engineering is good. Ability type, passive skills, upgradable. Effect, the words spoken by the user will have an impact on the people around, so that the other party can trust the user to a certain extent. Competence introduction, social engineering, what a great discipline. Everyone who knows this discipline should know how fragile the trust barrier between people is. Of course, please abide by the basic law of social work. For example, when you are making a girl, if the first sentence you say is not "Can I buy you a drink?" but "Can I you?" Being killed has nothing to do with us. All introductions are so toxic. Xiaoyan cursed inwardly. The sound of the system continues. Open skill bar system. Existing skill column 5, equipment skill 0. Specially strengthened ability to open up. Special strengthening, none. Physical martial arts ability to open up. Physical skills and martial arts, none. It seems that the Garden of Eden does not directly open all the functions of the surrogate. Only when you touch it can it be opened. Xiaoyan's mind quickly turned. Is it because of the novice mission or because of our newcomer? However, what social workers are so good about, it is really full of nasty fun. Talent ability can be upgraded. What is the full level? Is the mental retardation aura? Xiu Yan shook his head, removing those in his head that had nothing to do with the current situation. The thing was thrown out, and the first thing he did now was to take the little girl away. Xiu Yan stretched out his hand. This time, the little girl obediently placed the palm of her hand on Xiaoyan's. May I need your help, okay? Xiu Yan said softly, it might hurt a bit. The little girl dodged her eyes for a while, then nodded, yet. Xiaoyan took out the fruit knife and cast a relieved smile on the little girl, then the tip of the knife pierced the little girl's fingertips. Then, a drop of blood fell on the back of the fat policeman, a place that was absolutely impossible to be splashed by blood. After doing all this, Xiaoyan put away the fruit knife, only to find that the wound on the little girl's hand had healed. Thank you. Xiu Yan said, now, let's go. According to the address given by Rintaro, Xiaoyan took the little girl to Area 39. At this time, the originally bright sky had become a little dim. And here, it's not like the prosperous city, everything around is now in ruins. Xiaoyan walked to a sewer and knocked on a sewage pipe manhole cover. Soon, a little girl with a red pupil dragged the manhole cover and raised her head, nanny nanny. Therefore, it is worthy of the lowly in the black egg, the manhole cover of several tens of kilograms was dragged up with one hand. Is this child yours? Xiu Yan asked the little girl, pulling it over. The little girl shook her head, you should ask the elders. After receiving the invitation, Xiu Yan followed the little girl into the sewer. After entering the sewer, Xiaoyan found that this place was really like anime, and there were many red pupil children. This place is really heaven. Soon, an old man with glasses appeared in front of Xiaoyan. You are the elder here. Xiuyan asked with a smile. Just call me Matsuzaki, the elder is just the name of the children. The smile on Matsuzaki's face seems to never fade. This gentleman, are you a policeman? Xiuyan shook his head. I always wanted to be a policeman. My name is Xiuyan, just an ordinary person. Are you a foreigner? Matsuzaki was slightly surprised, and then looked at Xiuyan with a slight surprise. Look, Mr. S age is not in a pure age. It is really unexpected that besides the police, there are actually people who can interact with these children together. Aren't the elders the same? Matsuzaki smiled, I just don't think these children deserve to suffer like that. By the way, teach them some ways to control their emotions and hide their red eyes. Me too. Xiuyan took the little girl by the hand and reached him, then, Elder, can I hand her to you? She was frightened just now. I hope this can help her. If Mr. believes me. Matsuzaki still smiled. Trouble you, Elder. Xiuyan said, squatting down and looking at the little girl in front of him, this is a safe place. You have also seen it. There are many children like you here. They will live in the future. Is it possible here? Onizan, what about it? Naturally, I am leaving. The little girl was silent. Xiuyan squatted there, waiting for a reply. After a long time, the little girl raised her head and looked at Xiuyan's eyes seriously. Can I follow Onizan? The corners of Xiuyan's lips raised. Abduction of Lori is achieved. P.S. Yesterday, a group of big brothers implemented a plan called Angel's Descent. P.S. The specific situation is the selection bug of the book guest. The authors on the list can occupy other people's books as long as they change the book guest ID. For example, last night I changed to His Royal Highness Swiba Mengjing Chan and then I became the author of the Great Sword on the selection page. Easily steal the Godhead. P.S. We got into a bit of noise, and the boss jumped out and called the technical department to fix the loopholes. Soon, the loopholes were fixed, and all the angels who descended on the books went home. Only one person couldn't find his body. P.S. Yes, it was me. When I wanted to change my ID back to Menjingchen, I found out, my ID is taken. P.S. Damn, I was bitten back by the Godhead, a bunch of people ha 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 all night. P.S. Fortunately, the book guest helped me get in touch with another Mengjing Chan today. After explaining the situation to others, they changed the ID. Here, I would like to extend my sincere thanks. Chapter 5, Red Eyes. Chapter 5 Red Eyes. For the rescue of the little loli in front of him, Xiuyan's purpose at the beginning was not very simple. He is just an ordinary person now. In the world of black eggs, the task is to kill those primitive gut creatures. It can be said that this task is so arduous for a substitute who has no identity and ability. Almost no different from looking for death. Although the main mission is only to kill primitive gut creatures that can be solved by conventional weapons in the first and second stages, how to get conventional weapons is a difficult task. And the Garden of Eden threw them into the jungle without coming up, and the original intestine creatures were hard just to give them enough time for their substitutes to prepare. It may be to give the agent time to get some weapons, or it may be to let the agent find something more useful to him. Xiuyan didn't choose to engage in weapons or anything. Pistols and other small destructive weapons could not even deal with the first stage gastrointestinal creatures, let alone the second stage. As a criminal, he knew in his heart how difficult it is to deal with weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, among the black eggs, the little loli with these combat power reports became the first choice. What you have to do is how to gain their trust as a stranger. After the little loli in front of him said this, Xiuyan knew that he had succeeded. He raised his head and looked at Matsuzaki. The old man seemed to understand Xiuyan's embarrassment. With a smile on his face, he said cheerfully, if you don't dislike it, sir, you can stay here for one night. It seems that this little girl is very dependent on you. Thank you so much. Xiuyan accepted the invitation with a smile. The old man nodded, then, I will arrange a place to live for my husband first, but in terms of the environment here, you don't have to care about the elders. Xiuyan shook his head and said, I have no requirements for where I live. Such a sudden test of Xiuyan didn't care, because whether it was because his passive skills took effect or just because Matsuzaki was a good person, it had no effect on him. An old man who can accompany dangerous lives to grow up for love is worthy of respect. That's good. As he said, Matsuzaki took Xiuyan and the little girl to the place where he lived. This was a bunk bed. After arranging the accommodation, Matsuzaki patted Xiuyan on the shoulder and said, Sir, actually. Hey, forget it. Hey. Xiuyan was taken aback, and he asked him a question mark as he watched Matsuzaki leave. Did I overlook any information? Xiuyan held his head for a moment. Thinking a little, he shook his head. Thinking about these is not the first task now. The most important thing now is how to fuck, oh no, to thoroughly understand the little loli in front of me. How do you get along with little loli after you're done? Xiuyan's head is spinning fast. What kind of attribute is Lolita? Easy to knock down? Easy to knock down? Easy to knock down? Nonsense. What am I thinking, bastard? At this time, Xiuyan suddenly found a serious problem. He, who was once disdainful of interacting with bare children, didn't know how to get along with this little loli in front of him for a while. Thinking about it carefully, the only little girl she was talking about seemed to be the able-bodied little guy I met in the hospital before. Although thinking so, Xiuyan still said, let's formally introduce it, I'm Xiuyan. Well, I know, Onizan is the passing savior. The little girl looked up and smiled. Xiuyan touched his nose awkwardly, as if he was pretending to be too big. Well, I don't know your name yet. Oh. As if to be affirmed, the smile on the little girl's face was obviously much larger than before. I am Haruko Kobayakawa, the wolf-shaped Haruko Kobayakawa. Is it a wolf? Xiuyan reached out his hand and touched Haruko's head. It's amazing. At the same time, a string of data has become more detailed. Favorite degree rises and information access is open. Information acquisition completed. Name, Haruko Kobayakawa. Ability, Wolf-shaped starter. Level, Stage 1. HP, 500/500. Physical strength, 500/500. Strength, 30, Agility, 45, Constitution, 40, Defense 30, Spirit, 5. Ability, 1, Fast Healing, the powerful self-healing ability of the original intestine organism, 2, 3. Status, Erosion rate 10%. It turns out that other people's information is available. Xiuyan's brain is spinning fast. If this is the case, it seems that the acquisition of an investigative ability has to be put on the agenda. In this dangerous world, nothing is more important than information. However, the statistics are 5 times higher than mine, but they were taken away by 2 weak police officers. Xiuyan thought, with a wry smile on his face, is it really because you are a child? Is it amazing? Haruko's voice dimmed after receiving Shuhako's praise, but, everyone seems to hate me. Obviously, now is definitely an opportunity to gain favorability. At this time, there is no need to say anything about it, because for children, they simply don't understand those things. So, at this time, only one sentence is needed. Is it okay if someone doesn't hate it? Xiuyan rubbed the little girl's brown hair fondly. I like Haruko very much. Suddenly, Haruko's face burst into a smile. And her pair of red pupils also returned to their normal colors at this time. Immediately, the sound of the increase in favorability level has sounded in Xiuyan's mind, but the data about Haruko has not been updated. At this time, Matsuzaki took a few clothes and walked over. I think the girls' clothes are quite dirty, so I brought a change of clothes. With that, Matsuzaki handed the clothes to Haruko, pointed to a small room and said, "There you can take a bath, let's go wash it." Haruko took the clothes and looked up at Zyuhiko. Xiuyan smiled and motioned for her to go. But the little girl didn't move, but said with some expectation, "Onizan, can you come together?" When? Xiuyan looked excited, but he got stuck as soon as he said a word. He turned to look at Matsuzaki next to him, and found that the elder was looking at him with a smile on his face. Xiuyan smiled back, but scolded his mother in his heart, "Smile, smile. Just laugh. Can you go? I'm going to take a bath." But Matsuzaki did not move, even the smile on his face did not change a bit, but the meaning of the smile seemed to say, "Boy, don't think I don't know what you are making." The two big men looked at each other stiffly with such smiles. "Onizan," Haruko called softly. "Little girl, do it by herself." Matsuzaki said suddenly, "You must be self-supporting. It's not necessary." Zyuyan shouted in his heart, but he didn't dare to say this. "Okay." Haruko walked towards the room with a loss, and when she walked to the door, she suddenly turned her head. Then, she said something that made Zyuyan excited all over her body. "Onizan's red eyes, are they pretty? P.S. Suddenly found out what annual selection, do you mind counting the votes for me? After all, I don't have much hope. After all, the old book is over, the new book is just open, and the era is not taking place. P.S. I find that I always miss the various selections made by book readers. Chapter 6, Do Not. Chapter 6 Don't use a stick against me. Red eyes." Zyuyan trembled in his heart, and he suddenly looked at Matsuzaki. "Elder, is there a mirror? Doesn't the original sir really know?" Matsuzaki seemed to have prepared a mirror long ago, and took it in front of Zyuyan. "Look at it yourself." Through the small mirror in front, Xiuyan clearly saw his red pupils. Zyuyan swears that the color of his previous pupils was definitely brown. What is this? Xiuyan's mind was already tumbling. In this world, it is not good news to have a pair of red pupils. Although I don't know what the reason is. Matsuzaki sighed on the side, but obviously, Mr. Zyuyan should be infected by the enterovirus, right? No. Xiuyan said decisively, "I am still aware of this." Indeed, after Zyuyan found out that he had become a red pupil, he immediately opened the property panel. However, in the status column, the display behind it was none, which means that his current situation is fundamentally different. He has not been infected by any gastroenteric virus, and his attribute value has not changed at all. So, there should be only one. Was pitted. After seeing the main mission, it is estimated that all the agents will think of one thing, that is, the identity assigned by the Garden of Eden should be a policeman or an ordinary person, and their mission is to hunt down gastrointestinal creatures. But obviously, this red pupil is definitely what the Garden of Eden wants to pit them. At this time, Zyuyan suddenly thought of Swayan's words, "Don't believe in the Garden of Eden. Calm down, now the first task is to figure out what's in my eyes. If I had always been a red pupil, I should have been spotted during the day. Moreover, in my memory, when I passed by the mall, I did not find myself on the reflective glass. Abnormal pupil changes." Thinking about this, Zyuyan had already spoken, "Elder Matsuzaki, can I not ask, have my pupils been red since I came here?" "No." Elder Matsuzaki shook his head. When the husband first came, his eyes were still black, but later they gradually changed to light red. Speaking of which, when I went to prepare the clothes, my husband's eyes changed. Became the color it is now. So, that's the reason for the emotional change? Or is it time? Or is it day and night? Zyuyan thought, it seems that the drawbacks of acting alone have appeared, and there are too few conjectures about the Garden of Eden. Although thinking so, Zaihuan said, Elder Matsuzaki, are you not afraid? The old man smiled, I got used to it. A few simple words seemed to contain the endless emotion of this old man about life. Although I don't understand the reason, since your husband is also a person who is separated from the public, you might as well live with me. Matsuzaki laughed and said, although the environment here is a bit harsher, at least no one will be crowded out. You. Xiu Yan looked up and found a lot of small heads protruding from the corners and the door of some rooms. At this time, he was staring at him curiously. Or rather, stare into your own eyes. You can try to control your emotions. Matsuzaki said with a smile, that's how I gave children. I believe that you should be easier to control emotions than these children. This is the only way I can think of temporarily. Thank you, Elder Matsuzaki. Zaihuan said sincerely. I have to say that this old man is really a good person, in various senses. In that case, Mr. Zaihuan should rest early. Matsuzaki said and waved his hand, letting all the children around him go back to rest, and at the same time he turned and left. At this time, Haruko changed into a new dress and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the little girl in front of him, Xiu Yan suddenly had an idea in his head, if there is no such creature as Loli in this world, then, it's better to destroy it. The little girl blushed when she came out. She lowered her head slightly and walked to Zaihuan's side, Iani. Cough, cough, cough. Zaihuan coughed a few times and took the little girl to the upper and lower bunk. He reached out and picked up Haruko and put it on the upper bunk. He touched the little girl's hair and said, I've been tired for a day, go early. Rest. Yeah, the little girl nodded. After hearing this, Xiu Yan was already lying on the lower bunk, thinking in his head how to deal with his red pupil. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded, Eon, are you also a cursed child? After his thoughts broke, Xiu Yan was stunned for a moment, and then replied, No, I am not, neither are you. But everyone calls us that. Haruko's voice was a little worried, because of our red eyes. Red eyes are a gift from God, and the most lovely symbol. Through the bed, Shuhako said slowly, Haruko must understand that no one is born to bear any sin. Even if it is a curse. Yeah, the little girl responded slowly, and then asked carefully, is Ernie, is also infected? Xiu Yan opened his mouth, but what he wanted to say suddenly stopped. After thinking about it, Xiu Yan suddenly said with a smile, yes. He concealed the fact that he was not infected. Then, how did Ernie grow up? Haruko suddenly became interested. No one said anything because of Ernie's eyes. Yes. Zaihuan replied, it's just that the people who said me are dead. The bed was silent. Zaihuan thought Haruko was thinking about something, but soon he found that the upper and lower bunk swayed and Haruko had quietly jumped off the upper bunk. She was not ashamed of her agility, and there was no sound when she landed. Just when Zaihuan was stunned, Haruko had already climbed on top of him. Iani is also lonely, right? Haruko lay on Shuhako's chest. She raised her head and said with a grin, Iani must have been alone, right? However, Xiu Yan suddenly thought of his life of revenge all the way before his death. In the end, a better answer turned into 3 words, forget it. After that, Haruko will be with Ernie, okay? Haruko's eyes turned red again with excitement. Xiu Yan's heart moved, of course it can. Great. Haruko leaned on Zaihuan's chest excitedly. She closed her eyes slightly, sniffing Zaihuan's scent, like a contented puppy. Finally, the little girl's confused voice came out. The events of the day made her so exhausted that he fell asleep on Zaihuan's body and just felt the safe breath, but her mouth was still muttering, finally. I have a family. Zaihuan's heart trembled when he heard this, and his hand trembled slightly and climbed onto Haruko's head. For some reason, there was peace in his heart at this time. This is a feeling that hasn't appeared in more than 10 years. This peaceful feeling just appeared. Zihuan shook his body, and he quickly recovered to his previous state, and said inconceivably, "Damn, don't you, I was attacked by a little girl." The shaking of the body caused Haruko to move restlessly on his body, and murmured, "Iani, don't push me with a stick, it's so uncomfortable. P.S. The 3 shifts have arrived, and we will do what we say. Now it is 3rd place. Go towards 2nd place. Recommend tickets or something. P.S. After 50,000 words, I want to start the era of big transactions. P.S. Book recommended tickets after 12 o'clock. Chapter 7, The Trouble is Coming. Chapter 7 Trouble is Coming. After finally calming down because of the discomfort, Xiao Zihuhako excitedly under Haruko's body. He calmed down and began to think about his current situation. First of all, I came here to have further contact with the protagonist, because according to the plot, at dawn tomorrow, Yunju will come to this place because of being squeezed out by classmates. However, his own red pupil made him have to re-evaluate the world, and the advantages of knowing the plot possessed by his substitutes could easily be left out of this pit of Eden. Moreover, the most important thing is that he has changed the plot. According to the original plot, it was Rintaro who sent Haruko to the hospital at this time, and then went out to meet Hirako Keijian. If Rintaro didn't send Haruko to the hospital now, would he still meet this early little boss? Throwing aside these plot events, Xiu Yan suddenly thought about the loopholes in what he was doing. If it were the red pupil, then the identities of these substitutes in this world are definitely arranged by the Garden of Eden, and it is not so easy to see the light. And so... Damn! Zihuan shuddered, and he suddenly thought of something. Those 2 policemen killed by him. According to his original logic, this world is a world full of dangers. He has left obvious bloodstains of abnormal human beings. Even if the 2 policemen are found, other people will think it is the original intestine after detecting the trace of blood. The creature did it, but obviously, according to the urine of his red pupil, the Garden of Eden will never let this detail go easily. Never believe in the Garden of Eden. Zihuan thought. With a move in his heart, Haruko gently moved away, and he got out of bed neatly. He walked out slowly, but just walked under a shaft, and a voice sounded behind him. "That little girl just relied on you very much." It was Matsuzaki's voice. "Are you going to leave like this? Because of some trouble?" Zihuan turned around helplessly. "It is the trouble caused by my impulse. I need to deal with it. If Haruko wakes up, the elder will help me explain it. Will be back soon." "Yet." Matsuzaki nodded, and then he said nothing more. "And Xiu Yan has already climbed up the ladder well. There is no value for money in the Garden of Eden." Xiu Yan didn't know, this was what Suiyan didn't tell them at the time. At this time, outside an abandoned house, the police lights flashed. The long cordon completely sealed off here. A policeman was taking photos of 2 policemen lying on the ground, and many others were checking the surroundings of the house, looking for clues. A chubby policeman wearing an orange coat opened the cordon and walked in. As the policeman arrived, all the policemen who saw him saluted. "Higurashi Police Department. What's the situation now?" Higurashi asked as he walked to the fat policeman and squatted down to check the corpse. The deceased was the Cheimu inspection and the Matsumoto inspection. A small police officer replied, "The time of death is preliminarily estimated to be between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The cause of death was shot in the head. The cartridge case has been found. Among them, the Pine inspection pistol was lost, and Cheimu the patrol magazine was lost, and the pistols left by the Cheimu patrol have already picked up suspicious fingerprints. Now they have been sent back to the police station for comparison. There is something that the police department needs to pay attention to." The young man pointed to the back of the fat policeman and said, "This drop of blood has been identified as containing protoental virus. We suspect that it was caused by the cursed children. Yet. Higurashi nodded and began to check the surrounding situation. This is the junkyard, and it has nothing to do with those children. Hey, I told them to pay attention to them. Those children are not easy to mess with. At least. The trouble of bringing the bullets to find these rubbish. So, do you need to investigate those children? Xiao Yung asked. I don't mind if you want to go. Higurashi walked to the wall and fixed his eyes on a bullet hole. The young police officer suddenly shook his head like a rattle when he heard these words, and then asked tentatively, then, the case is closed like this. Wait. No. Higurashi touched the bullet hole on the wall, staring at the faint traces of dust on the wall and said, no, no. Hey. The young police officer was taken aback. Come here. Higurashi said to the policeman, face this wall. Oh. The policeman ran quickly to face the wall. The height is wrong. Higurashi frowned, lower your height and hold it here with both hands. Face here. The policeman looked at the position. In order to hold the position with his hands and put his face on it at the same time, his buttocks had to be tilted up, and his face also turned red. Police department. Okay? There are so many people. Let's choose a place where no one is. Don't let me think about it. Higurashi carefully observed the bullet hole, then walked to the fat policeman, squatted down and carefully looked at the dust around the fat policeman on the ground. Then he raised his head and looked at the thin policeman. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It wasn't those kids who did it. Higurashi looked happy. He got up and stood at a position behind the fat policeman, and then meditated. Here, an adult came here. He first attacked the pine and then knocked down Chemu in an instant. As he said, he walked to the body of the thin policeman and looked at a string of traces on the ground. It should be something like an electric shock bullet. Higurashi supported his chin. He didn't kill the two immediately, but stunned them and then killed them. Why did he do this? Also, if this is the case, why would he stay in this position? The blood of the lower gastroenteric virus. Just here, a police officer rushed in from the outside and shouted, Police Department! Police Department! He came next to Nippon and took out a tablet and said, the monitor screen of the mall has been brought up. There is no nearby police car that has not been photographed due to the camera coverage problem, but are you looking at this place? As he said, a picture appeared on the tablet. It was the picture of Zaihuin deliberately reaching out and tripping Pinewood and taking the key from him. It's him. Higurashi's voice sank. What's the identity of this guy? Is it a policeman? Where did he appear last time? Identities are still being compared, but it is confirmed that it is not a policeman. The last time he appeared was outside District 39, with a little girl. Get in the car. Higurashi said, already walking out. At the police department. The pouting policeman hurriedly pursued, didn't you say that you don't care about these things? It's District 39. If those children did it, it would be handled by the police, but obviously, it was just a nosy ordinary person doing it. This is our responsibility. With that, Higurashi got into the police car. I'll report to my superiors. You immediately send someone to search in District 39. Remember, the suspect is carrying a gun. It is extremely dangerous. Put on a body armor. Yes. Higurashi set the police car on fire and ran out with a kick of the accelerator. He touched his head and said with a confused look, Hey? Why do I feel lucky? P.S. Recommended ticket. The third and third shifts, the second and fourth shifts, the first and fifth shifts, don't worry, I won't make it yet. At least if it's still not up, I still have the integrity of paying back the debts. If you want to see the update, if you want to see what, please hand in the recommended monthly pass. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Ambush. Zaihuin, who had just crawled out, heard the sound of a string of police sirens. Sure enough to be found. Xiu Yan smiled bitterly, really, am I committing a crime to the police? Even though he said that, Zihuan had already taken out a coin and placed it on the transmitter. Checked his pistol magazine again. The body has gone towards a ruin. What Zihuan has to do now is to solve this wave of police. He needs time, at least during the day, because that is the best opportunity for him to get in touch with Yanzu and get close to Rentaro. This is the outer area, which is infected by radiation and is not protected by the megalithic monument. If a wave of policemen die here, if you are lucky, you can easily be classified as a primitive gut attack. The policemen who came here had their pistols loaded when they got out of the car, keeping a cautious predecessor in formation. But in front of them, there was nothing but a ruin. Zihuan watched several police officers look down at his mobile phone, and then walked towards a manhole. There, it was the place where the group of little lowly hid. Hidden in the ruins, Xiu Yan raised his hand slightly and pressed one hand on the launch button. Suddenly, an electric light blazed out. The electric energy directly overturned a police car. Zihuan quickly withdrew from the battery, and his body moved along with it. There, shouted a policeman. There were too many bunkers in the ruins, and they could hardly shoot, so a group of people could only chase Zihuan, while shouting, "Beware of his weapons." He didn't even say to stop such nonsense. Xiu Yan looked back and observed as he ran, 11 people, that's a lot. The electric shock device just now should have interfered or destroyed some of the guys left behind in the car, so now you only need to solve these few people behind you. With that said, Zihuan turned his feet and turned to the right, where there was a large area of towering ruins. Zihuan did not move on, but got directly behind a wall. When the police came after him, they stopped for the first time. The person is gone, be careful. They did not chase the place where no one was like in various film and television works, but were cautious for the first time after seeing the suspect disappear. Listening to the footsteps ringing in his ears, Zihuan silently counted his steps while changing the battery. At the same time put the last coin in the launcher. The sound of footsteps gradually passed him. Xiu Yan raised his hand fiercely. An electric light gushes out. Hey! A string of shining electric lights stunned, and this electric light directly penetrated the two policemen, and at the same time, it stunned all the two people around him. But Zihuan narrowed his eyes, 9 people. The moment this thought appeared, the bang 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 gunshot sounded. They actually left 2 people behind. It was the 2 policemen who had been left at the end that shot at this time. Puff! A bullet directly penetrated Zihuan's left arm. Health, 90/100. Fortunately, Zihuan found out in time and hurriedly retracted into the bunker. Bang 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 continued to shoot at his bunker. At the same time, the voice calling for reinforcements has also rang. I can't stay in this place. Feeling the sound of the bullet hitting the ruined wall, Xiu Yan made a decision immediately. He bowed his leg slightly, then gritted his teeth, grabbing a piece of towering ruins and violently climbed up. A small high platform. He didn't make the slightest stay, he rolled. Has fallen off the high platform fiercely. Back bruises, it's okay. Xiu Yan instantly assessed his injury, and then moved towards another ruin. The gunshots stopped behind him, but Zihuan heard the yelling about bloodstain here behind him. The police chase did not end. Hidden behind the ruins, Zihuan used a knife to cut open his clothes and tore off a cloth strip to wrap his arm. He was thankful that this was a penetrating injury and did not hurt any bones, otherwise the arm would be temporarily useless. At this time, he hid in a small room that had collapsed in half. There were too many such semi-collapsed rooms in this rubble. Stamina 70/100. Through a dilapidated window, Zihuan saw the complex expressions on the policemen's faces. There was anxiety, hatred, and a hint of excitement. It was estimated that Zihuan had been seriously injured. As a result, their positions are now somewhat scattered. One of the policemen was outside his half-collapsed room. Zihuan's eyes swept around, his gaze fell on a small rock. It feels awkward to pick up without any hint. Xiu Yan said, already reaching out and grabbing the small stone. The stone is a good thing. He muttered, and then threw the stone fiercely through the crack with a good angle. Suddenly, the sound of a stone falling to the ground rang, attracting the attention of the 5 policemen. And Zihuan rushed out suddenly. He instantly drew the fruit knife from his waist, and covered the mouth of the policeman in front of him, while the fruit knife slashed across his neck fiercely. Zihuan backed away and dragged the policeman into the rubble. At this moment, the policeman's eyes widened and speechless, and his body twitched. I don't know if you have done anything bad. Xiu Yan sighed, but unfortunately, you got in the way of my survival. With that, Xiu Yan's body quickly emerged from another part of the half-collapsed room. The police immediately discovered that one of their companions was missing. They immediately looked back, and then they saw the colleague who was twitching in the room and spraying blood on his neck. A policeman immediately rushed over, covered his neck with his hand, and then shouted, "Stop the bleeding! Stop the bleeding!" Boom! Before he finished shouting, a gunshot. A bullet directly penetrated his forehead. Boom! The gunfire sounded again. A policeman next to him was shot in the chest, and his whole body was shocked, then he fell down and convulsed in pain. Body armor. Xiu Yan, who was fighting aid, curled his lips. He emptied all the remaining 4 bullets in the pistol to suppress other policemen who wanted to come up to help. And his body is retreating sharply again. This time, the remaining policemen were honest. They hid behind a bunker and kept calling for reinforcements. Zihuan bypassed the ruins and came to the place where he first ambushed. Here, 2 policemen were given seconds by the launcher, and 2 others were stunned. Zihuan changed a new magazine. He thought about it, put the pistol away, and walked towards 2 of the policemen with the fruit knife in his hand. He first touched the 2 policemen who had been lost in seconds, but apart from finding out the 2 magazines, he did not find the thing he wanted the most, the coin. I hate touching poor ghosts. Zihuan curled his lips and walked towards the 2 fainted police officers with a fruit knife. Just when he was about to do it, the tip of his knife stopped. Forget it. Xiu Yan shook his head, and he drew out the pistol again. Boom! Next, there are 5 people left. Xiu Yan said, but suddenly heard the sound of a propeller. Reinforcement. Xiu Yan frowned, come so fast. P.S. Now it is the 3rd place, and will arrive at the 3rd shift in the afternoon. Also, let's talk about it again, we are rushing to the hidden boss list. That is the new book list. I swiftly avoided the ranking of Swiba. If it were Fei, I would definitely not have any idea of rushing to the top. P.S. So, let's recommend a monthly pass or something to come soon. It depends on how hard we can be. Chapter 9, Cute Girl. Chapter 9, The Lovely Girl. With the sound of the propeller came a helicopter. There is also a huge searchlight hung under this helicopter, which is sweeping back and forth over the ruins at this time. Without saying a word, Xiu Yan jumped directly into the helicopter that the observer suddenly appeared in the ruins. This is not the kind of armed helicopter. There are 2 colors of blue and white on the fuselage. It is an ordinary Metropolitan Police Department helicopter. It seems that the police arrived a little later than the police. The helicopter stopped over the ruins, a rope was lowered, and several special police officers in black had slipped off the helicopter. Trouble! Xiu Yan murmured, his body shrank behind the ruins, and at the same time he stretched out his hand and touched it in his pocket, thinking for a while to find a way to go back to the room where he hid for the 2nd time and look at those 2. Are there any coins on the dead policeman? The weapons of these special police officers are some slight impact, which is definitely not something he can deal with the pistol in his hand. The only thing he can use now is this electric shocker's steel launcher on his wrist. However, Just as he put his hand into his trouser pocket, Xiu Yan was taken aback. He quickly withdrew his hand, and a coin appeared in his hand. And it's the kind of coin with a brilliant chrysanthemum printed on it. It's really a chrysanthemum, the kind of chrysanthemum that is very common. Forget it, just don't think about it. This was the coin that little Loli gave him when he was in the hospital. But Zaihuan swears that this coin was obviously used when he rescued Haruko. Afterwards, he went to take a look specially, as the coins had obviously disappeared there. Zaihuan thought it was directly gasified or something. However, why does this thing appear on his body again now? Xiu Yan flipped through the coin and found that the coin had no obverse. This is not to say that it is not as simple as the one word on the front, but no matter where you look at it, this coin, which is clearly two-sided, has only one side now. It seems that the other side that should have existed, disappeared. What's the situation? Xiu Yan stared at the coin dumbfounded. He slowly put it into the watch on his wrist. Suddenly, the green light of successful filling flashed on the watch. Can still be used. Xiu Yan was even more puzzled. However, he quickly recovered from the shocked state. At least the immediate trouble was much more serious than understanding where the coin came from. But obviously, this time, his luck was not so good. I saw a special policeman take out the discs one by one, and then stretched out his hand to sway, and then the group of people went in the direction of Zaihuyi's hiding. Detector, this is going to kill me. Xiu Yan cursed, observing the ruins. He moved quickly among the ruins. However, the group of special policemen behind him were chasing after him. On the way to escape, Xiu Yan would inevitably show his figure, and whenever this happened, bullets would follow. After experiencing a series of bombing rain, Zaihuyan hid behind a bunker, the special police behind the observer, while Zaihuyan counted silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. When he blurted out, Xiu Yan had already raised his hand suddenly. The flashing light suddenly appeared. However, this time, the Dian Guang did not rush to the special police, but suddenly hit a piece of rubble. Rumble! It was a violent tremor. In the next moment, a large area of ruins collapsed. Several special policemen under the rubble were directly buried in. At the same time, a string of reminders in Zaihuyan's mind had sounded. Destroy the elite, reward 50 survival points. Destroy the elite, reward 50 survival points. Destroy the elite, reward 50 survival points. Really? Xiu Yan's heart moved. Those with red pupils need to face not only the gastrointestinal creatures, but also these humans. But only 3 people were eliminated. Xiu Yan secretly looked at the ruins. Among the 6 special police officers who came down, 3 were lying in the distance at this time. It should have been when the ruins collapsed and ran out. 2 of the other 3 were dead and disappeared. The only person I can see is only half of his body exposed outside, and at the same time, his body is still emitting light. This shining Zaihuyan is too familiar. This is the light of a corpse that hasn't been touched yet. Although I don't know what the reward mechanism of this world is like, this is definitely the light that touches the corpse hasn't run away. Xiu Yan, who was originally quite happy, suddenly dropped his face. To him, this was equivalent to 2 corpses that could be touched just slipping away from him. It's a bit of a loss. Xiu Yan put on the last battery, he touched his pocket, and sure enough, the coin appeared again. Next, is the real fight. As Zaihuyan's words fell, a bullet shot directly at his bunker. At the same time, Zaihuyan heard a click. I saw a grenade drawing a complete arc and thinking about him flying here. Day! Xiu Yan cursed, and leaped forward suddenly. Boom! Behind him, there was a huge roar directly. Xiu Yan flew out. Then it hit the ground fiercely. And Zaihuyan's back has been hit by those many collapsed rocks. Health 50/100. Damn it! Xiu Yan quickly got up and limply hid behind a bunker. His current ruins are very close to little Lolita's hiding place in Area 39. If he really can't hold on, Xiaoyan will return to the underground passage as soon as possible. That was the worst plan, and it was also the last escape route Xiaoyan had prepared for him. Bang bang! Xiu Yan reached out and fired, suppressing the 3 special police officers, and then by this opportunity, he quickly searched for favorable conditions around him that could help him escape from the status quo. The launcher still had 2 opportunities to use the launcher, and Xiaoyan was confident that he would wipe out a wave of police. The familiar grenade sound of Pata appeared again. Come back! Xiu Yan got up quickly, he was about to run away, suddenly a dark shadow flashed by. It is a petite body. At this moment, she ran wildly among the ruins, jumped up on a high ground, kicked out a pair of white little feet. I thought that Xiu Yan's flying grenade would be kicked back by her. The 2 special police officers were blown away by the grenade before they could react. Just as another special policeman was about to start the robbery, the petite figure suddenly disappeared in the air, and she suddenly rushed to the special policeman's side. With crimson eyes, she grabbed her hands fiercely. That cute little hand is like sharp claws at this time. Under the waving, blood spattered. The little girl is baring her teeth, her face is full of anger. Haruko. Xiu Yi walked out of the ruins, looking at the little girl in front of him in an incredible way. Haruko turned her head, and the spewing blood stained her whole body. Beside the corpse, she was like a demon who had just crawled out of hell. However, her toothy expression began to calm down after seeing Xiaoyan. Soon, calm became timid, and she only heard her whisper, "Iani, am I doing something wrong?" No. Xiaoyan walked quickly to her side. He didn't care about the blood on Haruko's body, stretched out his hand and hugged her in his arms, and said seriously, "Nothing wrong." That's good. The expression on Haruko's face suddenly relaxed, and then said aggrieved, "Uni, next time you don't do these dangerous things by yourself." The blood on her face at this time, in a tone of hesitation and request, told an uncommon request. Haruko at this moment is so cute. P.S. 3 shifts arrived. By the way, continue to ask for votes. This selection will end on the 31st, so you must not let it go. P.S. Damn, the book guests annual meeting actually requires you to bring a cos suit. I thought of my FF group. That's it. Chapter 10, Dawn and number 039, TB Crazy. I know who your voice is. Chapter 10 Don't be rampant. I know who your voice is. Xiaoyan understood a truth deeply at this time. What does it mean to earn 3 years of blood? The death penalty is not lost. There is such a loyal dog-shaped loli who cares about you so much. If Xiaohako originally thought of Haruko to use more than love, then at this time, it has been completely reversed. This little loli did not immediately ask Xiaoyan why he left there, and did not ask him why he left without saying goodbye, but said, "I don't want to leave you." This is a feeling of being trusted, a feeling of being relied on, a feeling that Shuhako, who has been walking in the dark all year round, was difficult to experience before. Xiaoyan smiled and touched the little girl's head, but he found that Haruko's face suddenly changed. She yanked Xiaoyan away, and then her 2 paws were suddenly raised. Chi! An extremely harsh voice sounded. Haruko turned a somersault in the air, squatted halfway on the ground after landing, staring at the attacker in front of her with red eyes. Xiaoyan had already recovered. He looked at the 2 tall and short figures that appeared suddenly, Hirako Keijian and Hirako Kohina. It really came. Xiaoyan slowly stood up from the ground, his eyes fixed on Hirako Yingyan, and his right hand was slightly raised. "Haruko, are you okay?" Xiaoyan asked. "She's very powerful, Oni, you have to be careful." Haruko looked wary, but the answer was to make Xiaoyan be careful. Sure enough, it's just an ordinary person. Although Hirako Keijian looked personable, his tone was extremely frivolous. "There is no you in my plan, Kid, who are you? Why did you steal the trial that originally belonged to Rintaro? In the original work, it should be Rintaro who rescued Haruko who was dying, and met Hirako Keijian. Then the two sides exchanged friendly views. In the end, Rintaro shot several shots on a box of money. So, money did you mess with you? I just did something I should do. Zaihuyan's hand pressed the launch button, or, what many people should do. Sure enough. Hirako Keijian laughed happily, you are not from Tokyo. There are very few people in Tokyo who think like you, and there are no guys with red pupils. Zaihuyan's mind turned wildly. Hirako Keijian, as a new human, is not something he can deal with now, and that little Hina, Haruko's move is okay, but it is impossible to win. After all, people have singled out the existence of countless starters with rankings. Cooperation is the only way now. However, only in the current plot, Hirako Keijian is the kind who will not cooperate with anyone except Rintaro. Because Rintaro was his target. Dad. Little Benet smiled at the side, can I kill them? Yes, little Hina. Hirako Keijian said this sentence lightly, anyway, they are worthless. Awesome. Little Hina raised his swords and looked at Zaihuyan and Haruko with excitement. Wait. Zaihuyan said quickly, I think we need to talk, Mr. Hirako Keijian. Or rather, the Tokyo destroyer entrusted by Tendo Kikuno-ci. Xiuyan now has all the treasures on top of his talent skills. Little Hina. Hirako Keijian suddenly stopped the young Hina who was about to do it. Even through the mask, Zaihuyan could feel Hirako Yingyan's eyes staring at him. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, but I know that you are a member of the 787 Special Forces of the New Human Project, with illusion devices and the strongest pain. These other police officers also know. So, what about turning your hands into endless summoning and nameless death with Lingguang spear weapons? Zaihuyan looked at him calmly, I didn't attend that meeting. You know this very well, but I know you want to summon. The thing is Scorpio, right? I still know that your voice is, I didn't say the last one. Little guy. Hirako Yingyan's voice was gloomy, I advise you to tell me who you are. Knowing too much is not good for you, and don't lie to me, trust me, I can see it. The skills are in effect. Xiuyan was overjoyed in his heart. But what's the answer next? Zaihuyan believes that as long as he dares to tell lies, Hirako Keijian can definitely tell, even if his natural ability is always playing a role, but for a guy who knows all his secrets in front of him, something from a social worker not enough to see. Without telling lies? The corner of Xiuyan's mouth twitched, and he smiled, really? Knowing too much will lead to death? Then, I know everything, why can I still live to this day? This is a rhetorical question without any lie. I'm asking who you are. Hirako Yingyan's voice was impatient, I asked you, not you. My existence is not Mr. Hirako Keijian that you can guess. Zaihuyan said sincerely, I have my mission here and have nothing to do with you, so how about we don't disturb each other? This is another word without any lies. Even to say, it's all the truth. Hirako Yingyan was silent. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed loudly, interesting. 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 What a funny guy. Hirako Keijian's voice is extremely cheerful, you didn't lie, or I can't tell you that you are lying, but regardless of it, you actually know so many things. It's so interesting. Besides Rintaro, there is actually such an interesting guy. So, how about not interfering with each other? Xiuyan asked seriously. Hirako Keijian just wanted to answer, but his voice stopped. He raised his head thinking about looking at the distance, and muttered, is it here again? What a trouble! Little Hina shouted impatiently below, Dad, can I chop him? No way, Kobane. Hirako Keijian shook his head and said, now we are also in trouble, we need to avoid it first. Dad hates it. Although Xiaobina said so, he still put away his double knives. You are an interesting little guy. Hirako Keijian said with a smile, I am looking forward to seeing you next time. As he said, Hirako Keijian has taken Xiaohina back and hurriedly retreated, and shouted, also, little guy, I have already taken care of some troubles, such as the police. Remember to do something like this next time. Cleaner. Seeing Hirako Yingyan's distant figure, Xiaoyan breathed out. Fortunately, I didn't lower my mouth. And as Xiaoyan's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Haruko's eyes flashed, and she started to move. But after Xiaohako glanced at the figure, he violently stretched out his hand to hold Haruko. Haruko, stop. This is a friend. P.S. It's already the first one. Thank you so much for your support. There is also the support of the big guys in the group. P.S. The prologue, on, has been sent to the second trial. Hope to recover tomorrow. P.S. Let's continue to work codewords. Chapter 11, is it the big four in the rumors? Chapter 11 is the top four in the rumors. The one who suddenly appeared was no one else. It is Swayan, the instructor of the new group of Xiaoyan. After raising the difficulty from novice difficulty to tutoring task difficulty, the instructor who ran away extremely irresponsibly. Friend. Haruko was stunned, then she tilted her head, is she? The red pupil is also a cursed child. Indeed, even the pupils of Swayan, who was the instructor, were red at this time. Yes, so is he. Xiaoyan replied instead of Swayan, and at the same time he reached out and pulled Haruko back. His eyes turned to Swayan. Instructor Swayan, what a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence. Swayan said with a smile, how do you feel that you are so wary of me? Don't worry, I am your instructor, and it won't hurt you. Xiaoyan shook his head, since you directly dropped us newcomers, you have given up your status as an instructor. So, if I take the liberty, I can't believe you now. Swayan shrugged his shoulders indifferently, it's up to you. By the way, have you ever seen Hirako Yingyan? I feel he is here. He just left. It's a pity. Swayan sighed, let him run away again. Hearing this sentence, Xiaohako's whole person became energetic. This sentence contains a lot of information. The most important point is that he, the instructor, has the strength that surpasses Hirako Keijian and Hirako Kohina. Hirako Yingyan is your mission target? Xiaoyan asked suddenly. Don't think about it. Swayan replied, this mission is a cooperative mode, that is to say, everyone's mission is the same. My mission is the same as yours, it's all about hunting gastrointestinal creatures. Xiaoyan lifted his chin, in other words, Hirako Keijian has what you need, right? Yes. Swayan said without hesitation, by the way, I will give you a free message. In the Garden of Eden, the easiest way to get any power is to kill him. If you are lucky, you should be able to get a response. Ability. It's free this time, but you will be charged later. Why did I think of something strange? Xiaoyan said in words that only he could hear. Speaking. Obviously, Swayan didn't hear these words, but he looked around. Don't you touch these corpses. Xiaoyan didn't speak, but looked at Swayan with a smile. The meaning is very simple, you are here, I am not relieved. Cut, I'm not interested in these rubbish. Swayan immediately understood what Xiaoyan meant, and said disdainfully, this is the first time I have seen you such a cautious guy. I'm an instructor. As he said, Swayan suddenly patted his head, yes, since it's an instructor, I should help you too. You look pretty miserable now. Why does this instructor feel a little heartless? Xiuyan muttered in his heart. But one thing Swayan was right, Xiaoyan is indeed miserable now. The clothes on his body have long since become tattered, and blood is leaking from his back, and there are wounds on his entire back. At the same time, Cloth strips were wrapped around his hands and arms, and the cloth strips on his arms had been dyed red with blood a long time ago. Those who didn't know gave Xiaoyan a sharp look, and absolutely thought that he had just come down from which battlefield. When Shuiyan's voice fell, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a ray of light fell on Shuiyan's body. Visibly to the naked eye, Xiaoyan's injury began to recover, and Xiaoyan even saw his health on the attribute panel began to rise continuously. When Xiaoyan's health was full, the wound on his body was completely healed. Haruko's eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't help poking her hand out. "Go and touch your corpse." Swayan stepped aside and looked at Xiaoyan grinningly. "Trust me now, right?" "Thank you." Xiaoyan thanked him, and then walked towards the corpses. First of all, it was the special police officer who was killed by Haruko. Xiaoyan squatted down and reached out to touch his glowing corpse. The light of this corpse could not be seen by other people, only the substitute could see it. As soon as he touched the corpse, a voice rang in Xiaoyan's brain. Whether to pick up the item. After reconfirming, 2 small glass bottles suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Name: Blood Recovery Medicine, small. Grade: white dilapidated. Function: restore 10 points of health. How to use: drinking. Introduction: I'm sorry to inform you that we don't have a right click to use it. If you want to restore blood, please drink it. Therefore, the speed of blood return depends entirely on your swallowing speed. In other words, is it easier for you to call it fruit orange? Xiaoyan has now selectively ignored that slot-filled introduction. He had already walked to the 2 special police officers who were killed by the grenade. The 2 small medicine bottles appeared in his hands again. The difference is that this time, a book appeared in his hands. Name: Physical Strengthening. Category: Skills. Grade: D level. Function: use the basic attributes of the Descendant Walker to increase 10 points in addition to the spirit. At the same time improving the body is to beat the sex. Consumption: after use, the consumption of stamina is doubled and can be turned off at any time. Introduction: this is a very practical skill. Believe me, for newcomers, it is very useful to remove attribute bonuses other than spirit, such as your ability, but you need to be cautious if your physical strength is doubled. The question to consider: otherwise, you are obviously still tough, but you will not move like a dead pig. What is the difference between a prosthetic limb? No, there is still a difference, people's prostheses will still vibrate. Seeing the introduction, Xiaoyan almost didn't throw this away. Is there such a metaphor for him? Next to Swayan already exclaimed, "What a joke! Can you actually find a skill book on this kind of garbage?" "Hey!" Holding up the book, Xiuyan asked with a puzzled face, "Is this stuff difficult to handle?" "Nonsense!" Swayan said angrily, "Skills belong to the main ability of the surrogate in the Garden of Eden. In addition to the selection of enhancement in the Garden of Eden, another way is to obtain the skill book. The enhancement of the Garden of Eden requires the purchase of survival points, but the skill book it doesn't need to. I'm an eye-opener today. How can you touch out the skill book on the whiteboard cannon fodder? Is that so?" Xiuyan muttered and then walked to the remaining special police officer who was crushed to death by the ruins. At the same time, a prop appeared in his hand. Name: Baishan Battery. Category: Consumables, rechargeable, charging time 12 hours. Grade: Excellent Green, upgradable. Function: suitable for any item that can theoretically use battery. Introduction: this is one of the 4 largest batteries in the rumor, with a universal adaptable Baishan battery. Anything that can theoretically use a battery can be perfectly adapted to the Baishan battery. The only drawback is that the amount of power he reserves does not seem to be too much. Xiuyan stared blankly at the Baishan battery in his hand, and then at the special battery in the steel launcher with the 6 cell, which is stronger than the 6 cell. Did I drop the battery? Xiuyan asked himself. P.S. Damn, the book guest actually wears a costume suit to eat in a restaurant, what a joke, hey. Originally I wanted to take the black cat with me, but now I think about it, the long sleeves are too inconvenient to eat, so forget it. P.S. Recovery from the prologue. Chapter 12, Template. Chapter 12 Templates. Green. Swayan, who stood by, couldn't help it any more this time. Did you get the green equipment out of a garbage corpse? It's just a battery. Xiuyan shook the items in his hands. Wait. Swayan suddenly called to Xian, that, on your wrist is also equipment. Xiuyan nodded. It came out of the weapon box. Swayan's voice was trembling when she said this. Yes. Xiuyan touched the transmitter on his wrist, it's also green. Swayan was silent. Why? The little boy lowered his head, his tone of voice was full of doubts about life. Why? Why do I have 16 bricks out of 20 boxes? It's useless if you ask me. Xiuyan walked to Swayan, and stretched out his hand to hold Haruko. After all, I don't really understand what your African lives are like. Swayan suddenly raised her head, looking at Xiuyan with a sulky expression, say. Are you a son of the Garden of Eden? Seeing Shuyan Yang's face pouting, Xiuyan trembled in his heart. Instructor. If you have something to say, don't you be cute. Humph. Swayan raised his head, I don't want to talk to you. Auni Haruko pulled Rashuhako's arm, this sister is so strange. Xiuyan stretched out his hand and touched her head, and said, this is a little brother, not a sister. Brother. Haruko nodded seemingly. Xiuyan looked up at Swayan who was sulking, but the expression on his face became serious. So, instructor, when are you going to pretend? Hey. Swayan turned her head and looked confused. What? You just said that your target is Hirako Yingyan, right? Xiuyan's eyes burned, because he has the abilities you need. Yup. Then, instructor, why don't you keep chasing? Xiuyan tilted his head, judging from Hirako Yingyan's reaction just now, you should have found him more than once, right? Swayan slapped haha, we are not doing some of the duties of an instructor and helping you with something. If that's the case, you won't drop us newcomers directly at the beginning. Xiuyan stretched out a finger, you left us at the beginning, which shows that Hirako Keijian's ability is for you. It's very important, so important that you can abandon us newcomers who need you to complete the task of guidance. But after just knowing that Hirako Yingyan is not there, you chose to stay, as if Hirako Yingyan is not so important. Don't you think, is this contradictory to your original choice? Swayan tilted his head, you didn't think about it because I think you are a person who can clear the initial mission, so I want to give you a hand. Of course I thought about it. Xiuyan laughed, so, what do you want? Swayan raised her eyebrows and said nothing. I never believe in help for no reason. For example, parents and children are the of family, friends and friends, that is the of friendship, even if it is helping the elderly to cross the road, it is also a manifestation of values and qualities. However, in a crisis-ridden world, in this world where you can lose your life at any time, many morals and qualities are obviously empty talk. Here, benefits should be greater than everything. For example, this was the case with your weapon rental and sales at the beginning. But now, I clearly want to. You who want to get benefits have stopped your pursuit of benefits because of me, so the reason should be obvious, right? Because I have greater interests here, at least greater than Hirako Yingyan, right? Swayan didn't refute, he nodded, is it just because of this? Under a certain worldview, these are enough. Okay. Swayan shrugged his shoulders, you're right. Please tell me the reason, instructor. Xiuyan's voice calmed down, what do you want from me? Actually, it's really nothing. Swayan said, as you said, you are more valuable than Hirako Yingyan. What do you mean? Xiu Yan frowned. Because you are not an ordinary substitute. Swain couldn't help it, and simply said, you are a template person. Template person. Xiu Yan became even more confused, what is that? If you insist on explaining. Swain dragged his chin, the chosen person? The man of destiny? Or, the protagonist? Hey! Xiu Yan gave me a funny expression on his face. Then use the concept of the protagonist. Swain clapped his hands, but, you have to be clear about one thing. In the Garden of Eden, there are many similar protagonists. For specific circumstances, go back to the Garden of Eden. Just understand, I don't understand. There are many protagonists. Xiu Yan pondered, in this case, let me change the question. How did you find out that I am the protagonist in your mouth? Did I write on my face? Because of the guiding task. Swain said naturally, every time a guiding task appears, it is to tell us these seniors that in the guiding task, there will be at least one newcomer similar to the protagonist like a template person, and the newcomer is the object of competition for the veterans. Senior competition. Yes, the veterans are competing. Swain said sternly, you don't really think that all surrogates are Lone Rangers, do you? You know, to survive in a dangerous place like the Garden of Eden, a person's power is often not enough, especially in the difficult areas in the future. The Lone Ranger is often difficult to move, because you have to face a more dangerous world, more terrifying enemies. Those enemies are often difficult for one person to deal with, so almost start from the R zone. It's rare to see lone substitutes. Everyone will team up to complete tasks. This will not only greatly increase the survival rate, but also gain more benefits through the power of the team. Swain said, pointing to Xian, the protagonist similar to yours is the first choice for these teams. After all, the protagonist is always equated with being strong and having great cultivation value. Understood. Xian nodded. The last question, why do you think I am the template person in your mouth? What you just said is that it will appear in the guidance task, but you won't specify it. Because you are the best performer so far. Swain said with a smile, if you make a mistake in this way, then there is no loss to me. After all, if the protagonist has not performed a supporting role yet, okay, don't worry about this protagonist. So. Xiu Yi looked at Swain seriously, your real purpose is not this mission? It's your teammate. Hey. Swain said nonchalantly, there is nothing more suitable to be a teammate than a newcomer who has never entered the Garden of Eden? Isn't it? After all, teammates need to be delivered back, and here, it is. A world that will die at any time. P.S. I saw a friend asking about the group number. There are 2 groups here, the first one, 49086662 and the second one, 3753476635. Choose by yourself. Chapter 13, It is a Man and number 039, S romance to call out the name of the move. The 13th chapter shouting the name of the move is a man's romance. When Swain's voice just fell, Xiaoyan had already stretched out his hand. What are you doing? Swain looked at him irritably. Temporary cooperation. Xiaoyan said, however, in view of your negligence of duty as an instructor, I still need to think about being a teammate, but the temporary cooperation is still okay. Ha! Swain raised his head and said angrily, I'm an experienced person, you are a newcomer who pretends to be such a cock, be careful that I will kill you. It's so cute seeing Swain's head up. Xiu Yan couldn't help but put his hand out and touched Swain's head. Shut up! Don't say I'm cute. Swain slapped Xiaoyan's hand off, also. Don't touch my head. Yuni Haruko stretched out her hand and shook Xiaoyan, I want to touch my head. Xiaoyi smiled and touched Haruko, looked at Swain and said, look, Haruko is more obedient. I'm not a kid. Swain's small face flushed with anger, but after he took a closer look at Haruko, his brows wrinkled. Zaihuyan, I have to remind you of something. You said the Garden of Eden has no cost-effectiveness. You have to remember this sentence clearly. Swayan said solemnly, there is no such thing as a great harvest with very little effort in the Garden of Eden. It is correct that you choose these children to help you complete the task. They seem to be able to greatly reduce the difficulty of the task, but the overall difficulty of the task will not change. In other words, if you choose her, it will reduce the difficulty of hunting gastroenterologists, but correspondingly, about humans. But the difficulty will also increase. Xiuyi looked at the special police officers who fell on the ground, but said with a smile on his face, I know this naturally. In fact, I quite like this setting. Like. At least it's fair, isn't it? Zaihuyan shook the skill book in his hand. You have to pay as much as you want, such a beautiful setting. Seeing the skill book in Zaihuyan's hand, Swayan was so angry that he curled his lips and said, no. This is not fair at all. Luck is also one of the criteria for weighing fairness. Zaihuyan proudly said, by the way, do you want to use this stuff directly? Also, where do I put these medicine bottles? I remember you just waved those things. Disappeared. The Garden of Eden watch has a storage function. Swayan replied with a curled lips, but correspondingly, the watch storage function needs to be turned on at the survival point, and it can only be turned on after returning to the Garden of Eden. At the same time, all the rights of the surrogate are it must be fully activated after the first return. As for this skill book, I suggest you use it directly, after all, you are just an ordinary person now. So that's it. Xiuyi nodded, very good. Okay. Swayan sneered, the Garden of Eden allows newcomers to use their lives as a bet to complete those horrible tasks, but they haven't even activated all the basic rights of substitutes. Is this good? People who have no value are not eligible to enjoy resources. Zaihuyan said, already walking towards the manhole, there is nothing wrong with it. Swayan was stunned, but when he saw Zaihuyan's actions, he was stunned. Hey, where are you going? Otherwise. Zaihuyan replied, I chose to use this method to complete the task, so naturally I have to keep going. Haruko had run to the manhole and opened the manhole cover. I'm an experienced person, it's easy for you to complete the task with me. Swayan shouted angrily from behind. Zaihuyan turned his head, Eden has no price-performance ratio. This is what you taught me. If you complete the task with you, you have to pay a certain price, right? Swayan was stunned. When he recovered, the manhole cover of the manhole was covered. I learned very fast. Swayan laughed playfully, it's really a weird guy, but it's not in vain that I snatched the qualification to enter the guidance mission. Swayan said, already walking out of the ruins, he took out a thing similar to a compass, and muttered, it's really fast to run. He wanted to look around, and finally got into a police car and drove toward the city. When Shuhako and Haruko returned to the sewer, Matsuzaki was standing in the aisle. The other children were still asleep, not knowing whether they were not awakened by the above movement or they were already awake but fell asleep again under the comfort of Matsuzaki. Elder. Zaihuyan said guiltily, I'm causing you trouble, Haruko and I will leave tomorrow. Actually, you can continue to live here. Matsuzaki sighed, I can understand you. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Matsuzaki. Zaihuyan walked past Matsuzaki, however, I don't think I should make trouble here. Matsuzaki was silent for a moment, then I will find you a change of clothes. Shui returned to the room and sat on the bed, while Haruko sat beside him, shaking her legs innocently. Zaihuyan looked at the cute little girl, and suddenly asked, Haruko, do you have anything to ask me? Ask what, Ernie? Haruko raised her head and looked at Zaihuyan strangely. For example, what I said to that person just now or something? No. Haruko shook her head, because Haruko doesn't know anything. Don't you need to ask if you don't know? I don't know why you want to ask. Haruko said puzzledly, if you don't know, you don't know. There are many things that Haruko doesn't know. Isn't it boring to ask everyone? You are really. Seeing her like this, Xiuyan laughed helplessly. Seeing Zyuhako's expression, Haruko suddenly shrank his head. Did Haruko do something wrong? No. Xiuyan shook his head, there is nothing wrong, I think too much. With that, Zyuyan was already lying on the bed. Haruko, too, rest early. Haruko is going to sleep on Ernie. The little girl cheered and lay on Zyuyan's chest. This time, Zyuyan no longer had any messy thoughts. He gently stroked the little girl's head and coaxed her to sleep. And the system prompt also appeared. Rising favorability. Panel view open. Name, Haruko Kobayakawa. Ability, 1, Fast Healing, 2, Tearing, 3. Status, 15% erosion rate. Sure enough, as the favorability increases, you can see more information and get more permissions. Zyuyan thought, and his mind turned, Haruko's panel had disappeared from his eyes. If you want to check, Haruko's panel properties will appear in front of him again. Except for the 15% erosion rate, Haruko looked normal. Haruko, who was lying on Zyuhako's body, went into sleep carelessly again. And Xiuyan had already pulled out that body energy to strengthen. Skill book, Physical Fitness Enhancement, whether to use it. After receiving such a prompt, Zyuyan chose yes. Suddenly, the book in his hand turned into a volume of data and rushed into his mind. As this stream of data poured into his mind, Xiuyan suddenly felt that there was something in his head. To learn new skills, physical strengthening. Please shout the name of the skill when using it, turn it off at will. P.S. Damn, I've been writing a Monster Girl book for more than an hour. In the end, it turned out to be a pixel game. Oh, your uncle, you can't get on the car that Beidou knows. Chapter 14, Some little girl seems to be broken. Chapter 14 Some little girl looks broken. No sunlight can be seen from underground pipes. But Zyuyan woke up very early because he heard the sound of the manhole opening. When Zyuyan walked out of the room, he saw a little orange girl with double ponytails shrinking in a corner. At this moment Matsuzaki was talking next to her. It is Yanju. Rendero's plot may be broken, but Yanzu's here is not. This morning, it was she who was said to be a cursed child and was persuaded by the teacher to quit. She ran here alone to get sulking. According to Zyuyan's original vision, it is now a good opportunity to contact Yanzu, but after the events of last night, Zyuyan had to replan his plan. However, it is inevitable to have a good relationship with the protagonist. Zyuyan was about to walk over, but he felt someone pull him behind him. Looking back, he found Haruko grasping the corner of his clothes with one hand and rubbing his eyes with the other, muttering in a daze, "Iani together." Zyuyan stretched out his hand and rubbed Haruko's head. I don't know why, but now he likes this action more and more. Leading Haruko over, Zyuyan said, "What's the matter, elder?" "Nothing." Matsuzaki raised his head, the little girl was a little wronged. Hearing the sound, Yanzu also raised her head, and then she saw Haruko next to Zyuyan at a glance. Yanzu's eyes moved with a lonely face. She raised her head first, then stiffened, and then shrank back. At the same time, she said with great embarrassment, "Yes, I'm sorry, yesterday." "It's okay." However, Haruko's answer made Yanzu so surprised. The little girl who had been asking for help in front of her yesterday was still smiling. Why does this happen? Yanzu couldn't be more familiar, because she used to be the same as Haruko in front of her. She moved her gaze to Zyuyan. "Are you, a promoter?" Xiuyan shook his head and just listened to him opening his mouth. "If you escape because the people around you add bad words to you, doesn't it seem too cowardly?" "Hey! Yanzhu was taken aback. If it were a Tencha girl, it wouldn't be the way it is now. Zaihuyan smiled and said, moreover, even if everyone hates you, at least one person should care about you, right? That person, maybe now. I'm looking for you. Yanzhu's eyes moved, then he hugged his legs and lowered his head, Rentaro. If you want to be his wife, the first thing to do is not to make him sad, right? Yanzhu suddenly looked up. However, Zaihuyan looked at Matsuzaki at this time, elder, we are leaving. Father Matsuzaki nodded, Mr. Zaihuyan, be careful. If you can't stay outside, you can come back. I will remember this sentence. Zaihuyan waved his hand to Matsuzaki and led Haruko to the outside. Haruko was holding hands by Zaihuhako and walking out, but she turned her head and raised a fist to Yanzhu, and said with a smile, those who hate us, just kill them. Oh, as soon as she finished her voice, Xiuyan knocked her head. Suddenly, the little girl looked up with an aggrieved expression, Ouni. In Zaihuyan's plan, the current Yanzhu was no longer her target, and he hadn't planned to attack Yanzhu from the beginning. Because the price/performance ratio is too low. Rintaro was the first person to help Yanzhu get out of the predicament. This feeling cannot be replaced by a few words of ordinary people. During the strategy, a little carelessness may make him fall into the embarrassing situation of being double-hated. Although there are countless strategies in many fan arts, many people are just right, or completely ignore the unreasonable feelings between people. As if the fetters that existed in human nature would be directly destroyed by a few words of YY. Therefore, the easiest way to get a good impression at this time is to appropriately help her out of the predicament and compliment the person she cares about most. When Zaihuyan just walked out of this manhole, a guy in front of him gave him a daze. This is the otaku who came to this world with him. This guy was also shocked when he saw Zaihuyan. Why are you here? Zaihuyan looked down at the manhole, then laughed, I came for Yanzhu. Yet. The otaku replied warily. Then he moved to Haruko next to Zaihuyan, and his mouth opened wide, it's her. As he said, he slapped his head, damn it. The police are all to blame. I missed this. Sure enough, I can't be full of Tina. Yet, it seems you have a lot of goals. Xiuyan quipped. It has nothing to do with you. The otaku said as he wanted to walk to the well. However, an arm stretched out to block his way. Before I go down, I have something to ask you. Xiuyan said. Why should I answer you? I don't know why, but after a day has passed, this otaku has become more courageous. Brush. Zaihuyan drew his pistol and pointed it at the otaku's head, I don't mind making you suffer. To Zaihuyan's surprise, the otaku didn't care at all. Instead, he sneered and looked at Zaihuyan, if you have the ability, you can shoot. After thinking about it slightly, Xiuyan withdrew the grab, and then smiled, thank you. Hey! This time the otaku was dumbfounded, I didn't say anything. You have said a lot. Zaihuyan smiled, as a thank you, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Don't try to play Yanzhu. This is a real world. You will not only set up a for yourself if you do so. Preparing the protagonist of NTR, so there is no benefit other than Falg who must die. Moreover, don't even think about playing Tina's attention, because she won't show up. What are you talking about? The otaku looked depressed, nervous you. But at the moment his voice fell, a petite figure suddenly rushed towards him. Haruko! Zaihuyan shouted. Swish! The little palm stopped in front of the otaku. Haruko pursed her lips and returned to Zaihuhako's side, shouting slightly dissatisfied, Uni! Good. Xiuyan touched her head. The little girl immediately hugged Zaihuyan's waist with a look of enjoyment. The otaku's eyes straightened from the side, how did you do it? Zaihuyan spread his hands. He didn't answer, but led Haruko to the distance. The otaku looked at the manhole and then at Zaihuyan who was leaving. He lowered his head and thought about it, and then quickly chased Zihuan. Brother, no, big brother, wait for me. P.S. Here I want to talk about some things about the mission world. From the 30,000 words in front of me, everyone should be able to see that my book of infinite stream is not highly dependent on the original work. I am not going to the animation world. Write infinite, but an infinite stream of semi-original nature. The mission world only serves the infinite world. I want to complete my own infinite stream on the basis of ensuring the integrity of the animation world as much as possible. I will change some things that I couldn't accept at the beginning, but I will keep some things that I think are very beautiful. Because of these beautiful things, the animation world we love has been created. Therefore, I have to carefully consider the matter of opening up the harem and accepting all kinds of popular girls, because I think they have their own stories. The story that belongs to me and was loved by us at the beginning. This is also the smallest contribution and respect I can make to the original creators of these animation worlds as a copyright-free infinite stream author. Of course, weak emotional drama is my weakness. I don't want to write down some of my favorite characters. If it is to open the harem, I prefer the characters created by myself. P.S. I hope that such an infinite stream can be accepted by everyone. Chapter 15, The Otaku is really a magical creature. Chapter 15 The Otaku is really a magical creature. Seeing the otaku who came after him, Xiuyan frowned. Big guy, big guy. The otaku smiled flatteringly. What are you? There are some things I want to ask. The otaku's face was full of smiles. First introduce myself. My name is Meng Hao. I am 19 years old and a freshman. That. I have actually met a lot of children like this, but why are they reluctant to talk to me? Meng Hao asked with a puzzled look. Those children just met me without saying a few words. We'll run far, what is the situation? As he said, he took out a lot of lollipops from his pocket. I obviously prepared a lot of things. Zihuan stared at the lollipop that the otaku took out. Don't tell me that you always smile and take out this and say, follow me or something. Yes, yes. Meng Hao nodded again and again. For these children, this should be a very luxurious food. After speaking, Meng Haoran had a dim expression, but, every time they do. Take the candy and ran away. When mentioning this incident, tears were in the corners of his eyes. The most hateful thing is, they also pressed me to the ground and robbed all of my candy. You deserve it. Xiuyan didn't know what to say. Hey? Why? These children are all living people. They have survived from the most difficult environment in society. They may be innocent, but they are never fools. Zihuan touched Haruko's head. Haruko, if it were this guy. What do you do if you show up in front of you with candy? Haruko wrinkled her nose, then said viciously, kill him. Well, this little girl was completely wronged by me. Xiuyan found an incredible problem. Is that so? After hearing what Zihuan said, the otaku's face was full of regret, and he ran forward a few steps. Then, big man, what should I do? Do you want me to teach you? Meng Haoran's head was quick. Then this is information exchange. Xiuyan said, what are you going to exchange with me? Meng Haoran was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, and said with a shy expression, big guy, you see, everyone is male, don't. Haruko. Zihuan's mouth twitched. If you hear something strange from this guy, you can kill him. Haruko understands. The little girl said cheerfully. Big brother, just say what you want. Meng Hao asked with a righteous expression. It's very simple. Zihuan's eyes gradually sank. Tell me what happened between you and the other three people. Fuck it. How do you know we are in trouble? Because of your attitude just now. Xiuyan slowly said, although you are very observant, you are obviously of the less courageous kind. But your state just now seems too fearless, you should know that you are acting instead. People can't attack each other, right? It can't cause fatal damage, right? Otaku creatures, after knowing that there is no threat to them around, their courage increases exponentially, which is similar to keyboard man. Meng Hao nodded sharply from the side. However, at first, you obviously chose to cooperate to complete the mission in this world. Why did you know that the surrogates cannot cause fatal damage? Zaihuan continued, it's nothing more than a breakdown between you, and then this guy was murderous, and then you found the problem. I think about it, he would do it. It should be the yellow hair, right? That guy was cheated twice by me, and he was almost killed once. There is no place to spread the anger, it is easy to do this kind of thing. Meng Hao looked incredible. So, I want to know what happened between you. Really? I really made you all right. Meng Hao is now in a star-eyed state. I don't want to listen to nonsense. Because of Jieting. Meng Hao said quickly, oh, that's the girl, because of her. More specific. After you left, we formed a temporary alliance, and I was the only one who knew the plot. After explaining the plot to them a little bit, we discussed it and decided to find Rintaro to make a good relationship. But I encountered some trouble in the middle. It did not achieve the expected results. It was almost wanted by the police. After escaping from the mall, we decided to get some money first. Then Huang Meng went to rob the primary school students. By the way, Huang Meng is the yellow hair who was taught by the boss. The muscles on Zaihuan's face twitched, very ambitious thoughts. We have discovered the importance of money. After all, as long as we have money, we can even hire police officers to help us complete tasks. That's the right idea. I propose to work. Meng Hao said. You're really a harmless otaku. My proposal was rejected. Meng Hao scratched his head. Huang Meng wanted to continue robbing the primary school students, and said that Long brother, oh yes, he is a muscular man. If he follows, he dares to rob the country. Middle students have higher incomes. I don't want to vomit anymore. Zaihuan covered his face, you guys are good at this. Are you afraid that there is a policeman similar to Rintaro among the students? That's what I said at the time. Meng Hao said excitedly, I actually thought of being together with the boss. You talk about your business, don't insult me, okay? Xiu Yan now wished to give this a piece of steel. Oh. Meng Hao said immediately, we reached an agreement on how to make money because we didn't reach an agreement. We wandered into the night, and then we found that each of us had pupils turned red. I told them what red pupils mean in this world. As a last resort, we can only find a place to live first. How did you find it? Xiu Yan frowned. When he was in the mall, Xiu Yan searched for him. As a result, the Garden of Eden didn't provide any identification that could be used by them. Just knocked on the door of an apartment, and then Long Ge stunned him, and we moved in. But Meng Hao's face suddenly looked ugly. When I was sleeping at night, Huang Mao grabbed a kitchen knife and crawled to my side and grabbed my gun. After I handed the gun to him, I wanted to use the same method. Snatch it back. But Huang Mao seemed to have taken precautions long ago. He pointed the gun at my head and fired. Then the bullet stopped in front of my forehead, as if blocked by something. Then what? Zaihuan asked. Then I ran away. Meng Hao said of course. Are you stupid? Force. Xiu Yanpo cursed, don't you have a knife in your hand? But he has a gun in his hand. That thing can't kill you. Meng Hao touched the back of his head awkwardly, isn't this I was scared and stupid at the time, I forgot about it. Suddenly, Zaihuan felt that he had suffered a lot from the exchange of information. P.S. Ask for votes, votes. Recommended monthly pass. There are still 7 days before the selection ends, so don't let up. P.S. Also, after looking at the new book list, it seems that there are dozens of monthly tickets short of being on the list. Please help. Author's message. P.S. Pushing the book under the root Li Lin, I was dragged to the Fourth Holy Grail War, but one is not the master, and the other is not how to win, waiting online, it is very urgent. Egg, the Holy Grail War is so simple, but if it ends too soon, the honeymoon will be overwhelmed. How can we make them firmer? Waiting online, it's very anxious. Chapter 16, Lying on the Grass, What End Number 039, S. The Situation. Chapter 16 Lying on the Grass, What's the Situation? When the just said a word, Xiaoyan got a lot of information. When the guy said a lot of things, Xiaoyan found out that there was no useful information at all. The only useful information is probably that in the cooperative mode, the surrogates cannot carry out a fatal attack, but combined with the previous situation when Swain in his own hands dealt with the yellow hair, this inability to carry out a fatal attack should be dead under the judgment of the Garden of Eden. Thing. However, Xiaoyan was confused for a little bit. The information about the pistol he took from the police is as follows. Name, Lalage17. Category, Weapon. Grade, White dilapidated. Function, the ammunition capacity is 9 rounds, the muzzle kinetic energy is blessed by 10, and the penetration effect is 10. The bullet damage value is 8. Introduction, this is a rubbish. A rubbish. A rubbish. In theory, the damage value of this gun on a person is 18 points. If you add the 10-point armor-breaking effect, the enemy's defense will be less than 10, then you can do 18 points of damage. If the enemy's defense is above 10, the value of the defense will be deducted. However, as an ordinary person, he has a full 100 points of life, and the body of the surrogate is clearly digitized from the current point of view. So, why can a single bullet protect the Garden of Eden from lethal damage? Could it be that the pistol made in the Garden of Eden purchased from there hurts more? Or is it a critical attack? Or maybe the health of this guy is too low. However, if it is a critical attack, this critical attack is almost 5 times the damage value. Otherwise, this is what Swain said, that the authority of proxy is not fully opened. Maybe the real data incarnation can only be used after returning to the Garden of Eden? The above is probably the most useful information Xiaoyan can get. Big guy. Meng Hao whispered from the side. Say. Xiaoyan had a headache. That. Meng Hao stretched out his finger and touched his chin. You said yes, you want to teach me something. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyan sneered. You are embarrassed to mention this to me, right? It's necessary, it's necessary. Meng Hao had a harmless smile on his face. Look at me now that I have no weapons, and lowly can't find it. Don't you have mercy on me? Hide. Xiaoyan said casually. What? I said you just hide it. Xiaoyan sighed. This is the only way you want to clear the level now. There is no other way except this. But the task. This task is a cooperative mode. Xiaoyan replied, that is to say, the 5 of us can go back to see the Garden of Eden as long as we kill a sufficient number of primitive gut creatures. So, your best way out now is to be a bastard, fish till the end of the mission. But Meng Hao's face was unwilling. I want to fight or something. Xiaoyan patted him on the shoulder. Boy, it's better to watch less manga and anime than anything else. I can make you now and begging to die. I'm not asking for death. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and said, I really want to fight. Hey! Xiaoyan curled his mouth. You are not physically strong, you are too courageous, and you do not care about the importance of dreaming all day long, except for the little use of observation. There is no decent place on your body. Just like you want to go hunting for gastrointestinal creatures? I think you are going to deliver food to gastrointestinal creatures, right? I. Meng Hao was speechless. After thinking about it, he suddenly smiled miserably, but, What's the use of hiding? When can I hide? Where can I hide? Find a guy with the same attributes as you and hide him in his house for half a month, and no one will find it. Yes. Meng Hao's eyes lit up. In fact, you don't need to worry too much about the time. Xiu Yandao continued, remember what I said, Tina won't show up. Yes, why did the boss say that? Because time is not allowed. Zihuan analyzed, our red pupils are a warning. This is the Garden of Eden telling us not to stay in the city and spend a birthday. As long as the red pupils are discovered, they are waiting for us. The enemy is definitely more terrifying than the original gut creatures. The most important thing is that this is a novice mission. Even the novice guidance mission can't get rid of the premise of the novice mission. Therefore, the mission process this time is destined to not be too long. I believe that if the Holy Emperor is looking for the relics, and when a large number of policemen besieged the Hiriko Yingyian land, we have not started to hunt down the gastrointestinal creatures, then our red pupils may not only appear at night. There is one more thing Zihuan didn't say, that is Suiyan. Suiyan said that his mission is the same as that of the newcomers. Although Zihuan doesn't believe it, at least he knows that Suiyan's mission has something in common with them. However, as an instructor, he must have his own individual and belong to his task of this strength. And Yokain's goal is Hiriko Keijian. In the 4th episode of the anime, Hiriko Keijian is defeated by the drugged Rintaro. At that time, it was the time when the Son of Heaven ordered the encirclement of Hiriko Yingyian. As a little boss influenced by the plot, he shouldn't avoid Suiyan anymore. After solving Hiriko Yingyian, Suiyan will definitely not stay in this world that is useless to him. He has two goals here. First, find teammates. Second, for the ability of Hiriko Yingyian. The first of these two items, Suiyan, has basically been solved, and only Hiriko Yingyian is left. So as long as Hiriko Yingyian died, Suiyan might only need to stretch out his hand to kill a group of first-stage gastrointestinal creatures. Returning is simply too easy. However, this is not good news for Zihuan. The story of the Black Egg has progressed so fast, it seems to be 3 or 4 days. The content of 3 episodes tells a big story in the 12 episodes of others. If inferred from the timeline of the animation, Zihuan and his mission time should be only 4 days at most. 1 day has been wasted in these 5 days, and there are about 3 days less. This time is really too little, at least for Zihuan's plan. There are many things in the Black Eggs that are very helpful to the new life, such as the new human creation plan. Of course, this may be more difficult, but here is an absolutely practical thing, AGV test drug. This medicine can make people possess the general recovery ability of the original intestine organism. P.S. Woke up in the morning and took a look at the list. Did the pure white product take drugs? Hurry up, everyone, votes. He is still a cute child who guards himself like a jade, don't give it to others. Chapter 17, Physical Strengthening, Repair. Chapter 17 Physical Strengthening, Repair. The automatic update of the cheating book guest hasn't been updated for 2 hours. I have no choice but to delete and update manually. If the chapters are the same, don't care. One of the chapters will disappear soon, right? There is a problem with the bibliography, please refresh the table of contents. In fact, the first reason Zihuan hoped to have a good relationship with Yanzu Rintaro was to pay attention to the VGA trial drug. If the time is too short, the hope of getting the test drug is still too slim. In Zihuan's mind, he is now thinking about how to steal this thing, or how to fool Rintaro to give himself one. Meng Hao exclaimed angrily from the side, then I will listen to the boss. Live well. Zihuan, a suicidal guy and a very ambitious young man from the family of counselors, said, it's better to live than anything else. The otaku left, and Xiu Yan mumbled to himself, it seems that the value of that gun is not too high. Meng Hao finally arrived at the 39th district. At this moment, he could only walk back lonely. When he was about to enter the city, he suddenly saw a little loli on the side of the road and glanced at him, and then quickly ran away. Meng Hao was abruptly clever. No. Didn't I let the boss teach me how to attack loli? After a long time how to say it, finally the topic turned to Grandma's house. However, Zihuan couldn't hear these words. He was leading Haruko under a bridge hole at this time. In front of the two of them was a city river. Haruko raised her head and asked with a puzzled look, "Uni, what are we doing? It's just familiar with some things." Zihuan replied a little embarrassingly, "Because it's too shame, so I haven't used it for a while." Haruko is not allowed to laugh. Good. Haruko nodded obediently. Zihuan looked around, then opened his attribute panel and whispered, "Physical fitness is strengthened." No data changes on the panel. Physical strengthening. This time he increased his voice a bit. However, there is still no change. Damn! Xiu Yan's mouth twitched, "This is going to cheat me." As he said, he closed his eyes and yelled, "Strengthened physical fitness." Suddenly, Xiu Yan felt a fire in his body burst into flames. This is a feeling of power. Zihuan opened his eyes. Even if he was not short-sighted, he felt that the world in front of him had become brighter. He took a step forward, but his body suddenly staggered. Haruko quickly held Shuhako's body with his eyes and hands quickly, and asked with a worried look, "Ouni Ouni, what's the matter with you?" "It's okay." Zihuan cast a relieved expression at Haruko, and when he stepped again, he was already a lot more stable. After the body is suddenly strengthened, the mind has not kept up with it for the first time. This is something to pay attention to in the future. When Zihuan looked up to check his attributes, he was taken aback for a while. Because he saw that not only his various values have been strengthened, but also other things have changed. Substitute, Xiu Yan. Life, 200/200. Physical strength, 150/150. Strength, 16, Agility, 18, Constitution, 20, Defense 13, Spirit, not activated. Special effects, Resistance to exercise, damage reduced by 1%. Zihuan directly ignored the special effect of endurance, but observed his own life value. The health value has increased by 100. His initial health value was 100, and his health value was 10 at the time. Now his health value is 20, and his health value has become 200. It can be seen that in the database of the Garden of Eden, 1 point of physical strength is equivalent to 10 points of health. However, Haruko's health is 500, but her physique is only 40. Come to think of it, it should be related to Haruko's identity. It's just that Zihuan is not clear because of the increase in physical strength. Because he added too many attributes at once. However, after standing here for a while, his stamina has dropped by 2 points. It feels. Haruko shrugged her nose at Zihuako from the side, "Iani seems to be getting better. You can smell it." Zihuan knocked Haruko on the head with a smile. "Of course it can." Haruko didn't dislike this behavior at all, but she enjoyed seeing her appearance. "Haruko, stay away." Zihuan signaled Haruko to stay away, and then quickly drew the pistol from his waist. However, his movement was noticeably paused. Sure enough, this action was also affected. Zihuan inserted the pistol back to his waist, and when he pulled it out the second time, although it was much better than the first time, he was still not satisfied. "I never thought that cellular memory would actually become a problem for me." In this way, after Zihuan pulled out a few times in a row, the feeling he once had was finally back. Then he raised his gun and shot. Swish! A bullet passed through a slit on the pier and into a bird's nest on the opposite side. Well, yes, at least the accuracy, the stability of holding the gun, the impact of the gun's recoil, and my vision are much stronger than before. It seems that after the body is suddenly strengthened, I choose some fighting styles that don't require melee. It will be more secure. As Xiuyan said, he had put away the gun. Then, Xiuyan tried his fist and jump again. Randomly he also discovered that his current strengthened body should be harder, faster, and stronger than those professional athletes. I always feel that something is wrong. Xiuyan took a look at his stamina, and found that the double stamina consumption is really not a joke. His drew spears and punches and jumps are usually just warm-up movements, but at this time it directly consumed his 50 points of stamina. Xiuyan decisively turned off the physical strengthening. The moment he closed it, he felt his body empty, just like something was suddenly taken out. This. Xiuyan touched his kidney. How do you feel like a sage? And the new body he had adapted just now seemed to have to adapt again at this time. Fortunately, Xiuyan's current body is already very familiar. And in his head, a voice sounded again. Physical Strengthening Proficiency, 1/50th, Proficiency Level 1. After reaching the level of proficiency, you can deepen your understanding of the skill and add a certain numerical data. Means of obtaining current proficiency, using skills. Are there any proficiency settings? Xiuyan's eyes lit up. Isn't that data that can be increased after his proficiency is what he needs most now? Moreover, the way to acquire proficiency is also very simple, just use skills. Without saying a word, Xiuyan opened his throat and shouted, improved physical fitness. At the moment when he felt the body's full strength, Xiuhako turned off the skill effect. The result is very satisfactory to him, the proficiency of physical strengthening increased by 1. But Xiuyan saw that even if he turned off his physical strengthening in an instant, his physical strength was consumed a little. If you keep a little bit of energy, you should be able to rise to the second level. Ever since, a man stood by the river, yelling the words physical strengthening over and over again. Many passers-by said, I am sick in the second form. P.S. A correction. The previous article mentioned that Xiuyan's defense value is 20. He was willing to use a percentage to reduce damage, but when I was about to calculate the damage, how should I calculate the percentage of Mom? Laozi's elementary school mathematics is 100 points. Although the quadratic function in junior high school began to fail, so, witty I am going to immediately replace the multiplication and division with addition and subtraction. P.S. Well, so no one will find that I am a scumbag. P.S. Every day, more than 200 votes. Fast. Quickly catch up. The monthly pass is recommended. Isn't it just dead pig's feet? Laozi's prologue is dead. Chapter 18, Sudden Sao. Chapter 18 Sudden Sao. Looking at the 50-point stamina value, and then at the second level proficiency stamina enhancement, Xiuyan felt that he had been pitted. Proficiency level 2, skill allocation durable, reducing damage by 2%. Can't this special effect be renamed? Not to mention, this physical strengthening is too tasteless. It looks like a percentage reduction, but for people who have a relatively low basic value in the previous period, the percentage reduction may only be a few tenths of a damage. In the later stage, this broken D-level skill definitely needs to be replaced. I just hope to get some decent skills later. Xiuyan sighed. He raised his head and looked at Haruko, who was sitting by the river and kicking the water with his little feet. The anger he had just made because of this stupid force suddenly disappeared. Haruko. Xiuyan called out, go. Come on Nissan. The little girl jumped to Xiuyan's side and raised her head, where are we going? Xiuyan thought slightly, and said, Tiantong Private Security Company. Speaking of which, there is still a very powerful president over there. Whether he can successfully and safely enter the acquired hunting of Hirako Yingyan depends on the president. And if it doesn't go well, it is likely that Xiuyan will need to step on his legs to find those primitive gut creatures. However, as Suayan said, if Xiuyan chooses the cursed child, the pressure from humans will inevitably increase. At the Tokyo police station, Higurashi was sitting at his desk at this time, looking gloomy. Last night, not only all the policemen he sent to the 39th district were sacrificed, but even the special police team that later supported the past was wiped out. Did they meet the gastrointestinal creatures? Higurashi holds a document in his hand, which records the situation of the sacrificed police and special police. Moreover, all the evidence points to one person. A man in a red tuxedo and a mask. But Higurashi believes that all of this definitely has something to do with another person, the young man who killed both Pinewood and Chemu. The fingerprint comparison did not yield any results, and the facial recognition did not give Higurashi any useful clues. Moreover, he has also contacted Iso, and neither the boy nor the little girl rescued by him has anything to do with Iso. Even Higurashi couldn't even know all the information about this guy before he appeared in the mall. This boy, just like suddenly appeared on this land. The old police instinctively did not reduce his suspicion of Zion because Hirako Ying-ian came out to make trouble. Reaching out and knocking on the table, Higurashi frowned. When he hit the fifth, the old police department finally couldn't sit still. He called for a subordinate, then handed him Zion's picture, and said, "I want to find a way to contact the police and entrust them to help us find." "No, it's just to catch this guy." "Yes." The man walked down with the photo. After doing all this, Higurashi was stunned for a moment. He looked down at his hands incredibly, as if he couldn't believe that as a policeman, he would give the absurd order just now. However, this confusion only appeared for a while, and Higurashi returned to his usual state. However, Zion was in trouble. Shuhako, who was leading Haruko to ask the way, suddenly stopped. Because in his mind, the voice of the Garden of Eden suddenly appeared. Side missions to explore. Secondary mission, anger from the police. Mission introduction, avoid 3 rounds of chasing and killing. Reward, each round will reward 500 survival points, and 1 weapon box will be rewarded for task completion. After each round of chase, there is a chance to get additional rewards. Reminder, you can choose to accept or not accept this task. Accept the task and ensure that you can survive for 5 hours in each round of hunting. Or Eden determines that the chaser can no longer pose a threat to the substitute. The task is completed. Abandon the task without punishment. Rearrange the identity of the agent to ensure the completion of the main task. Please choose, yes/no. Damn it! Xiuyan cursed in his heart. Sure enough, the Garden of Eden would not let him, a speculative fellow, live in peace. It is a choice, but if Zion gives up this side mission, he will accept the new identity of the Garden of Eden. At that time, this little girl next to him. Haruko. Zion suddenly lowered his head, looked at the little girl holding her hand seriously, and asked, "If you go back to Elder Matsuzaki now, you can live a safe and secure life, but if you follow me, we may have to face there are countless dangers. How would you choose?" "Follow Nissan," Haruko blurted out without even thinking. Zion was taken aback, then smiled bitterly, "I'm sorry Haruko, I think too much." Then, Xiuyan directly accepted the side mission that suddenly emerged. To accept the side mission, the anger from the police. Please be prepared for the surrogate, the first round of hunting will start in 10 minutes. Zion looked at the nearby terrain left and right. This is the urban area of Tokyo, which is definitely not a good place to fight. However, it is obviously impossible to go back to the outer city. Zion carefully looked at the surrounding terrain, and finally set his eyes on a tall building. "There is a mall." "Haruko, there!" Zion said, already pulling Haruko towards the mall. The same started and said, "Remember, don't use your abilities without my permission, understand? What if Nissan is in danger?" "In any case," Zion said, "unless I call your name, otherwise, even if I am in danger, you can't use your own abilities, understand?" Nissan Haruko couldn't understand. "Trust me Haruko." The expression on Zion's face was unprecedentedly serious. Haruko pouted, and said reluctantly, "I understand Nissan. Equals 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 equals." On the other side, in a stinking room full of beer bottles, the phone rang. An uncle with 8 who squatted on a pile of wine bottles and shouted, "Xiao Ke, Xiao Ke. Answer the phone." Soon, an expressionless little girl with eyes picked up a pile of beer bottles and answered the phone. After a while, the phone hangs up. The little girl named Xiao Ke turned her head to look at the 8 man. "Uncle, I have a commission." Whoosh! The horoscope sprang up suddenly. Delegation. What commission? Entrusted by the police station, let us help catch someone. Xiao Ke said, walking over to turn on the computer, and soon, a photo appeared on the desktop. It's him. A little kid. The police station said that he may be a promoter who has not been recorded by ISO, and there should be a starter beside him. Follow it. Xiao Ke, find his place. Yes, uncle. And the 8 who has already tipped a wine bottle and poured it out, "I'm just a kid, I'm Magian Kogora, still afraid that he won't make it." Commission. My commission. P.S. First of all, thanks to the brothers in the book review area for telling me that it was originally called Nissan. I just said O'Neill was a bit awkward. But I remember there is also a man named Owney. However, it was better to change in the end. P.S. Then, ask for votes every day. It's been pulled away a lot. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, the first round of pursuit. In the shopping mall, Zaihuyan took Haruko like an older brother. Oh no, it was the father who brought his daughter to buy clothes. It took him 5 minutes to check the approximate topography of the mall, and another 5 minutes to buy a new dress for Haruko. Although Matsuzaki gave Haruko all the clothes, for the cursed old man, the child too many clothes will not be good. Zaihuyan changed Haruko's full body outfit so that she could better integrate into the mall. "Can you take care of yourself, Haruko?" Zaihuyan asked Haruko by the shoulder. Although Haruko's face was worried, she nodded. "Don't worry, Ernie, Haruko has always taken care of herself." "Okay." Zaihuyan touched her head. "Come as planned, Haruko remembers. Unless I call your name, don't use abilities, you know." Haruko understands. "Don't lose it, there are a lot of people here." "Done, don't worry." Haruko raised her little head proudly. "Haruko has a very good nose." "Yeah." Zaihuyan nodded. "It depends on Haruko." Haruko solemnly left Zaihuyan's side, and then disappeared among the crowd. "It's also your time," the Garden of Eden prompt. "The first round of chasing and killing starts, please take care to avoid it." Novice mission, difficulty determination is difficult. Eden will provide the location of the chaser radar. With that said, Xiu Yan found that he could call out a radar interface at any time, just like some games, and on this interface, a small red dot was constantly approaching him. "Is it because Haruko left that it's difficult for me to escape by myself?" Zaihuyan thought and turned and walked into a large clothing store next to him. He observed his radar. Although it can only show an approximate location, it is enough. Thinking, under the enthusiastic introduction of the shopping guide next to him, Xiu Yan tried on a coat and buttoned himself a baseball cap at the same time. Through the brim of his hat, Zaihuyan looked towards an exit, and the red dot displayed by the radar was exactly that place. Soon, 2 people appeared in Zaihuyan's field of vision. A tall middle-aged uncle, with a mustache, is standing next to a little girl with big eyes and a conspicuous red bow. The little girl is indifferent, definitely not a child of this age. There should be an expression. The identity is ready to come out. This is a combination of civilian police. And as soon as Zaihuyan observed the two, the little girl with black-rimmed glasses suddenly raised her head and looked at Zaihuyan. It was discovered. It was discovered after just a glance. Xiu Yan turned around abruptly and walked quickly towards the other exit. However, Footsteps soon sounded behind him. Just as Xiaoyan was about to walk to the door, a hand suddenly fell on his shoulder. "Hey, kid, don't go so fast." The middle-aged uncle's frivolous voice came out. Xiu Yan turned his head, looked at the 8-character Uncle Hu, and then suddenly grinned. Then, Xiaoyan's body shook violently, and a Jin Chan rushed to the outside after she escaped. Kogora first looked at the clothes in his hand in a daze, and then at Xiaoyan who was running away, and immediately called out, "Don't run!" He chased outside. But as soon as he left the clothing store, an alarm sounded. Xiaoyan didn't pay for the clothes. However, as a policeman, where would Kogora care about the sound of the alarm? He hurriedly pursued Xiaoyan, and then threw away the clothes in his hand. But even so, the person in charge of the clothing store still made the phone call angrily. When Kogora who chased out Xiao Ke saw a crowd of people, "Where is Xiaoyan's figure?" he shouted, "Where is that kid?" "Left." Xiao Ke said blankly. Kogora chased to the left without saying a word. Xiaoyan saw all this in his eyes. He took out a coat he had prepared early in the morning and put it on his arm. And Xiaoyan was holding a pistol in his hand under the clothes at this time. This time Xiaoyan did not hide, he walked out of the crowd a few steps, and raised his hand to Kogora. "Hey!" Xiu Yan shouted, "I'm here." Kogora's attention was instantly attracted by Xiaoyan's voice. He saw at a glance that Xiaoyan raised the right hand wrapped in clothes. Damn it! Kogora instantly understood what Xiaoyan was holding. Boom! The gunfire sounded. However, this bullet did not shoot at Kogora, but directly hit the leg of a person next to him. After the screams appeared, Xiu Yan fired 2 more shots. This time, Xiu Yan's 2 bullets hit the legs of 2 people passing by who didn't know the truth. Panic appeared. People screamed and fled, but Xiaoyan aimed his pistol at Kogora this time and fired 2 shots. Kogora reacted quickly, he found his own bunker in an instant, and also took out his own gun. The corners of Xiu Yan's mouth raised, he quickly put away the pistol, and then got into the panicked crowd. "Xiao Ke! Stairs on the 2nd floor." The little girl said calmly. Kogora nodded, he first stuck his head out and looked around, and soon saw Xiaohako who was moving down the stairs. "Don't want to run." Kogora rushed out of the bunker and chased Xiaoyan. "Haruko, let the other party's initiator find you." Xiaoyan's words sounded like talking to herself. But he knew that Haruko must be able to hear it. Sure enough, Xiao Ke, who was chasing Xiaoyan, suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to hold Kogora. "Uncle, there is a starter. Can you find her place?" "Can." "Go and deal with the initiator, leave this kid to me." "Got it." "Remember, don't expose your identity to people easily." "Understand." As Xiao Ke said, his speed suddenly increased by a notch, and he chased downstairs. Xiaoyan kept watching the movements of the 2 of them, and after seeing the little girl speed up instantly, he knew that Haruko had been discovered. Without saying a word, Xiu Yan shot him up and grabbed it. The bullet ran towards Xiao Ke. However, the bullet of the pistol, at such a distance, it is still too difficult to hit a starter. Whether it can hit or not even has nothing to do with your accuracy. Xiao Ke suddenly jumped up like a Superman, twisted in a strange posture in the air, 3 bullets almost rubbed her body and passed into the wall behind her. However, Xiaoyan's purpose was not intended to do anything with these 3 bullets from the beginning. Because they want to avoid bullets, these children are destined to use forces that are not human. Therefore, Xiao Ke, who had avoided these 3 bullets, had his eyes turned red at this time. And Xiaoyan's voice followed. "The cursed child!" His voice was full of horror. "Look! The little girl who followed the man with the gun is a cursed child. P.S. Yesterday, I saw a post, which was popularized by science a lot. Well, we decided to slowly change the title as the favorability progresses. P.S. then, I rushed and got over 1,000 votes. Ask for votes, everyone. Aiming at the pure white chrysanthemum, insert it. Isn't it good? Chapter 20, Ambush. Chapter 20 Ambush. At this moment, the crowd suddenly exploded. Why is the cursed child hated? In addition to the gastrointestinal organisms that live in their bodies are the enemies of humans here, there is also the infectivity of the gastrointestinal virus. Moreover, the aversion to gastrointestinal organisms here in Tokyo has reached a morbid state. So that these innocent children have become the target of people here. And Zaihuin took advantage of this. There were already many people who ran and smashed towards Xiaokei with the things in their hands. Haruko, hide it. Zaihuin said, putting away the pistol and ran towards the door of the mall. At this time, 4 policemen have already ran towards here. Zaihuin walked quickly to meet him, and said with a flustered face, there, that person has a gun. Zaihuin pointed to Kogora and said, he shot 3 people like crazy just now. And he still took it with him. Accursed child. Talent skills, social engineering is easy to activate. The police immediately followed Zaihuin's fingers and looked at Kogora. In Kogora's eyes, the hand that Zaihui raised at this time was still wrapped in clothes. Without a word, Kogora immediately squatted down. He thought Xiuyan was going to shoot again. And this action, in the eyes of the police, turned out to be his guilty conscience. The 4 policemen looked at each other, and 3 of them had already chased Kogora, while the other stayed in place and called for additional staff. Xiuyan smiled, and the crowd of followers ran towards the outside of the mall. The 3 police officers quickly arrived at Kogora's side. Judging from the animation, in fact, Tokyo's local attitude towards the police is not good. When they saw Kogora holding a gun in his hand, they immediately took out their own gun. Raise your hands, the 3 policemen shouted. Damn! Kogora cursed, and then took out his ID, I'm a policeman. I'm hunting for a fugitive. That's the duty of the police. After seeing Kogora's certificate, the 3 policemen obviously relaxed. Now, put down your weapon, Mr. Policeman, you have threatened the safety of the public. We have the right to imprison you and detain you. Survey. Kogora's face changed. In fact, he can now identify to the 3 policemen that he is working for the police station, but then he will face a lot of investigation and review. After his identity was proved, Zaihuin didn't know where he went. He rolled his eyes, then raised his hand, and said helplessly, okay. The 3 policemen looked at each other, and one of them carefully moved towards Kogora. When he reached Kogora's side and found that Kogora had done nothing else, the tension in his heart also let go a little. He took out the handcuffs and said, we will notify ASO to you. But before he could finish his words, Kogora suddenly made a wrong step. He pulled the policeman beside him and held his head with the gun in his hand, yelling, keep the way out. I don't want to hurt you, but force me to do it. The other 2 police officers suddenly didn't know what to do. They held their guns at Kogora, and the scene froze for a while. Kogora twisted his head and found that Zaihuin was about to leave the mall following the crowd. He couldn't wait any longer. He raised his hand and the 2 bullets directly hit the hands of the 2 policemen. Then he snatched the gun of the policeman next to him and fired a shot in his leg at the same time. Then his body rushed to the edge of the railing and jumped down from the 2nd floor. The civilian police organization includes people from all walks of life, many of which were former hangers. Even criminals, gangsters, and gangsters can become civilian police, so many times, they don't care about things. Through the glass of the mall, Zaihuin saw this issue in his eyes. When Kogora chased him out, Zaihuin had already followed the crowd and left the mall. But he did not go far, but took off his coat in the crowd, and then put it back on his body. At the same time, his footsteps also slowed down, and he lowered his head slightly, mixing in the crowd. In order to pursue it, Kogora was obviously much faster, he rushed towards the crowds on both sides. He squeezed out of them all. This makes yourself extremely conspicuous. Xiaoyan's body was wrong on both sides. When Kogora passed by, Xiaoyan suddenly rushed out, and the dagger in his hand pierced Kogora's kidney. Xiaoyan fought back. In fact, from the time he received the hunting mission, Xiaoyan never thought that he would just run away. However, what surprised him was that his wrist was suddenly pinched during this clearly planned assassination. I saw Kogora as if he had eyes behind his back. He squeezed Xiaoyan's wrist and twisted his head for a long time. "Boy, what do you think of me?" Xiaoyan jerked his hand, only to find that Kogora's hands were clenching his wrists like handcuffs. Xiaoyan quickly changed his hand, and his left hand that had taken the fruit knife to the ground was already instantaneously rushing to his waist and withdrawing the pistol. Kogora's expression changed. He pulled Xiaoyi's wrist forward and suddenly let go while he staggered one of Xiaoyi's wrists, and freed his hand to grab Xiaoyan's back. But Xiaoyan didn't want to stand firmly under his feet for the first time when his body was out of balance. He just squatted directly on the ground. While Kogora's hand was empty, Xiaoyan was already lying on the ground with his hands and feet and directly got into the crowd. "Fuck!" Kogora cursed, and at the same time he followed Xiaoyan. This time he could see clearly that Xiaoyan did not leave the mall, but turned around and ran into the mall again. "You can't run away!" Kogora shouted from behind. Xiaoyan rushed all the way. At this time, the customers and businesses on the third and fourth floors of the mall were rushing into the downstairs frantically, and they were about to leave here. Xiaoyan went straight into a toilet. He listened closely to his footsteps. What didn't disappoint him was that the sound of Kogora's footsteps immediately appeared in his ears. The moment Kogora pushed open the toilet door, Xiaoyan suddenly yelled, "Improved physical fitness!" Then he tore off the tab of a grenade and threw it under his feet. This was the only grenade found on the dead special police officers. As soon as Kogora opened the door, he was yelled at by Xiaoyi's voice like a passerby who was startled by the corner, and his body shook suddenly. And Xiaoyan's body has already rushed to the outside in an instant. Kogora almost instinctively reached out and grabbed it, but Xiaoyan didn't hide this time. Instead, he grabbed Kogora's body and slammed into the toilet. The sudden increase in Xiaoyan's strength was unexpected by Kogora. The contact between the two just now made him think that he already knew about Xiaoyan's strength. But it was this that caused him to be overcast suddenly. In a frightened state, he was directly pulled into the toilet by Xiaoyan. But Xiaoyan's body missed him and ran out. Just as Kogora was about to step his legs to chase him, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the grenade thrown into the corner by Xiaoyan. Day! His pupils dilated instantly. P.S. I saw the app if there is an event in the summer. P.S. Pushing the book Nedhog can't improve, if there is an event in the summer. The African admiral should be self-reliant. Drink this bowl of Jiaxiang wine. The liver map is gone forever. The billowing ocean waves. The weather is magnificent and sunny. Let the artillery fire turn into the most beautiful flower. Open on that flagship. Chapter 21, Welcome Home. Chapter 21 Welcome Home. Boom! A huge roar rang from the toilet. The door of the toilet was directly blown out. The wall also collapsed in half. The jumbled pipes in the toilet sprayed all kinds of liquids to the outside. Among them, a lot of indescribable things spurted out of the sewage pipe. But Kogora was not dead. He rushed to the innermost toilet cubicle as soon as he saw the grenade. The explosion did not hurt him much, but the huge impact of the compartment door made it almost fainted. His body was still crushed underneath by a lot of rubble. He raised his head, but the scene before him made him desperate. He found that Xiaoyan did not leave, but stood outside the ruins, raised his pistol and pointed it at his head. Boom! Gunshot! But the bullet was not sent to Kogora's head. I saw a petite figure suddenly rushed over, but Xiaoyan's bullet hit her. However, the little girl didn't care about this gun. It was just an ordinary bullet, which would cause her harm, but it didn't hurt her at all. The terrifying repairing power of gastrointestinal virus made her not afraid of such ordinary bullets. I saw her twisted her foot and came straight to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan retreats sharply. Haruko's first stage facilitator has 3 or 4 times the physical data of Xiaoyan's. The little loli in front of him clearly shows that he is a serious starter. Only better than Haruko. Fighting with her, Xiaoyan could only be finished in an instant. So Xiaoyan did not choose to fight, but to escape. At the same time Xiaoyan shot back again and again. But every shot didn't go to that little loli, but Kogoro behind her. Sure enough, just as Xiaoyan expected, Xiao Lolita's forward body stopped abruptly, and then she stepped on her feet, kicking out a few stones to block the bullets, and at the same time blocking 2 of them with her body. I suggest you better go and see him. Xiaoyan didn't forget to shout as he ran away, he seems to be dying. Little Lori, who was about to chase, stopped in an instant. She looked back at Kogoro who was crushed under the ruins, and at Xiaoyan who was constantly escaping, and finally chose to go back. Xiaoyan didn't leave directly this time, but went into a shop and grabbed a pair of 2, then went to the cashier to pry open the cash box, and then grabbed a lot of banknotes and left. Outside the mall, Haruko was standing there obediently waiting for him. However, the worry filled her eyes. Haruko was very obedient, even when she saw the little girl chasing Shuhako, she did not rush in to help. Xiaoyan walked over quickly, took Haruko and left here. Nichin. Haruko's name changed once, and her voice was a little worried. What will happen to them? Are you worried about that little girl? Xiaoyan asked. Yeah, Haruko nodded. Is she? Will there be anything wrong with her? Will she be like me? Don't worry. Xiaoyan smiled and touched Haruko's head. Nothing will happen, but she is working as a civil servant, and someone will come and take her away soon. Xiaoyan said, moving towards the road. Bian Nunu said, look, this is not here. These cars are exactly Iso's cars. If something happens to the general promoter or starter, Iso will be responsible for recycling and redistributing. This is also Xiaoyan's last hole card. If this person is too strong, Xiaoyan will drag it to Iso to appear. Anyway, hurting the police, hurting the civilians, Iso can't run away as long as this guy comes. After getting Shuhako's affirmative reply, Haruko was obviously happier. Nichin. Haruko asked again, where are we going now? Find a place to live first. Xiaoyan looked up. Then set the goal. Iso's vehicle quickly drove past them again, and Xiaoyan also received a reminder from the Garden of Eden in his mind. Secondary task, anger from the police completed 1/3. The second round of chase will start in 20 hours. The first stage of the mission is completed, the reward will be issued in 1 hour. Xiaoyan led Haruko to the front of the mailbox in an apartment, and then knocked on the mailboxes one by one. This is a high-end apartment, and the rooms are all code-locked. After knocking around, Xiaoyan shook his head, and then walked to another place. He performed the same action 3 times, and finally, Xiaoyan stopped in front of a mailbox. Haruko, open this. Haruko nodded, stretched out her little hand and pulled open the mailbox. Suddenly, many documents poured out from inside. There are many documents in it, and the earliest one is 1 month ago. Obviously, the owner of this house has not been back for at least a month. In this world of black eggs, especially after a certain tofu dregs monument was built, there are not a few cases of primitive gut creatures appearing in the city. Therefore, there will always be unlucky ones who may never return home because of various problems. Xiaoyan came here just by chance. After all, it is impossible for him to stay in a hotel without identity, even if he has money. Therefore, if you want to find a better accommodation environment, you can only find someone else to borrow a house to live in. Xiaoyan has taken a fancy to this community. If there is really no such unlucky person mentioned above in this community, Zihuan estimates that he will have a gun to stay overnight. This hapless guy lived on the 16th floor. When Zihuan took Haruko up there, he found an anti-theft door with a code lock. Xiuyan took the data sheets and looked at it. A lot of information about the head of this household is recorded on it. Therefore, if you want to set a password, it is best not to set a password related to some of your own information. It is best to use a digital password that only you know. Otherwise, as it is now, when other people get enough information, they can easily get all your password information. Especially under big data collection, things like passwords are really insecure. Zihuan entered a string of 6-digit passwords confidently, and wrong password. Not discouraged, he tried another one, but the password was still wrong. Xiuyan was stunned. He used this technique to open the code lock a lot, but now it seems useless. I tried 3 more times, but the password suggested that the front part was wrong. Well, it seems that the head of the household is a more cautious guy. Just when Zihuako was about to use the method of holding a gun to borrow the lodging, he suddenly found that Haruko next to him had disappeared. This shocked him, and immediately shouted, "Haruko! Papa!" The door in front of Zihuan opened. And Haruko was looking at him with a smile inside the door. "Haruko, you!" Zihuan was completely stunned. "How did you get in?" "Climbed in along the window." Haruko seemed to be very pleased with Shuhako's surprise. "This is the 16th floor. It's not too high." Haruko smiled and measured her body. "Welcome home, Nichan." Zihuan looked at Haruko, who was smiling, then at the pile of bills in his hand, and then threw the bills out with a big wave of his hand. "Go to your mother's big data. P.S. Yesterday, after I updated the 2nd chapter, I was too tired, thinking about lying on the bed and taking a break to write the 3rd chapter. As a result, I was already under the covers when I opened my eyes and it was dawn. P.S. The reason is that I went skiing yesterday. Speaking of which, this thing is similar to roller skating. When I first got used to the operation, I found it was quite simple. After all, we would have been in a roller skating club, so there is nothing wrong with fancy tricks or something. Although later I saw a group of their wanton gadgets practicing leaping from a 1-meter-high platform, I have never been there. P.S. Then, day. Your uncle's hurts so much. Leg hurts. My arm hurts. Stomachache. Grass, if it weren't for the pain in my butt, I would doubt if I was caught when I was sleeping. What did I do? Sure enough, the reason for not exercising for too long? After 2 hours of skiing, I was so tired on the conveyor belt for 1.5 hours. P.S. Speaking of which, when was the last time I exercised? P.S. Finally, ask for votes. If there are too many tickets, let's drag my aching body for more. Fragile juvenile sick body code. I'm moved a little bit to show the grace and sympathy, everyone. Chapter 22, No money to play with UMB. Chapter 22, No money to play with your MB. If conditions permit, Zihuan does not want to rest. However, his physical strength does not allow him to do more. Physical strength 20/100. Zihuan roared with silly force early in the morning for a long time, and his stamina reached 50 points. This value has already felt a little tired. And the stamina of 20 o'clock can still allow Zihuan to move normally, but it is only normal movement. Zihuan could feel that his physical body was already weak at this time. This is why he must find a place to rest. Initially, after Zihuan rested until his stamina recovered to 80, he accepted this side task. As a result, just a few minutes of fighting caused his physical strength to drop by 60 points. Speaking of it, Zihuan is still physically strong. Think about those guys who are indistinguishable from death after a kilometer run. Throw them into this world without killing them. He will chase a few hundred meters behind with a knife. Lie down on the ground and yelled, you hack me to death. Ziyuan's residence at this time is not ashamed of the appearance of a high-end community. At least the decoration in the house is very good, and there are everything that should be there. However, there is only one room to see people living in this room, and it is estimated that it is also a poor person. At this time the TV was turned on. Haruko was watching an animation called G-Bead Girl with great interest. Well, this is an anime that runs through all black eggs. Haruko, who had never had this kind of life, looked intently now. After all, no matter how powerful these cursed children are, their essence is still a child. Ziyuan checked his condition, and he did not recover quickly while lying on the bed. In 1 hour, his physical strength recovered by 20 points. At this time, the Garden of Eden reminder also sounded. Task rewards will be issued, please pay attention to receiving them on your behalf. The moment the voice fell, a box appeared in Ziyuan's hand. A chest in the shape of a treasure chest. So, this Garden of Eden is going to put the online game set to the end. However, looking at the treasure chest, Xiuyan's face looked ugly. Because this is braving white light. According to the classification of the Garden of Eden, the white light is definitely not a good thing. Really? Name, Supply Box. Category, Supply Box. Grade, White Dilapidated. Function, randomly get some medicine supplies. Introduction, Obviously life is the most important thing here. Why is our supply box always hated by others? The mobs fell because of the drugs broken gadgets, bastard. Ziyuan cursed secretly in his heart, and then called out, Haruko. Haruko quickly turned her head, what is Nichin? Xiuyan shook the box in his hand. Haruko was confused, what is Nichin doing? Well, it seems that the little girl can't see this box, but it's strange that people in the mission world can't see the box, but can see the specific items. Watch TV. Ziyuan coaxed Haruko to continue watching TV. Then he opened the box himself. Then, 3 medicine bottles appeared in Ziyuan's hands. Name, Improved Herring Flavor Life Medicine. Category, Medicine. Grade, White Dilapidated. Function, instantly restore 40 points of health. Introduction, the improved life medicine can instantly restore the blood volume to double, but it still needs to be drunk, and the taste is not very good. Please be prepared before drinking, there is no way to regain the blood if you spray it all out. Garden of Eden Ide. Your mother. This was the only thought Ziyuan had in his mind after he got the potion that had a clearly healing effect 4 times that of the ordinary potion bottle. You still ask me why no one likes the supply box for this broken box? The crazy would not like this shit. This medicine bottle is a little bigger than those small medicines. Xiuyan put it in his pocket. At this time, he already had 3 bottles of blood rejuvenation medicine in his pocket. Plus this he already had 4 bottles of medicine. In other words, can 4 bottles of fruit oranges be in boss? Putting away the irritating improvement potion, Xiuyan looked at the second bottle. It contains some reddish-brown liquid. Name, Recovery Medicine. Category, Pharmacy. Grade, White Dilapidated. Function, instantly restore 50 points of stamina, reduce the upper limit of life by 10, and last for 24 hours. It can be used continuously and the side effects are superimposed. Introduction, your energy is beyond you think. The premise is that you don't want your life. It's the style of Garden of Eden. As Ziyuan said, he had already looked at the 3rd bottle. Name, Poison Quenching Medicine. Category, Pharmacy. Grade, White Dilapidated. Function, Poisoning for weapons, it can be used to use 10 poisonous attacks with melee weapons, or 10 long-range weapons. The poisoning effect is that the poisoning loses 5 points of health per second for 10 seconds. The effects of toxins cannot be superimposed. Introduction, poisoned weapons need to be licked to take effect, so please make sure that you have 50 health points otherwise. Introduction 2. After losing 50 points of health, you will have the drug toxin antibody, but the long-range weapon and ammunition still need to be triggered by action, and will not continue to lose health. I can understand that these shattered things are obviously so effective, but why are they all white and shattered? Xiaoyan was so scolding in her heart. At the same time, I also deeply realized what it means that the Garden of Eden is not cost-effective. This sub-attribute is simply maddening. I have to deduct blood to drink a Red Bull, who should I talk to? But even with all kinds of dissatisfaction with the Garden of Eden, Xiaoyan could only pinch his nose to admit it. He took out his pistol, and there was still a bullet in the magazine at this time. And he still has 3 magazines in his hand. 9 bullets per magazine. Xiaoyan took out all the bullets in a magazine, and then each bullet was poisoned again. Then, he yelled, "Strengthen physical fitness." The voice shocked Haruko, and she turned her head, "Do you want to practice again?" Xiaoyan touched his head awkwardly, "Did I bother you?" Haruko stretched out her hand to cover her ears, and then said seriously, "It's okay, Haruko can just look at the picture." Then, all her attention returned to the TV again. Xiu Yan let out a sigh of relief, and then, he licked all 10 bullets. When his health dropped to 150, Xiaoyan released his physical enhancement. Then, his health is still 100 points. Although it's a bit disgusting, but at least nothing was lost. Xiaoyan comforted herself so. After looking at his physical strength and at his skill level 52, Xiaoyan started practicing again. However, it took a long time for him to practice this time. He recovered his physical strength and then practiced. After 48 points of physical strength were spent in the end, Xiaoyan's physical strengthening proficiency reached the 2nd level. However, additional attributes are still added to resistance, increasing the damage save by 1%. Seeing such a distribution, Xiu Yan was helpless, thinking that if this thief's unpleasant special effect had a higher attribute, it would actually be good. Then he saw a message that made him want to swear. The initial stage of physical strength enhancement has completed the proficiency, and the second stage of proficiency increase conditions, use the skill for 10 seconds, and at the same time spend 10 survival points to increase the proficiency. Proficiency LV3 requires 200 proficiency. I'm coming. Day. Your mother's upgrade requires money to come. P.S. How about the tickets? Yesterday there was still 1,100. Why is the recommendation of 600 today? 4 more to 1,100. Chapter 23, oh shit. Chapter 23 Damn, this breaks the list. So this Broken Garden of Eden is a online game. Xiaoyan can even predict what equipment enhancement plus 13, gem synthesis inlays, and equipment prefixes will be messed up in the future. This Nima proficiency level LV2 starts to ask for money? Forget it, 1000 survival points are needed to upgrade to LV3? Xiaoyan has been in this world for 2 days now, and his family has 150 survival points plus a few messy medicine bottles. By completing the 2 main tasks plus his own branch line, he will also be able to raise his wealth to 1,500 points. It costs 1,000 points to get a proficiency level? What about grabbing money? Xiu Yan gave up the idea of upgrading his proficiency for the time being, and even expressed hatred that he was so stupid that he had been yelling a few times before. Money, money. Xiaoyan left this word in his head now. After a short break, Xiaoyan walked to the computer. Xiaoyan's only thanks to the Garden of Eden now is the translation function that comes with it. After opening Google Maps, Xiaoyan had to sigh that these things still exist in this world that is about to be destroyed. He quickly found the Tentong Civil Security Company. But this time, Xiaoyan didn't go to find Miss Zheng Mu, but to check the nearby elementary school. Soon, the Mayushan Elementary School where Yanzu was studying appeared in his sight. You look at the broken name. After checking his position again, Xiu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Forget the time, the second round of hunting should be tomorrow morning, when the child goes to school. After all, it should be exactly when Yanzu returned to Rintaro, went to school with expectations and was completely beaten. If it is inferred according to common sense, the second round of chasing and killing should be a little harder than the first round. Xiu Yan said that he was already lying on the bed, and slightly narrowed his eyes. So, can you avoid this second round? It's up to you to chase after him, Rintaro. Haruko. Xiaoyan thought and shouted, I'm coming to sleep. Nichin Haruko pouted and pointed to the TV. It's time to rest. Xiu Yan said with a flat face, it's not good for children's eyes to watch too much TV. I see. Haruko shrugged her head, turned off the TV glumly, and then climbed onto the bed and hugged Xiaohako. So, am I doing it for the little girl's eyes or for her to come and hug me to sleep? Xiaoyan thought so, and closed his eyes. Under the morning sun, Xiaoyan opened his eyes as the sun shined in, and he first checked his state in advance. The stamina value has been replenished. Checking the time, Xiaoyan woke Haruko up. After washing a bit, Xiaoyan found a rope and tied it to the doorknob. What is Nichin doing? Haruko asked suspiciously. Xiaoyan smiled, led Haruko to the outside, and then closed the door. One end of the rope was exposed. Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and opened the door. Haruko's eyes suddenly widened. Xiaoyan reached out and touched her head, and smiled, if there is a chance to come back, Haruko doesn't need to crawl in. Haruko nodded excitedly, but did not see a trace of loneliness in Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaohako, who had money, and Haruko, who learned to control his pupils, took a taxi and quickly arrived at Mizuta Elementary School. After looking at the system prompts, the second round of chase and killing had half an hour to arrive. Xiaoyan touched Haruko's head. Haruko, just like yesterday, she can't show her strength today. Do you want to be like a normal child? What if it was yesterday? Haruko raised her head. What if there is a child like Haruko who wants to attack Nichin? No. Xiaoyan pointed to the elementary school, because brother still has very important things, so Haruko must be obedient. Haruko will be worried. The little girl's eyes were full of grievances. If there is any dangerous situation, I will naturally let Haruko come to help. Xiaoyan comforted, so, just stay by my side obediently, you know. The little girl pouted. Haruko got it. There are 25 minutes left in the second round. Xiaoyan just waited at the door. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and then he took Haruko to hide. At this time, a little girl with orange hair with double ponytails was coming to school with a smile on her face. Yanzu. Moreover, it seems that Yanzu's mood has recovered well, but soon, this little girl should see what human nature is. Xiu Yan looked at the time. 15 minutes remaining in the hunt. Almost enough. Xiaoyan led Haruko out, then opened his mouth and shouted, Yanzu. The advancing Yanzu suddenly stopped. She raised her eyes and shouted with bright eyes, it's you, this lady knows you. You are the uncle yesterday. Okay, uncle is uncle. At least the impression is good. It's Nichin. Haruko said angrily from the side. It doesn't matter. Yanzu didn't care, but she was taken aback for a moment. Wait, how does the uncle know my name? Because I know Rentaro. Xiaoyan said with a smile, Yanzu is very famous. That's right, this lady is very powerful. Yanzu pinched her waist and raised her head. However, Yanzu quickly recovered, and then asked doubtfully, Uncle, what are you doing in our school? Xiaoyan didn't answer, but looked at Haruko next to him. Do you want to go to school? Yanzu immediately understood what Xiaoyan meant. She jumped to Haruko's side and asked excitedly, Are you going to my school too? As the only cursed child in a school, it is absolutely false to say that Yunju is not lonely. Even if she has friends, she has to hide her identity. This can be seen a lot from the relationship between Yanzu and Tina afterwards. Therefore, having a child like her to be her friend is definitely one of the few things Yunju hopes most. What's your name? Do you really want to come to my school? At. Haruko looked dazed, and looked up at Zioin with a plea for help. Oh, don't be embarrassed. Yanzu is completely familiar, don't worry. When I first heard that I was going to school, it was the same as you are now, but I only know the benefits when I go to school. To many friends. Nichin Haruko was almost crying. Don't always rely on these adults. Yanzu took Haruko's hand and walked towards the campus. Walk, I will take you to meet my friend. Haruko, be careful. Zioin shouted with a pun, and then stepped to follow. However, Yanzu was stunned as soon as he walked to the door. Because she saw that her friend who used to be her was standing at the gate of the school at this time, holding various things as weapons in his hand, and looking at her with an angry expression. Go away! You monster! P.S. The third update, now the recommendation is 800, it will be enough for 1104 changes. Author's message. P.S. Push the blue and white book. My sister is Altria, let's not say more. My name is Arthur, and my name means that I am destined to be extraordinary. Even though Merlin is just my childhood sweetheart, Lancelot is a bully girl in the village, and my Knight of the Round Table is waiting for me. Right, Sister Altria. Arthur looked at the blonde girl and said. Brother, do you want some grilled corn? Just picked it from the field in the morning. Altria replied, the sister of the patched village girl Mai, Altria replied. Chapter 24, Strong Logic. Chapter 24, Logic Strong. Violence. When Zioin walked over, he saw a group of boys holding brooms and mops, looking nervously at Yanzu. They seemed to regard themselves as heroes. Speaking of it, it is excusable for adults to hate these cursed children, but why do they hate even children? In this elementary school, most of them are similar in age to Yanzu. Have they experienced the mass extinction of gastroenterology? Obviously there is no. But why would children who have not experienced that era be so disgusted with cursed children? Zioin raised his head and looked at the teacher who was hiding in the room. How can this kind of thing be inseparable from these adults, right? It's really a fun thing to provoke anger. Is this a friend? Haruko said with a disdainful expression standing next to Yanzu, is really a good friend. No, it's not like that. Yanzu looked disbelief, she took a step forward, full of grievances, I am a human, I am a human. Don't move you monster. A little boy bravely waved his broom at Yanzu, someone saw you fighting with red eyes. It's just that kind of monster. It's time to come. Zioin stood at the school gate and muttered. He turned his head and looked at both sides of the road. He saw a young man in a similar suit riding a bicycle toward the elementary school. Lotus Taro. Rentaro, who rushed over after being informed that Yunju was coming to school. Rentaro has his own justice, which is biased towards politicians, so sometimes there is always some indecision. But this is not wrong, because Rentaro has already seen the current situation in Tokyo. He was trained as an heir since he was a child, and he has a clear view of the essence of Tokyo. But it is this clearness that makes Rentaro better than the average person. Maturity, and the price of this maturity made Rentaro choose to avoid such problems. But Zioin is not such a person, he is a guy who abides by the law but dares to challenge any authority. Now that it's here, let's start. Xiuyan turned his head, I hope this can help you get a good impression of the protagonist. I'm not. Yanzu said and wanted to move forward. But the little boy had already raised the broom and hit Yunju. Xiuyan suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Yanzu back. The broom hit the ground, and Yanzu's eyes were full of disbelief. She seemed to be unable to believe that her classmates would actually attack herself. Yanzu. Rentaro had already thrown the bicycle to the side of the road, and people rushed in. He just saw what Xiaoyan did. He first gave Xiaoyan a grateful smile, and then ran to Yanzu's side and cared, "Yanzu, are you okay?" Lentaro Yanzu looked back at Lentaro, eyes full of grievances. "Let's go." Rintaro took Yanzu's hand. He glanced at the angry little boys, shook his head and said, "They are no longer your friends. Isn't it?" Yanzu's voice has been less lively. "Wait." Xiu Yan said suddenly from the side, "I got so angry and left like this for some reason." Mr. Xiuhako. Rentaro sighed, "You are a foreigner and don't understand the current situation in Tokyo. But I know human relationships." Xiuyan said, taking a step forward and looking at the little boy with the broom, "Why do you hate her so much? Isn't she your friend?" "I don't have such a monster friend." The little boy shouted, "We were deceived by this monster before. Then why do you hate these monsters so much?" "Because it killed my family." "Did she kill it?" Xiu Yan pointed to Yanzu. "No, it's not her." The little boy dodged his eyes, "But the monsters in her body killed the monsters like her. Are you not afraid that the monster in her body will come out and kill you now?" Xiu Yan said in Yinzi. The little boy's face turned pale, but then he raised his small face, "I'm not afraid." "Brave child." Xiu Yan praised him, then looked at the other children, "Have your family been killed too?" "No. No, but we want to protect everyone in the school." A group of children yelled. "Both are brave children." Xiu Yan nodded and then looked back at Yanzu. At this time, the little girl's eyes were already full of ashen colors. "Well, enough pressure," Xiaoyan secretly said, then stood up straight, cleared his throat and said, "That is to say, because the primitive gut creatures killed your family, you found that Yanzu may be a cursed child, and you didn't even see it with your own eyes. Do you treat your friends like this after seeing her?" A little boy opened his mouth, "We are for everyone. That is to say, even if a cursed child has not hurt you, but just because the same kind of gastrointestinal creature in their body has hurt your family, so you have to do this to her." "Yes. Okay." Xiu Yan stretched out his thumb, and his words changed, "So, what if your parents were killed?" Xiaoyan's voice was deep and hoarse, "If your parents were killed, what would you do?" "Oh, yes, I believe that brave ones will take up the weapons in your hands and expel the people around you." "People, right?" Xiaoyan stretched out both hands, pointed at the two little boys and said, "Are you two going to expel each other because they are humans?" "No. You will definitely do this. After all, you are that way. Bravery. Logic is strong. Violent. These little guys are all children, and there is a problem with their logical ability." At this time, after Xiaoyan said something, all the children were stupid. "Humans, how can humans do these things?" a little boy said incredulously. "If humans can't do these things, then what are the police used to do?" Xiu Yan's voice suddenly rose, "Have you forgotten? There is a kind of person called a bad guy. Then we will drive away the bad guys," the little boy shouted. "Then why don't you drive away the gastrointestinal creatures? Instead, drive away such a little girl. When we grow up, we will definitely go to drive away the original bowel monsters. Then you will surely drive away bad people when you grow up." Xiaoyan's lips curled up, and these children are stepping into the pit he dug step by step. "You are still young, you can bravely drive out the cursed child, then, why not drive out human beings who are still children? They may become bad people." Click, the brooms in the hands of the two little boys fell to the ground. "Pick up the weapon in your hand." Xiu Yan yelled suddenly, "Use your weapon on the people around you. Because they are humans. Since humans have bad people, drive them out. It's like a cursed child. Even if they didn't do anything bad, they might become those monsters, so you should drive them to drive humans like that." The boy in front of the college squatted and was almost crying. Zaihulian's eyes stared. What are you doing in a daze? Do it. The children looked at each other, their little faces pale in fright. Enough. A voice suddenly sounded. Bear Child's patron, Lord Bear came out. P.S. Oh, is it really salty? Yesterday, the last recommended number of votes was 980, which used to be 1213, the number of salted fish has increased greatly. Watching some guy get farther and farther from me. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The second round of pursuit begins. Who are you? A guy with the appearance of a teacher suddenly walked out, with a look of anger on his face at this moment. Why are you bullying the children here? You are the teacher. Xiu Yan laughed. What a good teacher. What did you say? Brush. Xiu Yan shot a gun suddenly and aimed at the teacher. The teacher's face turned white with a swish, and all the statements he had prepared were all stuck in his throat and couldn't be said. Mr. Zaihulian! Rentaro yelled from behind. Zaihulian turned his head and blinked at Rentaro. I don't know why, but Rentaro's actions that he was going to block just let go. As you can see, I am a bad person. Xiu Yan turned his head and smiled like a devil. As long as I pull the trigger, your teacher will die in front of you. Zaihulian looked at the little boys with a voice like a demon underground. So, I killed your teacher. Then, according to your thoughts, I am a human being. Are you going to expel the humans around you? After all, I am a human being. What if he grows up and becomes a bad guy? Innate skills, social workers are ready to start. Still facing a group of children. So, in order to protect your justice, expel mankind quickly. The boy with the broom shook his eyes, as if he had realized something in an instant. He suddenly yelled and swept the people around him. Yes, that's it. Zaihulian laughed, and as humans, you are actually the source of evil? Why don't you expel yourself? You may become bad people, and you may give birth to cursed children. It may become a nourishment and breeding ground for gastrointestinal organisms, so why not commit suicide? If you commit suicide, it will be $100, right? The little boy's raised hands suddenly froze. He didn't know what he thought of, so he cried out. Can't it be done because of selfishness? Zaihulian smashed his lips. After all, it is a group of children. If this is the case, blame your teacher. They are adults, and they are more likely to be bad guys than you. Moreover, it is because of them. Will some children become bad guys? Because they are teachers and don't educate good children, right? At this moment, all the children at the school door raised their heads and looked at their teachers. You, what are you doing? Looking at these strange children, the teacher stammered back. Expel them. Xiu Yan said coldly. Suddenly, all the children rushed towards their teacher. The teacher who had just come out to stop Zaihulian was knocked to the ground by a group of children with brooms. Zaihulian put away the gun, pulled Haruko around and walked towards the outside of the school, and both said, Let's go Yunju, they are no longer your friends, but this has nothing to do with you, because these guys. He stopped. Xiu Yan turned to look at the chaotic campus, disdainfully said, because these guys are not worthy of being friends, they are just a group of cowards who only know how to anger. Your friends are not here. The four people are walking on the road, and I have to say that Yanzu's condition is much better than in the anime at this time. At least, her eyes are no longer the kind of life full of destruction. Although a little lonely, but at this time, he can chat with Haruko. Looking at the state of Yanzu, Rintaro said to Zaihulian sincerely, Thank you, Mr. Zaihulian. It should be done. Xiu Yan shook his head, You don't need to thank me, you should actually do this. Rintaro smiled bitterly, Mr. Zaihuhako, you don't know the situation in Tokyo, No, I know. Zaihulian interrupted Rintaro, from the time I rescued Haruko, I knew what a bird looks like in Tokyo. Zaihuyan stopped, then looked at Rintaro seriously, and said firmly, "But I have always believed in one thing, that is, no matter what kind of the world turns into, I must protect the people around me. Don't suffer even a little grievance." Rintaro was stunned. After thinking a little bit, he said with a serious face, "Teached." Xiuyan looked at the system prompts. There is 1 minute left in the second round of chase. By the way, where does Mr. Zaihuyan live now? Rintaro asked suddenly. I'm wanted by the police." Xiuyan said lightly. "Hey!" Rintaro was taken aback for a moment. "The 2 policemen are dead." Xiuyan whispered. "What?" Rintaro shouted. "Be quiet!" Xiuyan said anxiously, "Don't let them hear." Rintaro suddenly woke up, and then asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "A guy wearing a red tuxedo and a mask killed them." Zaihuyan threw a pot on Hiriko Yingyan's body without any psychological burden. At the same time, he said with a special event, as a result, it became the culprit, and the police chased him to Area 39, but the group of people were all killed by the guy in the red tuxedo. Then, I was wanted. It's that guy. Rintaro knew who Zaihuyan was talking about in an instant. What the is going on? Because Haruko. Zaihuyan said helplessly, "Haruko seems to be the target of that guy. So she is following you now." "Well, Haruko is a good boy." Zaihuyan said with a smile, "He knows that I am dangerous, so he has to follow me to protect me." As he said, Zaihuyan's voice was full of helplessness, however, it is also because of Haruko. Now it seems that the police are all involved in this matter. Police? Rintaro was startled. Mr. Zaihuyan didn't want to go to the police to explain it clearly. "I stunned people." Xiuyan smiled bitterly. "This matter has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I just escaped an attack by a policeman yesterday. I suspect that these guys were also sent by the red tuxedo to catch them." Haruko's. As Zaihuyan's voice fell, the prompt from the Garden of Eden sounded. The second round of hunting begins. And Rintaro suddenly turned his right eye, and suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" He threw away the bicycle, and then threw Zaihuyan to the ground. Bang! A bullet was embedded in the ground where Xiuyan had just stood. Zaihuyan took a sigh of relief and tied Rintaro to the chariot to complete. "But, it feels so uncomfortable to be pressed under the body by a big man. It's a sniper." Rintaro pulled Zaihuyan up and hid behind a bunker. And Yanzu and Haruko also ran to the 2 of them. "Let's go." Zaihuyan looked outside carefully, and then said to Rintaro, "This guy is here for me. It has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry to get you into trouble." "Mr. Zaihuyan, please don't say that." Hearing Zaihuyan's words, Rintaro felt a little sorry. "I didn't save her last time." Rintaro looked at Haruko from the side and said seriously, "Not this time." Xiuyan paused, then gritted his teeth, "Thank you so much, then." "The enemy is on the roof of the tall building opposite." Rentaro's eyes rolled, "We have to find a way to get around." "No need." Zaihuyan said suddenly, "That's too dangerous. Neither Yanzu nor Haruko have the ability to dodge bullets, right? If it's that far away." Yanzu looked at the tall building carefully, "It should be fine." "That's too dangerous." Zaihuyan's eyes looked around, then pointed to a building and said, "Where do you go? If that person is really in the place Rintaro said, there is his blind spot. And, for that kind of building, there should be an underground parking lot. The only question is what about the 50-meter open area in the middle?" Rintaro looked in the direction of Zaihuyan's fingers, then gritted his teeth and said, "I will leave this distance to me. Don't worry, everyone will never be hit by bullets." Zaihuyan glanced at Rentaro's arm pretendingly, and then nodded with a sincere expression, "Then, I'm going to trouble Mr. Rintaro. P.S. I found that many students are very interested in social work. However, it's useless to be interested. There are only a few colleges and universities across the country that offer this course, but if you apply for the police academy, it looks like you can learn it all. Moreover, many things about social workers on Zhihu have now been blocked. It's like shielding the kitchen materials to make bombs. I went to Zhihu and checked it before writing, and found that many previous incidents about social workers are now only a few words left. P.S. Tweeting the book I sustained the first fire for 1 second. Golishev fired to life and death, how can he avoid it because of suffering? In order not to become an unconscious wandering pineapple rubbing corpse, he can only travel through the world with a sickly incomplete system, looking for the dark human nature that can sustain the first fire. FZ Gensokyo The Elder Scrolls to be determined. Chapter 26, Chop Your Hands, Chop Your Hands. Chapter 26, Chopped Hands, Chopped Hands. 3, 2, 1. Run! Lentaro suddenly yelled, and the 4 bodies rushed out of the bunker. Boom! The moment they appeared, gunshots rang. Lentaro paused, and his left hand suddenly stretched out, blocking Zhihuyan's head. There was a crisp ding. I saw a bullet flew out suddenly. As soon as Rintaro closed his hand, he shouted, "Hurry up!" But after a few people just ran away, Rintaro suddenly stretched out his hand. But this time, there was no sound of bullets being bounced off. The moment Rintaro stretched out his hand, a harsh metal rubbing sounded, and Rentaro's body fell back uncontrollably. Beside him, Yanzu suddenly patted Haruko on the shoulder. The two nodded their heads, and then grabbed Rintaro and Zhihuako. They both used force at the same time, and then they threw them toward the opposite building fiercely. At the same time, the gunfire sounded again. Puff! A spring of blood shot out from Haruko's shoulder. The little girl's body was taken backwards. Haruko! After being thrown into the bunker, Zhihuyan's heart suddenly twitched. Yanzu will bring her back soon. Yanzu pulled Haruko past her, and her feet suddenly pressed hard, her speed increased, and her feet kept changing positions. During this period, the hunter fired 3 more shots, but they were all avoided by Yanzu's erratic movement. "Are you okay?" After arriving at the opposite building, Yanzu immediately checked Haruko's injury. Haruko's face was pale at this time, she was clutching her shoulders, and blood flowed from her fingertips. But there was a smile on the little girl's face. "I'm fine. It's okay." Xiuyan looked angry. "Why didn't the planned plan be implemented? Who told you to throw us over?" Because Rentaro seems to be unable to hold it." Haruko whispered. "You." Zhihuyan was about to talk, and Rintaro grabbed him. "Well, they are doing our best, and I didn't expect to have armor-piercing bullets." With that, Rentaro stretched out his arm and said, "Look, the thing is still studded in my arm. Without them, it would be a question of whether we could come over." After seeing Rintaro's arm, Zhihuyan's expression changed. "Prosthetic. I'll talk about this when I come back." Rentaro squatted down and looked at Haruko. "Has the wound healed?" Haruko looked up at Zhihuyan, then nodded. "Well, it's already healed." "Haruko, it's not a good boy to lie." Zhihuako can see Haruko's state completely. Name, Haruko Kobayakawa. Health, 470/500. Moreover, this health value not only has not been restored, but it is still dropping. Status, 15% erosion rate. Bleeding, loss of 10 health points per minute for 20 minutes. Seeing Zhihuyan's angry look, Haruko suddenly lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Nichan. Let me see." Rentaro looked serious. Haruko slowly removed her small hand, exposing the wound. Rentaro's pupils shrank. "It's a bullet." Zhihuyan squatted down and passed the 3 small medicine bottles to Haruko. "Drink them." Haruko took the bottle and drank all without asking. HP 500/500. Zhihuyan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bullets can only destroy the regenerative ability of the original intestine organisms, making Haruko unable to recover, and the bleeding state is also a state that occurs because the wound cannot be recovered. Now that the blood is full, the negative state has disappeared. And Haruko's wound also healed as his health returned to full. On the side, Rentaro's eyes widened. What is that? It can actually heal their wounds. Zaihuin pointed to Rentaro's arm. Similarly, I'll talk about it later if I have a chance. Okay. Everyone has their own secrets. Rentaro still knows this very well. He stood up and looked around. Are we going to the underground parking lot next? Then find a car to escape. No. Xiuyan gave up the first sentence. His eyes flashed with a bone-chilling cold light. Next, kill him. The roof of a tall building. A woman with long hair and a shawl wearing a black coat and a large black-brimmed hat stood up. Tisk, let them run away. She put away her sniper rifle and asked, Xiaonan, can you find out where they are? Next to her, a little girl with black hair was tapping on a computer, and then said, they didn't leave, but entered the underground garage. Find a car and run away. The black-clothed woman shook her head. That would be a pity. I didn't expect that there were other police assistants beside him. No, Sister Ju, they didn't leave. Xiaonan suddenly shouted, I suggest you come and have a look. The woman frowned and walked to Xiaonan's computer. At this time, what appeared on Xiaonan's computer was the monitoring screen of the underground garage. The little girl hijacked the security system of that building. The woman was seeing Zaihuin and 4 people walking into the underground parking lot at this time, and then her target suddenly turned around, grinning at the surveillance camera, and both made a middle finger. The next moment, I saw a huge object flying towards the screen. The monitoring screen is all white. Moreover, the monitoring screens on the computer also began to turn into snowflakes one by one. Sister Ju, what is he doing? Xiaonan asked suspiciously from the side. Declare war. The corner of the woman's mouth raised. It's really interesting. I thought they would only run away. What are we going to do? Naturally, to complete the task. The woman looked at the building opposite. Since the prey is provoking us, then, as hunters, how can we back down? Zionan, are the weapons ready? Xiaonan pointed to a black cloth pocket next to it. It's all there, ready. Get ready. The woman walked to the bag and took out a small punch from the inside and put it on her body. She took out 2 more grenades and hung them around her waist. Finally put on a helmet on the head. Then he took out 2 more, and put one in his leg, and the other was pinned to the belt. And Xiaonan took out a black dagger from that bag. Ready for the wine, sister. The woman nodded and walked to the little girl's side. Xiaonan stretched out his hand. A princess hugged the woman in his arms, and then suddenly jumped under her feet. The distance between the 2 tall buildings was nearly 100 meters, and he jumped over. The 2 finally landed on the rooftop of the tall building opposite. The hunting time is up. The woman said, already kicking the door to the rooftop. P.S. Finally, I still didn't hold back. I went to Steam and picked up a wave of hands. Damn, this holiday event, will it end after Christmas? Why does it last so long? P.S. By the way, smashed the pieces and swallowed a piece of wine. In the past, double frozen 200 beans couldn't hit. This time 70 beans were smashed. Well, 2 months later. Just 1 more SSR. But, Nima is so expensive to buy a fragment, Dobeo is 8 yuan each. Chapter 27, Contact. Chapter 27 Contact. I don't understand. Lentaro followed Zaihuin. We obviously have time to escape now. But that guy won't leave. Xiuyan lied. In fact, according to his original plan, as long as he drove away now, he would be able to complete this mission. But when Haruko was injured, Zaihuhako had given up the idea of running away. If you kill him, you can still touch the corpse, right? That's what Zaihuan told himself. Did you see this sniper rifle bullet? Zaihuan pointed to Rentero's arm. That guy is going to kill us. This time we have your help, but he didn't get it, so what about next time? Rentero looked down at his arm. He was not a fool. The bullet alone showed him a hint. Who are you? Does it matter who I am? Zaihuan didn't answer directly. If I insist, I'm just an involuntary person who has been involved in your Tokyo circle. While shaking the pot. Because of that medicine. Zaihuan took out a larger medicine bottle from his pocket. If you think so. Can you show me? Seeing Zaihuan took out another bottle, Rentero's eyes were suddenly full of curiosity. Zaihuan glanced at the herring-flavored life medicine, with a strange expression on his face. Trust me, you will definitely regret it if you read it. Okay. Rentero nodded. Then, you said you want to kill him, but how to do it? I declare in advance that if I can help you kill Mr. Satomi and Yanzu helped me hold the other's initiator. Zaihuan sighed. If you two, you should be able to hold her without hurting her, right? Hearing Zaihuan's sudden request, Rentero was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Although I don't know who you are, I can be sure that you are at least not a person. Bad guys. The first time I heard someone say this to a murderer. Xiu Yan muttered. What are you talking about? Rentero didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Get ready. Then you are careful. Rentero led Yanzu and stood there. Zaihuan looked at Rentero's arm. Don't worry, as long as it's not a guy like you, ordinary people, there is no problem. Haruko walked to Zaihuan's side and raised her head. Nichan, where are we going? Come with me. Zaihuan led Haruko toward the underground garage. After entering the underground garage, Jukin first patted Xiaonan on the shoulder next to him. Xiaonan knew, tapping her fingers on the notebook repeatedly, and she directly stopped all the entrances and exits of the parking lot. In this way, it will not get in the way and cause trouble. For Xiu Yan, this is definitely not good news. His ability can be several times more powerful in a chaotic scene, but in such an environment similar to a heads-up, Zaihuan is actually at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he now has a helper. This time, on the opposite side of the Jin, Rentero and Yanzu are standing in the middle of the road so openly. You blocked my bullet just now, right? Jukin smiled on his face. Introduce myself, Jukin, IP rank 911. Seitaka Rentero. Rentero said solemnly. Jukin stretched out one hand and drew his hair back, and said, well, armor-piercing bullets can block it. So, little guy, you are not a human being. It has nothing to do with you. Rentero said coldly, leaving now, I can treat you as if you haven't been here. Tisk tusk tusk. Jukin smashed his mouth. It's been a long time since I met such an arrogant child. Are you trying to protect your friends? It seems that you are not going to leave. Rentero sighed, then stepped away. Jukin was stunned obviously. You let me pass. Rentero nodded. You can go there, but your facilitator must stay. I was underestimated. The corner of Jukin's mouth turned up unconsciously, and then slowly said, Xiaonan, you stay and play with them for a while. Okay. Zionan nodded. By the way, if you die, can I return to Aso by myself? Whatever. Having said that, the Juzan has already stepped through between Rentero and Yanzu. After Jukin left, Xiaonan tugged at his red bow, then raised his hands. Surrender. Rentero, who was about to do it, staggered at his feet, and the two asked with incredible expressions, why? Because I don't want to be beaten. Xiaonan said, consciously pressing against the wall, raising his hands and squatting down. On the other side, Xiu Yan hid behind a wall, quietly listening to the sound of the shoes touching the ground. At this moment, he was holding a small mirror in his hand, which was the rear-view mirror of a hapless car that had just been knocked down. However, Xiaoyan just exposed a little bit of the mirror to check the approximate location of the Jukan. Because if you really want to see clearly, this small mirror has to stretch out a lot, and the chances of being spotted will be great. Seeing the wine piano getting closer, Xiu Yan suddenly rushed out from behind the wall. But at the moment when he took a step, a bullet came directly. Fortunately, Xiaoyan reacted very quickly. When he flashed from the wall, he saw that Jukan was wearing a helmet, and there was a small cylinder hanging on the helmet, which was in front of Jukan's left eye. The moment Xiaoyan saw this thing, he dashed back behind the wall, but even so, 3 bullets flew out with his arm. 3 blood troughs were brought out on his arm. Health 95/100. Thermal imaging. Xiaoyan instantly understood what the thing was on Jukan's eyes. He ran away without saying a word. The sound of Jukan's footsteps behind him chased back at a very fast speed. Puff puff puff. The sound of a string of bullets suddenly appeared, and Xiu Yan had also rushed to the back of a car and hid. But Xiaoyan knew that it was useless to just hide in this way. The other party had a thermal image, which locked him almost as if he had opened the perspective. So, the first thing to do now is to make both of them blind. Xiaoyan quickly took off his jacket, and then opened the gas tank of the car next to him. He threw his clothes in, soaked in gasoline, and quickly took them out. He also took out his pistol and shot it directly on the steel rim of the car road. Suddenly, the flying sparks ignited Xiaoyan's coat. The Jukan stepped forward, and then laughed, "Is it on fire? But what use do you think such a light on fire is good for? This is useless, let's get a big one." Xiu Yan replied from the back of the car. He looked at everyone, and then squeezed the clothes that had just been lit directly into the gas tank of the car. With a roar, physical strengthening. I saw Xiaoyan's speed instantly increased by a notch, and the wind rushed out from behind the car. In Jukan's eyes, what she saw was a huge red flame forming instantly in the thermal imaging. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for votes. How come the monthly pass has been overtaken? P.S. By the way, I heard that in the store next month, you can change the demon knife. I decided, if this is true, what a SR, what a two-faced Buddha. What Shikigami is useful or not. At that time, even if the of bankruptcy is fully divided, he will get Sister Yayadao. Author's message. P.S. Tweeting the book Another World Agent of the Ancient God by the September Lords traveled to another world and worked hard for His Majesty. This hard work is nothing. Even if every progress is accumulated by your own efforts, as long as you follow the ancient God's blessing and move forward, sooner or later the other world will be taken away from the original creation and dedicated to the Great Her Royal Highness Zazia. My name is Zhang Jiao, and I speak for Lord Ancient God. Your staff, Zhang Jiao. Chapter 28, Bankruptcy in Exchange for Big White Legs. Chapter 28. If the fuel tank is ignited, it does not necessarily explode directly, and it may also spray fire outwards. But if the vent is blocked, then it is properly exploded. Xiu Yan didn't have a few steps away, and he appeared with a roar behind him. The huge force pushed him out fiercely, and directly hit the wall. Health 120/200. The aftermath of the explosion directly exploded Xiu Yan's nearly 80 points of life, accompanied by the effects of tinnitus and dizziness. If it hadn't been for the physical enhancement, he would have been lying on the ground and would not be able to move. The explosion of the wine piano was also not good. She chose to evade for the first time, but the helmet was still flying away fiercely. However, she herself did not suffer any harm. After seeing Xiaoyan escape, she also ignored her thermal imaging helmet. She chased her with her legs and shot at the same time. Boom! Next to the car, there were 2 more. After the first one exploded, the other 2 exploded. Jukan had no choice but to temporarily evade. And Xiu Yan took advantage of this time to quickly hide behind a bunker. When the explosion dissipated, Jukin slightly appeared to check Xiaoyin's location. But what followed was a few bullets hitting the wall where she was hiding. Jukin suddenly retracted his head and took out a grenade from his waist. After pulling off the insurance, he counted for a few seconds, then raised his hand and threw it towards Xiaoyin. Seeing the flying object, Xiu Yan cursed secretly, turned his head and ran away. The grenade suddenly exploded in the air, and a shrapnel plunged directly into Xiu Yan's left thigh. A sharp pain came into his mind, and the forward Xiaoyin's feet were soft, and his body had fallen toward the ground. However, Xiu Yan, who fell to the ground, twisted his body abruptly, grabbing his hands and aiming at the place where the Jukin had just hidden. Boom! His back hit the ground fiercely, and the pain almost made Xiaoyin's grabbing hand almost released. No one. However, compared to the pain behind his back, Xiaoyin was surprised by the scene in front of him. There is no one in the Jukin hiding place. This is her best opportunity to get close to herself. How could she wait behind? Xiaoyin quickly turned his muzzle. He didn't even aim and fired directly. Boom! Bang! Bang! The Jukin that had just circumvented was once again suppressed by Xiaoyin's bullet behind a few bunkers. Haruko! Finally, Xiaoyin shouted. The Jukin hiding behind the bunker was startled, and saw a petite figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards her. A pair of small hands waved at her fiercely. On the side of Jukin's body, his left hand pulled out the dagger around his waist and quickly raised it. Ding! Obviously the body and the metal are intertwined, but there is a sound of metal collision. While receiving Haruko's claw, Sakato directly abandoned the other hand and grabbed Haruko's wrist. It's just a promoter. Jukin sneered, I haven't killed it. While catching Haruko, she swiped her feet, as if she was taking advantage of her force to throw Haruko fiercely, and there was a creak of bones accompanied by Haruko's flying out. Bang bang bang! The moment Haruko flew out, Xiaoyin had already shot again and again. But the Jukin looked like eyes growing behind his back, kicking his feet and tumbling on the ground to avoid Xiaoyin's bullets. And hide behind a bright car. That speed was actually a bit faster than Xiu Yan's physical enhancement. But when she just landed, a petite figure rushed towards her again. Jukin's eyes drenched, his body lay back fiercely, and he kicked out at the same time. Haruko is a child who has never fought much. Her attacks are more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but it is still too immature to deal with these guys with fighting skills. Sakato kicked Haruko's belly directly with this kick. Haruko's body flew upside down again, but this time, her little hand caught a few long mouths on the legs of the Jukin. At this time, Xiu Yan had found a new shooting position with a hobble. He grabbed it, but found a black light oncoming. Whoosh! That is a dagger. Before Xiu Yan could shoot, the dagger shot his pistol flying. And the body of the Jukin has rushed towards him. There was blood dripping on this woman's legs, but it seemed that it couldn't affect her speed at all. Xiaoyin glanced at the pistol that fell to the side. Without a weapon, he couldn't be the opponent of this woman. His body slammed down and grabbed his weapon. But just when he was about to touch the pistol, a huge force suddenly came from his back. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Xiu Yan's mouth. Health 50/200. Xiaoyin turned around, wanting to see what happened behind him. But when he just turned around, he saw that the woman had hit his stomach with a knee lift. The moment Xiaoyin lay down, the woman was already riding on him. Nichin! Haruko shouted, rushing towards Xiaoyin regardless of her aching body. Don't move! I don't know when there is another dagger in Jukin's hand. At this time, the tip of the dagger is pointing at Xiaoyin's chest. And a cruel smile appeared on her face. Little girl, you'd better not move, no matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than my knife. If you dare to hurt Nichin. Haruko's eyes were red, I will kill you. It's not what you said. Jukin didn't care, She looked at Haruko jokingly, so, the relationship between the initiator and the promoter will be the weakness of both parties, and it will not do any good. What's more, it's a wild girl like you who doesn't have any fighting skills. Except for the characteristics of being a gastrointestinal creature, other places are weak and messed up. Zaihuyan pressed one hand firmly against Jukin's wrist where the dagger was falling, and his face was flushed, while his other hand slowly touched the pistol not far from him. However, his movements are simply not hidden from the wine piano. Jukin, who was straddling Zaihuyan, turned around and stretched out his leg to kick Zaihuyan's pistol away. And at this moment, Xiuyan suddenly laughed. You were fooled. Xiuyan's voice was cold. This sentence made Jukin shiver all over, and a dangerous breath filled her mind. Go. This is the only thought in her mind. But at this moment, Zaihuyan's hand, which was holding her firmly against her, suddenly let go. At the same time, his body is crooked. The dagger was subject to inertia, and it was inserted directly under Zaihuyan's collarbone. And Jukin's body also lay down. And Zaihuyan's hand that was originally going to be grabbed was grasped on his wrist at this time. Because of the severe pain, he grinned with an extremely hideous smile. Go to hell. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted from Zaihuyan's wrist. The electric light penetrated the chest of Jukin, and penetrated from the back of her heart. The hint of the Garden of Eden follows. Kill the elite facilitator, reward 300 survival points. The second round of chasing is over, the third round of chasing starts at 48 hours. Choice of replenishment box. After hearing the announcement from the Garden of Eden, Zaihuyan finally let out a sigh. P.S. Asking for a monthly pass, which is more than a dozen monthly passes compared to the previous one. Kill him. What, does the hidden boss still earn? Damn, the 3000 gap is a fart. But the recommended ticket is still needed. P.S. Then, Sister Yayadao really came out. I have raised the two-faced Buddha to 30J in the past few days. Cockfighting will be able to exchange two-faced Buddhas. This is 1000. Then a total of 36 SR, excluding the old man and the bird. 4 pieces were swapped out. There are 30 in total, which can be exchanged for 3000 points. There are 100 R cards, for 500 points. This is 4500. Originally, there are 1200 Oze. This is 5700. Ha 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 ha, 3 SR out of Krypton will have a demon sword. P.S. But, so sad, this is a bankruptcy, right? Chapter 29, Reaper Starter. Chapter 29, Reaper Type Starter. Before the battle, Xiuyan thought of the opponent's strength might be very strong. After Haruko left in the last hunter mission, Zaihuako got the auxiliary ability given by the Garden of Eden because the hunter was too strong. Then, in theory, if the addition of Rintaro would reduce the difficulty of the task, the Garden of Eden should also give hints. However, it did not. It is equivalent to saying that with the addition of Rintaro, from the perspective of the Garden of Eden, it is only equal. Of course, it may also be lowered without prompting, but what about it? There is always no harm in being careful. Therefore, from the very beginning, Zaihuyan pressed Bayo on his steel launcher. Powerful killing effect, assisting in weak point attacks. If it is still a human, the second kill is affirmative. At this time, Zaihuyan first took a look at his state. Health, 15/200. Physical strength, 30/150. Well, this is a waste of myself. Moreover, bursts of dizziness followed. It seems that after the HP is too low, the functions of the body will also be affected. Haruko ran to Zaihuyan's side quickly, tears gleaming in her eyes. Nichan, how about you, Nichan? It's okay. Zaihuako touched Haruko's head. Can Haruko call Rintaro and the others for me? I may be going to the hospital. I'll go right away. Haruko quickly got up and ran towards Rentaro. And Xiuyan lowered his head, looked at the corpse of the wine piano that was glaring and soft on his body, and reached out to touch it. 3 items immediately appeared in his hand. Garden of Eden Tips. Name: Blood Recovering Medicine, Medium. Category: Consumables. Grade: White Dilapidated. Function: Instantly restore 20 points of health. Introduction: Aha, I don't want to explain any more, drink it, drink it. This was a bottle the same size as that canned herring-flavored life potion. Xiuyan thought a little bit. Instead of drinking it immediately, he put the bottle in his trouser pocket. The second item is the healing potion originally obtained from those miscellaneous fish. Blood Recovering Medicine, small, *5. Is this a special way for the novice task or what? Xiuyan found that it seemed as if he could find the blood recovery potion on anyone. This is done in online games to prevent players from dying too quickly and to use this thing as a reward for charging. This Garden of Eden also comes to this set. After plugging 5 small glass bottles into his pocket, the last thing made Xiuyan laugh. That is a skill book. Name: Sliding Step. Category: Skill book. Grade: D level. Function: Avoidance skills. Sliding 3 meters towards one place, can be used in any terrain. The body is stiff during the sliding step, and the defense is increased by 100 points. Consumption: 10 points of stamina, 5 seconds cooling time. Introduction: Theoretically speaking, the speed of sliding is very fast. Under normal circumstances, it will not be attacked. However, it is not easy to be taken by others. By the way, this skill cannot make you being under the crotch, so be careful. Point. Finally, there is a decent skill. Xiuyan used the skill book directly, just as his physical fitness had been strengthened at the beginning. Xiuyan felt a mass in his brain. And the best thing is that this skill does not need to be silly. However, Xiuyan immediately thought of what Suiyan said at the beginning, that killing any target person may get the corresponding ability. The special police who died at the beginning dropped physical strength, which should have a better relationship with their physique. Killing this woman this time should have dropped her ability to dodge bullets with her back to herself just now. Thinking of this, Xiuyan instantly understood what Suiyan wanted: Hiriko Yingyan's ability. It was also at this time that a string of footsteps suddenly came over. Haruko quickly ran to Xiuyan's side and put Xiuyan's head on her lap. And Rintaro first glanced at the woman whose chest was pierced in an incredible way, then squatted down quickly. How are you? I can't die. Xiuyan smiled bitterly, but it's coming soon, so. A strong sense of dizziness filled Xiuyan's mind. In fact, if he uses the life medicine directly at this time, all the side effects will disappear. But this is not what Xiuyan wanted to see. The disadvantaged can be more cared for, right? Therefore, Xiuyan didn't finish her words, so she never tried to endure the urging dizziness. She fell down and fainted. Hey! Rintaro looked anxious on the side. He put his hand on Xiuyan's neck, and when he noticed that there was a beating, he quickly shouted, Yanzu, call an ambulance. No need. Xiona next to her suddenly spoke, and she knocked on the computer. I have already called for the ambulance nearby. At the same time, the signal shielding of this area has been removed, and the underground parking lot can be used smoothly. You. Rintaro said in a daze, is this helping us? There will always be deaths. Xiaonan said without paying attention, I know my promoters. Moreover, I am not free to help. I hope you can do me a favor later. You said. Although Rintaro looked puzzled, he agreed first. Help me give a testimony. Xiaonan pointed to the dead Jukan, it proves that I didn't kill this guy. Rintaro nodded, no problem. Okay. Xiaonan said, already taking out a phone. A call was made immediately. Starter number 2017. Well, yes, it's me again. My facilitator is dead, and the cause of death runs through my chest. Said this, Xiaonan suddenly stopped, then she looked at Zihuan, then at Rintaro and the others, and continued, well, that's right, the murderer's gastrointestinal creature, there were witnesses by police. However, the original gut creatures have already ran away. Yes, I know, I don't need you to remind me and know that this is the 6th promoter who died by my side this month. I am a locust-shaped starter, not a death type. Witnessed the police to see Rintaro. Alright, I understand. Having said all this, Xiaonan has hung up the phone. She looked at Rintaro seriously and said, Iso will track your location in half an hour and reclaim me. I need to be by your side for this half an hour. Rintaro turned pale when he heard it from the sidelines. I remember, you just said that 6 promoters died by your side this month. Yes. Xiaonan nodded. What happened? Some were killed by the original intestine creatures, and some were killed by other policemen. Xiaonan spread his hands. There are also enemies who came to the door before. Anyway, they always died inexplicably. 2 died last month. I don't know why so many deaths this month. At this point, Xiaonan suddenly said, by the way, I will remember to tell Iso that the Jew sister was killed by the gastrointestinal creature. It's easier to explain this way. After all, your friend is a wanted criminal. Gudong. Rintaro swallowed fiercely. He directly ignored the confession that Xiaonan said, but asked with a worried look, this half an hour, I won't die. P.S. Day by day, the little black house is locked for 8,000, and 4,000 words have been written since 12 o'clock, help. Can't get out. P.S. If you hadn't learned how to update Dafa in the dark room, you would have to wait until tomorrow for this chapter. P.S. Finally, about Haruko's good hearing that a friend said before, let me explain. The double quotes are what Zihuan said, while the single quotes are what Zihuan has in mind. So, some things Zihuan didn't say. As for some of the things that are said, they will be explained in the next chapter. Chapter 30, Almost Caught Up Again. Chapter 30 is about to be caught up again. When Zihuan woke up, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. Haruko was by his side. At this time, the little girl was lying on the bed, and she was already asleep. You're awake. Rintaro's voice came from beside him. Zihuan turned his head and saw that Rintaro was standing by the bed, and beside him was a beautiful woman who was long and straight. It is the heroine of this anime Tendo Kijin. Of course, if you think she is the heroine. How are you feeling now? Rintaro asked from the side. Zihuan checked his status. Health 30/100. Physical strength 100/100. He smiled and said, very good, thank you for sending me to the hospital. Rintaro smiled bitterly and said, no, I am still very guilty for not helping you. At least you help me block her initiator. Zihuan's smile remained unchanged, thank you very much already. After that, Xiuyan looked at Mugang, right, this one is. Oh, let me introduce you. Rintaro suddenly said, this is my boss, Tendo Kijin. Hello. Ms. Mugang looked at and nodded slightly, Tentong Mugang, president of Tentong Private Security Company. When Tendo Mugen spoke to Zihuan, there was a hint of caution in his eyes. This vigilance Zihuan can of course be seen, and he also knows why, after all, it is already dark now. At this moment, Mugang suddenly received a call. After she stopped and said a few words, she hung up the phone, and then looked at Rintaro seriously, the gastrointestinal creature that swallowed the box has been found. I have rented a helicopter. Yu and Yanzu hurried over. Earn the commission for me. Oh, good. Rintaro immediately agreed, and then suddenly froze. Where did you get the money to rent the helicopter? My lady threw all the credits in. Mugang said anxiously, the helicopter is on the top floor of the hospital. Go. Rescue helicopter. Lentero's voice was high. Mu Geng's eyes stared, which so much nonsense. Okay, okay. Lentero smiled bitterly, then looked at Zihuan, and said embarrassingly, I'm sorry, Mr. Zihuan, I work here. Zihuan smiled, then took out 2 small medicine bottles from his pocket and handed them to Rintaro. You take this, you know what's the use of this thing. Lentero hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the 2 small medicine bottles from Zihuan, and at the same time thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Zihuan. Zihuan nodded. When Rintaro walked to the door, he suddenly turned around with a serious look. Mr. Zihuan, Mu Gen is my best friend. You can trust her. I understand. After Rintaro left, the suspicion in Mu Gen's eyes became heavier. Just say anything, Ms. Mu Geng. Zihuan spread his hands. It's not good for us if you keep thinking in your heart like this. Your eyes? Mu asked more carefully, why are they red? Do you believe that I said Hitomi heterochromatic? I'm not stupid. Mu Geng sneered, I have never heard of any kind of heterochromatic pupils that change color sooner or later. If Mr. Zihuan wants to be so perfunctory, then we don't have to talk about it. I don't know. Xiu Yan quickly changed his words, I don't know why. Don't you know? Mu Geng frowned. Yes. Zihuan nodded, this is also the purpose of my coming to Japan. Ms. Mu Geng should also know how unlucky it is to have a pair of red pupils in this world. You can solve it when you come to Japan. Mu Geng frowned. Zihuan sat up with his back on the bed, his back leaning against the pillow, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly said, Muroto Sumair, one of the 4 sages. Now, is it in Tokyo? In other words, it should be a researcher of gastrointestinal biology at the affiliated hospital of Goshen University. Mu Geng's pupils shrank. Who are you? Why does everyone have to ask me this question again? Xiu Yan held his forehead. Who is that important? Yes. Mu said even more. Then let me ask first, this should be the affiliated hospital of Goshen University, right? Yes. That's good. Zihuan nodded, then trouble Miss Mu Gen to help me inform Muroto Sumair, I want to meet her. Mu Geng frowned, why should I help you? Zihuan shook his head, Rentaro is a member of the new human mechanical soldier, who has modified his left eye, right leg and right arm. Snapped. Mu Geng's hand was instantly placed on the samurai sword on his waist. At the same time, although Ms. Mu Gen is a member of the Tendo family, she has left the Tendo family at the age of 15. It was because Rintaro wanted to protect you, she was seriously injured by the original artifact and finally transformed into a robot. Regardless of Mu Geng's actions, he continued, of course, if you think these are the information I found, then Miss Mu Geng's goal is to kill the person in the Tendo family who killed her parents? These things are. Can't find it, right? Chong. The samurai sword went out of its sheath for 3 points. Mu Geng squatted slightly with his legs, holding the hilt in one hand. Tell me. Who are you? Haruko, who felt the hostility of Dao, suddenly woke up. When she saw Mu Geng's movements, the little girl's eyes turned red in an instant. Haruko, sit down. Zihuan hurriedly shouted. The movement Haruko was about to make immediately froze, but she did not sit down, but looked at Mu Gen with a vigilant expression, ready to do it at any time. Don't get excited, Ms. Mu Gen. Zihuan's voice slowed down. Actually, I know more than these things, I also know a lot. These things are too troublesome to explain, you may not believe it when you say it, you just need I know, I don't have any hostility towards you, if I can, I would rather be friends with you. In fact, I have been doing this too. I don't want to be friends with you. Mu Geng frowned, but she had already retracted the katana. So, can you contact Muroto Sumair for me now? I really need her to help me solve this red pupil problem. I don't need her to contact. As soon as Zaihulian's voice fell, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a tall beauty in a white coat came in. It was Miroto Sumair. Her face was a look of tiredness that could not be concealed. Just looking at her countenance could not be connected with the setting of the smartest person like the four sages. Kajin, you can go out. Miroto Sumair ordered as soon as he walked in. It seems that this gentleman has a lot of things that interest me. Seeing Miroto Sumair coming in, Zaihuhako turned his head and smiled and said to Haruko, Haruko, you go out first. But Nijang. Haruko is obedient. Zaihulian said softly. Okay. Haruko lowered his head and walked out with Mujin. P.S. Recommended. Recommend. 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 Monthly ticket. Monthly ticket. Monthly ticket. On the last day, it will be cleared tomorrow. The list is about to be caught up again. Now 300 recommended, more than 1100 plus more. P.S. By the way, please leave a message if you like the old cover and the new cover. Chapter 31, 2016 is the last day. Chapter 31 The last day of 2016 is now. In the ward, Zaihuhako and Miroto Sumair face each other. Are you always there? Xiuyan spoke first. As a member of the New Human Project, I am observing his actions as much as possible. I know his friends, but I don't know you. Miroto Sumair said as he sat on a chair in the ward. Sit down. I investigated your information and found that 3 days ago, you didn't seem to exist in this world, as if you came out of thin air. As soon as Zaihulian wanted to speak, Miroto Sumair interrupted, don't try to make up your life experience with some messy reasons. I have extremely high authority, and I'm not stupid. So, tell me who you are, it is possible to continue talking. Otherwise. How? Xiuyan tilted his head. You will be my research object. Miroto Sumair said lightly. It sounds scary. Xiuyan pretended to be relaxed, and at the same time activated his talent skills. He just wanted to speak, but suddenly he heard the Garden of Eden prompt. Innate skills. Social workers say that the level is not enough to have an impact on the target person. What? Xiuyan was shocked in his heart. Is there a failure to say? On the other side, Miroto Sumair has slightly frowned. I feel that something wants to invade my brain. Is it your ability? Xiuyan suddenly became a little embarrassed and said, I think we should be more honest. This is my line. Miroto Sumair said indifferently, forget it, I can treat what I just did as a temptation, but I hope it's only once. Now you only have 2 options. First no, explain your origins, and secondly, be my guinea pig. Xiuyan was speechless for a while, as if he had been pitted by this skill. But think about it carefully, Eden has long said that skills can be upgraded, which means that the skill of this talent to strengthen one's social skills is actually a double-edged sword. If you take the initiative to use it, you will always face the problem of failure and backlash. And now beside him, he is one of the 4 smartest people on the planet. Careless, Xiuyan secretly blamed himself. It seems that it is impossible to lie. If he makes up the reason again and is found out, Xiuyan doesn't want to be an experimental subject. So, confession may be the best choice. I am not from this world. Xiuyan simply said directly, I come from a place called the Garden of Eden, where... In this way, Zaihuhako told the story of the Garden of Eden and the world of the Mission World, during which Miroto Sumair nodded repeatedly. When Zaihuhako finished all this, Miroto Sumair didn't speak. After talking about it, Zaihuhako waited for Miroto Sumair's reply, but after a while, Zaihuhako found that Miroto Sumair had no response. Zaihulian stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Miroto Sumair's eyes. Miroto Sumair looked at Zaihuhako. Mr. Zaihuhako, are you ready to talk? Zaihulian's hand froze in vain. Seeing Zaihuhako's state, Miroto Sumair frowned. are you planning to pretend to be a fool? I've already said it. Xiu Yan was incredible. It seems that you don't plan to cooperate anymore. Miroto Sumire stood up slowly. Do you still treat me like a fool? At this time, Xiu Yan had all the thoughts of scolding his mother. He cast a glance and saw the wall clock on the wall. Wait! Xiu Yan quickly shouted, look at the time. Miroto Sumire turned her head to look. When she saw the wall clock, the expression on her face had become solemn, and then she looked down at her arm again, her brows furrowed together. We talked at 6:45, and the conversation took 5 minutes. Xiuhako's voice is low, the time is now at 6:50, Ms. Miroto Sumire, I ask you, in your memory inside, did we not say a word for 5 minutes? Or say, you will let me not say a word for 5 minutes? No. Miroto Sumire shook his head, I didn't even feel that 5 minutes have passed. In my memory, it should be 6:45. Waiting for your time to speak. Xiu Yan let out a sigh of relief, obviously, my boss doesn't want you to know about him. Your boss? Miroto Sumire has become cautious. Who is it? I've already said it. Xiuyan pointed to the hands of the watch, however, you still don't have any memories. How could this happen? Miroto Sumire's brows have been twisted into a word kawa. Let's put it this way. Now that Xiuyan has understood the situation in the Garden of Eden, he simply said, you can call my boss God, or your great Japanese gods, whatever you want. This is more convenient for your understanding. And he doesn't want you to know his existence, so even if I said, you won't have this part of the memory. You seem to have just learned about this. Miroto Sumire caught the point all at once. Xiuyan nodded. Then what are you? Miroto Sumire asked, why would you know? What I have to say? Xiu Yan dragged his chin for a while, and said, God's substitute, what do you think of this title? Is that so? Miroto Sumire nodded, as if he already understood what he meant. He suddenly looked up at Xiuyan, and smiled, but the surrogate Sama seems to be just an ordinary person. You can't find any trace of me even if you are an ordinary person. Miroto-jin was silent for a while, and then said, I understand. Come on, what is it that you are looking for me? Xiuyan likes to deal with smart people, because it can save a lot of trouble. If this matter is left to ordinary people, it should be a lot of questions asked at this time, but Miroto Sumire didn't do this, she could figure out a lot of things by herself. AGV experimental drug. Xiu Yan directly stated his purpose, this is what I want. You know everything about me. Miroto Sumire nodded, answer me a question first. Do you know the truth about the gastroenterology? Xiu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. That's it. Miroto Sumire's face showed a long-lost smile, it seems that you are not omniscient and omnipotent, but only know some things. You are an ordinary person, but I can't find any information about you, so in other words, you should be an ordinary person before, and then you were chosen by the God in your mouth to become a different person from us. I can't find all the information about you before, but there are signs in the past few days. If there are no accidents. Miroto Sumire paused and slowly said, you are not a person in this world, are you? Moreover, because our world is too dangerous, you have to ascend. My own strength, at least the ability to protect myself. Am I right? Well, Xiuyan found out that he didn't seem to like dealing with people smarter than himself. P.S. Today is the last day of 2016. Suddenly I am dumb and don't know what to say to everyone. Let's do this, I wish you all a good year of the rooster in advance. P.S. Then, book a monthly pass for next month. Is it okay, poor face? P.S. If you say you can't roll, you have to know that if the earth is round, I will roll back. Chapter 32, Hook Starch is Shit. Chapter 32, Hooking on Starch is Shit. However, since he was stuck here, Xiaoyan also had to nod his head. It's okay to want AGV. Miroto Sumire returned to the chair with his face, but the question is, why should I give it to you? I can exchange with you. Xiaoyan said, a thing you are absolutely interested in. Talk about it. Xiaoyan took out a small potion from his pants pocket. What is this? As Xiaoyan's eyes rolled, a name was conceived, Life Continuation Potion. What is that? A magical medicine to treat injuries. Xiaoyan didn't lie, but slightly exaggerated, even the gastrointestinal creatures injured by can be restored with this thing. But the premise is that you must drink it. Miroto Sumire reached out and took the potion to take a closer look, then looked up, give me a reason to believe in you. I gave Rintaro 2 bottles. Xiaoyan said, moreover, Rintaro has seen the effect of this thing with his own eyes, you can ask him. I only believe what I saw. Miroto Sumire shook his head. Then I can't help it. Xiuyan spread his hands, maybe we can grab a gastrointestinal creature and try it. No need. Miroto Sumire pointed to the outside of the house, isn't there a cursed child right there? You said Haruko. Xiaoyan frowned, impossible. You only need to use the metal to open a wound on the palm of your hand to perform the test. Miroto Sumire said, is that not possible? No. Xiuyan shook his head firmly. He seemed to have forgotten that, just 3 days ago, he personally cut Haruko's palm in order to cover his trace. Okay. Miroto Sumire didn't force it, but said relaxedly, you seem to be very concerned about that little girl. If that's the case, wait for Rintaro to come back and try it with Yansu. Xiuyan thought for a while and nodded. Miroto Sumire took a deep look at him, and then said, now, for the time being, I think what you are saying is true, but this alone may not be enough. Not enough. Xiuyan frowned. You were very decisive when you took out this thing, without a trace of nostalgia, so this thing is not really important to you, right? Moreover, even if what you said is true, how would you let me study such a small bottle? What is the thing that cannot be explored, or consumables, and what is the difference between waste? Miss Miroto Sumire. Xiaoyan rubbed his forehead, the value of the item is originally determined by the needs of both parties. No one will give you this thing except me. You are right. Miroto Sumire put the bottle in his pocket, however, you need AGV to improve your strength and survive in our world. For you, AGV is an experimental drug. It is a life-saving thing, but your thing does not seem so urgent to me. I agree with you that the item value depends on the needs of both parties, but it is clear that you are obviously far higher than me in terms of the demand for items. Xiaoyan has finally confirmed now that he really hates dealing with people who are smarter than him. What is needed to exchange with AGV? Xiaoyan simply kicked the ball to Miroto Sumire. Miroto Sumire blinked, then see Xiaoyan what you have first. Hearing this, Xiuyan simply took out all the stock in his pocket, as if the bottles were filled with nail polish. So you still have a lot of this stuff. Miroto Sumire reached out and picked up the bottle of herring-flavored reply potion and looked at it. I think you really value this thing. What is it? It's the same as those things, except that different doses can recover from injuries. The recovery capacity in your hand is 5 times that of those small things. Seeing Miroto Sumire take this thing, Shuhako unconsciously moved later. Really? Miroto Sumire reached out to twist the bottle mouth. Xiaoyan's face changed with a single brush, don't open it. But... late. Miroto Sumire unscrewed the lid directly, and immediately, an extremely pungent smell came out of the bottle. In an instant, Xiuyan felt a scent of feces mixed with the smell of dead mouse and smelly fish, and the smell of choking nose penetrated into his nasal cavity and went straight into his mind. Vomit. Xiuyan didn't even hold on for even a second, and spit out directly on the edge of the bed. Fortunately, the food he ate was almost digested, and a pile of acidic water plus a little inexplicable thing was vomited on the ground by him. At this moment, Xiaoyan's only thought was, should he drink this thing? Well, I know why you value it so much. Muroto Sumair changed the lid and said with a calm face, I don't know you guys very well. It's really surprising to use as a raw material. This is not shit. Xiaoyan resisted the rolling in his stomach, and said with a pale face, only this has a special taste. With that said, he was going to cover his nose with a cup. However, the smell evaporates for a short while, and the quilt on Xiaoyan's body seems to be directly invaded by the smell. Covering your face at this moment, it feels like a lump of on your face. Xiaoyan kicked the quilt without saying a word. At the same time, he spit on the edge of the bed again. Muroto Sumair put all the bottles Xiaohako took out into his pocket, and said, I will take the things first. If Rintaro comes back, after the experiment, the situation is indeed as you said, I will talk to you. Exchange AGV. But you have to promise me one condition. You said. Xiaoyan said with a suffocated breath. He admired the woman in front of him now, as if she couldn't smell the smell at all. Similarly, the dose is too small, I need more of this stuff, can you give it to me? The moment her voice fell, Xiaoyan's mind rang a reminder of the Garden of Eden. Side mission, Muroto Sumair's evil taste. Task content, Muroto Sumair seems to be very interested in your things, but now you don't seem to be able to satisfy her, so if you want to get what you want, you need to pay a higher price. Task reward, AGV experimental drug, will be paid directly after accepting the task, but all the life potions you get in this task world will be automatically returned to Shidojin. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. How weird the content of this mission. Even though Xiaoyan thought so, he still chose to confirm. After he confirmed, Muroto Sumair stood up and said, it seems that you have agreed. After Rintaro comes back, I will conduct the experiment. After the experiment, I will hand the AGV to you. Just come to my laboratory to get it. With that, Muroto Sumair already walked out and said, I suggest you change the ward. The smell of this room is if you sprinkle some starch. P.S. Seeking recommendation. Blade. I always feel that the people behind are holding back a stomach of bad water and waiting for it to erupt. We have updated 87,000 words in 10 days. P.S. Okay, now the new cover has appeared, I got my brain in the morning. It looks like it hasn't been reviewed yet. P.S. Finally, recommended. Blade. The recommendation is only 700 today. Chapter 33, Happy New Year. Chapter 33 Happy New Year. Outside the house, Kizun and Haruko stood alone on one side of the door frame. Mugang tapped his cell phone, not knowing what he was looking for. The expression on Haruko's face is not so good now, she seems to have a lot of hostility towards Mugen. Mugang tapped on the phone, and casually said, Is Haruko? What is your full name? Kobayakawa Haruko. Although the little girl didn't want to talk to the woman, she still answered Mugen's question out of politeness. You seem to care about that man. Mugang continued, How long have you known each other? Is he a policeman? Are you a promoter? Nichin is not a policeman, and I am not a facilitator. Haruko raised her head, I am Haruko. You don't seem to answer how long you have known that man. Mugang snapped his cell phone and looked down at Haruko, then I guess it should be 3 days, right? Did you believe him that way in 3 days? Haruko twisted her head, don't worry about it. Mugang put his hand on the handle of his knife, do you think you can beat me? Haruko grumbled her teeth, if I can't beat it, I will protect Nichin. In fact, in the world of black eggs, Tendo Wood is definitely a hidden boss. Mugang lowered his hand from the handle of the knife, looking helpless, so, little girl, why do you care so much about a man who has only known for 3 days? I am really curious about how you live so big now. Nichin is not a bad person. Haruko hummed. Not a bad person. Mugang sneered, I just received the assistance of the police from the Metropolitan Police Department. Your brother is suspected of killing 15 policemen. Isn't such a bad person. Those policemen are the bad guys. Haruko was a little aggrieved, they wanted to kill me, but Nichin killed them. Mugang shook his head and said cautiously, Haruko, haven't you considered one thing? What? What kind of person is it possible to kill so many people to help a strange little girl? Mugang had already squatted down when she spoke, and she put her voice as calm as possible, I didn't mean to talking about how bad your brother is, I just want you to understand one thing. In this world, especially in Tokyo now, very few people are willing to help you children. Although I may say this a bit too much, but it's the fact. Besides, to help you kill so many police officers, have you never considered, why? Haruko was stunned, and shook her head. Mugang sighed, I have seen a lot of guys who help cursed children, but they all have a purpose. They may be police, they may be for some more disgusting things, or they may be for their own conscience. However, in order to help the cursed child to kill without hesitation. Haruko, don't you need to think about it yourself? What's more, it's a policeman, not an ordinary person. Your brother is willing to pay such a high price for you. There must be a reason, right? I don't mean anything else. Mugang said softly, I just don't want to see you children fall into the hands of some scumbags. Haruko was silent for a while, then raised her head, Nichin is not that kind of person. Dare you say that he has no other purpose in paying such a high price to save you? Haruko shook her head. Look, Haruko, you feel that you are being used, right? Sister. Haruko suddenly raised her head and asked a completely inconspicuous question, do you know how I lived so much? Mugang opened his mouth, but made no sound. I don't know who my parents are. Haruko said self-consciously, I don't even know how I survived before I was 3 years old. From the time I can remember, I have been like a group of people like me. The children live together, we are expelled by people, we have to dig through the garbage dump for food, we have to catch mice from the sewers, and we have to face those terrifying monsters. I don't know why, it's obviously a painful memory, but Haruko's face doesn't have a bit of painful color on her face. We will steal food, we will grab food, just to survive, but even so, those around me are the same as me. The number of children is still declining. When people see us they will hide from us as if they see monsters, but that's the best. Because there are still people who will take out weapons to attack us, and we just want to find it's just a bite. I have seen countless children with their parents around. I really envy them. No, we all envy them. In our place, there is a very desirable vocabulary family. Family should be our best. What we want is something we want even more than food. We also want to have family members who can protect our family. We have seen countless times. When those adults and children meet us, they will always block their children. Behind you, everyone is wondering, how nice if we also have such a family. In this case, we should not be bullied, right? My luck is very good. I met Nichin, and Nichin protected me. Haruko's eyes were full of tears, that feeling, really, very comfortable. Mugang was slightly moved, but he said, he might just use you. Sister, do you have a family? Haruko asked suddenly. Mugang was taken aback for a moment, his eyes were full of decline, no. Then if you can have a family, what will you give? Mugang thought slightly, then shook his head, I don't know. But Haruko knows. The corner of Haruko's mouth raised a smile, if Nichin is to use me, then Haruko is willing. If you can have a family if you are used, Haruko is willing. Haruko is willing to use everything in exchange for the one I longed for home. Even, one day is good. Because, that feeling, really, so warm. Mugang didn't know when, tears were already in the corners of his eyes. I hope you are right. Mugang stretched out his hand, touched Haruko's head, and then broke into a smile. Actually, I can help you too. My sister is also a good person. Haruko said with a smile, a good person like Nichan. Mugang's hand that touched her head suddenly froze, and she slowly retracted her hand, and looked down, and then said suddenly, so, is that the case? At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Muroto Sumire came out from inside. Bring him to my laboratory in a while. After she finished speaking, she left here. And Mujin and Haruko made a unified action at this time, which was to cover their noses. Fortunately, Haruko is more adaptable to this kind of taste than would. He walked into the ward first and saw Shuhako lying on the bed and vomiting at a glance. The little girl's eyes suddenly widened. Nichan. Are you shit? P.S. New Year, I wish you all a happy new year. It's 2017. Flies so fast. P.S. Then, ask for a monthly pass today on Friday. This is the first. The rest will wait until I wake up. P.S. Finally, I pushed the book, and the toy I don't think learning medicine can save the world was obsessed with output and released myself. This is a therapeutic assisted world journey. Thank you note. What I want to thank is the number 1 hidden boss. I know what the results of the old book are. To tell the truth, if there were no local tyrants on this list, I had never thought that I would be on the list at first. Who knew that after asking for votes, he was pushed to the 3rd position? At that time, there were only 2,000 collections. I can only say that I really want to thank you all for your love and support for the new book. Originally, we were quite satisfied with the first 3, not for the same reason as the bonus, who knows what happened to be reported, and to be honest, I was half angry. After the editor hinted that I was not at peace recently, I decided to fight for the first place. I am really grateful to you all when you directly sent me to the first place. Although we were 2 days, the body of the pure white body exploded. In fact, the second result is also good. Reiterate, it is not the same reason as the bonus. As a result, the speed of the 2 behind us was terrifying on the last day. The chrysanthemum is in danger. I remember only 20 votes late. So, in the end, it was Rome. Well, $5,000. It hurts. It's definitely not distressed, but it can only be divided into 500. I believe there will be a bunch of people worshipping the boss in the post above. However, smoking exhales, Rome is now like the Garden of Eden. By the way, here are a lot of people asking me why I didn't choose to open a new book in January. Because we asked specifically, the big guy will open a new book in January, which means that he only has 10 days left when he doesn't compete with the big guy on the same stage, and I can only disconnect. Otherwise, you will die very miserably if you are overwhelmed by the big guy. In the end, I still encountered Pure White, but Pure White was also miserable. I encountered a mobile natural disaster. This should be regarded as the force majeure of nature? Is this what someone feels behind? Please don't be crooked. Closer to home, thank you for the 12,911 recommended tickets and 910 monthly tickets in the past 10 days. 1,214 blades. I seem to have erased Rome. Forget it. He doesn't care about these things. He cares about them elsewhere. To be honest, this result is difficult to achieve even if it is a month-old book. So, thank you all for your support for the new book. 10 days surpassed the 2-month collection of old books. If you bring a monthly pass recommended, it is 3 months. Speechless other. Thanks. Finally, Happy New Year everyone, Happy New Year's Day. At the same time, I hope I can write this book well in the new year. Although the 18 consecutive draws in the early morning, 2 SRS made me full of the new year. Forget it, it's not good to curse. Needus, You bastard! Chapter 34, Bankruptcy. Chapter 34 The Bankruptcy. Zyuhiko didn't know how long it took to explain to Haruko that the smell in the room was not caused by his vomit. Under the murderous eyes of the nurse who came in to clean up, Zyuyan changed to a new ward. Moreover, Zyuyan found that Mugeng's faint hostility that had always been carried on him has disappeared. Although it is still a strange feeling, reputation neutrality is better than reputation hatred, isn't it? Although Zyuyan accepted the task now, his mother discovered that after accepting the task, there was a waiting time for Muroto Sumire's confirmation after the task. In other words, Zyuyi was pitted by the Garden of Eden again. Originally saw the rewards being delivered in real time, Xiuyan took the task directly, but now, seeing his 30 points of life, Xiuyan felt aggrieved. He only hopes that Rintaro will come back soon. Although his life has recovered to 30 points, his right leg is in a semi-useful state at this time. Moreover, after the health point is restored to 30 points, it will not move. Xiuyan actually studied this life value system, combined with what Suiyan said at the beginning that novice missions have restrictions. Then, if there is an obvious trauma, if the trauma does not heal, the HP will not automatically recover. At the same time, if the HP is filled, the trauma will also heal. I just don't know what will happen if my hand is broken. Therefore, the current situation is that all the potions used by Shuhako to restore the value of health ran into Muroto Sumire's hands because of the task. And he fell into a state where there was no residual blood and no oranges. Now Rintaro seems to him like a fire. You wait here. Mugeng walked toward the door. I'm going to find a wheelchair, and the doctor asked me to take you to her laboratory. Thank you. Xiuyan said politely. After Mugeng went out, Haruko raised her head and stared at Zyuyan with wide-eyed eyes. Zyuyan was a little puzzled. Then, he saw Haruko pointing at the TV. Okay, it's Tenchua girl again. Zyuyan had no choice but to help Haruko turn on the TV. To be reasonable, Zyuyan wanted to complain about this apocalyptic worldview more than once, and the entertainment facilities could still be so complete. And it was at this time that the reminder of the Garden of Eden sounded. Supply box to arrive, whether to receive or not. Zyuyi made a decisive choice. If I remember correctly, it seems that he can choose the type. Receipt of the supply box is complete. Please select the type of supply box. Weapons, armor, skills, consumables, special period enhancements, physical martial arts. At this time, Xiuyan fell into deep thought. How to choose a supply box is very important. He first gave up the supplies of consumables directly. Zyuhiko already knew Eden's madness in improving medicines, and that the thing was also given to Muroto Sumire. For weapons, he already has an explosive steel launcher, a rechargeable Bishan battery, and a strange chrysanthemum coin that can't be shot at any time. Therefore, for weapons, he also not very demanding. In terms of skills, Zyuyi already had two, although both belonged to defensive skills, but if one skill was not needed for him now, it would be very embarrassing. And there are only 5 skill slots, so it's a waste to install skills casually. As for the special enhancement, if you get the AGV experimental drug, then the thing should be considered as a special enhancement, right? So it is still not needed. As for physical martial arts, sliding skills should belong to a kind of physical martial arts. Moreover, physical martial arts, if it is not a kind of Bajiquan that can beat old bugs with one punch, or not just a touch of a girl, the kind of martial arts point that can be wailing. So, Zyuyan really didn't know how to evaluate the effects of physical skills in the early stage. After all, Zyuyan now knows nothing about physical martial arts enhancement. Unknown often represents variables and dangers. In combination, the next step is to fight the big bowel creatures. It is possible that the physical martial arts really can't show much in the early stage. So, after some trade-offs, Zyuyan finally chose armor. Don't say anything, save your life first. In addition to the primitive gut creatures, Xiaoyan also had to face a round of chasing and killing. He almost got GG in the second round, this third round. The moment Xiaoyan chose armor, a box fell on his bed. Now Xiu Yan laughed, and the box was finally not white anymore. It glowed green. Come with life-saving equipment, Xiu Yan thought so, and already opened the box. Then, a ring appeared in his hand. Name, Deep Blue Tier Ring. Category, Armor/Accessories. Grade, Green Ordinary. Effect, every 10 points of life reduction, provide a point increase in defense. Special effect, when you suffer a fatal attack, you only take 50% of its damage. If the damage is not fatal, this effect will not be triggered. Cooling time, use once per mission world. Introduction, okay, I know you look familiar with this thing, but what does that matter? Originally a cute thing, you see how powerful it is now, even the name looks thicker than the original, isn't it? Yes, dark blue is indeed thicker than blue, but this is not the point at all, okay. Xiaoyan selectively ignored the introduction and took a closer look at the dark blue tier ring in his hand. From the looks of it, it was indeed exactly the same as the cute ring in his memory. The thief's large light blue gem turned dark blue at this time. Looks like a lollipop. This thing is carried, and it is completely low-key. It's nothing to the guys in the mission world, except it's a bit dazzling, but for the surrogate, it's like telling others, see you, this is my equipment, guess what equipment it is. If there is no special effect, this is also an equipment with little significance in the early effect. The same is green and ordinary. Xiaoyan's steel trowel launcher can store more than 200 points of damage. Even with the special effect of the ring, the steel trowel can still be used for seconds. Moreover, in the special effect, the sentence that the damage is not fatal will not trigger this effect has already made Xiaoyan understand a lot. If the opponent hits him with 99 points of health at one time, this ring will not be triggered. The second time the opponent only needs to hit Xiaoyan's head with a brain collapse that can cause 3 damages, the special effect of this ring will not be triggered. Use. But at least, this ring is absolutely worthy of the ordinary green grade. It's more useful to deal with a sneak attack than in actual combat. Xiu Yan smacked his lips, whether it is a steel pistol or a pistol, my current combat power is mainly based on long range, it can be regarded as a life-saving thing, I feel, if I can cooperate with AGV, the effect should be better. With that, Xiaoyan lay down on the bed, Len Taro, when will you come back from death? Boom! As soon as his voice fell, Mu Geng suddenly pushed the wheelchair in. Rentaro is injured. You asked Haruko to send you to the laboratory. As he said, Mu Geng turned his head and ran away. Xiaoyan straightened her body with one stroke, Haruko, help me up. Are you in a hurry? Haruko watched the TV reluctantly. Can you not worry about things like sitting on fire? P.S. Well, the family of Onmyoji and his family spiraled to heaven, all of them broke down. Finally changed to the demon sword. Ah, Sister Yaodao's white fat times and black T-shaped fat times are all available. P.S. Second, ask for monthly pass. P.S. Push the book Goblin Technology, shocking. Striped new book, good grades, written by the police uncle. Chapter 35, Overturned. Chapter 35 Overturned. When Haruko pushed Xiaoyan to find Rintaro, Xiaoyan's eyes changed. According to the plot of the original book, Rintaro should have been almost interrupted to death. But Rintaro at this time was obviously not so seriously injured. The plot seems to have changed again. Suddenly, Xiaoyan understood how Mu Jian knew that Rintaro was injured and sent the wheelchair to himself first. What's the matter? Haruko pushed the wheelchair in and walked in. Xiaoyan asked in a somewhat surprised tone, are you injured? At this time, Rintaro was wearing a lot of bandages. It seemed that he had at least one long cut on his stomach, as well as his right arm and back. However, these wounds looked quite severe, but compared to the original plot, the wounds on Rintaro's body are not called wounds. And Yanzu next to Rintaro was also injured. But now it has been bandaged, but depending on the size of the wound, Xiaoyan felt that it was quite difficult. The properties of the gastrointestinal organism seemed to play no role at this time. Xiu Yan also saw a black bullet on the tray next to him. Hearing Xiaoyan's question, Rintaro smiled bitterly. The mission failed, and the box was snatched by Hirako Keijian. He is very powerful. If it weren't for the medicine that Mr. Xiaoyan gave me, I might be worse than now. It's fine if people are fine. Mu Gang comforted from the side. If the box is lost, we can grab it back. Sorry. Although Kejin said that, Rintaro lowered his head. Xiu Yan suddenly said from the side, can you tell me the specifics? If you add up with Yanzu, it should be very powerful, right? Mr. Xiaoyan, don't look at me too high. Rintaro smiled bitterly, my IP rank is very low. That stuff is fake. Xiaoyan pointed at Rintaro's arm and smiled, if this thing is there, don't lie to me. But the other party is the same as me. Rintaro said with some annoyance, I am not his opponent at all now, even if that guy is injured, I am also not his opponent. Injured? Yet. Rintaro nodded, although he has been covering up, I found out when he played against him. That guy was injured. As he said, Rintaro clenched his fist and knocked fiercely on the table, but, even so, I still can't beat him. Xiu Yan already understood. In the original book, Rintaro went up without a brain and was knocked down by 2 moves. He lost very quickly. The reason should also be related to the state of Yanzu at that time. And this time, Yanju is in good condition. She is not confused. Naturally, Rintaro also loses a little caring for her. In the alley, Rintaro can keenly detect the shadow of Hirako, but when he seizes the 7-star relic, he was successfully attacked by Hirako Yingyan, which had a lot to do with Yanzu's state. Coupled with Hirako Keijian's injury, and his own healing potions, the reason why Rintaro suffered from this kind of seemingly heavy but in fact only a minor injury is easy to explain. Seeing that my unreliable instructor is not idle either. Xiu Yan thought in his heart. But Mr. Xiaoyan. Rintaro said with some reproach, I have used everything you gave me. Maybe there is no way to return it to you. It's okay. Xiaoyan waved his hand, it was originally for you. Although I don't want you to use that thing, it can help, and it's pretty good. Although that is the case. Rintaro nodded slightly and leaned forward, thank you anyway. Garden of Eden prompts. Rintaro's favorability rises. Damn it. Xiu Yan was taken aback, and the man also had a hint of an increase in his favorability. Isn't this stuff exclusive to women? There is no prompt from Yanzu, why does Rintaro have it here? Hey, that uncle! Yanzu shouted from behind. Xiaoyan was still immersed in the prompts of rising male favorability. Yanzu called, and he instinctively replied, what's the matter? Is that little red bottle left? Yanzu pointed to his arm, Chan bombs are so annoying, this lady wants to recover immediately, and then settle accounts with those 2 bastards. Yanzu. Rintaro frowned and said displeasedly, don't be so rude. It doesn't matter. Xiu Yan said quickly, I can give you things, but that stuff is not with me now. As he said, Xiaohako already smiled bitterly, all the medicines were taken by Ms. Muroto Sumair. I just want to go there now. Are Rintaro and Yanzu coming together? Yanzu shivered, then nodded. When Rintaro heard Xiaoyan's words, he stood up and said, go now. However, his getting up movement was a bit big, as if he had torn the wound, and the pain made Rintaro's brows together. Rintaro, you should rest here. Mu Gang looked concerned, I will take them there. Your wounds need to be recuperated. It's okay. Rintaro waved his hand, it's all minor injuries. With that, he stepped forward and walked behind Xiaoyan's wheelchair. Then at least hand the wheelchair to me. Mujin smiled and took Xiaohako's wheelchair from Rintaro. At this time, Yanzu's mood didn't change except for being unwilling to be defeated. She and Haruko were at the forefront. The two little guys don't know the way. Mujin smiled and said to Rintaro, "You go take a look." Rintaro didn't doubt that he was there, nodded and caught up with the two little girls. After Rintaro left, Mujin lowered her head slightly. She lowered her voice very low, "Mr. Xiaoyan, this person should be you, right?" With that, Mu Gang took out the phone and placed it in front of Xiaoyan, and an order of assistance appeared on her screen. The assistance order listed how many people Xiaoyan allegedly killed, as well as risk assessments. "What does Ms. Mu Gang mean?" Xiu Yan's voice was calm. Mu Gang took out this thing at this time, there must be her purpose, but Xiu Yan didn't expect that this chase and kill mission was sent to the protagonist. "Papa." However, to Xiaoyan's surprise, Mu Gang directly deleted the email. "I can be as though I have never seen anything." Mu Gang's voice sounded, "But the premise is to put away your careful thoughts. Haruko is a simple and poor girl. I hope you don't lie to her. It won't be bothersome for Miss." Xiaoyan said with a dazed expression, "Haruko calls my brother, then I will look like an older brother. I hope what you said is true." However, Kikyo didn't buy it much, and his voice was still cold. "If you let me find out that you want to use Haruko to do excessive things, trust me, you will definitely regret it." "Understood." Xiu Yan nodded, and then smiled. "I have to say that Miss Mu Gang looks good when she is serious." Mu Gang snorted with a cluster of nose. Garden of Eden tips. Tentong Mu's better sensitivity decreased. Day. It's overturned. P.S. I saw the question about the skin in the previous chapter. The 16th draw did not ship last night, and then I gave it to the skin when I was doing the task. What kind of food was also given, but the fragments of Sister Deng were taken out today. Ah ha ha ha, 2 months, no, 4 months later. I have Sister Deng. P.S. Today's condition is not very good. An ant in the neighbor's house has a mental problem. Last time she jumped down from the 3rd floor. This time she yelled at home with her parents for a day during the day. The sound was so loud that I could hear it clearly when I closed the window. When I went out to buy food at night, I saw her in the corridor pointing to 2 little sasams in her own house saying, "That's your sister. How can you QJ it?" P.S. So, the latter 2 are more likely to be late. P.S. Then, continue to ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 36, Special Enhancement, 4 more. Chapter 36 Special Strengthening, 4 more. Sure enough, it is difficult to try to attack the people around the protagonist, even if it is anxious to increase the favorability. However, his childhood sweethearts are very good. When you suddenly say such a sentence, the impression of abrupt and frivolous is affirmed. Mujin, who had to worry about Haruko's affairs, faced Xiaoyan's sudden okay, and only thoughts like what is this guy's purpose should arise. Xiu Yan shook his head. Forget it, this eldest sister will be carrying the handle in Tokyo from now on, with a knife in her hand to slay the big man. Several people quickly arrived at Miroto Sumire's laboratory. As in the anime, it is obviously a laboratory of the 4 sages, but he can't even turn on a light. It feels gloomy as soon as you enter the room, plus the specimens in various bottles. The 2 originally happy little girls all returned to their men at this moment. Come here. As soon as a few people stepped into the house, Miroto Sumire walked out, and Xiaoyan had already seen a small blood recovery potion that had been opened. Injured. Miroto Sumire saw the state of Rentaro at a glance. Rentaro smiled awkwardly. As a result, Miroto Sumire's next sentence staggered Rentaro's feet. It's just right. I'm still afraid that you won't be harmed. In the end, I have to do it myself. With that, Miroto Sumire walked to the experimental table, picked up 2 small bottles of potions and walked over, and handed them to Rintaro and Yanzu. Drink it one by one, then show me the wound. Yanzu looked up, asking for help. That, please ask. Rintaro knows what this sister usually studies and eats. This guy gave it to me. Miroto Sumire pointed to Zyuhiko. It can treat the injury of the gastrointestinal creature by the metal. Rintaro looked at Zyuhiko. Zyuhin nodded. Rintaro pondered for a while and drank in one sip. Then he untied his clothes and pulled up the bandage. It was just a small potion, and the recovery effect was only 10 points of health, but Rintaro's wound did heal a little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Miroto Sumire turned his gaze to Yanzu. The little girl gritted her teeth and drank it. Then rolled up his sleeves. Her wound wounded by the metal was also slowly healed. Yanzu's injury was relatively minor, and the wound on her arm had healed within a short while. It seems to be useful. Miroto Sumire nodded, then took out a syringe of medicine and handed it to Zyuhin. Here you are. Then, she handed the remaining 4 potions to Rintaro. This is for you. It really is the protagonist's treatment. The moment Zyuhin reached out to take the potion, the reminder of the Garden of Eden appeared. Name, AGV Experimental Drug. Category, Special Enhancement Medicine. Grade, C+. Effect, after use, get special enhancement of origin. Introduction, the fortified medicine extracted on the basis of the original intestine organisms is risky, so use caution. Whether to use AGV experimental drug. Zyuhin looked at his legs and directly chose yes. Please choose the method of use. 1. Garden of Eden Safety Enhancement Method, guarantees no toxic side effects, and will slightly dilute the enhancement effect. 2. Self-destructive reinforcement method, full reinforcement effect, but 20% of the side effects of using special reinforcement will be turned into a gastroenterate animal, and increase the state of mad and unwise. Is there a 20% chance of side effects? Xiu Yan sneered in his heart, for me, what does it matter even if it is 99%? Zyuhin chose the second strengthening method. This is a European emperor's trust in his character. What's this? Rintaro asked questioningly while holding the potion. AGV experimental medicine. Miroto Sumire replied, it allows you to have the resilience of gastrointestinal organisms and a part of the physical power. However, there is a 20% chance of gastrointestinal organisms. Use it carefully. Will the gastrointestinal biotransformation? Rintaro frowned. Experimental medicine. Miroto Sumire emphasized these 3 words. Rintaro nodded and looked at Zyuhin. Shoo, fuck me. I saw that Zyuhin had put a needle in his leg, and at the same time he injected the medicine in. He raised his head and looked puzzled. What's the matter? You just use it. When Rintaro spoke, the roots of his teeth trembled. Xiu Yan patted his leg. Use it early and get better. I am in the current state, and there is no other choice. But Rintaro was interrupted by Zyuhin just as he wanted to say something. Zyuhin raised his hand to make a silent motion, and said with a chuckle, if I become a gastrointestinal creature, remember, don't be merciful. Rintaro didn't know what to say. And Zyuhin was leaning back on the wheelchair, and reached out to cover Haruko's little hand. Just looking at it like this is like saying goodbye to death. Zyuhin waited for the reminder from the Garden of Eden about strengthening. But I heard one sentence first. Rank Rintaro Satomi's favorability. Rintaro's voice also reached his ears. Don't worry, Mr. Zyuhin. His tone is very cautious. So, why does the actor's favorability increase so casually? And the hint of the Garden of Eden followed. Special enhancement completed. Strengthening achievement, great success. Strengthening ability, protogut organisms. Strengthening effect is as follows. Passive, the combat state restores 3 points of health every minute, and the recovery effect is doubled when out of the combat state, and critical damage is reduced to a certain extent. Active, actively turn on to restore 50 points of health instantly, and 3 points of health per second. The character's basic attributes are doubled except for spirit, and critical damage is exempted. The damage from the metal is doubled. Consumption, it consumes a little mental value every second and can be turned off at any time. Cooldown, the world is limited to use twice per mission. With the emergence of special reinforcement, another voice followed. Spiritual attributes open. Spirit, 1-2. Xiaoyan's mental value is actually 2 points higher than his highest physical strength. At the same time, a new value appeared between the health value and the stamina value. Mentality, 60/60. It turns out that mental power is used to use special enhancements. Xiaoyan finally understood why his mental value had not been activated before. However, looking at this situation, the value of the Garden of Eden really depends on a person's physical fitness. Thinking about this, Xiaoyan had already opened his eyes. He patted Haruko's hand first, and smiled, "Now, I'm really the same as Haruko. If you can." Haruko had a smile on her face, but there were tears in her eyes. "I don't want Nichin to take such a risk." Good. Xiaoyan reached out and stroked Haruko's head. Then he raised his head and looked at Rintaro with a playful smile. "It seems that you have one less chance to shoot with all your strength." Rintaro let out a sigh, then patted Xiaoyan's shoulder seriously with a serious look. "Awesome. Garden of Eden tips." Satomi Rintaro's favorability rises. Xiuyan's face changed color. As the actor, it's so strange that your favorability has risen. P.S. Fourth more. P.S. It is written that I fell asleep on the chair. It will be after 12 o'clock in the next chapter. Students who can't wait can go to bed and watch it tomorrow morning, but the monthly pass is recommended to be issued. Author's message. Tweet: How to raise a passerby male lead. 1-sentence introduction. Even a humble boy wants to find a girlfriend. Enhanced profile: I will fight for the truth. I will not believe in religion, will not delusion, will not be confused. I will pierce the hypocritical mask of all exploiters, and I will do my duty faithfully until I die. I am a planter of civilization and science, and I am a preacher of democracy and progress. I am the torch to expel superstition, I am the sickle to eradicate ignorance, I am the hammer that breaks shackles, and I am the guardian of all mankind. I dedicate my life and glory to the greatest scientific and revolutionary faith, as it is today, every day. Chapter 37, the main mission is opened, 5 shifts. Chapter 37, the main quest opens, 5 change. Xiaoyan had already planned in his heart how to prevent Rintaro's favorability from rising too much. Didn't listen to the words Raiders male pig's feet. If you see Lianzi and Satori, let's forget about Taro or something. Fortunately, Xiaoyan calmed down quickly. And Xiuyan then discovered that his life value was recovering. At 6 o'clock every minute, his 70 points of health are lost, and it only takes 10 minutes to fully recover. This is good news. At least, I am not so dependent on medicine anymore, although all those things will eventually fall into Murotojin's pocket. This is also the reason why Xiaoyan gave up medicine and accepted the task. What he fancied at first was the life of a small strength creature of the original intestine. It's done. Muroto Sumire said unexpectedly from the side, "Good luck. Listen to the tone, you don't seem to think I will succeed at all, right?" Xiaoyan now estimates that he doesn't know how much advantage he has. Weapons, equipment, skills, armors, special enhancements. He is the same. For newcomers, this is definitely a perfect start. Regarding special reinforcement, it is not difficult to achieve it, but it is by no means easy. The most important point is how you contact the target person and how to gain trust. It's the same as looking for investment. It is the same people who look for investment, and some people will always fail. Even say the same thing and give the same plan. Different people have different endings. How to make others believe in you is a learning. And it was at this time that Mu Geng's phone rang again. She looked at the crowd, and then answered the phone. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Mu Geng's face became more and more serious. After a while, she hung up the phone. Holy Sun's call. Mu Geng's brows were frowning. She has already told me the information, and the box contains a medium that can summon the V5 stage gastrointestinal creature. Stage V. Rentero's face instantly turned ugly. It's the 11 that destroyed the world. Mu even nodded. Yes, the primitive gut creatures in Stage V can ignore the influence of the giant stone monument. They are bigger than any primitive gut creatures. Their arrival will often bring a large number of primitive gut creatures to break through the knots of the giant stone monument. World, the result is the Great Extinction. Lentero gritted his teeth and said these words. Hirako Keijian is already preparing for the summoning ceremony. The government has notified all the police and organized a large-scale pursuit operation. Xiu Yan frowned when he heard. The plot has changed again. He originally thought he still had time, but now this plot doesn't seem to give him much time. In the novel, Rintaro was in a coma for a long time, but in the animation, according to the timeline planning, he was in a coma for only 1 day and 3 hours. Although it was only a day and 3 hours, this cargo had at least 5 penetrating wounds all over the body, and 2 of the wounds pierced by the sword were all healed. Without considering the rationality, there is still at least 1 day to prepare. But now, the Garden of Eden has cancelled this preparation time directly. Is it because Rintaro was not seriously injured? Or was it because Hirako Keijian was injured? While thinking about this, the voice of the Garden of Eden has sounded in Xiaoyi's mind. Main Quest Phase 2 opened. Task Objective 1, go to the unexplored area. Task Reward, 100 Survival Points. Mission Failed, Obliterate. Task Objective 2, kill Hirako Ying-ian. Task Reward, 2000 Survival Points, Green Equipment Box. Mission Failure, no punishment. Task Objective 3, kill Hirako Kohina. Task Reward, 2000 Survival Points, Green Equipment Box. Mission Objective 4, kill Scorpio. Task Reward, 20,000 Survival Points, Blue Equipment Box *5. Mission Failure, no punishment. For the above killing missions, if there are plot characters to help, it will be judged by the damage value, and rewards will be given as appropriate. I have to say that even if it is a task, the style of the Garden of Eden has not changed at all. So, Scorpio Xiaoyan no longer needs to think about it. That thing, unless Xiaohako puts on a prosthetic limb for himself now, it will definitely be Rintaro's task alone. As for Hirako Keijian and Kohina, Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. That should be the task of his own instructor, right? At the beginning, a woman with a few hundred points almost killed him. With this 2000 points worth of Hirako Ying-ian, Xiaoyan wanted to survive, but even more. Except for the unknown area, all other tasks are optional. The newcomer can return after completing the main task. As a reassignment, the surrogate can go to the assembly to go to the unexplored area with the plot characters, and the red pupil effect will be cancelled. Substitute Xiaoyan, due to side missions, will not be able to accept the new identity, please go by yourself. The side mission has been revised, the 48-hour chase time is cancelled, the chaser will appear or not appear at any time, and the Garden of Eden will no longer give a prompt. Day. Seeing this, Xiu Yi's heart shrank. This is definitely the most deadly thing. Before, he relied on this to calculate the killing time and the Garden of Eden reminder every time. As a result, now the Garden of Eden not only does not give a reminder, but the killer still appears at any time. More importantly, he must also go to the unexplored area to face a group of primitive gut creatures. And the advantage is that it won't show up? Won't show up? Haha. Xiaoyan couldn't believe this story in the Garden of Eden after killing him. The task is difficult to determine, the radar prompt is turned on, and the red dot will be displayed on the radar when the chaser appears near the substitute. Well, at least there is good news. Xiaoyan suddenly thought of the otaku named Meng Hao, that guy. It is estimated that he is about to collapse now, right? After all, if you don't go, you will be obliterated. When Xiaoyan listened to the prompt, Rintaro already said solemnly, I'm going. You will die. Mu Gang objected immediately. I'm ready to be enlightened. Mu was stunned. This scene is exactly the same as in the anime. The result is no different from the anime. Mu Gang hesitated only for a few seconds. Okay, I will prepare something for you. Seeing this, Xiaoyan quickly raised his hand, I want to go too. Rintaro suddenly turned his head, with an incredible expression, Mr. Xiaoyan, you. If it's really that serious as you said. Xiaoyan looked serious, then, I want to go too. Rintaro was puzzled and said, but, you don't have to go there at all. If you are for Tokyo, then my reason may not be as great as yours. Xiaohako smiled, if it is really a mass extinction. Xiaohako put his hand on Haruko's head, these children should be is it the first one? Rintaro nodded. Then I will go even more. Xiaoyan said firmly, I am a newcomer, thanks to the care of an old man, I know I may not be able to do anything, but, I just hope to make a small contribution to them. Although Xiaoyan had to go because of the mission, he didn't lie about this sentence. At the same time, the talent skills are activated accordingly. P.S. Arrived at 5 shifts. Exhausted baby. P.S. Then, open a reward. Starting on the second day, a 100-month pass will add one more chapter. Please feel free to vote. List supervision. However, the update starts from number 3. Tomorrow, oh no, it is today, that is, on the second day. I want to take a break. I have only slept for 5 hours a day for a week. So there are only 2 changes today. Aren't we very conscientious? We promise to update during rest. And the monthly pass on the 2nd will be counted as the update on the 3rd. As for the blade and rewards, this will not be opened for the time being, because I know that it will definitely and the 6th will be the annual meeting, so if it is opened, it will be after the annual meeting. P.S. Finally, good night everyone. Author's message. P.S. Push the book, Infinite Gentleman by the Big Guy. God, do you desire power? Teenager, no, I long for Appa. So the boy gained strength, and he also got the Appa. This book tells the story of a teenager who is constantly adventuring in countless worlds full of protons, seeds, electrons, and Appa. In addition to adventure, by the way, you can rub the Appa of countless cute girls. Chapter 38, It's been a long time since I rested for so long. Chapter 38 It's been a long time since I rested for so long. With the activation of the skill, Mu Gang nodded his head thoughtfully, well, I will arrange it. Thank you. Xiaoyan said sincerely, he probably already understood what Mu Gang meant by the so-called meeting arrangement. The biggest reason why he is unable to follow the main storyline to the unexplored area is his identity as the wanted person, but fortunately, it is not a direct visit to the police station, but the product of a certain police department's use of power for personal gain. Mr. Xiaoyan. When Rintaro spoke, Xiaoyan was taken aback. He's really scared of the Garden of Eden now, and he's got a sentence. Rintaro's favorability rises. Fortunately, this time the voice did not appear. I think it should be the same as Haruko back then. When Shuhako rescued Haruko to use his talent skills, Haruko's favorability did not rise, but the favorability that only rose when the two spoke later. It can be seen that the intangible thing like friendship degree will not allow Xiaoyan to use his talent skills to exploit loopholes. Xiaoyan answered carefully, what's the matter? Things in the Tokyo area really trouble you. Xiu Yan just wanted to say something righteous and awe-inspiring, and suddenly thought of the damned favor ability, and in an instant, he changed one. Actually, I have to go there because of some personal reasons. It turned out to be like this. Rintaro nodded, and then asked, so, is there anything I can help Mr. Zaihuan? There are weapons, no. Xiu Yi just wanted to have a weapon, but he suddenly thought of a very important thing, and then looked at Rintaro sincerely, if you can, give me some inhibitors. Inhibitor. Rintaro glanced at Haruko unexpectedly, then nodded, no problem. But I don't have much here. That thing is rationed by Iso, if you want. Hamuroto Sumair next to him sneered, then took out 2 small bottles from the corner of Lab 1 and threw them to Zion, count me for giving you. Her eyes seemed to see through everything. Then Muroto Sumair handed the slightly larger medicine bottle to Rintaro, drink this, and if you want to go to death, take care of yourself first. Zihuan received a reminder from the Garden of Eden. Protoenterovirus inhibitors. Can reduce erosion rate by 5%. Only available for plot characters. 100 survival points are required for each use. Well, it really is the style of Eden. Just as Zihuan and Rintaro were preparing, Mu Gang had already walked in with a black cloth bag. This is your weapon. Mu Gang gasped slightly, remember, bring me back alive. At the same time, Mu Gang threw a suit of clothes at Xiu Yan, your clothes and identity. Xiu Yan looked at the hospital gown he was wearing, then reached out and took out the pocket of the clothes sent by Mu Gang, and a new ID card appeared in his hand. The Zihuan shown on the certificate is a civilian police officer who belongs to the Tendo Civil Security Company. The identities of the police are forged. We have a separate task entrusted by the Holy Emperor, which can bypass the inspection of ASO. However, I still recommend you to keep a low profile. If it is discovered, the affairs of ASO will be difficult even for the regional government. Intervene. Thank you. Xiu Yan thanked him sincerely. After putting on clothes, Zaihuako and Rintaro checked the cloth bag that Mugen had thrown together. Xiu Yan took out 3 grenades and put them into his pocket. Some of the remaining items were relatively large and difficult to carry. He could only pull out 2 tactical daggers from it, and handed one of them to Haruko. Looking at the dagger handed over, Haruko shook her head and stretched out her hands, they are better than these things. Xiu Yan had no choice but to pin a dagger to his waist. Looking at these weapons, Xiu Yan reluctantly stood up. Although Rintaro will pack and take this stuff away, according to the anime, Rintaro will lose all of this stuff in no time. This is an apron. And the CH-47 twin-rotor helicopter was parked full, and at the door, a government inspection agency was checking the identity. In the apron, many policemen have already started boarding. Zaihuako was very low-key. He took Haruko's hand and followed Rintaro. After Rintaro handed over his identity certificate, he pointed to Zaihuako behind him. Ever since, the 4 were released. Walking into the apron, looking at the loli all over the floor, Xiu Yan sighed secretly. After a while, I don't know how much to die. Zaihuan's eyes scanned around the tarmac, and soon he found his goal. 2 men and 1 woman. Not far from his left hand, a tall man walked in front, and behind him, a yellow hair and a woman followed. Most importantly, Zaihuan saw weapons from several people. Tisk, everyone has their own way. Zaihuan didn't know what the 3 surrogates had gone through in the past 3 days, but seeing how they had weapons should have been pretty good. The most important thing for Zaihuan to find them is to look at the arrangements in the Garden of Eden. Unlike other policemen with initiators, there is no lorry around these 3. But even so, the people next to him don't seem to be able to see it at all. Is it another trick to eliminate the sense of existence? Xiu Yan thought to himself. Following the footsteps of the follower, Rintaro, the two walked towards the helicopter assigned to them. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Xiu Yan. Hey, big man! Big man! Wait for me! Xiu Yan turned his head and saw a fat boy running towards him. Xiaoyan did not respond immediately, but turned to look at Rentaro's reaction. But he found that Rintaro didn't seem to hear this guy's voice at all. It wasn't until Meng Hao ran to the two of them that Rentaro suddenly felt like he turned his head to look. Your friend? Rentaro asked suspiciously. Xiu Yan smiled bitterly and nodded, I think so. Oh, hurry up. Rentaro took the lead on board the helicopter, I'll be waiting for you on it. Big brother is amazing. Meng Hao watched Rintaro and Yanzu board the plane with envy. When we wanted to get close to Rintaro, this guy ignored us. The four of you, two of you look like bad young men, but don't want to care about you, okay? Your focus is very strange. Xiu Yan shook his head, I'm about to enter that dangerous place. How do you look like you are not worried at all? Meng Hao smiled mysteriously, Big brother, you guys will eliminate the gastrointestinal creatures, right? Xiaoyan nodded. The main mission is to destroy 10 first-stage gastrointestinal creatures and 1 second-stage gastrointestinal creature. Meng Hao smiled and said, as long as I can hide to the boss to complete the main task and return, it will be fine. I may not have had it before. What kind of confidence, but this time, if I hide it, I think I'm fine. Xiu Yan suddenly said, innate ability. Meng Hao gave Xiu Yan a thumbs up, okay, my boss, I'm going to board the plane. Be careful, it's up to you if I can go back alive. Xiu Yan shrugged his shoulders and sighed, everyone has his own life. P.S. Add more to put it in the book review area. So far, today's monthly pass is 90. There will be one more change in a while, if there are 100 today, it will be added tomorrow. P.S. Then, it suddenly occurred to me that I don't know how to write a big guy's experience record when I'm hungry in the annual meeting. What do you think about throwing into the body of this book or about the author? Chapter 39, Injury Evaluation of Japanese Dog. Chapter 39 The Injury Evaluation of the Japanese Dog. Xiaoyan's helicopter landed on a large open space outside Tokyo. As the helicopter landed, the hint of the Garden of Eden appeared. The second stage mission reaching the unexplored area has been completed. The Garden of Eden gave the surrogates a total of 3 days of preparation time, which seems to be a very human way. However, in the world of Black Egg, the policeman who had been famous for many years took their starter, Lori, and died a lot in this mission. So 3 days of preparation time? In fact, it is no different from not giving. However, these seem to be not the things considered by the Garden of Eden at all. Just as now, just as the helicopter landed, a roaring spotted leopard with at least dozens of red eyes roared out of the jungle next to it. Fortunately, everyone who just got off the helicopter was on high alert. This guy just appeared, and it was greeted by a barrage. Xiaoyan's reaction was also very quick, and a shuttle bullet was directly empty. This unlucky primitive gut creature has turned into a pool of flesh before it landed. Garden of Eden tips. Kill the second stage gastrointestinal organism. You cause 0.03% damage to the second stage gastrointestinal creature. Injury evaluation, waste. Failed to fulfill the mission completion conditions. This injury evaluation accidentally wounded people. Xiu Yan muttered while changing into a new magazine. By the way, he turned his head and glanced at Rentaro. The good news is that Rentaro didn't throw away the bag of weapons, but kept it with him. But guess what unexpected situation will happen in a while, this kind of particularly heavy thing will definitely be discarded in the first place. There are a lot of things in the bag, but most of them are explosives. Mew knows more about Rintaro's fighting style. Rintaro is almost the kind of one who shoots a few shots and then uses his iron fist to go up. so there are almost no decent weapons. This episode quickly subsided, and the police have quickly separated. This time it was said that it was a joint operation, but it was actually just pulling a group of people into the mountains to find someone. There is not even a walkie-talkie and a commander. Apart from the name, how can there be any kind of joint operations? However, after all, the police are all composed of 3 schools of thought, and the command is very rare. In addition, the bonus of Hirako Ying-ian is so attractive, and no one wants to share it equally with others. Here, Lentaro led Zaihuin toward one place. The mission world does not have the ability to cut a shot and get there in anime. Rintaro and Yanzu were extra cautious along the way. Moreover, while walking, Rintaro also taught Zaihuin the rules in these areas: try not to use explosive weapons, otherwise it will only attract more primitive gut creatures. His voice just fell off. A huge roar sounded from the top of the mountain in the distance. Xiu Yan pointed to the top of the mountain. It seems that someone has used it. Damn it! Rentaro's face was hard to look like. Which idiot dared to use explosives? Xiu Yan smiled and didn't care. Forget it, let's hurry up. Yet. Lentaro nodded. But at this moment, Haruko's eyes suddenly turned red, and she yelled, "Be careful, Nichan!" Xiu Yan turned his head abruptly and found a huge grasshopper leaping towards him. Sliding! Xiu Yan didn't even think about it, but directly used the skills. I saw that his body was like a wheel growing under his feet, and he moved 3 meters to the left. Boom! The huge grasshopper swooped into the air. Zaihuin's pistol immediately appeared in his hand, and the bullets shot again and again. Haruko and Yanzu had already leaped, and a flashing claw shadow flashed by when they took down their whip legs. This primitive bowel creature that suddenly popped out, even the second trick was useless, and it was immediately stunned. Destroy the first stage gastrointestinal organisms. You cause 5.8% damage to the first stage of the gastrointestinal organism. Injury evaluation, phishing. Failed to fulfill the mission completion conditions. It seems impossible to rely on Haruko to help her score. Xiu Yan thought to himself. Lentaro breathed a sigh of relief on the side. Fortunately, it is only a stage, nothing is wrong, it seems that we have to be more careful. With that said, Rintaro looked at Zaihuin strangely, the one who avoided just now. Should it be brought by the experimental drug? Xiu Yan pretended to be confused. Suddenly there is a way of avoiding in his head. So that's it. Rentaro didn't doubt that he was there. However, Zaihuin discovered that the original 0/10 of the original gut creature in the first stage of the main mission has become 1/10. Did they succeed? Xiu Yan thought to himself. Moreover, Zaihuin discovered that the corpses of these primitive gut creatures do not glow, which means that these guys won't drop rewards. This is troublesome. Zaihuin originally thought of fighting to support the war. Go ahead. Rentaro's voice came. Yanzu and Haruko, pay attention to caution. It is best not to relax any vigilance until we find a safe place. However, things backfired. I don't know if it is because there are too many primitive gut creatures in this area, or because of the deliberate arrangement of the Garden of Eden. A few people did not walk for a while before they encountered a crocodile with a row of eyes on its body. It looks like it is 3 stages. Rentaro looked cautiously, find a way to get around. Although several people thought so, the huge crocodile had already spotted them. It first turned its head slightly, and then suddenly accelerated, chasing the 3 of them. Run! Lentaro roared. However, no matter how they run, they can't be the opponent of the huge creature behind. They are so big, but the speed is surprisingly fast. Find a way to solve it. Zaihuin shouted, the speed of the 2 of us, if we keep running like this, sooner or later we are caught up by it, it will still be when we have no strength. We have too few people to beat it. I have a way. Zaihuin narrowed his eyes, but I need time. Don't let him see me. No problem. Lentaro suddenly turned around, I'll fight for you. He fired his pistol in a row, and a few bullets went directly into the eyes of the huge crocodile. Yanzu. Understood. Yanzhu leaped high, and saw her jump into the air suddenly, and then collapsed on the crocodile's mouth with one foot. The crocodile's head was immediately stepped into the ground, and a deep trench was ploughed in the ground like a plough. However, this couldn't cause any damage to it, and the crocodile suddenly raised his head and threw Yanzu out fiercely. Rentaro's bullet followed, and several eyes broke. Haruko! Help me make a wound. Remember, you will retreat with one blow. Zyuhiko hid behind a tall stone and shouted to Haruko. Haruko rushed out suddenly. At this moment, the crocodile had already leaked her neck because she raised her head and flew Yanzu. A black shadow flashed, and 3 wounds were immediately drawn on the crocodile's neck. The crocodile was not beaten in vain, it rolled over suddenly, trying to press Haruko under its body. I would like to follow what Zyuan said. Haruko pushed away immediately after the attack, and the crocodile pressed down. And Xiu Yan's body had already climbed up the big rock, holding a dagger in his hand, he jumped off the big rock. The dagger pierced the healing wound that Haruko had just grabbed. Physical strengthening. Puff. Under the dual blessing of physical strengthening and the wound not being completely healed, Zyuan's dagger pierced into the crocodile's neck from the side fiercely. Oh! The crocodile roared in pain, it suddenly turned its head and bit at Xiu Yan. Xiu Yan, go! The third-order gastrointestinal creature has no fatal weakness. Lentaro regretted it now. He didn't expect Zyuan's plan to be like this. Is this guy thinking of attacking the weakness of the gastrointestinal creature? However, Xiu Yan laughed. P.S. The monthly pass is 103 today, well, it will be changed tomorrow. Everyone, continue to drop monthly tickets tomorrow. 100 votes plus 1 more chapter. P.S. Then, I found a way to deal with the noisy neighbors and ants going crazy, listening to the music code words. Although, the line of lyrics came out with a blank head. Author's message. P.S. Push the book, Infinite Terminator by Kai. This is the story of a Terminator. The fusion of heroic spirits and human souls, the ultimate confrontation between players and NPC. Chapter 40, How to Kill Stage 4. Chapter 40 How to Kill Stage 4? What if skills similar to those in games appear in a real world? Real humans are not as rigid as game code, skills are just skills. Humans should be able to play more tricks with skills. Seeing the crocodile bite, Xiu Yan snorted coldly, slide. His body retreated 3 meters in an instant. After that, the crocodile bite empty. At the same time, because Xiu Yan held the dagger tightly during the sliding step gave a stiff state. This time, a 3-meter-long hole appeared on the crocodile's body instantly. This dagger is made of metal, and the spouting hole will not heal. The huge wound made the crocodile roar loudly. At the same time, Zyuan quickly took out 3 grenades from his jacket pocket. The crocodile began to roll again, trying to overwhelm Zyuan. Zyuan knew that the crocodile would react like this for a long time. He jumped high when he strengthened his physical fitness. The height of the crocodile is only over 1 meter. Zyuan is like jumping over a galloping car, directly from its tumbling body. Jumped over. Don't use explosives. Rentaro's face changed when Zyuan took out the grenade. Don't worry. Xiu Yan yelled, pulling down the tab and squeezing 3 grenade directly into the crocodile's wound. The moment he stuffed it in, Xiu Yan had already turned over and retreated. Haruko, grenade! Xiu Yan called. Haruko quickly ran to Rentaro's side, took out 2 grenades and threw them towards Zyuan. Puff puff puff. The explosion sounded, but because it was inside the huge crocodile, the sound was not loud. The whole body of the crocodile was blown up, and the front half of the body was broken with countless small cracks spraying blood, but even so, this guy was not dead, it staggered, just like drunk. The original product of the third stage possesses the ability to regenerate internal organs, even if it is internally detonated. This guy is not dead. Vitality is very tenacious. Xiu Yan followed 2 grenade, then I'll add another meal for you. And the crocodile's counterattack followed, as he swept his tail and swept Xiaoyan out. Health 170/200. And at this time, it was when Xiu Yan pulled the ring away. Xiu Yan was swept away for 5 meters before stopping. He stood up, looked at the grenade in his hand, his eyes rolled wildly. Throwing it directly will cause a huge explosion, which will attract more gastrointestinal creatures, and the big crocodile's external wound is on the front body. He is here at the tail at this time, and it is definitely not enough to rush to the front before the grenade detonates. There is it. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up and he slammed under his feet. At the moment when the 5-second CD had turned well, he started sliding again. At the same time, his hand slammed. 2 grenades were directly inserted into the chrysanthemum of this big crocodile. Xiu Yan's body instantly rolled to the side. Puff! There was another muffled sound. The sound was like throwing a firecracker into an aqua toilet. A huge gap was suddenly opened in the back half of the crocodile. The blood sprayed outward like a fountain. The scene is very spectacular. The reminder of the Garden of Eden also sounded. Eliminate 3-stage gastrointestinal organisms. You deal 86% damage to the 3-stage gastrointestinal creature. Damage evaluation, main output. Reward 1000 survival points. Main task 1 has been completed. Xiaoyan, who rolled aside, panted, and after hearing the prompt from the Garden of Eden, he relaxed all over. At the same time, this 3-stage primitive gut creature actually lit up with a white light. Is there a reward? Xiu Yan was stunned, and then reached out and touched the corpse. Obtained blood recovery potion, large, *2. Due to the side mission, the blood recovery potion cannot be obtained. Get the Garden of Eden exchange voucher *1. The Garden of Eden redemption voucher can be used to redeem rewards for returning to Garden of Eden. It is detected that the watch function of the surrogate is not turned on. The exchange voucher will be stored in Eden and will be issued after returning to the Garden of Eden. Gone? After Xiaoyan heard the 2 prompts, everyone was stupid. Killed a 3-stage gastrointestinal creature, but did he get a reward when he turned himself down? Or that this Garden of Eden exchange voucher is very valuable? If this is the case, then this Garden of Eden has learned the rewards of the pit money fish to the fullest. However, if you think about it carefully, a 1000-point reward for a Tier 3 gastrointestinal creature is as much as his 2 main missions. In other words, the survival point is actually more valuable than you think. As soon as he thought of this, Xiu Yan's mind came up with his own skills and proficiency in that pit for money thing. Haruko quickly ran to Xiaoyan's side during the Xiaoyan test. Nichan, are you okay? Don't worry. Xiaoyan stood up and patted the dirt on his body. No injury. He was indeed not injured when he was relieved of his physical strengthening. Xiaoyan had discovered from the time he licked the bullet that the extra health of the physical strengthening was calculated separately. He glanced at the ignorant primitive bowel creature that had been bombed, and Xiu Yan muttered, I feel, they have found their weakness. When Rintaro arrived, the expression on his face was very subtle. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen a Tier 3 killer like this. The situation is special. Xiaoyan said indifferently, although it looks a little ugly, at least we succeeded, didn't we? Rintaro nodded, with an incredible expression on his face. Yeah, I actually killed a 3-stage gastrointestinal creature. But the uncle's method. Yanzu pinched her nose aside, it's so dirty. It's useful. Xiu Yan said indifferently, you have never seen a guy who blows up a septic tank. Yanzu suddenly looked disgusted, it's disgusting. It seems that we urgently need a safe place. Rintaro meditated, we must find a way to avoid these gastrointestinal organisms. We need to plan a route. I always feel that this time the gastrointestinal organisms seem to be all have a purpose. Xiu Yan shrugged his shoulders, his expression showing that I was following you. And at this moment, a huge roar suddenly appeared. The four suddenly turned their heads and saw a creature that was huge like a thunder dragon. This guy has a long neck, and his physique is taller than the surrounding trees. Phase 4. Zaihuyan cursed secretly. According to the original plot, Rintaro did encounter a Phase 4, and then a crazy escape. But this time, Mr. Zaihuyan. With a confident face, Rintaro handed the black bag on his hand to Zaihuyan. You can tell, how can this guy be killed? Zaihuyan's eyes widened, what does this guy think of himself? Zaihuyan, why don't you speak? Rintaro waved his hand in confusion. Haruko. Run! Zaihuyan took Haruko and ran away. Run! Rintaro was stunned, then looked up at the four-stage gastrogut creature that was approaching, his expression changed. Yanzu. Run! This guy finally reacted. P.S. The first one, now the monthly ticket is 133, today is 3, and if it breaks 200, it will be 4. The monthly ticket plus update will be calculated in real time today. P.S. Then, I dream of hitting zombies. Just last night I signed an agreement with a zombie who rushed into our refuge to give me 3 days, and I will give him a pistol design drawing. P.S. I always feel that something is wrong with this dream. Chapter 41, Senju Natsuyo. Chapter 41 Jian Shao Xiaoxi. No, our speed is too slow. Seeing stage 4 approaching behind him, Rintaro roared, Yanzu. Yanzu suddenly moved forward, raising Rentaro's legs, letting Rintaro ride on his neck and sprint quickly. At the same time, Yanzu still did not forget to shout, Haruko, take the uncle and run together, their speed is too slow. Haruko was short when she heard the words. He lifted Zaihuyan to his neck in an instant. Her eyes glowed red. Even the attributes change accordingly. On the panel Shuhako called out, Haruko's attributes instantly increased by 50%. What followed was another thing. Kobayakawa Haruko, Stage 2. Erosion rate 25%. Although in the escape stage, Zaihuyan did not give up counterattack. 2 grenades opened the tab, and he threw them out directly. The roar of the grenade sounded. Zaihuyan's grenade landed next to a few big trees, and as the grenade exploded, the 2 big trees fell crosswise. The fallen tree couldn't stop the 4-stage primitive gut creature's pace, but it could slow his speed slightly. This was what Zaihuyan needed. And as the explosion sounded, Xiu Yan and his group instantly attracted countless primitive gut creatures. Zaihuyan, what are you doing? Adding a stumbling block to that guy. Zaihuyan said, pinching a grenade again in his hand, don't let the primitive gut creature approach us. As soon as his voice fell, the 3 primitive gut creatures had jumped out of the jungle. Just waiting for you. Xiu Yan opened the handle and threw the thunder fiercely. The explosion reappeared, and the aroused air wave lifted the 2 leaping out of the gastrointestinal creatures. At the same time, Xiu Yan drew his gun, and all the bullets were sent into the bodies of the 2 gastrointestinal creatures. The 2 guys just fell in front of the 4 stages, and the 4 stages of the primitive gut creature didn't even look at it, and stepped on it. Main task completed 3/10. It seems that Zaihuyan's grenades and bullets have caused a lot of damage to the 2 guys in the first stage. And the other primitive bowel creature, after being shaken by a grenade, also wailed and fell to the ground under the shot of Rintaro. Cliff, running Yanzu shouted. Jump down! Xiu Yan shouted. At the same time, Xiu Yan directly turned on physical strengthening. Haruko and Yanzu jumped up and jumped off the high cliff. After falling to the ground, the 2 of them used their feet to pull out a flying dust on the cliff. But the good times didn't last long. The 2 little girls staggered under their feet at the same time, and Zaihuyan and Rintaro fell to the ground at the same time. Rintaro belongs to the protagonist's life and a cyborg. It's fine to fall from such a high place, but Zihuan is different. This height is enough to kill him. Seeing the moment he landed, Zihuan's eyes drenched, slide. Bang! When he fell to the ground, he found that his health was only deducted by 3 points. The 100-point defense during the sliding step is a great achievement. Falling from a high altitude, the first one to fall to the ground is the most serious, and things after that are much simpler. With the removal of the sliding effect, Xiu Yan rolled down the high and only consumed a dozen points of health. His injuries seem to be even smaller than Rentaro. Yanzu, how are you? Before getting up, Rentaro asked about Yanzu's injury. As a result, the orange little girl with a dirty face stood up and smiled and stretched out a scissors hand toward Rentaro. After Haruko saw it, she walked to Ziyan who was about to get up, and the corners of her mouth raised, and the same scholar Yanzu stretched out her hand. Ziyan looked at it, and stretched out his hand to rub the little girl's head. Haruko is great. The little girl had an expression of enjoyment. Rentaro came over and looked back. It seems that he didn't chase him. It's good news. Xiu Yan nodded. Go on. You can't stay in this place. Things have progressed to this stage. Although there was a little accident on the road, at least the general direction has not changed. Then, if you follow Rentaro, you should encounter a little loli with a super IQ. Of course, it is also a very sad loli Xiaxi. The inhibitor Xiu Yan asked for was prepared for her. On the way forward, Rentaro didn't forget to ask, is there no way Zihuan can kill the guy in stage 4? Zihuan's face is a bit ugly. I really thank you for being so confident in me. Because you not only killed a guy with an IP ranking of 911, but also nearly killed a stage 3 by one person. I always think you can do it. Any method takes time to implement, and maximizes the use of resources, opponents, and the environment. Zihuan shook his head and said, however, no matter how we use the things in our hands, it is impossible to harm the gastrointestinal creatures in stage 4, this is a dead end, there is only one way of running. Although I know the truth very well. Rentaro was a little unwilling, however, I always feel that it is a pity that there is no way to kill it. Mr. Satomi, please put away this unrealistic fantasy. Zihuan curled his lips. There is light there. Haruko suddenly pointed to a place and said. The three of them looked and found that it was a slightly dilapidated stone house with an orange glow. Inside, it should be Qian Xiao Xiaxi who separated from his promoter because of the ambush. This is a little lowly with a dolphin factor, IP ranks 1584, but has a strength of more than 1000. With an IQ of 210, he is not good at close combat. In the original work, Xiaxi and his facilitators encountered the trap of the gastrointestinal creatures after entering here. After using a grenade to cause an explosion, they were attacked by large-scale gastrointestinal creatures and dispersed. And Xiaxi was also fighting when he was injected with the gastrointestinal fluid, and the erosion rate increased greatly. Then, to help Rentaro ascend to the ladder of the sky, staying alone to fight against the large tracks of gastrointestinal creatures, in the end, because the erosion rate exceeded 50%, she did not want to become a monster and let Rentaro kill herself. It can be said that this is a tragic little Lolita who runs through from beginning to end. She was used as a tool by her own promoters. At the request of the promoters, she killed those police partners that she didn't want to kill. Finally, for others, welcome here comes his own death. Just like saving Haruko at the beginning, Zihuako came to the world of Haidan. In addition to completing the task, all he wanted to do was to change something. The simplest point is that some people deserve to die, and some people don't deserve to die. Tightening the gastrointestinal virus inhibitor in his pocket, Xiu Yan said, "It's the fire, it should be other policemen, it looks like a safe place. It's better to be cautious." Although Rentaro agreed, he still raised his weapon. Zihuan put away the weapon, and followed Rentaro's walk over. As soon as I stepped into the front door, I saw a yellow-haired, indifferent little loli who raised her handheld rifle and aimed it at the two Zyulian. P.S. Second, I asked for a monthly ticket to recommend it. Now 142, the third watch waits for me to have a meal before writing. Chapter 42, A person who knows evil, but dares to touch and will not perish. Chapter 42, A person who knows sin, but dare to touch and will not perish. It's you. After seeing Xiaoxi in front of him, Rentaro put down his pistol. The muzzle in little Lolita's hand also moved downward. And seeing the little Lori holding the gun, Yanzu and Haruko shot instantly. Pray for a bean sack. Zyulian and Rentaro shouted simultaneously. The attacks of the two little girls all stopped in the back of Xiaoxi's head. Rentaro had already stepped forward, with a concerned expression on his face. Do you still know me? Of course. Xiaoxi has completely put down the weapon in his hand. Rentaro. Who is this? Yanzu shouted from the side, people don't recognize this woman of unknown origin. She is a partner named General Akuma, a starter. Rentaro said. And Xiaoxi has turned to Haruko and Yanzu and said, my name is Qian Xiao Xiaoxi. Now the situation is exactly the same as in the anime, only this time, there are two more people around them. Rentaro's eyes sank slightly, and he saw Natsuyo's dripping arm. Are you injured? It's just a small wound. Xiaoxi didn't care. Yanzu, you go outside to be on guard first. Rentaro said immediately. Although Yanzu was unwilling, he snorted and ran out. Haruko looked up at Zyulian. Zyulian smiled and nodded to Haruko. The little girl knew, and ran out to accompany Yanzu on alert. Rentaro took out some bandages from Natsuyo's luggage and helped her treat the wound. Then there was a series of dialogues in anime, roughly because Xiaoxi explained the reason for being here. Zyulian did not interfere with the plot. It would be fine if it was Mr. Zyulian's medicine. Rentaro muttered. Zyulian grinned, you are the same as I thought. Looking at the dialogue of the plot, it is about to reach a critical point. Xiu Yan's conversation turned, the wound is not healed? Is it caused by the metal? Isn't it a joint operation this time? I was injured by mistake. Because I fought with other police. Xiaoxi's tone was as calm as ever. The other police? Rentaro said loudly, why? Because Mr. Jian said that you can't give the credit for killing the mask to others. Xiaoxi's voice was still calm and emotionless. I was scared, but I did it. My hands were shaking, but nothing more. I should get used to it soon. What a joke. Rentaro suddenly moved forward and pushed the little girl to the ground. He put his hands on the ground, like the ground. Hey! Xiaoxi made the only voice with a tone so far. Zyulian stretched out his hand and dragged Rentaro back. At the same time, he said angrily, Satomi-san, can't you just say it? Rentaro, who was dragged back, was stunned, and then suddenly realized his rudeness. I'm sorry. Xiaoxi sat up and shook his head to show that he didn't care. However, the most terrifying thing about killing is habit. Rentaro brought back the topic again, his voice trembled with pain. After killing, when they learn that they will not be punished, people will gradually forget something. It's sin. Xiaoxi blinked, and his voice returned to his previous state again. You said that because you killed someone, didn't you? Rentaro was suddenly stunned. Mr. Satomi has incredible eyes. There must be a complicated past, right? Xiaoxi continued, you are obviously so gentle, but so terrifying. Hearing this, Rentaro lowered his head slightly, and said with some self-blame, yet, what am I talking about in my opinion? Xiaoxi turned his head and looked at Zyulian. It's Mr. Zyulian, right? Your eyes are very similar to Mr. Satomi. Zyulian stretched out his hand and patted Rentaro on the shoulder. However, I am not as confused as him. Lotus Taro was taken aback. Mr. Zyulian, you should have discovered it a long time ago. Xiu Yan smiled low, after all, my life-taking method is so skillful that I haven't even blinked my eyes. Although this is the case, Lentaro suddenly didn't know what to say. You are not wrong. Xiu Yan looked down at his hands. The most terrifying thing about killing is in habit, in forgetting sin. I almost got used to it. As he said, Xiaoyan raised his head, but fortunately, whether it is you or me, we all know this truth and are willing to make changes for the terrifying result. This should be the most valuable thing, right? After saying this, Xiu Yan suddenly woke up. Not good. Satomi Rintaro's favorability rises. I knew it. Rintaro was stunned, and nodded, yes, we are all willing to make changes, but after all we have done that. With that, Rintaro looked at Natsuyo, sorry, forget the previous conversation. When we are. Never said it. Why? Xiaoshi was excited, why do you have to apologize? Mr. Satomi is right, why should you apologize? And. At this point, Xiaoshi's eyes had begun to keep downward. Tears, I clearly thought of dozens of reasons for rebuttal, but why can't I say it? Because you are a kind girl. Xiaoyan said from the side, a kind person is a kind person. Before encountering certain changes, a kind person will not change his heart for any reason. Xiaoyan said, squatting down, so, don't cry, this is a rare attribute. Is it kind? But, you remember. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became serious, kindness is definitely not a good quality in Tokyo. You are smart and you should understand what I mean. So, how to become a person who owns his own kindness, the initiator of, a good person who knows the evil and dares to touch, but never sinks in, is the most difficult. Mr. Xiaohako. Rentaro seemed unable to agree with this view. However, Xiaoshi suddenly said, is it like Miss Haruko? This girl is indeed not ashamed of her high IQ setting. Xiaoyan nodded and suddenly smiled, Haruko is actually very simple, sometimes a little silly, so if you can, I hope you can help her. She did not deny Xiaoyan's words. If you can. Xiaoshi repeated these words, then raised his head and said, if you can, I will do that. Just as a reward to Mr. Xiaoyan for answering my questions. Okay. Then it counts as our agreement. Agreement. Xiaoshi was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled, then it's a promise. She raised her head and looked at Xiaoyan and Rintaro, really, I envy Miss Yanzu and Miss Haruko. Since it is an agreement, then you have to follow it. Xiaoyan took out an inhibitor from his pocket, use this first, I remember you just said that you were injected with gastrointestinal venom. Inhibitor. Xiaoshi's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again, inhibitor is strictly rationed, Mr. Xiaoyan should leave it to Haruko. Don't worry about Haruko's situation, now your situation is very serious. Xiaoyan said with a stern face, and said in an undoubted tone, don't forget, you have to fulfill your agreement. With that, Xiu Yan blinked at Xiaoshi, as if he had seen through the super high erosion rate she had been hiding. Xiaoshi was silent for a while, and finally nodded and said, I understand. Immediately, the Garden of Eden prompted. Thousands of life Natsuyo's favorability increased. Rank Rintaro Satomi's favorability. Xiu Yan nodded, and the liking degree really increased. Although originally intended to save this little girl, Xiu Yan was very pleased to hear the prompt of the increase in liking degree. But. And many more. Something strange seems to be mixed in. Day. Why did you mix Rintaro when I was on lowly? Xiaoyan looked up and saw Rintaro looking at him with gentle eyes. P.S. I saw the Dragon Tower once, my god, all kinds of hanging bombs, there are only a few that can be used in the early stage. I read it by a few brothers for a long time, what information or something, I was dumbfounded for a while, satisfied, I rely on it, why don't I see it? Understand? P.S. I feel like I have seen Longdolo once, and my own IQ has been ridiculed fiercely. I feel like being pushed over by a bulldozer. Where am I? Is this my dragon tower? Why can't I understand? But why can others understand? P.S. 3 shifts arrived, starting from the 2nd to the present, monthly ticket 168. It's still 32 plus more. P.S. Finally, ask for recommendations and monthly tickets. Chapter 43, The Decisive Battle Begins. Chapter 43 The Decisive Battle Begins. After thinking about the increase in Rentaro's 2 rounds of favorability, Xiaoyan got a headache. Shaking his head, Xiaoyan didn't think about this question. Is it possible that this guy can strengthen himself if he is full of goodwill? Let's do business. After helping Xiaoxi use the inhibitor, Xiaoyan suddenly considered a problem. If the inhibitor really reduces the erosion rate by 5% as the Garden of Eden said, then, why does Yanzhou have an annual erosion rate of 40%? Or, because of the inhibitor that could be used directly, but now I need to pay an extra 100 survival points which causes this thing to have the function of reducing the erosion rate? If this is the case, Xiaoyan only feels that this 100 survival points are too worthwhile. At this moment, the radio station in the room rang suddenly. Hey! Answer me if you are still alive. This is the voice of General Manager Yi Xiang, the promoter of Xiaoxi. Hearing this voice, Xiaoxi hurried over. It's fine if you are fine, Mr. General Supervisor. Hearing Xiaoxi's answer, the General Supervisor's voice went faster. Xiaoxi, I have good news for you. I found the masked bastard. Understood, Mr. General Supervisor. Xiaoxi's voice was solemn. Go north, there are at least 10 groups of police in that place near the sea. Come here. Yes, Mr. General Supervisor. Hung up the communication, and looked at Xiaoxi who was dressed up. Rintaro sighed, sure enough, you still want to go. Xiaoxi took up his weapon. Even if Mr. General Manager is such a person, he is still my partner. As he said, Xiaoxi raised his head. Where are you, Mr. Satomi? Although there are 10 groups of police there. Rentaro firmly said, maybe you can only see the results when you go to the place, but I still have to go and take a look. Xiaoxi turned to look at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan spread his hands, come on now, let alone the 10 groups, 10 more groups will not be enough for Hirako Yingyan to kill. Xiaoyan, what do you mean by this? Mr. Rintaro didn't add any more, this favorability. Trust me. Xiaoyan patted his shoulder without explaining anything, but went straight out. Haruko, Yanzhou, ready to go. Indeed, according to the original plot, the policeman who found Hirako Yingyan all died, the kind that was chopped into many half by Kobane. On the way to the target location, several people also encountered several gastrointestinal creatures. But under the attack of the 5 people, unless they came to the 4th stage of the original gut creature, the others were not enough to see. The main task of killing 10 first-stage gastrointestinal creatures has been completed. 6 of them were killed by Xiaoyan, and 4 were killed by his own instructor or the other 4 fellows from the earth. Of the main quests, there was only one remaining to kill the 2nd phase that was not completed. Soon, everyone arrived at the position the general said. This is a cliff, and at the same time, from the town below that is covered by the jungle, countless gunshots continue to be heard, which shows that there is still fighting below. It was also at this time that a few heavy voices came from behind. Everyone turned their heads and saw countless red-lighted eyeballs in the jungle. They were hordes of primitive gut creatures, and they should have been attracted by the huge movements of this battlefield. Followed by a lot of primitive gut creatures. Xiaoxi said, already raising his gun and turning around, someone must stay behind, otherwise we can't run away whether the masked guy is dead or alive. But you... Rentaro wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi smiled and said, don't worry, I will run away if the situation is not right. Not really. Xiaoyan said inwardly. Here, it is also time for Xiaoyan to make a choice. In the original book, Xiaoxi, who chose to be broken, did not escape, but fought all the primitive gut creatures to the end. To save her, it seems that there is only one way to stay and fight with her. However, looking at Haruko next to him, Xiaohako didn't want this little girl to take a risk here. It was an army of countless gastrointestinal creatures. If they were only the starters, there might be a little chance of survival, but plus this ordinary person. However, if you want to save Xiaoxi, there is still a way to choose. In the original book, Rentaro defeated Hirako Keijian, but because Hirako Keijian's summoning ceremony had been successful, he had to climb up the ladder to attack the Scorpio in stage 5. This is a long process, from the night when Hirako Keijian is defeated, to when Rintaro completes the mission to kill Scorpio and finds Natsuyo. It can be easily seen that the day has dawned. So the easiest way to rescue this little girl is to stop Scorpio's call. In this way, there will be enough time to come back to save Xiaoxi. But in this case, Xiaohako would have to face the 2,000 points worth of Hirako Keijian and Hirako Kohina. I hope the instructor will stop paddling. Xiaoyan thought so and had already made a choice. Stop Scorpio's call. Xiaoyan turned his head and looked at Xiaoxi seriously. Remember, our promise, we must live well. At least, wait for us to come back. Xiaoxi's eyes moved slightly, but her voice said unchanged, Mr. Xiaoyan, who I will remember. Let's go. Xiaoyan, who got the answer, rushed down the hill first. We are running out of time. When Xiaoyan and the four rushed into the town, they saw an extremely miserable scene. A battlefield with a broken arm. Many little loli and their promoters fell to the ground at this time and lost their breath. Okay, cruel. Haruko was aside, her voice trembling. Don't be afraid. Xiaoyan pulled the little girl to his side. Sword, my sword. When the four people were observing the situation, a ghost-like voice suddenly appeared. I saw a sturdy man stretched out his right hand feebly forward, staggered out of a room, and mumbled, Where is my sword? This man is General Yi Xiang, Xiaoxi's partner, a policeman with a huge sword on his back. As long as there is a sword. General Yi Xiang walked forward without a godly eyes, I can continue to fight. As soon as the voice fell, the guy slammed to the ground. He fell in front of Xiaoyan and Rintaro. Behind him, the black metal sword he had been looking for was inserted into his body. Dead. Xiaoyan stepped forward and grasped General Yi Xiang's black giant sword. Name, Metal Giant Sword. Grade, Green Ordinary. Damage, 35 to 50, it has a forbidden effect on primitive gut organisms. Requirements for use, 20 power points. Unable to bring out the mission world. Use of the current lack of strength method. The use limit of 20 points of strength, even if Xiaoyan used physical stamina to strengthen the strength, only 16 points. Unless, he takes the initiative to turn on the gastrointestinal biochemical mode. And when Xiaoyan checked the equipment, a sick voice appeared. Dad, it's surprising that they are still alive. Xiaoyan raised their heads impressively, and saw that in front of the cross at the top of a church, little Binai was making piercing laughter with a nearly crazy expression on his face. Next to her, Hirako Keijian was pinching his waist with one hand, his head slightly raised, as if I had a pose and I was proud. P.S. In order to make it easier for everyone to understand, put a few pictures. Chapter 44, Benefits of Favorability. Chapter 44 The Benefits of Favorability. Seeing Hirako Yingyan standing by the cross, Xiaoyan's heart sank. Because Hirako Keijian looked calm now, it felt like Suiyan wasn't here at all. Hirako Yingyan used to find that Suiyan ran directly, but now even if it is to guard the summoned items, it should look like he is waiting, not looking for a pose like a funny one. So, is the instructor on his side trapped in the forest and lost his way, or has he been killed? Before he could think about it, Hirako Keijian said in a cheerful voice, Look, who is here, Rentaro, and that strange boy. It's really unexpected. You can find this place. With that, Hirako Keijian and Hirako Kohina have already jumped off the church. It just happened to be here. It's time for us to make a break. Rintaro stretched out his hand, tugged his tie, and said in a low voice, 2 defeats, and the death of his companion. As he said, his expression instantly became hideous. If you want to stop, I really can't ask for it, you bastard. Rintaro slid backwards violently, and his body had already squatted down slightly. Hirako Ying-ian snorted, and saw him snap his fingers lightly, and a light blue stand suddenly expanded from the center of him. Rintaro did not retreat, but yelled at him. At the same time, he roared, Tendo-style combat technique type 1 and number 3 roulette deer fugui. Although it is a move called a thief long, the process of shouting is more proficient than Xiaoyan's physical strengthening, but it looks like twisting his body and swinging his fist to meet. And to be reasonable, Rintaro's fists are almost the same, but there are many names. This should belong to the strengthening category of the mysterious and mysterious martial arts, right? Seeing Rintaro's attack, Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He is obviously a guy with a gun. How come he went up when he saw this guy? The touch of the fist and the position caused a difficult roar in Rintaro's throat. Hirako Ying-ian couldn't see the expression, but he smiled extremely contemptuously. At this moment, the skin on Rintaro's arm suddenly began to fade like a flame, including his leg. At the same time, something like a bullet shell suddenly popped out of Rintaro's arm, and as the egg shell popped out, his arm was like a thruster. Snapped. Hirako Keijian's stand shield broke instantly. And Rintaro had already sent Hirako Keijian with a punch. Hirako Keijian stabilized his figure after one in the air, and said incredibly, since I have broken the strongest pain, wait. He saw that Rintaro's right hand and right leg had become black metal prostheses. Are you too? It seems that I have to report to myself. Rintaro clenched his fist tightly. I am the former Ground Self-Defense Force, the Eastern Front, and the 777th Mechanized Special Unit New Human Creation Project. Satomi Rintaro. Do you have the time to speak? Can you go up and fill a punch? Xiuyan cursed next to him. If you didn't know that Hirako Keijian's strongest pain can still be used, whether it is Haruko or Yanzu up and attack, it will only hurt himself, and he can't deal with Xiaobina alone, otherwise, Xiaoyan can't wait to rush up now. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Hirako Ying-ian suddenly laughed, interesting, although it hurts, it's great that I'm still alive. He turned his head and looked at Xiuyan, so what about you? Strange little guy. Xiaoyan waved his hand, just think of me as a passing savior. When Hirako Keijian prepared, he was choked back by Xiaoyan's sentence. After Hirako Keijian received this blow, Hina couldn't help it anymore, and saw her brandishing a pair of knives and stepping forward, don't bully dad. Haruko. Yanzu. The two girls got the order and greeted them instantly. Yanzu hit the whip leg and Xiaoyan immediately fired the cover, and at the same time that he pushed back Hina, the two little girls had already rushed towards Hirako Ying-ian. However, Hirako Keijian stood there and didn't move. Under the mask, he couldn't see any expression at all. Wrong. Suddenly, Xiuyan was shocked. Two starters, why is he still so calm, and, his hands? Suddenly thought of something, Xiaoyan opened his mouth and shouted, Haruko Nobucho. Come back. Haruko was the most obedient, and the moment Xiaoyan's voice appeared, she stopped her figure abruptly. But Yanzu was a bit slow. But at this slow moment, Hirako Ying-ian's hand suddenly turned into a phosphorescent spear weapon, and it pierced Yanzu. At the moment when the spear was about to stab Yanzu, Haruko jumped out, pulling Yanzu's ankle fiercely. Ling Guang's spear pierced the sky and Haruko and Yanzu had quickly backed away. Damn! Xiuyan cursed secretly, and the plot changed again. In the original work, Rintaro kills Hirako Keijian in no more than 3 minutes. It's quite a bit of time. And Hirako Keijian only uses his own double guns and his hypothetical device, that is, the ability to stand. But now, this guy actually uses the ability that didn't appear in the previous plot. Xiaoyan instantly understood the reason why this guy was worth 2000 points and the reason for a green equipment box. He is no longer the little boss in the anime that can be killed by the protagonist in a single blow, but a real boss. A promoter of IP ranking 134. Have you found it? Hirako Keijian raised his head, and then he shook his forehead with one hand and shook it helplessly. Oh, forgot that there is another guy who knows me very well. He tilted his head and said with a smile, so, you go to death first. The two blade grabs suddenly lifted and shot at Xiu Yan. At this moment, a figure suddenly stopped in front of Xiaoyan, and with 2 bangs, the 2 pieces were bounced away by Rentaro's prosthetic limbs. Xiu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. What should I do next, Mr. Xiaoyan? Rintaro stood in front of Xiaoyan and said in a heavy tone. Listen to me. Rintaro gritted his teeth, listen to you. Okay. Xiaoyan looked at the battlefield and immediately shouted, Yanzu, you entangle Xiaobane. Understood. Yanzu yelled, already rushing towards Xiaobina. In this battle, Hirako Keijian was the only one who needed to be defeated. Haruko comes back and prepares to respond. Haruko quickly returned to Xiaoyan's side. Rintaro. Xiaoyan patted him on the shoulder, go straight up, I need you to help me buy some time. Okay. Rintaro just wanted to move something, suddenly, a huge roar sounded. Several people all turned their heads, but saw a huge primitive gut creature chasing 4 people and rushing into the city. At the same time, a cry for help came along. Help! Who will kill this guy? This guy only has 300 points of blood. Xiu Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Send charcoal in the snow, this is it. P.S. I heard today, the annual meeting boss invited the biting cat to dance the house dance? P.S. I don't know if it is true or not. It needs to be verified. P.S. Then, the second and third will arrive later. P.S. Finally, the monthly ticket is 249, next time it will be updated, 300. Let's get statistics for each chapter. Chapter 45, Do I have a money-making news to hear? 3 shifts. Chapter 45, Do I have a profitable news to listen to? 3 shifts. Needless to say, the 4 guys who came here are the same 4 as substitutes. However, what Xiaoyan cares most about is what they said. This guy only has 300 points of blood left. Xiaoyan has been able to fight humans and gastrointestinal creatures in this world, but he never knows the specific value. But these 4 people can accurately report the health of the guy behind them, and there should be only one reason. One of them has detection skills. This is something Xiaoyan desperately needs. Because information is often the key to the weaker than the strong. The former Xiaoyan fought thrillingly because of lack of information. There is no channel for obtaining information, and it is no different from abandoning an eye. Xiaoyan. Rintaro looked at the guys who came, there seems to be a friend of you inside. Indeed, Meng Hao was also among the 4 people who fled for their lives. Hirako Yingyan handed it over to you. Xiaoyan moved in his heart, and then said, try to hold him. Hey! Rintaro looked at Hirako Keijian's spear arm, this is a fight. What am I holding him? Talk to him about philosophical things, such as hallelujah or something. Xiaoyan said and ran towards the other 4, remember, if you can slap your mouth, you can slap your mouth. I need time to save people. Seeing Xiaoyan's figure going away, Rintaro looked upset, what? He said, he made a mistake at his feet, and went to Hirako Keijian again. On Xiaoyan's side, he took out some explosives and detonators from the black bag that Rintaro dropped. The grenade in it had been used up by him, and only some of these things were left. Hey! That kid! Among the four, Huang Mao had already shouted, hurry up and kill this guy. The mission is complete. Looking at the four people being pursued, Zihuan's mouth turned up, give me a reason to help you. Asshole! Kill it and the mission is complete. If you die, I can still complete the task. Zihuan touched Haruko's head next to him. What do you want? The tattooed man who had been silent suddenly said. 2 minutes. Zihuan stood on the spot and stretched out 2 fingers, after I help you, give me 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, you can't return. As he said, Xiu Yan pointed to the surrounding area, there are no primitive gut creatures nearby, and the 2 bosses are also entangled by the protagonist. You will not lose anything. Boom! This huge gastrointestinal creature looked like a cockroach, one of its legs slammed on it, and a stone flew up and hit Huang Mao's body. The hapless guy flew out suddenly, then fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. I agree. Agree. Huang Mao shouted miserably on the ground. At the same time, the gun in his hand kept turning back and shooting the gastrointestinal creature. No problem. The other 3 were also unified. However, Xiu Yan said unhurriedly, sign a contract. Sign your uncle's contract. Huang Mao shouted, is it time to sign the contract? Forget it, I believe you once. Xiu Yan shrugged his shoulders, twisted up suddenly, and shouted, tell me its state. The second stage primitive gut creature, life value 360/1000. Attack power 50 to 80. Defense 20 points. Skill stepping, direct hits cause 120 damage, skill giant jaws, bite the target, cause 260 damage. Skill recovery, restore 8 points of health per second. It was the girl who was talking. It can be seen that this investigative skill belongs to her. Haruko, stop it, don't get hit. Yes, Nichin. The little girl replied, speeding up suddenly. The raw gut creature saw a little bit rushing towards him, and suddenly stopped moving forward, wanting to attack Haruko. However, Haruko's erosion rate has reached 25%, and her current attributes, who have also entered the second stage, have directly increased by 50%. At the wrong step, Haruko directly avoided the attack of the original intestine creature. At the same time, he jumped high, and the skill was torn into action. The small hand violently swung down, and several huge wounds were suddenly caught on the body of the original intestine creature. Status. Xiu Yan shouted. The point of life is 320. My goodness! This little girl has such a high attack power. The girl was shocked, hiding aside, this guy is recovering blood. He can't go back. Xiu Yan raised his gun coldly and fired 3 shots in a row. The bullet damage and armor breaking bonus of his gun is 28 points. After deducting the defense power of the gastrointestinal creature, it can cause 8 points of damage. However, the magazine contains poisoned bullets. Poisoned bullets cause 8 points of damage. After hitting the target will increase its poisoning status. It will drop 5 points of health per second for 10 seconds. The poisoning effect cannot be superimposed. When the bullet enters the body, the healing effect of this second stage gastrointestinal creature is instantly cut in half. And Zihuako has already rushed to the side of the second stage gastrogut creature attracted by Haruko. Physical strength enhancement. Xiu Yan roared, and the dagger in his hand pierced into it fiercely. Metal dagger, damage 10 to 15, cannot heal the wounds of the original intestine creatures. After the armor is broken, it has an armor reduction effect. In the Garden of Eden, melee weapons are not the same as long-range weapons like firearms. The melee weapons enjoy the power bonus. The physical strength of Zihuako's strength was 16 points. With this cut, the metal weapon that surpassed the gastrointestinal biological defense directly hit the real damage, and its value was not much inferior to Haruko's damage. 300 health. After the dagger broke the armor, Xiu Yan flipped his wrist, and he had held the dagger horizontally, and at the same time he placed one of his hands on his wrist. Energy storage begins. The pain under his body finally made this primitive bowel creature give up his plan to stretch out his claws to catch Yansu. He lowered his head and saw Xiaoyan, and one foot had already stepped on him. It's skill, the girl reminded. Xiu Yan stared at the paws falling towards him, calmly said, slide. Seeing his body suddenly withdrew back, the primitive gut creature suddenly fell to nothing. And Xiu Yan had already raised his hand high, and suddenly, a huge electric light gushed out from his wrist. This electric light is larger than all the electric lights used by Xiaoyan before. Electric light penetrated the gastrointestinal organisms. A reminder of the Garden of Eden also sounded in Xiaoyan's mind. Bishan battery is exhausted, and it takes 12 hours to charge. Kill the second stage gastrointestinal organisms. The main task is completed and you can return to the Garden of Eden. Xiaoyan's set of kills can be said to be clean and neat, and the primitive gut creature even died completely after only a counterattack. However, such an attack can only be used once in 12 hours without a battery. Although it hurts a bit, the price is definitely worth it. This is not about the harvest, but another thing. Xiaoyan, who had solved the primitive gut creature, didn't even glance at the corpse of the primitive gut creature, and walked towards the other 4 substitutes. As he walked, he smiled and said, I have good news for making money to tell you, do you want to listen? P.S. The third watch arrived, but, we can't sleep. Tomorrow, I will go to the book guest's plane. There will be haze over the past 2 days at home. So, at least 2 chapters will be written today, in case tomorrow is needed. P.S. So tired. Chapter 46, Get on the boat, everyone. Chapter 46, Get on the boat, everyone. How to make money. As soon as Xiaoyan said this sentence, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Huang Mao just wanted to break the contract and return directly, his hands froze there all of a sudden. And Xiu Yan has spoken again, you should have only earned 1,000 survival points so far? The rewards of the 2 main missions. The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded. It was the tattooed man, he said, 1,002. Very awesome. Xiu Yan shrugged his shoulders, I have 3,003 in my hand now. What? The 4 people stared at the same time. I don't have time to sigh for you now. I still have a place to earn survival points. I don't need much effort to easily earn 1,000 points. Would you like? Yes, the 3 people shouted in unison. Only the tattooed man, tell me about the situation. Xiaohako pointed at Rentaro who was fighting Hirako Keijian, 2 bosses, 4,000 points, if evenly split, 1,000 each. Meng Hao scratched his head on the side, Big brother, although I am not good at math, but if 4,000 points and 5 people are evenly divided, it is not 1,000, right? I don't need to survive, but the box belongs to me. Xiaoyan said, this is also my request. What are you kidding me? Huang Mao yelled from the side, a 500-point second stage gastrointestinal creature drove the 4 of us chased around the world. You let us deal with a 2,000-point value now, boss? Although I like money, I like life better. You don't need to directly participate in the battle. Xiaoyan's mouth called up, I only need some help from you. First of all, Rentaro has the strength not much weaker than Hirako Keijian, and secondly, you have seen all of my abilities. Plus there is a starter next to me, this is a must-win battle, don't you plan to ask for the reward just at hand? When Xiu Yan's voice fell, several people were already lost in thought. At the same time, Xiaoyan felt as if something swept on him. The girl was already surprised, the power of 16 points. Xiu Yan smiled without answering. It seems that the girl's detection ability can only check attributes and some skills, but it is useless for equipment. Xiaoyan had just turned off the steel trowel launcher, the second stage of the gastrogut creature, in an instant, and it was not without reason. If you want to drag these substitutes to fight with yourself, the first thing to do is to give them enough confidence to let them know that they can win by following them. Otherwise, no matter how many benefits there are, it will never matter. When the benefits are finished and when confidence is established, the next step is to begin. Let them know what is scarcity. But Xiu Yan changed his words, you can go back now. I ask you for help just to complete the task in a more secure way. In fact, what I need most is not you. Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and pointed to the girl, what I need is her, or her ability. I need someone who can tell me the status of the boss at any time, so that I can kill him at a lower price. So. Xiu Yan shook his finger, where do you three love to go? Me. The girl looked excited. Yes. Xiaoyan nodded, Miss, are you interested in helping? You just need to provide me with information. After killing the boss, I will pay you 1,000 points for labor. You can sign a contract. The girl's eyes lit up, no problem. Okay. Xiu Yan clapped his hands and waved to the other three indifferently, you can return now. Wait. Meng Hao shouted from the side, big guy. Big guy. I want to participate, too. Xiu Yan smiled slightly and took the bait. He cleared his throat, sorry, the raiders team doesn't need waste. I'm not a waste. Meng Hao felt, my natural ability is a scavenger, the effect is to reduce my sense of existence, and then I can touch the most basic rewards on targets that are not my own. With that said, Meng Hao quickly ran to the second-order gastrointestinal creature and touched it. Then, everyone saw a small red medicine bottle in his hand. Although it is a primary blood recovery medicine, it is still very useful, right? Meng Hao looked at Xiu Yan with a sharp face, there are still many policemen's corpses over there, and they should be able to touch a lot of things, as for medicines, the boss will definitely use it, right? Xiu Yan was overjoyed, what is missing? Because of the task, he himself cannot obtain the blood recovery potion, but others can. Xiu Yan nodded, very good ability, just because I don't have many healing potions, but the small blood bottle may be useless for boss fights. I may only pay you 500 points. Enough. Enough. Meng Hao nodded repeatedly. Xiu Yan turned around and left. I can fight. The tattooed man suddenly said, I can fight with you. We may not lack combat effectiveness. Xiu Yan spread his hands, 2 starters, 1 protagonist, plus me, I don't think you can help me much. I can. The tattooed man said firmly. So. Xiaoyan dragged his chin, your reward depends on how much damage you can cause to the boss. You want to protect me from death? No problem. Deal. Seeing that all 3 of them agreed, Huang Mao couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly said, add me. You. Xiu Yan curled his lips, what use are you? My natural ability is the nature of a gambler. Huang Mao gritted his teeth and said, the effect is that the world can be used twice per mission. The effect is to add a state to oneself or others. This state has a 50% chance of helping. Resist a fatal injury. After resisting, the health value becomes 1, and treatment is prohibited. Once I have used it on myself, and another time, I can give it to you. 500 o'clock. Xiu Yan said. Huang Mao's eyes widened in an instant, this is a life-saving skill, so would you give me 500 points? 400 points. Xiu Yan touched the ring on his hand, my equipment is much better than your skills. At least I can't help but heal. Are you kidding me? Huang Mao was angry all over, why not increase but decrease? 300 o'clock. Xiu Yan sneered, you want love, don't go away. Huang Mao's intestines suddenly turned blue with regret. With a painful expression on his face, he said viciously, Okay. Only 300. He was really afraid that Xian would really kick him in a while. You have to listen to my instructions for a while, or it doesn't matter to me if you die. Xiu Yan added another condition. The four of them nodded helplessly. Then sign the contract. Xiu Yan stretched out his watch. The watch's ability to sign a contract was turned on when he and Suiyan exchanged things. The contract was signed and completed quickly, and the four representatives also showed more or less satisfied smiles on their faces. However, none of them thought of a very important issue. If according to the conditions originally proposed by Xiaoyan, each of them can be awarded at least 1,000 points, but after this tossing, the income is inexplicably reduced a lot. Moreover, all distribution rights are in the hands of Xiaoyan. This is called the transfer of initiative. When they became greedy for survival, they had fallen into the big hole Xiaoyan had dug. P.S. This chapter is automatically updated. I should be on the train now, and ask why the train? Because I was in the group last night, all their flights were cancelled, but mine was not cancelled. Just after I finished talking, the information about the flight cancellation came. P.S. Today, I will update a chapter of the story of the boss. Well, let's see who I can meet first. P.S. Then, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 47, Sacrifice 1 and number 039, S Life. Chapter 47 Sacrifice. First, tell me about Hirako Keijian's situation. After negotiating the conditions, several people became busy. Hirako Yingian, HP 1000/1100, attack power 30 to 60, defense 15. I can't see the skills, and the equipment is the same. However, if he uses the skills, I will know. Not bad. Xiu Yan nodded, and handed something to Huang Mao next to him. Take this one. What is this? Huang Mao took the black thing and looked at it. Protect it for you. Xiaoyan pointed to a room and said to Huang Mao and the girl, you two go there and hide, remember, keep me informed of Hirako Yingian's status. Your words. Xiu Yan looked at the tattooed man, it may be a little more dangerous. Understand. Xiu Yan nodded and looked at Meng Hao, after touching the corpse, remember to hide it. I may need your potion at any time. Can you only get the life potion? It is also possible to obtain physical potions. Remember to give the physical potion to me as soon as possible. Okay. Just as Xiaoyan was here to explain things to a few people, an explosion suddenly appeared. Rintaro was kicked from the shadow of Hirako, and hit the ground fiercely. Hirako Keijian didn't stay a bit, raising the silver blade spear in his hand. Seeing this scene, Xiaohako hurriedly shouted, wait! Mr. Hirako Keijian, don't you think the situation in Tokyo is very sick now? Don't you think they should be a group of sinners who should be cleansed? Xiaoyan, what are you talking about? Oh! Hirako Yingian put down the pistol raised up, and he looked at Xiaoyan with interest. Unexpectedly, there are people who have the same idea as me. No. Hirako Keijian suddenly shook his head, you guy knows me too well, although you don't know why, but you should have done enough homework? So, are you lying to me, right? Half and half. Xiaoyan turned to look at Rintaro, give me your gun, and I will cover you. That's right, what Xiaoyan had to do was to disrupt Hirako Yingian's attacking rhythm a little bit. Rintaro didn't say a word, and threw the gun directly at Xiaoyan, twisting his body, and rushed to Hirako Keijian again. Rentaro's gun properties are similar to Xiaoyan's original gun, except that his metal bullet is 2 points higher than Xiaoyan's ordinary bullet. Xiaoyan, who received the weapon, fired directly. Not surprisingly, Hirako Yingian's fake device appeared directly. I saw all the bullets Xiaoyan shot stopped in midair. Skills, imaginary device, can withstand 2000 points of damage, and can bounce bullets back with the original damage. The duration is 5 seconds, the cooling time is 10 seconds, and the bear value is full after the second activation. Hirako Keijian snorted coldly when he looked at Rintaro, who was rushing over. He waved his hand and the position shook suddenly. All the bullets that Zaihuyan had just shot flew towards Rintaro. With 2 iron bumps on his body, Rintaro bent his knees and bent his arms, and all 3 bullets flew out by his prosthetic limbs. However, Hirako Yingyan's attack did not stop. He snapped his fingers suddenly, and the defense against the bullets suddenly yearned to spread. Skill, the strongest pain. It can withstand 500 points of damage and cause 20 points of damage. At the same time, it will knock all objects flying along. If there is an obstacle behind the target, it will cause 20 points of damage per second until the skill is removed, or the obstacle is broken. The collection time is 20 seconds. 20 seconds to cool down, right? Xiuyan raised his pistol to see the strongest pain that flew, and a shuttle bullet was instantly emptied by him. And Rintaro had already waved his fist and slammed it up. Then, just like the first time, the position caused by the strongest pain was broken with a punch by Rintaro, and Rintaro, who broke the strongest shield, wanted to continue pursuing. However, how could Hirako Yingyan, who suffered a loss once, be as he wished? Hirako Keijian turned the gun in his hand, and the blade under the muzzle turned into a cold light and pulled a trace of blood on Rentaro's body. What is that? Zaihuyan caught the moment when Hirako Keijian attacked Lotus Taro and sent 3 bullets in. This time, he used his own gun. However, Hirako Keijian reacted quickly. He hid the 3 bullets twice, and only 1 shot entered his body, causing 3 points of damage. However, the poisonous effect of the saliva attached to the bullet made Hirako Yingyan's face turned green, and a number -5 appeared from the top of his head every second. That's weapon skills, I don't know. The girl yelled. Then tell me the state of Rintaro. Lentaro Life 620/800. As she said, the girl's voice was high, I understand. The damage of that weapon is 28 points. Haruko. Zaihuyan shouted at Haruko next to him, take advantage of this now. Saw Haruko suddenly turned into a black shadow, rushing straight at Hirako Keijian. A tier with an attack power of up to 60 points is launched. However, Hirako Keijian seemed to have guarded the cursed child a long time ago, and the moment Haruko rushed over, he retreated suddenly. The blade gun fired again and again. Puff! 2 bullets directly pierced Haruko's shoulders and calves, and 1 shot fell through Haruko, who was preparing to pursue her with a grunt, and his footsteps slowly followed. But the attack did not stop, and Rintaro took over Haruko's task, which was a series of attacks. His skills are good. The girl suddenly shouted. Lentaro, stop! Xiuyan shouted instantly. It may be the reason for the high degree of affection. After hearing Zaihuhako's words, Rintaro stopped the attack instantly. Hirako Yingyan suddenly opened the imaginary device and did nothing at once. There is not even a chance to fight back injury. Menghao! Cure medicine! Xiuyan shouted. A Menghao hiding somewhere suddenly threw out 2 bottles of potion. Zaihuyan caught it and opened it directly and handed it to Haruko. Haruko, who had known the effect of this thing a long time ago, drank the potion as soon as she raised her head. Then, the wound wounded by the metal was quickly healed. What a trouble! Hirako Yingyan, who saw all this in his eyes, suddenly lifted and grabbed him, aiming at Zaihuyan with 2 bullets. For an ordinary person, it is impossible for Zaihuyan to hide from the bullet. He can only avoid it as much as possible, and saw his body slammed backwards, but this is of no use. Even after the physical strength is strengthened, unless you have prepared well in advance, it is still too difficult to avoid bullets. 1 bullet flew out while grazing his body, and the other bullet was directly embedded in Zaihuyan's leg. At the same time, Hirako Keijian had already rushed towards Zaihuyan. Rintaro stepped forward, trying to stop Hirako Keijian. However, Hirako Keijian's strongest pain position suddenly appeared, and the unprepared Rentaro was shot and flew out, and Haruko, who rushed to stop Hirako Keijian, also suffered the same treatment. Taking advantage of the strongest pain, Hirako Yingian rushed to Xian's side. "Little guy, you jumped too much." As he said, Hirako Yingian's arm turned into a spear, and he slammed at Xiu Yan stabbed. "Really?" Xiu Yan sneered, one hand suddenly squeezed the trigger. "Slide." I saw Xiuyan suddenly moving to the left, as if he had spared a circle. He was in a stiff state and fired a shot directly in the process of sliding. Hirako Keijian obviously didn't expect Shuhako's ability to be completely unreasonable. The whole person was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, Xiuyan had hugged him tightly from behind. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. P.S. On Japan, first the subway stops at the wrong station, and then the bus here in Hangzhou is 2.5 yuan, where can I find 50 cents? I found it with great difficulty, but I was completely blinded after sitting for 2 stops. It's raining, the baby is dead. P.S. Finally, thanks to Didi Taxi for saving me. P.S. Sorry for the late update, then, I'm going to try the Gangster's Insights. P.S. Monthly ticket 284, call, 300 plus more, of course, you can save it and wait for me to update, because I found that Japan, a group of authors are together, they have no thoughts at all code. When I was writing this, a group of people were in the meeting room, playing board games, and I was coding outside by myself. Annual Meeting, Reports of Big Brothers 1. January 5, 2017. Light rain. I hate rain, I mean when I don't bring an umbrella. The temperature in Hangzhou is quite high. At least for me, the clothes I wear freezes my face in 5 minutes after the high-speed train, and it takes half an hour for the special warm wind to blow over. But in Hangzhou, I feel that this suit is just right. After I experienced a series of small things such as flight cancellation, subway mistakes, incomprehensible buses, inability to get the bus, and forgetting the company address, I finally arrived at the Shuk headquarters smoothly. I got out of the elevator and went to the 8th floor, and I saw XXX Health Co., Limited at first sight. I turned my head and left. It wasn't until I saw a sign on the opposite side of the elevator that said Hangzhou Rhapsody Co., Limited, Happy Booker I didn't know that the book guest was indeed in this place. Ignored the Healthcare Co., Limited which was full of my eyes, and walked into the office building. Because my Ashuro pill was sent to a booker, when my sister Ziyu sent me a photo of the Ashuro pill, she probably saw the appearance of a regular customer, so she easily found the place with the green putty on the white background. Well, it matches well with the icons of regular customers. By the way, if you change the green eyes of the book guest icon to black, the round one becomes F. Closer to home. After I entered, I just caught up with a round-faced guy and turned his head. After seeing me coming, he enthusiastically won. "You are?" "Hello, I am Meng Jing-chan." I am a little embarrassed. Damn, there are so many people. Oh, you Meng, he looked stunned. It's called Meng Jing Cicada. Are you? I asked tentatively. I'm a bat. The bat seemed to be accustomed to this kind of introduction. Then, I just picked up a sentence. Update quickly. I'm waiting here. Why do I say this? I feel that I said something wrong, and I feel right. As a reader, I am more correct, right? But as a colleague, I should understand that my colleague needs to draw on materials, right? I don't know what the bat's smile meant. But Ye pulled me and walked to the conference room. Come. Here we are going to run the team. What? Just when I looked confused, a guy blocking the corridor came out of the conference room. This is a young dream. Well, the bats are so passionate. The huge body didn't come out to greet me. I saw it when it was obviously taken aback. Then he quickly reacted and asked with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" Rabbit. These two words popped out of my mind. I'm not a rabbit. The man had an inscrutable expression. Don't make trouble, you are not a rabbit, I will live broadcast. Well, I didn't say that, I just said firmly, that, you should be a rabbit, right? Look, be firm. Although it is an interrogative sentence, I am still very firm. As if moved by my determination, the rabbit admitted. To be honest, rabbits are so easy to recognize. Looking at the technical department, who do you want to sumo the least? Come 100 people, even if you haven't heard the name of the rabbit, you can directly select him. Then, I was squeezed outside again when I was obviously going to the meeting room to watch the running team. Yu Meng is here. I don't know if it is a bat or a rabbit shouting. I saw the penguin, the perverted penguin has a serious face. Then I saw the toy. On Japan, the old driver in the group of toys, who drives enough cars every day to spare the guys in China for 3 laps, actually looks like a stern face. Who else can think of it? Every day everyone is, toy boss, where can I find this car? Toy boss, take us into the car together. Toy boss, if you don't take the car, at least keep a license plate. The group is recognized as an old driver. The book guest came to a WeChat guy selling small movies last time. He collected 3 books, one of which was a toy. As a result, this looks completely inconsistent. Then there was the black dragon. I thought that the black dragon should be the kind of big 5 and 3 thick, but after meeting, 2 words popped out of my mind, brother. Although he was indeed a junior, but he looked so small. There was also sesame wine. Because I didn't have any impression, I asked what book he wrote. After all, many times we only record the title of the book but not the author. The result, Meiji said, forget it, don't say it, there are too many pits. By the way, it feels like a thin version of the smile, we smile. After a wave of greetings, I suddenly remembered an important question. When I came to Japan, the boss said that I would find him when I arrived, a big guy who was looking for needs to talk about things. But after I came here, I played B with everyone for half an hour, and then went to understand and ran the group for half an hour. In the toy they proposed, we went to the internet cafe to play games. No, I suddenly woke up after we went to the internet cafe to collect materials, right? The boss is looking for me. After arriving at the office, I heard that a certain scholar was teaching the experience of being a winner in life. With a big guy I don't know, I heard it's not a book guest. And I met with the boss Swiba and found that they retired after discussing the business, and then found that there were half the people in the house. Hey! Toys, they actually went to internet cafes to play games. They got the materials. There are a bunch of board game guys left, including the Pit Tree Bunny Bat 883, and I happened to hear them discussing what to eat in the past. The general situation is that everyone discussed a wave of delicious food in Hangzhou. But I found that I needed to go out to eat. So it's best for everyone to decide KFC takeaway. Yes, this is very otaku. While waiting for KFC, they asked me, Yuman, is the Dead Solo group coming? I looked confused. I won't. Will not. Great. Come on, it's okay. Obviously bring a guy who can't play board games, why are they so happy? Shouldn't those who are holding back should be sprayed? However, after not playing 2 rounds, he was called out by the boss. Going to find Anita's boss. Well, on the way, I asked tentatively, if I cooperate with NetEase, can I give a few SSR? The boss sneered, the 3 NetEase operations have rushed for 5,000 and I haven't taken out Ibaraki. Damn, the Onmyoji is a silly game, even if you pit outsiders, you will pit yourself too. There is also the refund event issued by Onmyoji a few days ago. I heard that many NetEase insiders also sneaked out refunds. Alas, the most basic trust between people. After coming back, everyone is still running the group. Well, I have been out for nearly 3 hours, they are still running the group. Only Swiba is industrious outside. Moved by Swiba's perseverance, I took out the computer and started to code Chapter 2. At this moment, suddenly an unknown person came in and whispered a few words in Swiba's ear. Then Swiba stood up with a smile on his face. That smile was very subtle. Are there no code words? I ask. Relax for a moment. Still a subtle smile. Human, are you going to relax? Very pure kind. Pure? I thought about it. Humph. I'm not going to be pure. After Swiba left, I was the only one left outside the editor, one person. However, when I was yarding, a tall and thin guy who was about 1.8 meters tall came in. He looked handsome. His hair was quite long and he had a braid behind him. It looks like an artist. You are? I ask. Here is the happy book guest. Yup. I was invited to the annual meeting. Well, so are you. The annual meeting is invited. I know, so are you. The annual meeting is invited. Are we communicating in Chinese? P.S. Well, I want to say, I didn't even bother to type. A bunch of authors don't want code words if they don't. A person's code word will be infected and don't want to write it in a while. Therefore, I will ensure that the body of one chapter is updated every day, and the second chapter may be the record of the experience or the body. See what you like to watch. Then the monthly pass is owed and paid back home. Author's message. P.S. The trading transaction starting from one hitman's power, during the annual meeting, the transaction is carried out. Save the world's figures, pirate the martial arts of the King of Fighters, Street Fighter and Super Robot Wars. Flowing water crushed rock, Imperial engine, magnetic field rotation, Sea Tiger explosion, double Euler, Baidu assassination. JoJo's hero can become stronger without being bald. Everyone, just face it. Chapter 48, Serial. Chapter 48 Serial. Hirako Ying-ian's face changed, but it was too late. Zaihuyan, who hugged him fiercely, has put the pistol on his back waist. Bumpy bump. The pistol shot again and again. Hirako Keijian, who was tightly hugged by Zaihuyan, suffered all the damage caused by the bullet. His hypothetical device is still cooling, and there is no means of defense at all. However, the mechanized Hirako Keijian is obviously more powerful than in the anime. In other words, he was significantly strengthened in this mission world. The subsequent damage caused by the bullet passing through or staying in the body is also completely not negligible. But for Hirako Ying-ian, a guy with a fully mechanical incarnation, the bullet damage seemed to be just bullet damage. Zaihuyan directly fired 5 pure poisonous bullets, but he didn't keep it because he didn't have many chances to hit Hirako Ying-ian with bullets. His skills are good. The girl suddenly shouted. As soon as Zaihuyan's eyes came, he quickly moved back. Brush. Hirako Keijian's imaginary device suddenly opened. However, Zaihuyan had already evacuated enough distance. So it wasn't you. Hirako Ying-ian had already woke up in an instant. Damn it! Zaihuyan, who had just retired, rushed towards Hirako Keijian, and shouted at the same time, Lentaro, Haruko, stop him! Don't dream! Hirako Ying-ian was at the forefront, and the speed was vaguely the fastest. Zaihuyan's set of injuries just now seemed to take a long time, but it was only a matter of a few seconds. At this moment, Hirako Ying-ian took the lead in attacking, and the lagging Zaihuyan naturally couldn't catch up. Hirako Keijian had discovered the problem, and all his movements seemed to have been clearly seen by someone like that strange guy. Including their own weaknesses. As long as this person can keep providing information to Zaihuyan and Rintaro, he will never have an advantage. Therefore, Hirako Keijian must get rid of that eye. He had been hearing that voice, and he had already locked Huang Mao in the girl's position. Run! Xiu Yan shouted. The yellow-haired girl who reacted in classical Chinese raised her leg to run, but Hirako Ying-ian had already reached the door and raised her pistol at the same time. But at this time, the chasing Zaihuan suddenly stopped, and shouted, "Use that!" Huang Mao had been scared long ago. Hearing these words, he suddenly remembered the black thing Zaihuan had handed him. With a touch of the button on this thing in his hand, Huang Mao didn't even think about it, so he pressed it down. Boom! An explosion followed. Hirako Ying-ian suddenly changed color. But it's still too late. The huge explosion flame swallowed him directly. Rintaro and Haruko ran to Zaihuko's side and stopped abruptly. Rintaro was even more unbelievable. "Suiko! What are you doing? Aren't those two friends your friends?" "I didn't say that they were my friends." Xiuyan curled his lips and sneered, "Don't worry, they can't die." As soon as his voice fell, a man and a woman had flown out of the room. "It seems to be fully protected," Xiuyan secretly said. "That's right, what Zaihuan uses is the protection mode of the novice mission." He didn't know how this protection mechanism was triggered before, and what restrictions there were. However, no matter how it is triggered, at least, the girl who is the eye will not die. As for the yellow hair, Zaihuan didn't, or rather, didn't care about his situation. Isn't he passive? And Huang Mao cursed with a grim face at this time, "Fuck you. This is the remote control. You can't die again." Zaihuan pointed to a house somewhere, hidden there. "I don't believe you anymore." Huang Mao cursed. "Then you just wait." Xiuyan didn't persuade too much. But the girl reacted very quickly. She hid directly in the room and reported, "Hirako Kajian has 700 remaining health points. All skills are transferred." As soon as she finished speaking, a red figure suddenly rushed out of the flames of the previous explosion. His body was leaning forward, and one stepped into the room where the girl was. Hirako Ying-ian, who suffered a loss, did not give up. He was a little bit broken at this time, but it didn't affect him. "She is going to kill this woman." "Hey!" Zaihuan yelled to attract Hirako Ying-ian's attention, and let him see the remote control in his hand, "For you." With that said, Xiuyan held the remote control and pressed it down fiercely. Boom! The roar of the explosion appeared again. The result was the same as the previous time, the girl was thrown out by the explosion. "Come to me," Xiuyan reminded. The girl seems to have trusted Zaihuan now. She quickly got up and moved towards Zaihuan. Rintaro was already silly. What's the situation?" He turned his head abruptly. "Did you just control the direction of the explosion?" Zaihuan didn't have time to explain anything, so he could only babble, "It's very simple." "Is that so?" Rentaro looked admired. Lentaro's favorability rises. Zaihuan didn't know what to say anymore. He deliberately wanted to increase Ms. Mu Geng's favorability, but the result was a decline in favorability. Now, for a strange word, Rintaro is rising here. Hirako Ying-ian has 400 lives. The girl ran to Zaihuan, not forgetting to report Hirako Ying-ian's state to him. But at this moment, a thumping sound has been heard. Hirako Ying-ian had slowly walked out of the room with the flames. At this time, his limbs have all turned into a pure black color. The traces of the two pistols are no longer known. Every step of the way, there is the sound of metal touching the ground. "You, how did it?" Hirako Ying-ian walked out of the flames in a low voice. "Rentaro." Zaihuan did not answer, but spoke to Rentaro. Without saying a word, Rintaro squatted on his leg and rushed towards Hirako Kajian. "It's the second form." The girl already said next to Zaihuan, "I didn't see the specific changes, but the attack power increased by 50 points. Just don't be touched." Xiuyan curled his lips. Seeing Rintaro rushing towards him, Hirako Kajian ignored him. The strongest pain directly stopped Rintaro, and Hirako Kajian seemed to have completely focused on Zaihuko. A blast of air surging, his body suddenly rushed towards Xiaoyan. However, Xiu Yan took out another black detonator from his pocket without any haste. Hirako Yingyan suddenly changed color when he saw this, and his forward body stopped suddenly. He has suffered twice from this thing, and it is nothing to lose himself, but he is obviously seriously injured, but the other two people have nothing to do. With a glance of his eyes, he has already seen the lonely yellow hair. With the idea that killing one is one, Hirako Yingyan twisted his feet and rushed towards Huang Mao. Huang Mao, who was still resenting Xiaoyan, was taken aback for a moment. Lying on the grass, he just let out a sigh. Hirako Yingyan had already flashed past him. P.S. I found that everyone is quite interested in the records, then try to update the text and the records. P.S. The monthly pass 350. Owes one more and pays it back when I go home. Big Brother's experience too. This new artist seems to have discovered that there is a problem in communication between the two of us. So, he chose to ask, what about the others? I pointed to the next room, the meeting room is running a group. The guy responded and walked into the conference room. I was stunned. And so? Ignore me? Wait. Don't you ask who I am? Anyway, this guy walked directly into the meeting room and ignored me. Then I chased it in. Hey, do you want to know me? This is. I walked to the rabbit and motioned to who the artist this rabbit is. Oh, I am Chongfeng Chi Sing. The artist replied by himself. I am Menjingchen. Damn, I finally said my name. Oh, you are not an editor. Chongfeng suddenly realized. Is there an editor still at work at 11? Will such a book guest be accused? However, after Chongfeng came, the group soon finished running, and the toy group just returned from outside. At this time, a group of people and I discovered a more important thing. It looks like we haven't booked a hotel. Because it was a day earlier, the boss hasn't arranged a place to live. The hotel opposite the company is full. And the one downstairs from the company is Love Hotel. The place where about 6 of us did not live was me, the rabbit, the toy, the black dragon, the king of Wumiao, and the mochi. Looking at the few remaining heart-shaped bedrooms, we were silent. Can't you change places? I asked. Can. There is no hesitation in answer. Then, we walked a short distance without bowing our heads to the fun and finally found a hotel with rooms. There was also an episode in the middle of the elevator with 10 people. 5 rabbits were added to the elevator. However, the police started calling the police when Wu Miao got on. To be reasonable, Wu Miao doesn't seem to be 80 catties, okay. The scene was very embarrassing. The rabbit looked up at the ceiling and said it had nothing to do with me. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Meiju said, ha ha ha, which episode of Hidden Corpses with Conan elevator looks like? Then it's even more embarrassing. In the end, we can only divide it into 2 groups. By the way, I was in a room with the rabbit. He asked me before, do you mind if I snore? I thought of the generator that night in my university dormitory, and the snoring sound was like a super diesel generator. Then I said confidently, it's okay, I'm used to it in college. Later I learned, what a price to pay for this habit. After entering the room, I said that I wanted a code word, but when I turned on the computer, I started to play the comparison. I was stunned that I forgot what I was blowing, but I just blew it for 2 hours. During the discussion, the rabbit was mixed with a very creative new book. Then we heard a knock on the door. After opening the door, there was no one, but a small card was inserted. An indescribable little card. My goodness! I was so moved and cried. It's not the first time to go out of the house. After going out so many times, I finally saw the legendary stuffing of small cards. It's all net maps. The rabbit glanced at it and commented disdainfully, the quality is definitely not good. I nodded aside. But I was thinking, the rabbit seems to be very skilled. At this time, the time has passed 12 o'clock. It's time for the daily tasks of Onmyoji. When I was playing Onmyoji, the rabbit said, "Is this game fun?" "It's okay," I replied. I originally wanted to amuse this game, but after thinking about it carefully, the characteristics of this silly game are not the same as the burst rate. It seems that there are all kinds of liver yahun, liver dog food, etc. A mess of liver. Only idiots would like to play this kind of game, okay. Thinking of this, I looked at the brushed stone distance with joy on my face. There is also a dog food that has just reached the 20th level. It's okay. The rabbit took out his mobile phone. I didn't think it's hard to be half dead. No sense of spirit. I looked up, and the rabbit still took the snow girl to brush. Krypton has a single 648. Hey! I took the rabbit's phone and looked at it. Then, how can I describe his style of God record? It's terrible and it feels light. The only effect of this single 648 should be to make the R card illustration book full. Change zones. I can only comfort the rabbit so much. Following my advice, the rabbit came to my district. Swipe slowly first. At the beginning, there are a lot of tickets. If you can't get a good one, use the smuggling method. Then continue to lower your head and brush the task. Until I heard a certain calling voice for the 10th time. Day. This is definitely not a ticket, okay. You are gold again. I shouted. It's still out of luck. The rabbit didn't deny it. I stretched my head and glanced at the phone. Well, it's another 648. But this time the rabbit had good luck, 3 cards and 1 SR. Although there is no legendary SSR in the end. Damn! I don't believe it. This product requires Krypton again. I stopped for a long time, when the rabbit said, "If you don't have a girlfriend, you don't have money yet. Where is your pursuit in life?" Damn, I can't refute. However, there was still a group of people who stopped the rabbit. His credit card is maxed out. Ha 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 ha. After the credit card exploded, we didn't even bother to play. I just fell asleep after finishing the task. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, I was suddenly awakened by a thunder. Yes, these are the things I regret mentioned above. How to put it, the diesel generator of my university seems to snore and I am used to it. But, this Nima's snoring of demolishing the house is totally unbearable. Snoring is still divided into 3 stages. The snoring stage, the house demolishing stage, the strange snoring stage. Without talking about the previous 2, just talk about this strange snoring stage. I closed my eyes and finally got used to the rhythm of the rabbit's purring, and then... Let me give you an image, you can make up for it. Ha-hoo-hoo. Hoo. Hoo-hoo. Ah. I didn't make a typo, just ah. That kind of ecstasy voice. How can you make such a sound when you snore? In the end I don't know how to fall asleep, but I think my sleep quality is very good. Although it is divided into several periods of sleep, it is all deep sleep. Because it's not the depth, I can't sleep at all. In a digression, the guy in Heilong vowed to ask for code words, but when he entered the hotel, he started playing The Witcher 3 or he was still rolling. So, if there is a fan of his book, it would be the book Neater Hog. Shoo, believe me, his inability to code words is entirely due to the fact that he went to the internet cafes to collect materials and added back to the hotel to play games. Don't say it was me. When we got up in the morning, we were leaving the hotel just in time for a large group to come out for dinner. Swiba took the lead and walked ahead, followed by the 20th and 30th. That posture. Of course, if Swiba is not so, we should be at least young and dangerous, but now it seems to be, forget it, I still want to live. Speaking of which, the guy who can see us should be proud. This is a group of creation gods. Under everyone's hands are thousands of lives and countless world lines. Closer to home. Originally, it should have been a treat by Swiba. Seeing that there were too many people, Swiba took a few of us and ran away without paying attention. A dozen of us were left confused, and finally decided to go to a cafeteria that we saw on Meituan. I'm speechless when it comes to this cafeteria. Let's tell you. It's raining in Hangzhou. A dozen people. I searched for 20 minutes with the Meituan map. Life and death did not find this cafeteria 100 meters away from us. Don't you guys know how to call and ask? After following them for 3 laps, I finally asked. Everyone looked at each other, then lowered their heads and continued to look at the map. Okay, I called. I asked about the specific location, and then they told me my route. I told what I knew. We first need to find an elevator entrance to go up. How to do? They continued to look down on the map. Can the elevator entrance map be found out? As far as we can see, there is actually an elevator. But at the door stood 4 girls distributing leaflets. This group of people looked up at the elevator while looking down at their phones. Don't trust Azai's communicative ability when you are away from home. After tidying up my clothes, I stepped forward. Please, please, please. Japanese, how do you read the English in that shop? Fortunately, I was witty and thought of Building 1. How to get to Building 1? The girl smiled and pointed to the elevator behind her. Here is it. Ever since, holding the flyer, I led a group of socially impaired guys onto the elevator. My heart is very tired. I was tired and sweated. What? Tension? What a joke. We are the creation god, okay. Creation god. How could the creation be nervous? P.S. There are still many interesting anecdotes in Hangzhou, such as many authors and editors who subvert my cognition. For example, when you go to the book guest, you will be holding a knife to the technical department. When I took my Ajuro pill and rushed into the technical department, I shouted, "Is this the technical department?" Then half of the girls turned around, "Yes." Is there a problem? I'm sorry, I found the wrong place. I ran away without drawing the knife. P.S. Then, everyone who likes to see and hear, please vote for a monthly pass, and if you want to know who you want to focus on, you can also tell me in a post. I will try to make a wave of key contacts. P.S. In the end, the recorded stories are also novel creations, there will be some artistic processing, please don't hit my short report. P.S. Then, it is trading time. This guy will also be written in the next chapter. My two-dimensional element does not need the perverted option in my brain. I'm abnormal, but I'm also stronger. Well, I'm sorry, everyone, I'm ashamed of the predecessors who have traveled to the second element. Because I am a pervert. Chapter 49, Spearman Blast Bow. Chapter 49, The Spearman Explodes Bow. Blood donation sprayed out. As Hirako Ying-ian flashed past, the blood on Huang Mao's body was like a fountain. At the same time, the Garden of Eden reminder sounded. Death of cooperating mission agent. Remaining newcomers 4/5. The basic attributes of all surviving agents have doubled, please choose to return as soon as possible. The basic attributes of a dead person are doubled. After hearing these words, Xiu Yan was stunned. Swayan said that even if it is a novice task, the survival rate of the rookie is extremely low. But according to the current situation, it seems that it is not like this at all. The Garden of Eden seems to be deliberately guiding newcomers to complete newbie tasks. Why? The first thing that popped out of Xiuyan's mind was not the joy of doubling his attributes, but why the Garden of Eden did it. And up to now, his instructor has not appeared. Why is this again? Isn't his goal Hirako Ying-ian? However, after recalling the current situation, Zihuan decided to put this question in his heart. Hirako Yingyan, who killed someone, was taken aback. This guy, who had been okay in the explosion just now, was killed by himself. This relaxed feeling made him a little bit unbelievable. He turned his head and looked at little Binai who was entangled in Yanzu. The voice under the mask became gloomy, "Go to death." Hirako Yingyan roared, and a sickle-shaped object flew towards Zihuan. "Skills, the nameless of death," the girl shouted professionally. However, before she could finish speaking, Zihuan yanked her arm abruptly and shook her out, yelling at the same time, "Haruko, go!" Zihuan doesn't know how much damage this skill does, but he does know that he has 400 health points after his attribute is doubled. If he actively activates the special enhancement of the original intestine creatures, he will have a full 800 health points. Coupled with his 2% damage reduction effect and 24 points of defense after doubling. Hirako Keijian definitely can't lose himself in seconds. But the situation of Haruko and the girl is different. Especially that girl is her own eyes, it would not work without her. But when Xiuyan was considering taking the initiative to activate the enhanced skills, an accident happened. I saw a figure suddenly blocking Zihuan's body. He bent his arms and curled his legs, and suddenly a ping-pong sound rang out. The girl pushed away by Zihuan had found a bunker and hid it, reporting the information. Each death sickle hurts 30 points. There are 30 sickles in total. Not good. Xiuyan's heart sank. A full 900 points of damage on the panel. Ding ding. The sound of metal collision did not ring twice, and Rintaro was already bounced by the huge impact. Then, a burst of black sickle scraped a large amount of blood on his body in an instant. Rentaro's life value is 150 points. The state is bleeding. It may be the function of his metal prosthetic limbs, or it may be the defensive power of Rintaro, who was not killed by a single blow. And Xiuyan suddenly understood the effect of this favorability degree. It turns out that it is not the role of a certain pi, but the help effect of the plot characters on you. Rintaro. Yanzu looked anxious when she saw this scene, but she was stopped by the laughing little Hina who wanted to rush over. "Haruko, go and save people." Zihuan quickly ordered, "Meng Hao, healing potion." Xiuyan. At this time, the extremely miserable Rintaro paled, but he still ordered, "Kill this guy." "Don't worry." Zihuan retreated as he spoke. But Hirako Yingyan's body hurriedly chased after him. He must kill the in front of him. It is because of this guy that led to his current passive situation. Even with double the attributes, Hirako Yingyan's speed is still better. His arm transformed into a phosphorescent spear stabs towards Xiuyan. Zihuan slid suddenly and moved to the side again. The sliding skill made him instantly move behind Hirako Keijian. The pistol in his hand fired again. But this time, Hirako Keijian's hypothetical device has cooled down. All of Zihuan's bullets were embedded in the position of the hypothetical device. The moment the bullet was blocked, the bullet already flew towards Xiuyan. At the same time, that position suddenly rose, and the strongest pain was launched. Xiuyan suffered 2 sets of damage almost instantly. Moreover, the girl has no hints. Zihuako, who flew out, saw Hirako Yingyan's position at this time. She was standing at the back of the bunker in the room where the girl was hiding. The girl had to run out of it in order to observe Hirako Yingyan. Zihuan's face changed wildly when he saw this scene. "Go back." I saw a dark shadow suddenly rushed out of Sherry. That was the little Hina who suddenly got rid of Yunju. The girl seemed to understand what was going on in an instant, and her body with the data doubled quickly shrank one after another. But it was a step too late. Little Hina's knife light has already flashed, and a spring of blood gushes out of the girl's stomach. Just when Hina wanted to make up the knife, Yanzu had already caught up and pushed her away. However, this time Zihuan did not hear the prompt from the Garden of Eden, which meant that the girl was still alive. Just after Meng Hao sent a few medicine bottles to Rintaro, he discovered the girl's problem. He quickly ran towards the girl, and at the same time reached out and touched a bottle of medicine from a policeman who had been broken in half. And Xiu Yan, already possessing the strongest pain, stuck it on the wall fiercely. At this time, the 24-point defense protected him from the strongest pain, but he was firmly fixed on the wall by the strongest pain control effect. Hirako Keijian has raised his arm that turned into a spear. But even if that was the case, Xiaoyan didn't use his active strengthening ability, he was waiting for a guy to take action. The moment the arm spear was pierced, a figure suddenly sprang out of the ruins. Holding a black three-sided thorn in his hand, he stabbed Hirako Yingyan fiercely. Finally, you were forced out. Hirako Yingyan seemed to have been guarding him a long time ago. When he turned his feet, the spear turned into his arm, slammed into the tattooed man. However, the tattooed man has a calm face. I saw his body instantly turned into a bright light, and he coldly hummed, "Death to his life." Brush! The body of the tattooed man turned into a stream of light, flashing past Hirako Yingyan's body. A life-threatening blow can instantly cause 5 times the strength of damage, and after use, the health value drops to 10 points. The tattooed man has fallen on the ground not far away. Remember my survival point. Save people double. With the attack of the tattooed man, Hirako Yingyan's strongest pain disappeared. Xiaoyan fell to the ground in an instant, and after this force, he rolled away. The same draws out the pistol. The position reappears. In fact, for the cyborg Hirako Yingyan, even if he took a trick, it could not affect his actions in the slightest. However, this time, Xiu Yan did not shoot. Without that girl, how do you know? Hirako Yingyan's voice was shocked. As long as it is a CD, it can be counted. Xiu Yan sneered, and took a step back, already touching a hard object with one hand. P.S. Well, I don't care if you make a small report or not, but please don't ignore the fact that our experience record is a novel creation, which has exaggerated techniques, artistic processing, and some things specially added to cater to you. P.S. So, please don't be blind to the rhythm, can you? P.S. I will be asshole. In this case, how do I write a record of my knowledge? Records of Big Brothers, end. The book continues above. When I was eating, I was opposite to Kimeniao. Why do you want to talk about this guy? I believe everyone already knows about the crab incident. It just so happened that this guy was beside me when I was eating crab. After talking about the barbecue, we went to the company. So, a bunch of authors have no chance of code words. Okay, I am such a hard-working guy, and I just want to make a comparison with everyone. During the period, there was a pit tree drawing card, from FGO to Onmyoji. After a lot of black people, the pit tree came to me. Does anyone draw a card? Kengshu said in a high voice, I'm the hand of the head of the 10 singles and 5. As soon as I heard this, I handed it over with my phone. 20 votes, get SSR. Simple. Kengshu looked confident. Then I went to the boss game room to relax. By the way, the editorial department has a separate room with a 50 or 60-inch big TV, and a bunch of console games and consoles. When I came back, I saw people around the pit tree, and I immediately understood what was going on. At this time, I knew what they meant by the pricked hand. At least there is SR? I comforted myself so much. When it comes to drawing cards, I have to mention the toy, start with a magic knife, explore the skin, and then Yan Mo plus who else? Who is Jutun? Then he was addicted to Onmyoji. When we chat, he is in the liver, and when we eat, he is in the liver, even when he walks to the hotel. Newcomers get 5 stars in 3 days. I played for a month. Fortunately, the 6th boss arranged a place for us, and we are still living with the rabbit. The rabbit came into the room and asked me what to drink. My habit is mineral water. Because I don't like to drink drinks. Rabbit, so what do you save? Deposit the boss. Then I switched to Wangzhe milk, not because I didn't have to pay for it. Just used to drink Wangzhe. After cleaning up a wave, I wore the clothes of a mentally retarded angel and went to the annual meeting downstairs. Rabbit, because the faceless man went back to get his clothes, so we are alone. After entering the hall, Miss found that there was no one here. No, I obviously saw a lot of people come down. A waiter walked by. You are looking for a weird person who wears the same clothes as you. I nodded. Then, he was led to the venue. It's almost called a flurry of demons here. Except for a few dazzling foreign aid-cost sisters, no, it's a little sister. As for the students at school, when I entered the hotel just now, I saw them practicing dance in front of a big mirror in the aisle. Very hard-working. One of the thief girls wearing Christmas antlers is pretty. I won't say much about the next thing. The kind of book guest lottery, where we have a table of 8 people and 5 people, won the lottery. I won't say anything about the 15th and the 17th that I didn't have on the 16th. I want to complain about the fact that the scholars don't give rewards. Say yes, choose one person cos on stage at each table and give rewards. As a result, I went up. What about the reward? A dead house at a table, going on stage is no different from murder, okay? If it weren't for rewards, who would go up? Then the reward is not there yet. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Let me tell you something. Shu Keiniang, you understand it first. Let me put it this way, knowing the truth, I recalled the group of guys who molested the book guest. Very poor, really. I'm talking about both sides. However, the book guest's cause of Miss Humiliation is quite good. What? Male? Not a little sister? Yet, she's obviously a girl. After the annual meeting is over, the code word will start after returning to the hotel. Then the rabbit started Krypton Gold. He who did not show up SSR expressed dissatisfaction. As a result, the new 20 votes went down. The phone seems to be broken by the vibration. I can't stand it anymore, tell me you give it to me, I will help you smoke. Then Humilian came out. Ichimoku. Ichimoku. Day by day, I want to link up at a glance. Miss Sister Cos, no, the routine needs him. I have lost 60 votes to SSR. Someone asked me how much Krypton the rabbit had. How to put it, he probably played for 2 days, but he could change the demon sword immediately. Next, it's the 7th thing. In the morning, the group saw Swiba talking about taking out a treat, so they ran over. Then the takeaway came at 12:30, very fast. Yes, change it. I said earlier that it was changed to noon in the morning. Sorry, I should be more rigorous in the book, after all, the author of the book guest's concept of the morning is that it is not dark. When the takeaway arrived, Swiba proudly showed it off to us. The mapo tofu that we invited us was only 6 yuan, 10 yuan shredded cabbage. Sure enough, I couldn't believe the morale of the boss. However, I heard that Swiba was slaughtered this time, and there is a shadow. Please ask for a Sichuan cuisine, and I was ordered a finless porpoise without paying attention. After lunch, I was informed that the boss had taken the internet cafe next to him. It really includes an internet cafe. A group of people rushed into the internet cafe when they saw the girl. A faceless man insisted on taking me to an internet cafe, but if I didn't go, he tried to do me tricks. I didn't bring my wallet, so I asked him to send it to the internet cafe, thinking that I would not be able to get out once I went. As a result, I gave him the wallet, and then returned to the hotel code. Otherwise, you couldn't see what happened yesterday too. Is there a monthly pass to support me who is so hardworking? At 6 o'clock it's time to organize a meal together, and then it's the crab-eating incident that you love to see. I see rumors flying outside, to vindicate Kimeng, what a crab of 10,000 yuan, if it is 10,000 yuan, Kimeng will not be ordered by the boss to change the month to 26W, but be delivered. Get a room key, you, come here at night. Chi Meng is very thin and has a cheerful personality. He laughs as soon as he speaks. In fact, our first round of ordering is nothing but 2 dishes for 1 person. Well, 10 of us. Later, I learned that there is 1 person at the other tables. Moreover, after 2 dishes for 1 person, we found that there was not enough food at all, and then the second round of ordering occurred. Then, the king crab thing came out. Restore the situation at that time. Waiter, this crab is quite expensive, now it's a caddy, can't you change it? Chi Meng meow, change for another. Recharge failed for a certain exercise, no. That's it. Then the waiter left. Therefore, the other one who was fined on March 26 was this discipline. We were all taken aback when we heard about the price, and among them, I even saw the subtle changes in Edit Orange. He suddenly froze when he was holding the chopsticks to pick up the dishes. Then he put the chopsticks on the plate, put his hands on his lap, and looked at the table blankly. I quickly asked, Orange, does the boss have a budget? Orange smiled, no, you eat. So, he stopped eating by himself. Then, before our king crab was on board, the boss walked over with a look of resentment. Lying on the grass, who ordered the king crab? The voice came first before the person arrived. Pray for Meng to raise her hand. The boss's face, I don't know how to describe it, your table is okay, 4 tables have a total of, you eat 3 of others at 1 table. We looked innocent, wow, crabs are so expensive. Chi Meng, son, you sell me, who ordered 20 scallops when I heard a piece of scallops. Yes, we do have a lot of food at this table, but, the crab is really conspicuous. Fortunately, Ethics knew his sins, and took the initiative to stand up. 300,000 words per person next month, the boss said viciously, give me the money back. Then, under the 2 people's bargaining, pray for 26W in February and 26W in March. Well, I said the specific value, I hope everyone will supervise it. At the same time, this matter has been put on record. Edited by Every. The crab is on, we are about a crab leg alone. Chi Meng cried, her face in tears, with this mouth full, 50,000 words will be gone. After returning to the book guest, there was a serious meeting, but a certain crab meow did not go, and he went back to the hotel code. Then, let's stop here. In fact, there are still many things that can be written. For example, a certain unfamiliar teaches me how to write unlimited, I think he is cheating me. Some very manly Kyunkyu, some handsome hempwine, chubby mage, bookish apprentice, Wei Gong with many thieves, bone dragon, coffee, honestly admit their mooncakes, Qian Huan. There are some that haven't had time to contact. By the way, the JK boss here is a very stable one, Mr. K, doesn't feel like a writer, because neither his body nor his face can see the writer. It's more like a literary youth. Moreover, there was no sense of disobedience when shouting the title of his book on stage. In view of you guys who make small reports, I have been blocked by the big guys with knives. So, the record of experiences, end. P.S. On the high-speed rail, it's about 10 o'clock when I get home, so I will see you after midnight for today's text. Chapter 50, Long Lost Text. Chapter 50, Long Lost Text. This is not another place, but the place where Yixiong was the first to fall to the prison. At this time, there was a giant sword stuck in his back. Zaihuan had already moved vaguely towards this place since he let the girl come by his side. Because here, there is an extremely powerful weapon. And the hard thing in Zaihuan's hand at this time was the sword. Name, Metal Giant Sword. Grade, Green Ordinary. Damage, 35 to 50, it has a forbidden effect on primitive gut organisms. Requirements for use, 20 power points. Xiu Yan's original strength was 16, but after Huang Mao died, his strength soared to 32. While holding the giant sword, Xiu Yan's pupils instantly turned red. Proto-intestinal bioenhancement. Actively turn on the basic attributes to double, and the effect decreases as the basic attributes increase. However, for Xiaoyan, the strength of 32 points is far from reaching the effect of diminishing primitive gut biological attributes. Therefore, after the gastrointestinal biotransformation, his power directly soared to 64 points. When Xiaoyan mentioned the knife, it felt like a toy. Holding the knife in both hands, Xiu Yan coldly hummed, "Slide." At a distance of 5 meters, it disappeared in a flash. Puff! Before Hirako Keijian hadn't realized what was going on, the huge blade had already been inserted into his body. After removing Hirako Yingyan's defenses, more than 100 points of damage were dealt with this one. At this time, Xiaoyan didn't know how much Hirako Yingyan's health was left, but he was able to figure out an approximation. Hirako Yingyan is already dead. However, Hirako Yingyan is also ruthless. He is even more aware of his current state. The corner of the masked guy's mouth grinned sharply, "Asshole! Die with me!" I saw him stabbing the blade, and at the same time, a large black sickle flew to Xiaoyan from all over his body. The Nameless of Death. A skill that can hit 900 damage points in this instant. After Xiaoyan used the sliding step to get close, it also indicated that he did not have any evasion skills. However, Xiaoyi didn't step back, and saw that he abandoned his sword and clenched his fist, hitting Hirako Yingyan's head with a fist. Click! The sound of the mask cracking. And his life value has been shaved off by the Nameless of Death by 100 points. Bang! Another punch. Each of his punches, under the blessing of huge power, caused huge damage. But every second, his life value has dropped by 100 points. Bang! Third punch. With this punch, Hirako Yingyan's body had already flew out. In the fourth second, the skill slide is activated. The doubling of the attribute value gives Xiaoyan enough physical strength to use the skill. At a distance of 5 meters, it is directly away from the big movie of the Anonymous of Death. In the end, Xiaoyan's life value stopped at a value of 500. Hirako Yingyan has fallen to the ground and can't afford it. The reminder of the Garden of Eden has sounded. Kill Hirako Yingyan. Reward for 2000 survival points, because there are plot characters to help in the killing process. During the killing process, the Eden attribute is added to obtain 500 survival points. Equipment boxes are not issued, and the corpse is not rewarded. Hearing such a prompt, Xiaoyan was speechless for a while. Xiaoyan knew from the point that Huang Mao's attributes doubled after Huang Mao's death, that the Garden of Eden would definitely deduct rewards. In order to get the maximum reward, he was almost hit hard in the end. Haruko was not even allowed to help. As a result, the 2000 rewards and the green weapon box shrank to 500 points in the end. Xiaoyan looked at the tattooed man, and found that his face was not very good looking. This guy's life-threatening blow helped Xiaoyan a lot, but it seemed that the rewards were not good. Xiaoyan relieved the original intestine biological state, and walked to the tattooed man, stretched out his hand to pull him up, and smiled at the same time, "Yes, you archer." The tattooed man stood up with a bewildered look. He didn't seem to understand what Xiaoyan was saying. He just looked like on his face, 200 o'clock. Not bad. Xiu Yan patted him on the shoulder. Dad. When Xiaoyan pulled up the tattooed man, Hina had already thrown away Yanzu, and flew to the side of Hirako Yingyan's body. His face was full of despair. Kohina's setting is that after Hirako Keijian's death, his combat power will be reduced to 0. How could Yanzu miss this opportunity? She jumped up. But Rintaro suddenly shouted, "Yanzu, stop!" Yanzu turned around in the air and landed on the ground. Some can't understand, Rentaro. She has no threats anymore. Rentaro was almost recovered, and he stood up, leave the rest to Iso. Yanzu turned to look at the little Hina who was kneeling next to Hiriko Kajian's corpse and looked lost. He nodded and ran to Rentaro obediently. Xiu Yan also walked over with the tattooed man. Haruko stood next to Shuhako naturally. Meng Hao and the girl also rushed over. With the help of the medicine, the wound on the girl's stomach has disappeared, except for a big opening in her clothes, revealing her underwear or something. But in this battlefield, no one cares. That little guy. As soon as she rushed over, the girl had an eager expression, now in a negative state. I know her skills, she should be able to. If you want to survive, go by yourself. Xiu Yan interrupted the girl with a sneer. The girl was taken aback for a moment, and then her face suddenly became ugly. We said that we had 2 bosses. I only said there are 2 bosses, I didn't say kill 2. Zaihuan spread his hands, the same sentence, if you want to go, I won't stop you, but, please don't forget, go on. The one who didn't listen to me has now become our attribute bonus. The girl's face was ugly, but she couldn't refute it at all. She knew what she was able to win, so she didn't intend to do stupid things. Nichin. Haruko stretched out a hand to pull Zaihuan's clothes. Zatsuyoshi is still helping us break it. Xiu Yan was taken aback, and then he woke up instantly. Go. Go to church. Several people were unknown, so they all followed Zaihuan's footsteps and pushed open the door. However, when he pushed open the door of the church, Zaihuan was stunned. On that platform, according to the original work, there should be a box of the 5 Scorpio media in the summoning phase. But at this time, there is nothing there. What's the situation? Meng Hao, a senior otaku, was already stunned. Where is the box? Zaihuan frowned, thinking about where the box was. If unable to prevent Scorpio's call, Rintaro must go to the ladder to kill Scorpio. Then, in order to save Xiaxi, he must find a way to stop the countless gastrointestinal creatures from attacking. If that's the case, Zaihuan's move to kill the boss is meaningless. Maybe. Just when Xiu Yan was thinking. Above his radar, at the far end, a red dot suddenly appeared. Damn it! The third round of chasing and killing happened at this time. P.S. The update is up, and then I summarized the questions in the interview record. First, don't ask my eldest sister, that is, about HL, because she didn't come. Secondly, it's not that I don't want to write, it's just. If I can survive. Didn't you run fast today and was chopped by a rabbit with a knife? However, if the results of this book are good enough to allow me to participate in the next annual meeting, I will definitely continue to record it. Please support this book. P.S. I also asked me about the demon buns and black tea. I'm really sorry, you have to tell me his book guest ID, just like the song. I only learned that Swiba they all call him ancestor. Moreover, many people were invited to the annual meeting, but most of them were old book writers, and the new bosses did not come. I guess it will take half a year? Moreover, even if it is an old author, there are still many who will not come. Such as father-in-law and Kong Luo. P.S. In the end, I owe more. P.S. The monthly pass is not powerful. I owe 2 more shifts, and just 3 shifts right away. P.S. So. It will be changed 4 times tomorrow, and the 600 monthly pass will be changed 5 times. P.S. In the end, hide that bonus for the time being. Sure enough, I'm going to eat dirt this month. Author's message. P.S. Push the book to the cowardly with the heart of iron mooncakes. Hey, the truth of the annual meeting, I think the mooncakes are 3 people, every time I meet, I change one. Chapter 51, Hope You Can Live. Chapter 51 Hope, You Can Live. The sudden appearance of the red dot made Xiu Yi's heart suddenly burst. Because he found that the red dot has not moved since it appeared. In other words, This is another sniper. Xiu Yan didn't even think about it, and started sliding directly. The whole person flashed into the interior of the church. Boom! A huge gunshot appeared in everyone's ears. But before that, a big hole suddenly broke in the wall of the church. The foothold Zihuan had just slid to exploded suddenly. This bullet went directly into the church at a speed faster than the speed of sound. The other party seemed to be able to completely ignore the obstruction of the church's vision. Puff! Blood spray! One of Zihuan's arm was directly penetrated. The effect of the bullet penetration directly blasted half of his arm. Just one shot, ignoring his current defense of nearly 20 points and bringing him 50 points of terrifying damage. This is not to be counted as the damage offset by the bullet penetrating the church wall. Outside the church, the girl and the tattooed man looked at each other. Without saying a word, they chose to return. They don't want to be involved in this inexplicable trouble. I saw two beams of light falling from the sky, just like traction beams, leading them to fly into the air until they finally disappeared. Moreover, the most important thing is that Rentaro can actually see all of this. Zihuan. Your friend. Rentaro looked left and right with a sullen face, and his voice was full of weirdness. It seems to have been captured by an alien. This hapless kid. At this time, Meng Hao looked at the tattooed men and girls who had left with complicated eyes. He then gritted his teeth and took out a large medicine bottle from his pocket and placed it on the ground. No matter how stupid he was, he knew the situation before him. The guy who instructed them to kill Hiriko Yingyan was facing a huge crisis at this time. Big brother, if you can go back. Meng Hao shouted at Xiu Yan, remember to pay for the potion. I still owe the bill. After speaking, he chose to return. Hey, another one was taken away. Rentaro watched Meng Hao rise into the air and reached out to grab it, only to find that the golden beam of light was just like glass to him, and his hand couldn't reach it at all. Zihuan. Rentaro, who discovered this, yelled, your friend. Zihuan rolled over, and the second bullet exploded at the place where he had just rolled, and countless flying rocks could drop his health. At this moment, when he heard Rentaro call this, Zihuan was suddenly frustrated. Make a call, you have the skill to control them, can you help me figure out how to solve the problem in front of me? He just finished speaking, poof. A bullet directly penetrated his calf. Zihuan staggered, half kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, Rentaro was about to rush into the church. He heard Zihuan yell, don't come here. Go and find the one who put the cold gun, before I die. With a meal at his feet, Rentaro hurriedly shouted, understood. With that said, his eyes have begun to turn mechanically. Be careful, Rentaro. When Rentaro called for the enemy, Yanzu suddenly shouted and slammed Rentaro down. A clam fell on the place where Rentaro had just stood. The killer seemed to know the current situation very well. Zihuan, who was shot in the leg, had no dodge ability at this time. All he had to do was to suppress Rentaro, who appeared. Suddenly, Zihuan, who was kneeling on the ground, had a warning sign, and the sliding step started instantly. Bang! A bullet fell on the ground where he had just half kneeled. But Zihuan had just moved 5 meters by sliding, and a bullet directly penetrated his abdomen. 50 points of life dropped instantly. 2 people. Xiu Yan gritted his teeth tightly. At this time, a small figure had already rushed towards Zihuan. She picked up the big medicine bottle left by Meng Hao, and instantly reached Zihuan's side. Nichen, drink this. Haruko handed the medicine bottle to Zihuan at the same time. Zihuan was already picked up by a princess. A 1-meter-2 little Lolita picked up the adult Zihuan. Puff! As Haruko picked up Shuhako, a bullet penetrated her arm. Haruko's face turned pale, but Zihuan felt the strength in the little girl's hand increased a little. Ignoring the wound, Haruko ran, without forgetting to ask, Nichen. Where to go? Ladder. This is the only place Zioin can think of that can stop the opponent's bullets. However, before he could say anything, the second bullet directly penetrated Haruko's calf. The little girl staggered, loosened her hand, and threw Zioin out. However, this time Haruko didn't fall down. She saw her little hand propped on the ground, the leg that had been shot slammed on the ground, and her body jumped out instantly. The fallen Zioin was hugged by the little girl, and she rolled around on the ground twice using herself as a cushion while holding Zioin. Before Zioin could react, the little girl hugged him again. "Haruko, let me down. Zioin has no idea where to go, you leave here soon. I have a solution. You can't lie to me with Nichin." Haruko, who was holding Zioin, ran. I've never seen Nichin's expression, even when I met a 4-stage gastroenterologist. "Can't you do it, right?" A bullet grazed Haruko's waist, and blood sprayed. Xiuyan had seen from the panel that the little girl's health had fallen by half at this time. Yes, Zioin really has no choice now. For long-range sniping, bullets can penetrate the bunker. The cooperation of the two chasers can better predict his slide and fall point. He is still a human and has nothing in his hands. This is a dead end at all. I have a way. But Zioin couldn't admit this, and saw him with a serious expression. "Haruko, you believe me. If this goes on, you will die." Hearing these words, Haruko suddenly laughed. "It's this feeling again." "What?" Xiuyan was stunned. "This feeling of being cared for and protected." Haruko's smile was so contented. "Thank you Nichin, you have fulfilled Haruko's long-term wish. Before, you were protecting me. This time, it's me." Puff. Even after Haruko told her to move, another bullet grazed her shoulder. However, the pain did not slow down the girl. In the world, there are always people who are so stupid. You may just be a casual action, but you can remember her for a lifetime. Is Zioin out of it? Do not. He looked at his watch, and a returning button glowed. If it returns, the hunt should be over, right? However, if you return, you might not have time to talk about many things you want to explain, right? My goal of saving Xiaxi is impossible, right? There is also the stage 5 Scorpio that I don't know where, and there are many things that I can't complete myself. But, the little girl in front of me should be able to survive, right? Since this is the case, since there is a way to keep her alive, then, what are my regrets? You must live. Seeing Haruko's firm face, Zioin's mouth lifted slightly, and he stretched out his hand and placed it on top of the return. Finally caught up. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared. P.S. Well, in fact, where the broken chapter should have come back from, but if you think about it carefully, such broken chapter is excellent, but you are sure to tear the ticket again. So, let's change it. As for whether Haruko will return with Zioin, it will be announced today, after all. Chapter 52, Feeling Pitted by the Little Black House Again. The 52nd chapter feels pitted by the Little Black House again. As soon as the voice appeared, a boy fell in front of Zioin. Coincidentally, 2 bullets struck at this time. But these 2 bullets stopped abruptly in front of the boy. My dear. The boy was surprised. A bullet has nearly hurt 100 points. What mission did you take, Zioin? That's right, the person who came is Zheng Xinren instructor Suiyan. At this time, he was still carrying a box in his hand. It is the box of the 5 Scorpio in the summoning phase. Haruko let me down. Zioin said quickly. Haruko knew Suiyan, and after rolling her eyes, she put Zioin down. However, Zioin, who was injured in his leg, could only sit on the ground. Zioin quickly handed the medicine bottle to Haruko. Quickly, drink it. Nichin, you. Haruko's calves, shoulders and arms were bleeding outwards, but the little girl didn't care and shook her head resolutely. Haruko don't want it. Obey. Xiu Yan's face was stern. Haruko gritted her teeth, finally raised her head and drank a bottle of potion. Instructor, these should be your tasks next. Xiaoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Haruko drinking the potion. That's right. Suiyan said, already raising his hand, and then, a slender wooden staff had appeared in his hand. Bingling. Suiyan slowly said. I saw a magic circle suddenly appeared. A hilltop appeared in the distance, it was a silver-white magic circle, and in the center of the magic circle was a huge snowflake. The moment the magic circle appeared, a large swath of ice roared down from the magic circle. Boom boom boom. A mountain in the distance was filled with smoke and dust, and the trees collapsed. With the appearance of the magic circle like a natural disaster, Xiu Yan found that Suiyan's face turned pale. Suiyan's stick was put down, and Xiaoyan's reminder of the Garden of Eden also sounded. End of the third round of killing. Side mission, completed by the anger of the police. Quest rewards 500, survival points weapon box *1. Weapon box rewards will be issued in 1 hour, return to Eden will be counted as settlement rewards. Gone? The sudden appearance of the Garden of Eden prompt made Xiaoyan stunned. In the third round of chasing and killing oneself, how could it seem to be nothing at all in front of his instructor? This huge contrast caused Xiaoyan to lose consciousness for a while. Xiaoyan. Lentaro and Yanzu had already rushed over. When he saw the box in Suiyan's hand, Lentaro's footsteps gradually slowed down. At the same time, his face was already full of alert. This is not the enemy. Seeing this scene, Xiu Yan hurriedly shouted. The vigilance in Rentaro's eyes slowly faded, and he asked in doubt, "It's also, your friend?" "Right." Xiu Yan nodded. "Then be careful." Rentaro looked serious, "The first 3 people have been taken away." There are actually rewards. Suiyan didn't seem to care about Rentaro. With a touch of his hand, he threw a grey vest to Xiaoyan. "There are 100 more shields for you, Tut, obviously. A newcomer is actually chased and killed by a plot character worth 800 points. You are also good enough." Hearing Suiyan's words, Xiu Yan suddenly thought that he seemed to have extra rewards for killing those policemen. Now it seems that this reward fell into Suiyan's hands. Xiu Yan took the grey vest, and a line of prompts appeared in his mind. Name: bulletproof vests in the city. Grade: white ordinary. Category: equipment/consumables. Effect: block 300 points of bullet damage, the remaining energy is 100/300, and it cannot be recharged. Introduction: this is a body armor scattered all over the city. Although he can withstand all injuries including falling, being hit by a car, being hit with a fist, or even flying out in a car accident, it is obvious that it is definitely not white equipment should have the characteristics, so, this magical body armor, we only retain the perfect resistance to bullets. So, why is this thing called a bulletproof vest? After seeing Xiu Yan taking over the body armor, Suiyan suddenly said, "Time, should it be almost here?" Xiu Yan looked down and found that he fell above the watch, and there was a countdown below the return button. It should have been a side mission just now that caused his return countdown to not open, but now, the return countdown has begun. The remaining time is 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Xiaoyan looked at Haruko and Rentaro, and suddenly said, "Instructor, can you please help me treat? I have to go back and save a guy." "If you are talking about me." An indifferent voice appeared behind Xiaoyan, then, "Mr. Xiaoyan is really worried. By the way, thank you." Xiu Yan suddenly turned his head and found that Xiaoxi, who was holding an assault rifle, was walking towards him. Although his voice was full of indifference, his eyes were trembling slightly. "You?" Xiu Yan was stunned. "He saved me." Xiaoxi looked at Suiyan and bowed slightly, "Thank you really." Suiyan smiled, then raised his hand, and threw the box to Rentaro, take it back for business, I should be able to exchange money now. Lentaro was holding the box in a daze, with a confused look on his face. Instructor. Zaihuyan couldn't think of what this cute boy who looked weak but very strong was going to do. Suiyan turned her head and shrugged her shoulders. Thank you also for holding Hirako Yingyan, so that I can take the box first, and have time to help Xiaoxi solve the difficult gastrointestinal creatures. Zaihuyi's eyes stunned. You use me. Take what you need. Suiyan didn't care. You dare to say that when you came to see Hirako Yingyan, didn't you think about how to use me? You even said, that dead guy. You never thought about using me. Xiu Yan said dumbly. Didn't you say that your target is Hirako Yingyan? Zaihuyan asked. That is one, and the other is that. Suiyan pointed at the box in Rintaro's hand, tilted his head and smiled. My main mission. Xiu Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly, stopped the 5-stage summoning. 3000 o'clock. Suiyan smiled and stretched out 3 fingers. So, wait. Zaihuyan's heart moved. No, if it's just for the task, your ability can help us kill Hirako Yingyan first, and then grab the box. Why are you? We'll give up a boss reward. Maybe it's not enough time to do that. Suiyan spread his hands. You can stop the call in Phase 5 first. Then come and help us. Maybe that time is not enough. Suiyan said, looking at Xiaoxi. What? Xiu Yan didn't understand. Suiyan bent down slightly, stretched out her hand and knotted Zaihuyan's brows while sitting on the ground. It's not just you who want to change something. As he said, he stood up straight. Get ready, we are going back. P.S. Day. I specifically said in the previous chapter that I don't deliberately break the chapter. You guys still said that I was out of chapter. I'm so wronged. P.S. Think about it, if I really stop at Zaihuyan and click to return there, are you going to hack me? P.S. Then. I locked 8,000 words, and now I can't get out at all. I don't want to relax. Chapter 53, O Daosang, 3 shifts. Chapter 53 O Daosang, 3 shifts. Suiyan walked aside and dropped a few rays of light casually. The injuries on Zaihuyan and Haruko's body began to slowly recover, and because both of them were primitive gut creatures, the injuries they received were nothing. Just give them enough time. However, after thinking about the return, Xiu Yan suddenly didn't know how to speak. The scene fell silent for a while. If it's not convenient for you to be here. Xiaoxi took the lead to break the silence of this mystery. I can leave first. No need. Zaihuyan and Rintaro shouted at the same time. Xiaoxi held his assault rifle, then you talk. The scene was silent again. Haruko stretched out her hand and tugged Zaihuhako's clothes. Nichan, do you want to go? Xiu Yan stretched out his hand and touched the little girl's head without answering. This way of not answering made Haruko understand something instantly. Her body trembled slightly, her head was raised, the redness of the pupils faded, and a little teardrop rolled on it. Really, are you going to leave? Even if it was reluctant to give up, after seeing Haruko's expression, Zaihuyan finally nodded. Yes, take Haruko. The little girl's voice trembled when she spoke. Xiu Yan didn't want to take this little girl away. However, when he tried to apply for the Garden of Eden, he got this answer. Lack of props to take away characters from the plot, lack of survival points. If it's just for survival, Zaihuyan would definitely go to Suiyan to try to borrow money, but the props that took away the character from the plot is a flaw. Gritting his teeth, Xiu Yan still shook his head. Seeing this action, Haruko's tears fell pattering. Why? Is it because Haruko doesn't do well? Or is it because Nichan hates Haruko? Zaihuyan felt a pain in his heart. He squatted down and held Haruko in his arms. No, neither. Haruko is very good, I like Haruko very much, and I don't hate Haruko a little bit. Then why? Haruko's voice twitched in Shuhako's arms. Why didn't Haruko go with him? Because I'm going to a very dangerous place, a particularly dangerous place. Zaihuyan tried to control his emotions. If you bring Haruko, I can't guarantee Haruko's safety. Haruko is not afraid. The little girl's voice intermittently. Haruko is really not afraid, no matter where it is dangerous, as long as there is Nichin. As the little girl stretched out her hand couldn't hold Zaihuhako's waist, she could only hold onto Zaihuhako's clothes. For Haruko, there is no dangerous place in the world. For Haruko, in the world, the most dangerous place is where there is no Nepalese sauce. So, can you take Haruko? Haruko is finally not alone, and finally not alone. Zaihuyan's hands trembled slightly, and even his voice was full of self-blame. Haruko, you have to believe me, and I want to take you with me, but I don't have this ability. Your Nijang is too good now. Weak too much to take you away. Hearing this, Haruko trembled, and then quickly got out of Zaihuyan's arms. Nichin. Don't say that. The little girl looked terrified. Haruko makes Nichin feel embarrassed, right? Haruko is no longer with Nichin. Really, Haruko can live well alone. As she said, Haruko stretched out her small hand and placed it on Zaihuhako's face. Haruko doesn't want to be a burden to Nichin, and she doesn't want to make Nichin embarrassed, so. Nichin, can you come back to see Haruko? Zaihuyan held Haruko's little hand on his face, and he took a deep breath. Don't worry Haruko, you wait for me here, I will definitely come back, come and pick you up with me. Really? Haruko's face was full of joy. Really? Zaihuyan forcefully said, but, Haruko, you have to promise me that before I come back, you can't die, you can't become a primitive gut creature, you must live well, you know. Haruko will definitely do it. The little girl's eyes were already bent into crescents. Zaihuyan looked at Xiaoxi, remember our promise. Of course, Mr. Zaihuyan. Xiaoxi's voice carried a hint of envy, please rest assured, I will help Miss Haruko, if. Mr. General, no, even if Mr. General does not agree, I will also abide by our agreement. Thank you. Zaihuyan nodded, and then looked at Lentaro. I thought you would not be taken away. Lentaro took Yanzu and walked to Zaihuyan's side. He took a deep breath and patted Zaihuyan on the shoulder, although Zaihuyan, you never told me that you came from where, but I know, you are not a bad person, don't worry, Haruko will leave it to me. I don't worry about leaving it to you. Xiu Yan smiled, what should I do if Yanzu is jealous? This lady won't do it. Yanzu raised her mouth from the side. Zaihuyan turned her head and looked at Haruko, remember that Ms. Mu Genjin? If you can, follow her and wait for me to come back. Haruko got it. Zaihuyan looked at Rintaro, the next thing, please listen carefully. What? What you have in your hand is the medium for summoning the zodiac Scorpio, and the head of Scorpio is the medium for summoning Libra. The emergence of Stage 5 and Stage 4 will cause several extinction wars in Tokyo. At that time, the Tokyo district will put the blame on these children. All the anger will be directed towards them. What are you talking about? Rentaro's eyes widened. If you believe me. Zaihuyan said seriously, remember Area 39? Humans will attack Area 39 with missiles, and none of the children in it will be spared. So, Rintaro, promise me. Don't let these things happen. A trace of doubt flashed in Rentaro's eyes, and then gradually became firmer. Finally, he said seriously, I understand. Zaihuyan patted Rintaro on the shoulder, I will leave it to you. And Swayan has already walked over, if you finish explaining, let's come back. Zaihuyan nodded. Nichin Haruko raised her head, tears falling out of her eyes. Wait for me to come back. Xiu Yan asked again. Yet. Haruko nodded heavily. Zaihuyan raised his watch and clicked to return. The return begins, please keep your representatives within the beam of light. At the moment of clicking the return, a beam of light fell. Xiu Yan's body has slowly floated into the air. On the ground, Haruko waved her hands, Nichan, goodbye. Xiaoyan smiled, but his clenched hands had already made his skin pale. Nichan looking at Xiaoyan floating in the air, Haruko called, Nichan. Finally, she couldn't help it anymore. Haruko, who rushed to the beam of light, banged the beam of light while shouting, Nichan! Nichan! Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, not daring to echo. Then, Haruko's voice suddenly stopped. A heartbreaking voice resounded through the world. O Dao Sang! Xiu Yan's heart was shocked. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore. Seeing this scene, Suiyan's expression suddenly changed. Xiaoyan, what are you going to do? Xiu Yan did not answer, and the skill slide was activated instantly. His people have rushed out of the beam of light. Caveat. Caveat. The surrogate leaves the teleportation area, please return immediately. Caveat. Caveat. The surrogate leaves the teleportation area, please return immediately. Shut up! You bastard! Xiu Yan yelled in his mind. His people had jumped down from the sky and held Haruko tightly in his arms. Chapter 54, Return, for more. Chapter 54 Return, for more. Caveat. Caveat. The surrogate leaves the teleportation area, please return immediately. Such a voice was still ringing in Xiaoyan's mind. Haruko, who was held in Xiaoyan's arms, was stunned. Nichan. Xiaoyan hugged Haruko firmly, and said seriously, tighten me. You know. Yet. Haruko stretched out her hand, slammed her tears, and then grabbed Xiaoyan tightly. Don't separate. Xiaoyan said. Don't separate. Haruko responded. Lack of props to take away characters from the plot. Lack of props to take away characters from the plot, after 5 seconds, force transmission. Don't think about it. Xiu Yan yelled at the sky, you brought me to this place. I haven't asked you to settle accounts yet. 4 seconds to force transmission. Want me to return? Let Haruko be with me. Xiaoyan roared like an idiot, otherwise. Impossible. Forced transmission is still 3 seconds. Xiaoyan lowered his head and picked up Haruko, definitely. Must. Hold me tight. Haruko will never let go. The little girl gritted her teeth. Forced to send 2 seconds. Xiu Yan. Don't be stupid. Suiyan yelled high in the sky. Silly? Xiu Yan shook his head slightly. Anyway, it was not the first time that he was stupid. He squatted down and held Haruko tightly in his arms. Forced transmission is 1 second left. A beam of light fell again and fell on Xiaoyan and Haruko. Xiu Yan closed his eyes, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. This is the first time he shed tears in 15 years. Forced transmission start. Xiaoyan felt that his head was empty and people had lost consciousness. At the same time, as his tears fell, a coin rushed out of his pocket. A brilliant flower blooms in the teleporting beam. In a white space, a little girl appeared suddenly. She stretched out her hand, and a coin fell in her hand. Wet. The girl was obviously surprised. Immediately, the surprised face gradually turned into a smile. Let me see what it is this time. The coin shattered, and a tear appeared in the palm of her hand. Family. The girl said slowly, and then disappeared from this space. Xiu Yan woke up suddenly. He opened his eyes and saw a white space. But instead of observing everything around him for the first time, he shook his hand. A tender touch came. Xiu Yan was overjoyed and violently pulled. A little girl had been pulled into his arms by him. It was Haruko. At this time, the little girl closed her eyes tightly, and her small face was full of firmness. Seeing Haruko, Zairuhako let out a sigh of relief. Haruko, Haruko. Zairuhako whispered. When the little girl in her arms heard the call, her eyelids moved first, and then slowly opened her eyes. She opened her eyes slowly, as if she was afraid of something. But when she vaguely saw a figure, her eyes opened sharply. Nichin. Haruko's surprised voice has come. Xiuyan smiled, the very happy one. For a long time, he hasn't had such a smile for a long time. Nichin. Haruko didn't let go. The little girl raised her small hand holding Zairuyan tightly, and said with excitement, Haruko did it. Haruko is great. Zairuyan stretched out his hand and stroked the little girl's head. It's just, what is this place? Haruko raised her head and looked at the white space around her. Are you afraid? Xiuyan asked. Don't be afraid. Haruko raised her head and said with a smile, where there is Nichin. Haruko is not afraid. Isn't it called Dao De Sang? Xiuyan smiled. If Nichin is willing. Haruko reached out and hugged Zairuhako's waist. Haruko can call it anything. Old Xiuyan blushed, that's it. However, what's going on here? Xiuyan raised his head. Just as he was thinking about where this white space was, a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Return of Substitute Shuhako. The task reward is being settled, please wait a moment. Nichin. Haruko pointed at the light curtain panel that suddenly appeared in front of her with a dull look, what is this? Xiuyan was taken aback, can you see? Yes. Haruko nodded. Can? Zairuyan clearly remembered that Haruko couldn't even see the reward box. Can you hear the sound? Xiuyan asked quickly. Nichin is talking about settlement rewards. Haruko raised her head, what is that? Sure enough, I can hear it too. It's nothing, I'll find out later. Xiuyan said relievedly, I'm also here for the first time. Detected Haruko Kobayakawa. Nichin, it's calling me. Haruko exclaimed happily. Zairuyan did not speak, but held Haruko's hand tightly. Found a difference. Summon creatures, settlement continues. Zairuyan's eyes changed. He looked down at Haruko, and he understood something in his heart. However, the little girl was still smiling carelessly at this time. Quest World, Loli's Black Egg Settlement completed. The main task is to kill the original intestine creature, and it will reward you with 1000 survival points. Complete the 3-stage primitive gut creature of the side mission, reward 1000 points. The side task comes from the angry completion of the police, rewards 1500 points. The side mission is completed to kill Hirako Ying-ian, reward 500 points. Kill the elite, the police, reward 450 points. Use props in the mission world, consume 100 points, a total of 4350 points. The above rewards have been issued. Evaluating the contribution of the surrogate mission. The evaluation is complete. The substitute Zairuyan independently killed the 3-stage gastrointestinal creatures, completed the difficult side tasks, half of the main task contribution, evaluation, 5 stars. 5-star evaluation to get an extra 1000 survival points, random sea-level reinforcement. Please choose the direction of strengthening. Then, just like the resend option in the second round of chase, Zairuyan had all the strengthening directions in front of him. After thinking about it, Zairuyan realized that there was only one lack of martial arts. Since he returned this time, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore and chose physical martial arts. Acquisition of martial arts cheats, evil sword technique, remnant. Distribution of weapon boxes for side missions. Task summary, obtain 5350 survival points, martial arts cheats evil swordsmanship, green weapon box. The newcomer task is completed, and the function development of the substitute. Reward has been distributed to Eden Watch, watch storage space, 1 cubic meter. Finally, after a large series of settlement data is completed, the light curtain disappears. And in front of Xiaoyan and Haruko, a light gate appeared. It's amazing. Haruko's eyes straightened. Nichan, what did the strange voice just say? Xiaoyan thought for a while and replied, probably means I have money. Does it mean so much? Summary, isn't it? Haruko tilted his head. Then where are we going now? Xiaoyan pointed to Guangmen. That's right there. With that said, he had already taken Haruko's hand and walked out of the light gate. At the same time, the voice sounded. Welcome back to the Garden of Eden. P.S. You are poisonous. If it wasn't for you to watch the update as soon as possible, do I need to be so out of context? The result was all kinds of. I cried with a cry. Why not post it after finishing writing in one breath? P.S. Then today's update is complete. People are already going to waste. P.S. Finally, for the next mission world, I have 2 ideas in my mind. However, considering that my experience is limited, you can give some advice. Please follow the new reality. Now it is the reality of zone and difficulty. Even if it is a black egg world, I am too. The first 4 episodes of the interception are the easiest to write. So, don't have a world that ordinary people can't play in the early stage. Of course, I will only consider the world you give me. Unless there is a world that I can only think about after seeing it, otherwise, I will still write according to my own settings. P.S. Finally put a picture, please count the votes to support it. Chapter 55, Do Not. This is definitely not infinite space. Chapter 55, No. This is definitely not infinite space. When they stepped out of the light gate, both Xiaoyan and Haruko stayed for a while. What appeared in front of the 2 of them was a big mountain. At this moment, they were at the foot of the big mountain. On the mountain, there are countless buildings, some of them are built on the mountain properly, and some are floating in the air. And on the top of this mountain, stands a magnificent hall. Next to the main hall, is a towering giant tree. Even at the foot of the mountain, Xiaoyan can see the canopy of that giant tree rushing into the clouds. Xiaoyan turned around and looked behind him. It was a plane that could not be seen at a glance. At this moment, he saw waves of air in front of him. The next moment, 3 people walked out of it. Each of them was wearing a special combat uniform, and suddenly they appeared with a look of bad luck. Among them, the leader looked at Xiaoyan, and then walked around him. Xiaoyan frowned and reached out and touched the air behind him. Air wall. Xiaoyan curled his lips. It seems that the space behind this is restricted to enter. This is the Garden of Eden. Xiaoyan sighed, and took Haruko to walk outside. This is a small road at the foot of the mountain. There are no people, or it should be the place where the surrogates return, so there are no people. The end of the road is an arch. Xiaoyan watched the 3 guys who had just appeared walked into the door and disappeared. Although Haruko said that she was not afraid, she was still standing behind Shuhako, pulling his clothes. After the 2 walked out of the arch, Xiaoyan was in a daze for a while. Because he felt that he had returned to the earth, the scene of the various shops facing the street was really familiar. Just like the dock. There is no shortage of bars, shops, and prostitutes. If there is any difference from the earth, it should be that the things here are more presumptuous and open than those on the earth, and there is no introverted subtlety. For example, on a big TV at the door of a certain shop, the special product of a certain country in the world that I have just tasked is playing. Xiaoyan turned sideways slightly, pulling Haruko toward the position opposite to the extremely open shop. Xiaoyan. A voice suddenly appeared. Needless to say, he is alone if he can call him that way. Do you know what you did? Swayan said with an angrily expression, the last guy who got out of the teleporting beam, I have never seen him again. Xiaoyan opened his mouth, are you waiting for me? Nonsense. Swayan gave him a white look, then clicked on his watch, "Pay the bill." Suddenly, a contract flew out from the two-person watch. The Garden of Eden reminder sounded. After the contract is fulfilled, 1,500 survival points will be deducted. Even if he was prepared, Zihuan still felt painful when he watched the loss of survival point. Capitalism, capitalism, is it not good to have a communist with love? Seeing that the bill was paid off, the expression on Swayan's face finally eased a bit, and then he said with complicated eyes, "The Garden of Eden is such a place. In many cases, it's not what you think." Before he finished speaking, a little head leaked out from behind Zihuan. "Hello, Miss Sister." "Bye, puppy." Swayan was shocked by Haruko's sudden appearance. He looked at Zihuan with an incredible expression. "How did you do it?" Hearing the name of the puppy, Haruko became unhappy suddenly. "Wolf factor." "Wolf. Maybe it moved the Garden of Eden," Zihuan said indifferently. "Fart." Swayan looked disbelief. "Not so much." Zihuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "I remember, I didn't tell you what Haruko was the initiator of the factor." "How did you know?" Swayan smiled and said, "Do you know the necessary skills of Lone Ranger?" "What?" "Attack skills, movement skills, healing skills, detection skills." Swayan will stretch out a finger every time she says, "In the Garden of Eden, these 4 skills are standard for Lone Rangers." Xiuyan thought about it a little, then understood the meaning, and then nodded. "I need to know more about the Garden of Eden." Zihuan said, "Are you interested in telling me about it? Let's talk while walking." Swayan led the way. "You can go to my residence first. I will tell you clearly on the way." "No problem." Xiuyan followed Swayan's pace. "First of all, you know that the Garden of Eden is divided into 5 areas, but these 5 areas are not connected. An area is at the foot of the mountain. As the difficulty area continues to increase, we will gradually move towards the top of the mountain unless we reach a certain difficulty area. Otherwise there is no way to go to that difficulty." Zihuan nodded. "In other words, those in Zone R can get down, and can those in Zone N go up?" "That's right." Swayan replied. "At the same time, survival in the Garden of Eden needs to consume survival points. It consumes 10 survival points every day. After 30 days, the survival points increase exponentially. Therefore, the intermittent rest of the mission recognized by the substitutes the time is 32 days. Did you see that big tree?" Swayan pointed to the towering giant tree on the top of the mountain. "That is the World Tree. You can contact the World Tree to inquire about any enhancements with your wristwatch. Of course, I suggest you only check not to buy." "Why?" "Because the things above are too expensive." Swayan said, "You should have seen those street shops when you came. There is a place where surrogates sell various items. Check here for the enhancements you want, and then go look for shops, and you will find that the agent bought it is much cheaper than the Garden of Eden. Of course, you need to pay a 1% handling fee. But even so, it is much cheaper. If you don't want to be so troublesome, you can go to the auction house. It will be a little more expensive than the store price, but still cheaper than the Garden of Eden." Xiuyan smacked his lips. "It's a familiar setting. Online games," Swayan said. Just as the two were talking, a luxurious convertible car lit by the side of the road slowly passed by. In the convertible, a beautiful girl with a thief was standing there waving her hand with the people on the roadside, and there was a whistle wherever he passed with cheers. "What is this?" Xiuyan was dumbfounded. "Idol." Swayan held his forehead. Although the Garden of Eden intends to guide the surrogate to participate in the mission world, how to say it, human desires are always very strange. The space under our feet is too casual and comfortable, so what followed is that a lot of, well, things also exist on the earth. So a lot of things become strange. There are conscientious strugglers, and there are also people who fish in troubled waters. There are also some fools who are on the verge of death, but only to come back and get spiritual satisfaction, and there is no shortage of speculators who are willing to meet the needs of these fools. Having said this, Swain said suddenly, by the way, substitutes are not allowed to attack each other in the Garden of Eden. Xiu Yan was stunned, and suddenly he said, I seem to have seen some places that need harmony just now. Isn't it an attack to stabbing people with a gun? Your focus is completely wrong, hello. Swain's face flushed, those things between men and women are not hurt at all, right? What about bayonet? / Your idea is dangerous, bastard. P.S. Looking through the post today, I found that a friend mentioned the attribute to strengthen the adaptability problem. This is not a bug. I thought about it when I wrote it. I didn't write it deliberately because it was written at that time, but the number of words in the water was enough, so I didn't write it. In other words, the first time Xiaoyan did not adapt to the change of attributes was not psychologically prepared. After preparation, it was another situation. When we wrote, we stabbed and smashed several fists, deliberately avoiding some difficult moves that require coordination. P.S. Then, today, I was urged by the boss for the outline of NetEase. However, I don't want to write at all, because I still want to finish the code today and play games and watch anime. Chapter 56, Got Used To. Chapter 56 Get Used to It. Swain led Xiaoyan to the front of a house. At this time, there was a person standing in front of this room. Seeing this person, Swain's brows frowned, it's actually here again. Are you an enemy? Xiu Yan asked indifferently. That's it. Seeing Swain, that person suddenly ran over with bright eyes. Mr. Swain, please consider what happened last time. No way. Swain said, already opening the door. This is a very common bungalow. Open the door and everything is available in the house. At the same time the Garden of Eden reminder sounded. Is it acceptable if Swain invites you to enter the room? Xiu Yan chose to accept and walked in. And the guy who has been waiting at the door may not have permission to enter the room, and can only shout outside, the other party has raised the price to 5,000 survival points. Does Mr. Swain really not think about it? Bang! The answer to him was the sound of closing doors. Seeing this house, Xiaoyan suddenly asked, do you want money? He. Swain sneered a few times, it seems that you have discovered the essence of the Garden of Eden. The rent is 10 o'clock a day for survival. Hey, it's as expensive as human life, can't you buy a house? Xiaoyan asked. One level is 1,000 points. This is still the price of Zone N. I heard that the higher the price, the more expensive it is. Swain walked to the refrigerator, what to drink? Water will do. Xiaoyan took Haruko and sat on the sofa, it costs money to eat. Swain threw a bottle of mineral water with a World Tree logo printed on it, this is not necessary. If you have a house, whether it is rented or bought, you can take care of enough food and not spend money. However, some special ingredients need to be purchased for survival. That's it. Xiu Yi drank, it seems that buying a house is a big problem no matter where you are. Swain glanced at Xiaoyan and sat opposite him, for strengthening, you can go tomorrow. Anyway, there is a lot of time. You can live with me temporarily, or if you find it inconvenient, you can also take Haruko out to live. Please consider the proposal in Mission World. There are some things I want to ask clearly. Xiu Yan said. Knowing is everything. Swain said indifferently, these things are charged in other places. He Xiu Yan smiled, you made up the so-called high mortality rate of the novice difficult task? Even in a world that is not friendly to newcomers like the Black Egg, I find that the mortality rate is not very good. No. Surprisingly, Swain shook his head, the mortality rate of novice tasks is indeed very high. The lowest mortality rate is only the novice guidance tasks, because there are senior people to help, and the difficulty is still novice level. But you didn't help us. Swain raised her eyebrows. If you don't help you, how do you think those 4 guys got to Hiriko Ying-ian? What do I say? Xiu Yan suddenly said, since this is the case, why did you not bring that girl in yellow hair when you rented equipment? Because I don't want to take risks. Swain smiled, compared to risky transactions, I like to be safer. Understood. Xiu Yan sighed, it's not equal to the loss after eating the information. You can choose to come back from the pit. Swain said indifferently, although the instructor who guides the task needs to be contested, it is not without the opportunity. Your strength is not weak. Xiu Yan frowned, also, depending on your situation, you should have always been a lone ranger. Why did you suddenly look for teammates? Does the R-Zone have to form a team? Or rather, because of the guy just now? Half and half. Swain replied with ease, maybe you don't understand the characteristics of the Garden of Eden. Let me tell you this, the End-Zone quest Lone Ranger may still be able to complete, but after the R-Zone, in order to seize the mission for greater benefits, teams are prevalent. Do you think how much benefit can the Lone Rangers get from the substitutes based on the team organization? In the S area on the next level, the team will form a joint, also for the more difficult get more benefits in the mission world, and the SR area has begun to be divided into various forces, and a group of people are rushed every time. The society needs to create a social form, and there is no way. Where is the other half? For some reason, Xiu Yan suddenly cared about the other half. Swain said. It's the guy just now. Swain sighed. How do I feel that he is giving money? Need your equipment or skills? It would be fine if it was that way. Swain sighed, I said that the Garden of Eden is equivalent to a city in reality. It is the same as the earth we used to have. There are all kinds of people, including some bad taste guys. What? Victor, the leader of the S district, the captain of the strongest team on the ground, is a template like you. In other words, a protagonist, but a poor ghost. Swain took a sip of the drink in his hand. He is poor not because he can't earn survival points in the mission world, but always uses survival points for some strange things. For example, if I go to accompany him all night, I'll be there at 5,000. Swain said lightly. Oh. Xiu Yan looked calm. Seeing Xiaoyan like this, Swain frowned, he is a man. Yet. Xiu Yan nodded. You guy. Swain was a little unpredictable, he is a man, and I am a man too. Don't you think there is any problem? Xiaoyan thought for a while, and then smiled, is there a problem? I should be used to it. Get used to it. Swain suddenly looked horrified, what have you experienced? Anyway, it's not as filthy as you think, but it's definitely more serious than you think. Damn it. Swain stood up, you live in the room on the left with the puppy. If you want, I don't want to talk to you now. You are too good at chatting. I'll talk about anything tomorrow. Wolf. It's a wolf. Haruko suddenly became dissatisfied. By the way, Xiu Yan shouted, have you considered the situation where the newcomer will not survive after being exploited by you? Swain took a deep look at Xiaoyan, I think we can be honest between us. If you want to ask what other ways to make money besides the mission world, just ask directly. You don't need to be so circumspect. Forget it this time, with me and you say, sell your ass, you can earn a few 100 points a day to survive. Remember to count the number of times, don't find Uncle Black, or you will die. With that, Swain had walked into the room on the right and closed the door severely. Xiu Yan smacked his lips, this guy has a lot of grudges. Haruko raised her head, Nichan, what is selling ass? Children don't ask so much. Xiaoyan knocked Haruko on the head, then took Haruko's hand and walked into the room on the right. At the same time, he opened the watch and connected to the World Tree of Eden. P.S. These chapters are about to be set up. I feel that these things are better than those mentioned before the shelves. Because they are different from the traditional infinite space, they need to spend some pen and ink. P.S. Then, ask for votes, ask for votes. P.S. I was thinking, do you want to make a sub-volume? But it's troublesome to think about the name of the volume. Chapter 57, Instantaneous Chain Blade. Chapter 57 Instant Death Chain Blade. I have to say that there are indeed everything in this room, at least, there are quite a few entertainment items. Haruko was holding the remote control while watching TV, looking for an anime called Tencho Girl, but there is no such thing in the Garden of Eden. And now Xiaoyan's first thing to do is to get rid of that evil sword technique. Looking at this antique book in his hand, Xiaoyan swears that he would never use this unfortunate thing. Name: Swordsmanship of Warding Off Evil Spirits, Remnant. Category: Sports and Martial Arts. Grade: C+. Function: Master Swordsmanship Specialization, with the improvement of martial arts mastery, continuously improve one's own attributes, increase attributes into strength and agility. Introduction: The famous evil swordsmanship, the function does not need to be introduced too much. The Garden of Eden has helped to improve the fatal weakness of this technique. Although there are some minor flaws, it is harmless, so don't hesitate. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyan would believe this introduction without thinking. He contacted Sikaija through his watch and inquired about the price of this C and level exercise. Please pay a little bit to survive for precise positioning query. Damn! Xiaoyan cursed, choosing to pay. Evil Swordsmanship, Remnant, C and level martial arts, 3000 points of value survival. So valuable! After seeing the price, Xiaoyan was taken aback. After thinking about it, he inquired about the special enhancement of his gastrointestinal organism. Protogut Biological Special Enhancement, C-Level Special Enhancement, upgradable, can be combined with other special enhancements, worth 2000 points for survival. It looks like it's making a lot of money. Xiaoyan is very happy now. However, Xiaoyan risked his life to strengthen this special enhancement. After all, there is a 20% chance of biotransformation of the bowel. Facts have proved that even if it is the Garden of Eden, which pursues equality and absolutely no cost-effectiveness, it is good luck that cannot stop a person. After checking some of his own enhancements, Xiaoyan searched for gastrointestinal bioinhibitors. Although Haruko's erosion rate is now only 25%, after experiencing the incident that cannot be brought back, Shuhako no longer wants to take any risks. If some of the adventures and desperation in the mission world are forced by helplessness, then, if conditions permit, Xiaoyan is willing to find ways to avoid all risks. This is what he is best at. After paying a survival point, Xiaoyan found what he wanted. Protogut Bio Perfect Inhibitor. Produced by Garden of Eden, it perfectly inhibits the rate of gastrointestinal bioerosion, and there are some side effects after use. Each attribute value of those with special enhancement of gastrointestinal organisms is reduced by 5. Price: 2000 survival points. Introduction: Exchange 1. This is definitely a necessity in a lowly world. As long as you are rich enough, the lowly of the whole world is yours. Unfortunately, I have already come out. Xiaoyan curled his lips. He wanted to vomit once at this guying introduction. Without blinking, Xiaoyan directly exchanged this inhibitor, which was equivalent to the special enhancement of his original gut creature. While choosing to exchange, a small needle suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Haruko! Xiaoyan called. Haruko turned her head. What's wrong with Nichan? Come here, get an injection. As soon as Xiaoyan said something, he was taken aback for a while. He shook his head quickly and changed his words, come here, use the inhibitor. Okay. Haruko ran to Xiaoyan's side and stretched out her little arm. Xiaoyan took the syringe and injected all the perfect inhibitors in. And Haruko's panel has also changed. Name: Haruko Kobayakawa. Ability, Wolf-shaped starter. Level, 2nd stage. HP, 700/700. Physical strength, 600/500. Strength, 40, Agility, 70, Constitution, 55, Defense 10, Spirit, 2. Skills, 1. Fast Healing, the powerful self-healing ability of the original intestine creatures. 2. Tearing the target, causing double damage. 3. Wild, requires active release, within 5 seconds, the attribute doubles. Status, none. Seeing the erosion rate disappeared, Xiuyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Haruko advanced to the 2nd stage, he was injected with inhibitors, which caused his attributes to decline, and even his spirit dropped from 7 to 2. However, seeing that the erosion rate disappeared, Xiuyan still felt that the potion had not bought a loss. "How do you feel?" Xiuyan asked. Haruko tilted her head, and then shook her small fist. "It feels as if the strength has decreased, but it is very comfortable." "That's good." Xiuyan touched his head. "Let's watch TV." After solving Haruko's problem, Xiuhako began to pay attention to his own affairs. He didn't care when his survival point dropped sharply to 2003. Anyway, there are individual martial arts that can be sold, isn't it? As a result, when Xiuyan chose to sell his unacceptable martial arts cheat book in the Garden of Eden, he saw the prompt. Sell evil swordsmanship to get 1,500 survival points. Well, Xiuyan finally knows why he would be out of the modern travel market. It turned out to be sold directly in the Garden of Eden at a 50% discount. Xiuyan gave up selling the items and looked at the skill options. This time, he once again paid a little survival point to check his detection skills. In the last mission world, he had eaten enough of the loss without information. Soon, a bunch of scouting skills have appeared in front of him. There are many skills that seem to be very powerful, but after looking at the prices at the back, Xiuyan chose to give up. His targets are all looking for C-level or D-level skills. Soon, a skill appeared in his sight. Name, Dongming. Category, Skills. Grade, D+, upgradable. Effect, active release can choose to view the opponent's attributes. The stronger the target, the less information can be obtained. The effect is increased after the upgrade. Value, 1000 survival points. CD, none. Consumption, 3 points of mental power. Xiuyan also discovered that there are many similar investigative skills, and their effects are roughly the same, such as the same D-level reconnaissance order and investigation. However, every reconnaissance skill has an upgraded effect after it. This increase is somewhat inquisitive. Therefore, Xiuyan can only judge from the name. Xiuyan didn't choose to exchange it, but instead wrote down the name, planning to go out and look for it in a shop later. After closing the communication with the World Tree, Xiuyan thought, and a green box appeared in his hand. Look at what can be offered this time. The light flickered, and a strangely shaped dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger is different from ordinary daggers. It is divided into 2 blades. However, the 2 blades are separated and not connected in the middle. It looks like 2 knives inserted back to back on the shelf. Moreover, there is a long rope at the end of the dagger handle. Xiuyan got up on tiptoe and put this thing in front of him, and after a few glances, he said, "It's so familiar." At the same time, Garden of Eden tips. Name, Instant Death Chain Blade. P.S. Aha, I found that more than once, a small partner asked me why I should write a protagonist of the European Emperor. Is it for opening up? Didn't I say you believe it? To be reasonable, I really didn't want to open up. When I set the protagonist's attributes, I actually wanted to get a mafia. However, I am also a mafia. I learned a lot of metaphysical methods. I think it's because I didn't worship God. However, when I wanted to worship, I suddenly didn't know which grade I should worship. Thinking about it, inspiration bursts out of my brain. Oh day! I can create a European emperor by myself. There will be worship in the future. Ever since, for my own future card drawing plan, the Mafia set GG. Chapter 58, Lecture, Introduction to Social Work. Chapter 58 Lectures, Introduction to Social Workers. Name, Instant Death Chain Blade. Category, Weapon. Grade, Green Ordinary. Injury, 2530. Special function, the handle chain can extend 20 meters, hook any objects that can be wrapped around, and the load capacity is 70 kilograms. Introduction, a weapon that instantly dies when you choose it. I hope that in your hands, this thing can play a role, but this thing will not discharge. This malicious introduction. Xiu Yan looked at the dagger in his hand and waved it in his hand a few times, feeling pretty good. Thinking of this, he suddenly contacted the World Tree again. But this time, he was not looking for anything. He opened the equipment bar and checked the equipment. Starting from the blue excellent equipment, Xiaoyan discovered some interesting things. In addition to the basic attributes, blue equipment also comes with some additional attributes. Some add more, some add less. The purple sophisticated equipment not only has attribute bonuses, each equipment also has some effects, or some skills that can be actively released. It seems that there are many secrets in the Garden of Eden. Xiaoyan said, already standing up. Feeling Xiaoyan's movements, Haruko quickly turned her head and said, Nichan. I'll go out for a while. Xiaoyan said with a smile, Haruko has to be good here. Okay. Haruko responded with a grin. But here, Xiaohako just walked to the door. Haruko suddenly said, Nichan, wait. What's happenin'? Haruko pondered for a while, and then solemnly asked, Nichan, is this home? Xiu Yan was taken aback for a moment, thought for a moment, and lightly spit out two words, it doesn't count. Haruko understands. The little girl nodded, Nichan will be back soon. Yet. Xiu Yan responded and left the room. There are 5 divisions in the Garden of Eden, NRSSRSSR. The SSR area is the magnificent hall on the top of the mountain called the Pantheon. Every surrogate who enters the Garden of Eden has a memory in his mind, that is, entering the Pantheon can return to the world before. It can be said that this should be the ultimate pursuit of the Eden agent. Xiaoyan, who was walking on the street, looked at the environment here, and to be honest, it was no different from how he usually feels in the city. If you insist on telling the difference, it should be because there are few transportation, the air is very fresh, the streets are exceptionally clean, and there is less anger. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the city, the streets of the Garden of Eden are obviously a bit lifeless, although there are many substitutes. However, this is much better than Xiaoyan expected. He originally thought that he would be even more crazy in this place where he used his life to fight. Xiaoyan returned to the place where he first returned. As mentioned earlier, here is a lot like a place the pier. Speaking of it, the existence of this area does have many similarities with the dock culture. How similar is the sailing crew entering the endless and unpredictable sea to their substitutes? They are all going to the unknown world, they are all facing unknown dangers, they are all living the life of pinning their heads to the waist of their trousers. The hapless guest died in a foreign country, and the lucky one returned with a rewarding experience. Of course, there are also some fishing guys, and you can take a breath when you come back here. But no matter what kind, after the return of life and death struggle, relaxation is a necessary activity. Well, this is the choice of most people. Therefore, this gave birth to the unique wharf culture and the return zone of the Garden of Eden. Some people here vent their frustration and annoyance in the mission world, and some show off their gains in the mission world. This place is full of the most primitive desires of mankind, but at the same time, in the noise of this desire, there is also something extremely useful to Xiaoyan information. Swayan said that in the Garden of Eden, there is a fee for obtaining information. And here, it should be the best place to get free information. If the best place to gather information in the doc culture, it should be the bar. After the 10-point survival point was handed in, Xiu Yan pushed the door and walked into a crowded bar. In the Garden of Eden, it seems that there is no difference between peak and peak seasons. Even if it is bright outside, the bar is also very lively. It's the same as traditional, or in other words, the bar in Eden is more presumptuous. This bar is equipped with a high platform. The first one is for DJ. The second one is a striptease stage. The third one is even more exaggerated. It seems to be teaching skills. And, whether it's a DJ, a stripper, or the two skill instructors, they all have a watch in their hands. In other words, they are all substitutes. Including the waiters and bartenders in the bar, they also have watches on their hands. Hey, who's coming? 2 glasses of whiskey. Just as Xiu Yan walked in, a big man shouted in his ear. Soon, a guy who looked like a waiter came over holding a tray with a smile on his face. Just call me Ah Cheng. Damn it. The big man didn't care. Every time I remember a name, I won't see anyone in 2 months. Maybe he died in the mission world. After all, the mission world is still quite dangerous. The waiter smiled. It may also be that he has been promoted to be a big boss. Next to the strong man, a thin guy took a sip from his wine glass. Xiu Yan raised her brows and walked to the two of them. Excuse me, can I sit here? Whatever. No one can control your ass. The big man didn't care. From the way the two speak, Xiaoyan can already tell something. For example, these two are definitely in Zone N, or old birds in Zone N. And he's the kind of guy who doesn't even think they can be promoted in the Garden of Eden every time the mission is evaluated. You can say that these people are trash, but each one is old fritters, and old fritters means that they know a lot of things. Although it may be hearsay gossip, sometimes, gossip is more rare than serious news. 2 bottles of Macallan. Xiu Yan said to the waiter with a smile. There is a charge for entering the bar, but all the drinks inside are free, except for some of the more famous drinks. The 2 bottles Xiaoyan ordered are priced at 5 survival points each. For places where food and drink are free, these 10 survival points can be said to be generous. In fact, sometimes it is very simple to establish a social relationship with a stranger. You only need to make the other person feel that you will not let him suffer, or that he can take advantage of you. Such people often have many friends. This is also the simplest and least risky way to gain the most basic trust of the target in social engineering. No one hates guys rushing to pay. I asked. After Xiaoyan ordered the drink, he smiled and said to the two of them. When the 2 guys heard these words, their eyes suddenly lit up. The other layer is a little bit hooked. P.S. Today I was urged by the boss for the outline, saying that it will take 2 days. However, after writing 1,500 words, I still rolled over the code word. The outline or something. It's just fine if it's clearly in your mind. It's troublesome to write it out. P.S. Then, monthly pass 681. 700 plus more. Chapter 59, The Non-Chief is out. 3 shifts. Chapter 59 The Non-Chief is out. 3 shifts. It's been a long time since I saw such a generous newcomer. The strong man said with a smile while pulling 2 wine bottles. Xiu Yan did not refute. For this kind of old oil, it is still very simple to recognize a new man and an old man. Boy, seeing that you are so generous, let's talk. Is there anything we can do for help? Although the thin guy's eyes were muddy, they still shone brightly. There is indeed something that needs to be asked. Xiu Yan said cheerfully. Next, Xiaoyan asked some things about the Garden of Eden. There are many things that even Swayan doesn't know. Swayan is a powerful senior, but he is by no means a good information acquirer, or that he does not know how much he knows. For example, Xiaoyan now knows one thing, that is, in the lowest difficulty zone N, missions are basically mission worlds that can be solved by firearms. In the words of the two guys, they have stayed in the N zone for a year, and have seen and heard the things that have gone through too many mission worlds. The mission world includes animation, games, and movies. Among them, the movie has the highest survival rate, the game world is second, and the animation is the world with the lowest survival rate. When Xiaoyan asked if there was a novel world, the two shook their heads, saying that they hadn't seen it in Zone N. This information seems useless, but for Xiaoyan, it is the key to figuring out what the Garden of Eden is. At the same time, there are humans from various countries in the Garden of Eden, all from the Earth. Obviously, mastering so many mission worlds, all the agents are from the Earth. At least, these two guys have never heard of people who are not on Earth. It is also worth noting that no new life will be born here in the Garden of Eden. There is not a so-called native of Eden. At the same time, the N area came back to the SR area, but the SSR area has never seen one. One of them smiled and said that they had returned to the Earth, and the other said with a disdainful expression that they might not have gone somewhere. Another point is that the Garden of Eden will not prompt what the mission world is before entering the mission world, which is why the existence of the late team is necessary. It would be very embarrassing for a technologically enhanced Lone Ranger to be thrown into the fantasy mission world without any preparation. The two were happy to drink, and even told Xiaoyan not to look at the Garden of Eden in the traditional timeline. It is rumored that there was a guy who entered in death and spent a year in Eden. As a result, they met a man who died on a flight with him. Newcomer. When the drink started, Xiaoyan asked a lot of things. This is the beauty of interpersonal interaction. It may be time for you to pay some substantial price in order to get close to a person, but once you get in touch, you will be able to withdraw the cost and profit. If you think it counts as capital. Thanks to the strength of the two of them, Xiaoyan quickly became acquainted with many people in the bar. When he came out, Xiaoyan rejected a guy's offer to take him to a happy life. By coincidence, Xiaoyan saw a ripple in the arch where he was returning, and then a little boy walked out of it. His clothes were torn, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries in the mission world. After appearing, the boy stayed there. Rookie. Xiaoyan understood the details of this guy in an instant. It was at this time that Xiaoyan saw the three guys who had been squatting on the side of the road and stood up with bright eyes. After thinking about it, Xiaoyan directly activated the sliding skill. As soon as his body arrived, Xiaoyan took out his pistol and put it on the boy's head. Hey! The boy looked terrified. Rookie? Rules: 50 survival points for tolls. The boy was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said with a hint of anger in his voice, I see. With that, he raised his watch. After seeing Xiaoyan's movements, the three people walking towards the boy from the side of the road retreated with a look of ill-fated. Just kidding. Seeing the three people go back, Xiaoyan put away the and smiled. Eden is not allowed to attack each other, so remember. He saw the purpose of the three guys on the side of the road, and he chose this way, who wanted to help but didn't want to get enemies. Only idiots will go to enmity for no reason. The boy froze for a moment. He looked at some squatting guys on the side of the road and glanced at the arch from time to time, and he immediately understood what was going on. Why help me? The boy asked. Save character. Xiaoyan said, then turned away. It looks like it's dead again. Xiaoyan moved towards the trading area with a sigh. From the bar, he knew that the Garden of Eden would release a mission once a day, and the time interval between the two missions of the surrogate should not be less than 10 days, but the newcomers appeared from time to time every day. Novice missions are not consistent with the mission world of substitutes. The guys who are squatting here to rob the newcomers all year round at the return gate, they may meet several in a day, or they may not meet one in a few days. The guys in the bar said that these people are often the fastest to die in the Garden of Eden because they have offended too many people, and they don't know that a new person they robbed soars into the sky in the next task, and then they are with the guy who robbed himself. Encounter in the mission world. The scene was very hot at one time. When Zihuan came to the trading area, he found that it was a street with 2 rows of shops in the 2 halves. A sign was hung in front of each shop. The signs were painted on them. The ones who painted swords were those who bought and sold weapons, and the books were painted. For the trading skills, the armored ones are for the trading of armors, the medicine bottles are for consumables, and the Taiji diagrams and devil heads are painted. That is the special strengthening and physical martial arts. It can be seen that there are still too few special enhancements and martial arts in Zone N. By the way, there is also a picture of 2 villains. Oh, that is the toilet. Xiu Yan walked into a shop with Tai Chi pictures, and inside, a surrogate with a watch was sitting there. Seeing Xiu Yan coming in, he suddenly said with a smile on his face, "Yeah, the big guy in Zone R? What are you going to sell?" "Zone N." Zihuan replied. Martial arts cheats and special enhancements are relatively difficult to obtain rewards, so generally they sell a little bit of that they don't need when the difficulty is in our area. But even so, for people in Zone N, it is also a time to pick up the bargain. Zone N. The man was surprised at first, and then said with a smile, "Yes, it seems that you are very lucky. Our store charges 1% of the transaction price. You don't need to advance in advance. You can take things. Come see me." Zihuan flipped his wrist, and the evil swordsmanship had appeared in his hand. The generation traveler took a look, and suddenly everyone jumped up. Fuck. See end level cheats. Your kid got a 5-star rating. P.S. I just said today to make a pig's feet and worship. As a result, his non-chief achievement of Meow came out. Damn it. P.S. 3 shifts arrive, and then, the monthly ticket is 800 plus more. In other words, whether to open the blade and reward plus more has been entangled. Chapter 60, Does anyone understand the black deed? Chapter 60 Does anyone understand the black deed? Hearing the clerk's surprised shout, Xiu Yan said in confusion, 5-star evaluation, is it difficult? Ha ha ha. The clerk laughed dryly, at least it is difficult in Zone N. I have been here for half a year, and I have seen a 5-star evaluation. It was also played by a veteran who has been in Zone N for a year. As he said, the clerk stretched out his hand, my name is Feng Guanyu. I have stayed in the N district for half a year. Xiu Yan. Xiu Yan also stretched out his hand and shook it. Are you interested in talking about the task process? Feng Guanyu asked after shaking his hands. Zihuan frowned. I haven't seen you in this street before, maybe it's not an old man. Feng Guanyu said with a smile, don't mind, I just ask. The process of sharing tasks is like writing a guide. Someone paid for it, a 5-star. The evaluation strategy is worth at least 500 points. But the people who bought it can spread it out. Xiu Yan laughed. When he was in the tavern, Zihuan knew that it was normal to repeat tasks in the Garden of Eden. Just like the Dark Bullet world he experienced, many people have experienced it before, but the timeline may be different. For example, some veteran missions were thrown directly into the Battle of Tokyo. Don't die too miserably. Feng Guanyu shrugged his shoulders. Eden does not have copyright, but at least you can sign a contract, but generally no one does this. Moreover, the spirit of sharing in Eden is not very good. It is not a few things that can be exchanged by thanking the host. In fact, 500 points is quite a lot, and it's pretty good that ordinary agents can have a guarantee of more than 1000 in one mission. It was also at that time that Zihuan knew why someone would compete for the guidance task. In addition to picking newcomers to serve in the reserve, just being a wave of profiteers could get at least 3 worlds income. Let's talk about it later. Xiu Yan asked instead of agreeing at the first time, it's about this secret book. What price do you expect? Feng Guanyu asked. 2005. Feng Guanyu nodded, it's not too expensive, and moreover, this kind of unpopular exercise just happens to be needed by someone. Xiu Yan was surprised, does anyone want this stuff too? The Garden of Eden never lacks strange people. Feng Guanyu put the exercises on the table, and a contract appeared from his watch. If there is no problem, sign it. Xiu Yan picked up the contract and looked at it, and after finding that there was nothing wrong, he signed his name. As the brush strokes stopped, the reminder to get a survival point also sounded. If you have any needs in the future, you can come to me directly. Feng Guanyu withdrew the contract. At least, I will be in this place within 3 months. Thank you. Zihuan nodded and then said, by the way, is there any introduction to physical skills? In stores, should they be sold? The shops facing the street are the property of the Garden of Eden, and agents can choose to rent and manage them. These people are part-time workers in the Garden of Eden. The same goes for bars. This is also a way to obtain survival points in addition to the mission world. I don't have one here. Feng Guanyu said with a smile, I don't want to lie to you either. There are not many physical skills in Zone N. Even if there are, they are all junk dumped in Zone R, a lot of grade D, none of the C-level ones, you even sell the C and cheats, and you probably don't like these items in the store. Xiu Yan smiled and said, you will lose your life if you do this business. Feng Guanyu didn't care, at least I can make friends, right? Xiu Yan was silent for a moment. Are there any trusted friends in the Garden of Eden? Yes, and no. Thanks. Xiu Yan said and walked out of the room. After leaving here, Zihuan went to some nearby shops to stroll around. Without thinking about physical enhancement, he focused on armor. He first spent 700 points to find the D-level Dongming skill book. It took another 1,100 points to buy 2 D-class armors. Those are 2 breastplates similar to armor. Name, breastplate of the Krasia family. Category, armorware / can be hidden. Grade, white ordinary. Effect, increase 10 points of defense, immune to chest damage by 8 points. Introduction, the standard armor of the Krasia family is very common equipment, but it is rumored that the Krasia family has a set of keel armor, and it can be invincible if you have a complete set. Then, Xiu Yan bought 2 more weapons. A C-class pistol. The trash he obtained from the mission world did not return to the Garden of Eden. He already had a melee weapon, but now he lacks a thermal weapon in his hand. Name, white ivory. Category, weapon. Grade, excellent green. Injury, 2025. Function, unlimited bullets, magazine capacity of 30 rounds, the bullet can be replaced by pulling out the magazine and inserting it. The shooting speed is 0.5 seconds, and the shooting distance is 300 meters. It can be filled with special bullets. Special bullets and unlimited ammunition cannot be used at the same time. Special bullets need to be put in the magazine in advance. Introduction, a must-have weapon for a certain pizza uncle to be handsome. This C-class weapon costs Zion 900 points. Among them, the infinite bullet is the most important feature of Zion. Other firearms are generally the kinetic energy bonus of the muzzle, plus the bullet damage to calculate the damage, but this gun directly calculates the damage, although ordinary bullet damage cannot be added, but compared to his infinite bullet characteristics, this is nothing. Most other firearms need to be purchased separately. The second weapon is a set of steel claws. Name, Aemon Steel Claw. Category, weapon. Grade, excellent green. Injury, 3033. Introduction, don't worry, this is just a weapon, not something drawn from that guy's body. After all, wolves are so cute, how can they draw their paws? Zihuan was already thinking about how to block this ubiquitous introduction. However, it is also a C-level weapon, his instant death double blade only has 25 to 30 damage, and this Amon steel claw is calculated from 30 damage. It can be seen that there is no cost-effectiveness in the Garden of Eden, which is not an empty talk. Instant death double blade has 2 effects, but this Amon steel claw only increases the damage. This thing was prepared by Xiaoyan for Haruko. She really needed a weapon, otherwise a little loli would stretch out her little hand to scratch people every time. 2 weapons cost Xiaoyan 1,600 points, plus the skill book and armor he bought just now. Xiaoyan went out in the blink of an eye at 3,300 points. He bought Haruko's medicine before, and also paid back the loan to Swayan. Looking at his remaining 1,000 survival points, Xiu Yan could only sigh that the money was not enough. No way, who would let him be 2 people? However, Xiaoyi ignored that even seniors in Zone N could have 1 or 2 pieces of green equipment, and he, a newcomer who had just experienced a mission world, already had 4 pieces of green equipment. After shopping, Xiaoyan returned to Swayan's residence. When pushing the door, Xiaoyan was prompted to open the permission of the Garden of Eden. Nichin. As soon as Xiaoyan stepped in with his left foot, Haruko had already jumped on it. P.S. Does anyone understand the Black Contractor? After watching the first season, I looked confused, but I still watched it with gusto. P.S. Forget it, what do you care about so much? Uncle Hay is handsome enough.